is to satisfy the particular obligation. That does not work.
I'd rather sit with the site than the weirdos. They're more interesting.
When I go over there now, if I go out there in a weekend, they satisfy my obligation. Next. That's not Katos. So it's got to say, but there's two exceptions to this rule. So generally, Mishnah spells the rule. You offer up a carbon for the wrong for the shalosh from the wrong invention. The carbon is kosher, but it does satisfy the owner's obligation. There are two exceptions to this rule. Where if you offer up a carbon with the wrong invention, the carbon is invalid. Without one of those two exceptions, Pesach, carbon Pesach, and Katos. Good. So what's going on here? Rashi says over here, what's going to Pesach, Katos, first short line, Shin Ksuvin Ugamre. If you carbon Pesach, not Lishma. If you go and you offer up a Katos, Lishma, the carbonos are highly invalid. Not only the action, but ultimately again, they are not kosher as well. Incredible. So the Rabbi says Asha. The Rabbi says it's not just Pesach and Katos, but you also included Asha. I will say again, one of the exciting things that we're going to get to do in collection is we need to find our carbonic categories. Remember, Katos and Asha are both sin offerings. Those sin offerings, obviously, they atone for different things that we'll discuss. So there was the sacrifice, and offered up Shalom. It is possible to cover the stones. So took in a single point with an Asha. Pesach is not up. That Katos for Asha is not worth what ultimately again in a Pesach, Katos are invalid. So Pesach, Yafka, is Madonna means again, Pesach, and Asha and all time. So we'll say this is very important. If Katos ultimately again is only going to is only going to be valid if you have wrong intention at the time that a carbon Pesach will be only offered. I won't say this is operating over here is very important. So a carbon Pesach at its core is a shalom. It's something. So which is right there, there's only a Pesach that is called Pesach. That's the dish one. So the word just saying over here that when we say that it means offered up Shalom Lishma is given muscle, that's only offered up Lishma, i.e. Erev Pesach. Chatos and then Asham that are offered up without intention are going to be muscle all year round, all the time. Right now,
across the street in Garden Station. Downstairs on the still comedy show they were
Adam
Robin, and or Dan Biley. Yeah, Dan Biley. Yeah, Gardner. Yeah. Downstairs. This was 3 fucking years ago, 4 years ago. Yeah,
for the wrong designation. I brought the Chatos and I had in mind for a Shlom. So it's just like a Chatos special Shalom. Muscle Shalom. So ultimately again, and Asham is muscle Shalom. Again, one second. So it's just pause just a second. Let's review. What do we have? Remember, again, one second. You're going to see cuts.
This is how you got to roll in this movie.
It's not complicated.
Oh, it's like a burger. Okay. Yeah, it was like a burger.
Okay, so detail number one. What is the teaching? Remember, the argument rule is offer up every carbon for the right. Okay, this doesn't have to say that because that's I offered up the carbon for the wrong designation.
Oh my God, this was way I was going to say it sounds just like that. It was like a human thing. So basically, what was back next Saturday, then we said
is only valid when offered up on Erev Pesach for the wrong intention. Katos, all year round. Rabbi Rothschild says it's not just Katos and Pesach, it's also Asham. Rabbi Rothschild says, the reason why you include Asham is simple. If it's
Were they looking this for themselves? They'd like our family.
Because that's what this guy's doing. If he has 40 people,
just like Katos is a sin offering, Asham is a sin offering, and therefore, in a halakha Raisa, Katos is going to be invalid when offered up Shalom Lishma. So should Asham should be invalid.
I know the guy coming into town. idea. Getting like 80,000 and like piecing out and going to Mexico.
Listen, people shoot movies for no budget all the time. I personally don't believe it. There's some way that movies can be rational. You have to have money for certain things. I can ask Royce to come with his microphone. Yeah. I can sit there for 3 days. Bro didn't pay for it. We don't have the money, bro. You know, my place is come by for 3 days. Yeah, no problem. I'll come by you and do a free show. No problem. But I can't go for it. Yeah. 6 weeks. I yeah, that's okay. There's some tweets where these people really want to do that much of a commitment. That's insanity. 6 weeks for free. I was doing those $100 movies. Yeah. I say 50% of the staff is right. The rest of them have so long experience. You notice you get experience. Which, you know what, guys? If I move out here and I'm here and I got $2,000 to $3,000 in the bank, I will make my rent $400. And I'm looking to get to them because that's what happens. Not even get to them. Yeah, I'm looking to get to something. And somebody comes to me and says, listen, their friends don't want to move. I got money in the bank. It's like, no people. I don't know how I would do it because I had no interest in the film. I don't want to be an actor. So I would go on a 763. So Gary, shit, that's what I did. I did my stand-up comedy course. I was also turned on a USC master's thesis film. So I was a key grab. I was learning about lights. I was learning about where we shot down. We shot in South Central Los Angeles in the house where they came from under the stairs, and people from under the stairs. That movie was shot in that house, and then we did an overnight shoot on the Radford lot where they had Seinfeld going on, and Roseanne or Red bicycle around. I went side to side films. But anyway, I worked on this film. I learned all about my catering hours, Teamsters. But I also learned that I wanted to be the actor, the talent. I was nowhere near ready. But I learned that I didn't want to be in movies. In fact, I did one other one. They wanted me to work for free. We did it at USC. So this is a different film. I'm up there, sitting up there with like freaking sandbags and stuff. And they go, so tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the desert. And I go after that. And so they had lunch break, and I just went to Burger King. I still got invited to the rap party, but that's when I walked away. I said, I know I'm not gonna do that direction. I want to do stand up. And like even when I moved up to Seattle, I worked at the Comedy Underground. I learned about seating a show. I learned about a host, a guest spot, a middler, a headliner. But I wasn't like a huge comedy fan, actually. I still, I like laughing at my friends. It's different with some of these presenting things. And I'm weird. Maybe I'm just immature. Sure, I'm 47. I just turned 47. During the work yourself. 25. Yeah, I was born in 70. So, no, I was probably 25. 25. Yeah. 25. I'm glad I went to Seattle. Really, because I grew up here in the Valley. I went to college in Arizona, and it was like just too much sunshine, too much, people don't develop stand-up in Arizona. Plus I was a baseball player, I did baseball. But I wanted to go to Seattle and be around Pierce Steers and music and all that weird stuff. I knew I had to get out of LA. And, I took that comedy course at UCLA. Graduated at the Comedy Store, and I did that one open mic in Chatsworth. That ain't for me. I grew up here in the Valley. I can't have some host. I get it. I understand it. Because I learned all about groupthink and all that playing baseball. It all comes into like, in life, playing sports, being at a high level, and you do learn about discipline when I play baseball. But learned about
your carbon is still
just taught me discipline. And learning to get picked on. Oh, Rudy, the Jewish guy, gay guy, run weird, this, fucking punching me. But I knew that's how it was. I mean, I was liked in high school. I was a good pitcher all of a sudden. So they try, and I go, I'm not going to quit. You know, they get me out of there, but I'm not a quitter. And I just stuck it out. I mean, go to a long story about that. But these guys were hard on me. And I didn't complain. And they would go, I have the Grand Canyon get started to, Jews fighting over the nickel and but I didn't care. That's kind of what it was, because I played baseball also in high school, and it was around football. So it just made me tougher. It made me strong, and I just rose above it. They would say, oh, Brody, you're Jew, or something. I go, well, Jesus was Jewish. They get pissed, like these Christian guys. But, they were good friends. Like, it was kind of a hasty thing. Because I got picked on at Reseda High School growing up, and it's different getting picked on by inner city kids. You got it, malicious. I'd rather get hazed by a Christian. That's okay. That's I don't need to be gang jumping into something. I'm so upset with politics, it stressed me out big time.
I
used to bring you
if you have an intention your lower sanctuary carbon, in your life, the carbon is going to be cultural, doesn't count towards your obligation. But if you have mindful lower sanctuary carbon, when you were shifting the higher sanctuary carbon, then that carbon is going to be invalid. Incredible. Let's go back there. On the bus. That's nice. So she's jumping in the same just one example of this. On the car. First of all, you might say it nicer than enough. But ultimately, again,
Seattle was a great scene. It was really,
why? Because
I don't know how it is now, but we were just still great stuff. Still great for comedy. A lot of the young comics up there is what I hear. I run Reed to Arizona. Oh, he did? Yeah, so I don't know. Phoenix or something. Oh, wow. So I don't know. I run the contest and all that sort of stuff.
Or the purpose of cancer. Ultimately, again, it will be muscle wide because you've shifted a carbon of higher sanctity for the purposes of something of a lower sanctity, and therefore it will be
what? Did I want to get balls? Yeah, 79, I think. 78, 79. They beat the Washington Bullets. What is it? 77.
Not only did this stuff, how much trouble also. So it's the first thing you want to start with is the question of the feedback. Right? Mishnah says,
something like my cousins lived there. I saw that team. I didn't know anything about Seattle. But the basketball team is great. And they started showing pictures of the stadium when they were up there. You have to show the stadium before they play.
Says no matter why you have to phrase it that way. Not only but Mr. Ella Shalom, listening, all the Bible verses go just sound here a little bit. So I but Ella, Bob, I mean, the Bible will shape for wrong. It doesn't count for the owner towards that towards his obligation. Why not just say, although other Bible shape doesn't count when you say Ella Shalom. Just say the Lord. All of the Bible will shape doesn't count towards the owner of their obligation. That's it.
So how we started on fucking Seattle. They had the football team. Jimmy Ford. Seattle, South Florida football. I don't know what year it was. So just ritual shot. And therefore, how much is after that? And what is that? What is actually the first time I go to the bottom of the Kusha side of kind of observation in the world. Sushi, yeah, Rabbi Rothschild, Shara, Bondos, the Fatima, Shama, we are of our Mishina conscious. Was the comedy magazine?
Yes.
John Fox.
Let's just give example. I went ahead and was offering up a slogan. And instead, I went ahead and I had in mind for a kind of toga Thanksgiving offering. Okay, so what's that?
most interesting thing about it.
Gosh, but what? I was not bringing another carbon because I still owe a schlubber. Now, if you want to say it like this, you might have thought once I went ahead and I deviated the intentionality, right? I know you had in mind for a total. so that I can even deviate from the rest of the logos. One of the exciting things we're going to talk about, we're going to go through extensively, are the various steps in carbonic service. So as I said, remember again, there's a smicha in certain animals, there's a shita, shechting, kabbalah, of the dog,
Dude holding it out like this. Watch out, this is stuck out. That fucking knows the right one. They always
Treasure in like the 90s or
Seattle comedy competition. That's it. Rest of the Seattle comedy competition. Comedy underground. There's just something about the Northwest, the fresh air. I know nothing about that shit. I didn't know nothing about sand. I met Rio went there. I knew that the Supersonics were there. And then something really fucking happened. I discovered a band called Sound.
Just because
And I was like, oh, see right there on the way. Yeah, now even that was up in this newspaper. That thing right there was something that they had in the newspaper.
It's just I got publication.
And I was like, Dad,
When it comes
that club.
to that slugger,
Every time
I thought
I
it
saw it, it was showing up magazine.
its original
I was up to see what comedy clubs was closing. And I'd always circle that fucking club. And for some reason, I wanted to go to fucking Seattle. And sound good.
teaching us.
I'm here about the terrible. I'm hearing about all this shit up there. One thing I hear about
So once I
comedy.
messed up, what's the point of trying
I
to
didn't think in my mind I was number
And that's something like
Seattle.
there's the golden lights. So I think like the boat making a thing for the boat making a mistake. At least if I can't undo the mistake, the best thing I can do is don't compound it. Don't compound it. Don't double down. Try to figure out what I can do to extricate myself from the causes of this mistake now instead of trying to make it worse. That's what I'm saying. If you drop over shut pushing, over shut pushing, over strong. Looks like you're saving over, and check the slow and strong. Whatever the case is, I shifted it over. For the purpose of
That's crazy romantic.
I told her strong.
I met on Memorial Day weekend, and I was in Seattle 5 weeks later. But now I tell you, the people always say, I'm going to Seattle to college in 23. So what are you doing there right now? Working at Starbucks for a week.
Make sure that by consuming ritual rights, the carbonic rights, that you live in the right mindset. Everyone who's weaker, who's weaker, ultimately again, for the sake of Sunday, who's weaker, to the original over intention. We're going to so we might say ourselves, everybody's in the spell, everybody's in the crap. Because it's this concept, or even if I deviated in the original intentionality by, let's say, the Shkita, I should not deviate in future aspects of the carbonic service that I can include in my mindset. Because either this is a svara or it's a husk. So you know, everybody's in the svara. So what's the svara? It's very simple. You shouldn't be shutting back on English.
You say 6:50 today?
Was it?
Back now? I'm talking about.
That's because I know.
What's the you want to call when you go? That's what I did. I went to Seattle. To New York. That was against the morning bullshit. You gotta play money. Or you're gonna die because you really have a dream. You'll live in the shit. I'm sure you're fucking listening. Don't think I sacrifice. One night, I was in the car, I woke up and he didn't go, it helped your back. No, I'll go to the rest and survive now.
That was like, you see the problem in the house, right? The box said, talking about carbonics. Whatever you made, fulfill it. But then how does it end off? Are two different things. Behind the double, you might say, so why does the house mention the double? On the days, nether. So I said, ultimately, the house, the subject of the house is Kashanadanda, nether. So it's talking about the nether, why are you really talking the double? The
This what I got.
There's a distinction between number one distinction. Neder Amar Harei Alai, with the Dava Harei, so Neder ultimately again is on the Dava Harei Alai, I think of myself, and the Dava ultimately again is I think this animal should be in the Dava. So I was asking why does the Pasuk vacillate between Neder and the Dava? Rather, what sort of the Pasuk teaching incredible topic. Why to be based on law? In Kamasha, that is a Neder. So the Gemara is teaching me that if you fulfill, right, in other words, if you carry through on that which you intended to do, then ultimately your offering is a neder. And it's not ultimately again, it will be counted as
My seat doesn't go back.
Look at that.
So I can sing on my car after on the back.
That's saying this is exactly the principle that I want to if let's say I have a relationship in the car, when I offered it, I had it running for the wrong type of carbon. So what's that? The carbon is so to speak, I'm offering up a carbon. It doesn't count towards my obligation, but I'm offering up a carbon. When you dava, you share the same way. And I will say that even as in a dava, ultimately, again, are you allowed to go ahead and make changes in the designation of a dava? And the answer is no. What do you see from here? And Allah said, even if you made a change in the designation of the carbon, you should not make subsequent changes during the ensuing rituals and rites. Look at Rashi. We're done with and therefore, since the Torah calls this designated carbon in the Dava, it tells you that even though you made a mistake on the front end, don't continue to have Shalom Lishma intentions the rest of the way. Incredible. I'm going to do the Dava. The means of the Dava. Well, how is Kaban Ba'arta, the Tumah de Chama? So he said, Papa, did you miss a night last night? Last night, you were not with us. You were not with us in the tomb of Beit Karmach, the Rami, which is a place. Right? The Rami, tomb is like the boundary, and Beit Karmach is the place. The Rami, Rava, Mili Ma'aya Sadadi, Bishani. Because Rava was contrasting, right? He was going ahead and talking about all different kinds of things, raising all different kinds of contradictions, and he was out. There's something so good. Like, Papa, did you miss a matchup last night? Did you said, everything depends on who your friends are and who you are, right? In terms of what you consider a good night, right? Why do you consider something that you tell your friends, oh, you miss out? So at least for Rina and Papa, oh, did you miss out? Mamish. Rava was on fire. Right? He was Mamish going ahead and contradictions and resolving everything. So my meaning now, so it's obviously you can imagine, right? So Papa has a lot of FOMO over here. So Papa says, so tell me what happened, right? Give me something. My meaning now, so there, he comes to Papa. According to our Mishnah, all Karbanos that are offered up Shalom Lishma. So watch this. Hang on, the Shalom Lishma. And interestingly, Rabbi says, what is happening in the Mishnah? So yeah, let's take a simple case. I have an obligation ultimately shlomim. And what am I doing? At the time of the shkita, I have in mind that it should be the shame. I'm actively having in mind the wrong designation. Okay, so good news and bad news. What's the good news? Carbon is kosher. Bad news? I still have to bring another shlomim. Didn't count on my obligation. Now let's hear this interesting. What about the following case? What about if, let's say again, I'm obligated to bring a shlomim, and at the time of the carbon, I had no shkita. I didn't have any intention. Like bringing carbon, I did so. What's the good news? The good news is I didn't have intention for the carbon. What's the bad news or other news is I also did with intent to bring a shlomim. So Rava posited that such a carbon is kosher and counts towards my obligation. Why? Stama Arulavayra. So Gemara says, Alma Stama Yami Kemish. What was Rava's deal? Rava's deal was that in Mishnah, the problematic case was was when you have in mind ultimately again for the wrong. When is it 25? 25. Good. So again, my wrong. What is the covenant compromise? When I have the wrong type of carbon. So I said I have to bring a shlomim. I had in mind for Ola. That's when the covenant is compromised. But Rava's inference, even the Mishnah was, but if you just have no intention, I'm bringing a carbon. Yeah, I'm bringing it. I was exactly bringing a shlomim, but at the time of the shmita, I didn't have any intention. That works. When I say that works, is the covenant is kosher and it fulfills my obligation. What do you see from here? Allah, stama nami kilishmat dami. But we don't say stama, which means now stama essentially means no specific intent. No specific intent essentially counts as specific intent. In other words, as long as you don't have erroneous, the carbon is considered to be offered up lishma. I'm reading Mary's Akasha 1 second. Kolek dam shalom l'shein shah, puzzle. We'll contrast this with let's start off with get. And we get that was not for the purpose of the let's say again, Ruben goes into the sponge. Listen, I'm divorcing my wife, and so it's great, to receive a little bit of time. We have some people who, you happen to find the Ruben in a yellow. Over here, Ruben in a Rachel, you find the before that, and it's there. It's Ruben in a Rachel. Obviously, it doesn't work. Right? Why doesn't it work? Because it has to be with Shema. So the Gemara says, Stama nami pasel. What happens if the Sofer ultimately again just wrote, didn't write it for the wrong woman? He just wrote it to stamp. Just wrote it stamp. Such a get is going to be also. So we'll say, so what do you see here? You see here that halakha l'maisa, so we'll call no intention is considered intention. So what's going on? I'm just shining Gemara says, no, we resolve that. You can't compare those two cases, we'll say. But in general, a married woman in a chazaka is that she's married. Gerushin represents a tremendous change in the what we call the life equilibrium. That requires active lishma. In general, if I designate a covenant as a shalom, so the default is I designated it. Remember again, I designated it, I'm bringing it. So what's the default? The default is that it's for Shlomo. As long as I don't change the default, we're good to go. In other words, cases just fundamentally positive. Whereas there's Musvak in the stomach cherry on. But from where do you know, that you offer a carbon without specific intent, that the carbon is going to be kosher? Where do you know that from? So the Gemara says, so again, maybe it's our Mishnah. Like this, again, Mishnah is phrased. All carbonates that were offered are shalom l'shman. Shalom l'shman. So what does that mean? Again, what's the problem over here? They're being offered up for the wrong designation. That's what ultimately they're compromised. The low katman is b'chul l'shman. Very interesting, right? If the Mishnah wanted to teach us that even stam is problematic, then it would have been a better way to. I should have said, Kol HaZakim, Shman. If it wasn't offered to Shman, that would have told me that even no intent is still problematic. The fact that it says, Kol HaZakim, Shalom Shman indicates to us wrong intention is what compromises the carbon. Does not. No intention does not. Gemara says, Nami Hakitani, Palagajetam, Shalom L'Shein Shabasal, the Lokatani, Shalom Shabasal. There's the problem. By giving, we have that same verbiage as well. And yet by giving, that's not halakha. Right? By giving, the halakha is ultimately that's law. That's Shalom L'Shma, right? Or even Stam. Right? The Gemara says, it's not. Take some Lishman for Shalom Lishman. So it says, give me an example of Lishman and Shalom Lishman. What's the example? So the Gemara says, L'Shem case, or L'Shem Shlomim. So for example, again, the case would be, let's again, I'm offering up a Kaman Pesach, all right, and instead I have a for Shlomim. So the Gemara says, Taimar L'Shem Pesach or L'Shem Shlomim. Ultimately, again, that this is a case of Shalom. Why? because you actively have two distinct designations. Ha, l'shem Pesach, stama, kasher. That was a better way. So that it's not the best example of Karban Pesach, because Karban Pesach was one of the examples that Alekama said. But don't worry about that right now. So it says as follows. What do you notice in here? When do we say tension impacts the carbon? An active change of designation. Like the nights against our first Pesach, but I had in mind for Shlomo, or Shlomo had in mind for Pesach. But again, what we do different from here is that what? Polishing Pesach was stomach. But ultimately, again, if the intention was first of Pesach and then changed to just a non-descript intention, kasher. Alma, someone to the Shmana. Now be careful what do you see from here. Then no intention, right? What we call a stam intention, ultimately again is the same as a lishma intention. Or stated otherwise, the only time you compromise the carbon is when you actively have in mind for a different carbonic designation. Like when I saw, you just have stam, power, right? No specific intent. The carbon is still going to be kosher. Don't much shiny us, maybe it's different over there. Why? Damar, maybe carbon is different. Damar, Hava Osa, that's Rishon Abu Osa. So listen, maybe it's different over there. Because, for example, if let's say you say L'Shem Pesach, and then you don't have any intentionality afterwards, that's okay. Why? Because when I saw, since I said L'Shem Pesach on the outset, that sets the tone. And even if there's no specific intent, the rest of the way forward, that's okay. Because that creates what's the example of Shalom Lishma Lishma? L'Shem Shlomo L'Shem. It started off by saying L'Shem Beis. No intention. L'Shem. So we don't show. No more checking us and why the Amar Nokia Sofa Al Tfilah. So that was maybe different because maybe it's retroactive clarification. Since at the end you had in mind for the right carbon, that shows that from Shman Shalom Lishman Tana Nami Shalom Lishman Ulishman. That again, Gemara just says, or perhaps we're just bringing up this other case in order to make a sense of so we're going to stop over for today. So we're going to get to the conclusion that compromise the carbon. The Gemara, so now both of the Gemara is trying to answer that. We're trying to answer what that didn't work, and here's Hashem. Stay tuned. Answer first thing tomorrow morning. Bye, have a great day, everyone.
Evil or convince us to eat the wrong fruit, or make a left instead of a right, or to pet a dog or kick a dog. I think that there's something that we have to give ourselves a bit of a break with that, honestly, because if you can imagine other times, it's like there's literally an angel on one shoulder and a devil on the other whispering in your ear.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Talmud response of Kosovo Shachar Tzisrael for dedicated all the Shem Joshua's this year. This is Chos, the Resort Talmud Sham Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsor for the month of Elul, Habal Ben Gober, for Aliyah and Shem of his parents, Abram Ben Asher Plus, Vega Rezo Bas, Selling, and the hopes that Silos of our entire kilo, all of Klal will be answering each one of the minutes. Lily Nishman's daughter from his father, Ari Plum, Yitzchak, Ari Ben Achavra Yaakov from Yidracha. And as always, we dedicate our learning in Schos of our precious Asdus as well. The Earth Hashem bring successful the whole Maaseh Yidehem. 2, 4, 6, 8 is up from the bottom at the 2 dots. So again, the Mishnah introduced us to the concept of these hierarchies. So the Mishnah, for example, said that a coin comes before maybe it becomes a very solid, so for a mamzer, so on and so forth. So the Gemara says, when is all of this true? When you're all on equal footing. For example, if that's a tam chacham comes first. So for example, you have a mamzer tam chacham and a kohen. The mamzer tam chacham takes precedence over the kohen. So you might not hang on, you don't know this from. Such beautiful you are. So I'm not talking about Rabbi ultimately, the Gemara says such a beautiful, beautiful pasuk. The pasuk says it is more precious than gems. So what is this referring to? So it says pasuk Mishnah is referring to Torah. Torah itself is more precious than even the most valuable jewels. What does this mean? A kamikah is more precious. The Kohen Gadol shenichnas l'fnai. Right? Tam chacham is more precious. The Torah is more precious. The plan words from the Kohen Gadol who enters into the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur. As we discussed yesterday, the difference is that a Tam chacham represents what you make of yourself, versus these other static. This is as a Kohen, a lady, even in Israel. These, at least initially, are statuses which are conferred upon you. Earned status is greater than holder status. Earned status is greater than conferred status. Incredible. Let's go right there. Really, an emancipated slave ultimately again should take precedence over again. Why? She said, "Godly one of the kedusha, the Zerlon godly one of the kedusha," because an emancipated slave grew up with right within a Jewish home, and therefore Hamas grew up, so to speak, in a context, in a situation. Welcome back to Melfish. Wow. Such is supposed to finish. It's not how it is, but I'm sure it's okay. So the question, but this morning I was seeing things, and then incredible. It's right. But even if I have to see things, so good to see you. So the question says as follows. So I would have thought that a Nadim Shukri, because at the end of the day, and I grew up, so to speak, in a Jewish home, versus a Ger which did not. The Gemara says, the difference is that an Eved descends from a cursed lineage. Eved come from Canaan, and Canaan was cursed. Showing this, so it's a very interesting shadow. The students asked what also why everyone literally means it runs. 4 lines at the bottom, 13 and 8. So the Gemara says that people run. Now, run means that people are agreeable or amenable to marry a Yores, but people don't necessarily want to marry an emancipated servant. What's the reason for that? Very simple. A servant was bechal in the context of arar, of cursed, but a Yores was not. There are other possibilities. But presumably knows that one day she's going to want to convert. Therefore, she's careful. Ultimately, again, with her also holistic kedusha. She's moral. She's not promiscuous. But Shifra never knows if she's going to be emancipated, and therefore, unfortunately, behaves immorally. Why is it that a dog knows its master, has an allegiance to its master, but yet a cat does not? What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Allah has covered the color. So says you're going to say on this the items that if you eat them cause forgetfulness. Amongst them a mouse. Now if you eat from something that a mouse eats that causes you to forget. So the Gemara says if you eat a cat, cats eat mice. By definition, a cat doesn't remember its owner because again it consumes a mouse. Interesting idea. Okay, why mice create forgetfulness? We'll see in this world. If they mahakol, Mostly backbone. Why is it that no one likes mice? Like, why does no one like mice? And everyone's always trying to kill the mouse, catch the mouse, all these different kinds of things. So the Gemara says, Suran Ra, because mice are bad. Suran Ra means that inherently, mouse exhibits negative behavior. How so? The Gemara says, Rabbi Amar, Rabbi Amar, guys. It's one thing about say, because mice don't just eat through food, right? Don't just eat, they even not through clothing. Now, what benefit does a mouse have when it's clothing? The answer is none. So the must find out is that a mouse is just structure, even though there's no benefit. On the base, you basically on his third single, the most sometimes they'll even chew through the handle of a shovel. Now again, you'll ask yourself, what benefit does the mouse get when it chews through the mouth of the handle of the shovel? There's nothing. It's that destructive nature of a mouse is something that's considered to be so negative, and therefore, inherently, man doesn't like mice. Incredible. So it's a Quran. And let's say, I want to also point out, I'm not going to do justice to a lot of these Gemaras because, like, there's so much profundity, there's so much meaning in all of this. We'll get to the end. If we have time in our session, there's a couple of sections I want to go back. We're gonna make sure we finish it that day. There are 5 things which cause a person to forget their learning. So again, if one eats something that a mouse ate, in other words, let's say a mouse nibbled on a loaf of bread. If you add, that causes forgetfulness. If you eat something that a cat ate, now again, it's not because of the cat, but rather why is it? Because cats eat mice. So if one eats the heart of an animal, which I will say, that one you can understand, because you consider the heart is the very, very life source. So to ingest the very life source of animalistic life, by definitions and blood source humanity, which causes you to forget the Torah. One who eats 20 olives, if you drink bath water, leftover bath water, seems like a bad idea on many levels, right? But Lamaisa causes forgetfulness as well. This is fascinating. If you wash your feet one on top of the other. So just the imagery that remember, we're talking about, let's say somebody has like a bucket of water and you're washing your feet. So if you put one foot on the other and you wash it, that causes forgetfulness. So just think about that imagery for just a moment. If your feet are one on top of the other, what does that show? You should walk like that. You're immobile. When did you forget your learning? But ultimately, again, you move yourself forward. Put this on top of the other. You can't walk. If you can't walk, you can't advance. Such a person, unfortunately, loses their Torah. So too, somebody puts his clothing underneath his head. Underneath your head, he's sewing. But ultimately, again, if you put your clothing underneath your head, clothing, then what? Then you can't go ahead and get out into the world and accomplish things. So by definition, if you can't get this, you're going to forget your Torah. Spirituality is only retained if it's a process that is constantly moving forward. But if it remains in place by definition, it's you wash one foot on top of the other, you're not moving forward. You're not wearing your clothing, it's tucked underneath your pillows, you're not moving forward. If you're not moving forward by definition, you are regressing and forgetting. Incredible. There are 5 things which can restore your learning, like jog memory. Restore your learning, what are they? Number 1, past document of bread baked over coals. Themselves are apparently beneficial for me. If you eat a roasted without salt, olive oil, the most it's interesting, right? Olives cause forgetfulness. Olive oil apparently is good for memory. I will say a person who regularly drinks wine and smells nice things, that's good for and if you drink the leftover water from baking bread, from making dough. Others say also, and you eat the soul. Person who drinks around who ingests all of this. That consumption of olives could cause you to write too much loss, could cause you to forget your learning, even from 70 years. So to again, olive oil could cause you to recall your learning, even if you forgot to retain your learning for 70 years. Next, we'll say again, like I saw, this is beautiful, just because this is beautiful matter. This olive oil. For the time we'll come back to it. But not of the person who regularly drinks wine and goes that's good for memory.
Greetings to Podcastville. Uncle Joey here. This podcast is brought to you by Nature Box. What do you do when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? You rely on your self-control to resist, and how do you end up there? You eat the junk food. Start snacking out with Nature Box. These snacks right now you'll save even more because Nature Box is offering our church family 50% off your first order when you .com/Joey. Again, that's naturebox.com/50% off your first order. Number 2 is something that you want. Many recent studies suggest that having good oral health is fine today. Because right now you go to quip.com/Joey and get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack free at quip.com/Joey. The new way to brush your teeth. And number 3, today's coming. You see him sitting there and he sits there all day. What do you think happens when he sits there all day? I mean, your dad's a nice guy and the whole thing, but his ass don't mess like the rest of us. Just because he's your dad don't mean his ass don't stink like 10 dead notes. That ends today. You're gonna order HelloTushy.com. How's my dad's ass gonna stink differently? You know how? HelloTushy.com is a new portal today. Store on any level in this neighborhood, and it works tremendously well. Like today,
that's the taco that has all the chemical fish. That shows them the bacteria it runs through the skin, which runs through the cell.
Now the sun's coming.
Starts to lift me
And
on
when you
this.
really does
But one
the
goes
asshole,
ahead and looks
right or wrong, you would take a shit in the morning. You leave the house, you walk around, you make cool. But meanwhile, your asshole on fire. You don't know why your fucking little muffler is burning. You know why? Because you got that fucking backup trip. No more. HelloTushy.com will take care of that. Go to HelloTushy.com right now. That's it.
This is fascinating. Or
That
some
church. And get 10% off. HelloTushy.com.
causes a person to what we do in our is forward. There's a boss that's shit up. And then church knows about people make a mistake. They think that those Avelas behaviors are there to like hold you on the back. Not at all. They're to propel you forward in a particular avoda of taking care of the neshama of your life. Now you get distracted by other things. But the status represents to a certain degree the loss, which represents the past. In extant, I don't think it's something it means like reading it the first time. I think it's talking about reading it over and over. And certain times, right? Like all of that, either zero, that the dead are ultimately forgotten. Because I mean, people never suffered loss. The dead are never forgotten. The loss is fresh.
Excited to be here, Joey. Feeling good.
As we move ourselves forward,
sunny, hot now.
Someone who's stacking with
Today was, it was about 104 out there when it happened. Yeah, and the Dodger game, they played their down right. Marine layer, 70. Keep smoking hot here. What's the was?
Everybody has to show it. They can't sit down for the rest of the success.
Palm Springs, it's just the cut off the mountains. That's the first spot that the clouds from LA don't get to. It cuts it off. That's what it starts out there in that desert. And I like growing up here, you got the marine layer, you got the ocean breeze coming in. So you go to Anaheim Stadium, it's cold down there at night. That stadium, they've got wind coming through there. Same thing with San Diego. At night, it's always got San Francisco. Geez, all the cities are there. San Francisco, LA, you think LA and Anaheim, San Diego, oh, it's a mile. It gets
literally translated that out of walk. Now, what does that mean? Let's see, when they smash, some people were often sitting on the floor. So if you walk into the smash, after everyone was sitting, it looked like you were doing what? Stepping on the heads of the people.
but we're lucky we're not in Chicago. It rains hot. You really got to read the weather there.
Are permitted to enter into the smash even after everyone else is seated. Even though it looks like a shit of disrespectful, that they're walking over everyone. You can't see your shit and come on. So say again, it's not fucking bullshit, and then he has to leave to relieve himself. Once the alcohol, he'll come back in and go back to his place. They then become shamunim at the end. If there are sons of coming to Chachamim, whose father has a leadership position in the community, his man Shliach Dan Shmuar, when they have class to understand their father's name, and they sit in front of their father, and their back to the rest of the people. His man should give them das the shmor. When the sons themselves do not have the das to understand what's happening on the earth, Nasi Yoshvim Lifnei Adiyem, Upnei ultimately again, so in that case, they sit behind their father, facing the people. They don't say, Father, you begin to see very well. They say, Father, what's the son or activists? I wish the house of such things. Even like good and outside of this language, even let's say again, basically,
I can deal with humidity. I can deal with it going down the subway, even though that was really cool. But you get on that subway with that air conditioning, and it felt good. My apartment, I didn't have air conditioning. I had a fan and a water bottle. That's what I had. So it was pretty brutal. And then but I did it after 3 years living in New York. I got it out of my system. I did it in the subway, subway and the bus because the subway was not working. But got to see a lot of different people, doing comedy down there, out there, and got to the subway. I did it. You're the one who told me to go to New York. It was funny, like you mentioned, Colorado right here. That's where my mom was living. My friend. So I actually went to Colorado for a little bit. I go, I got to get out of New York. Went to Colorado. Caught my breath, and then I started here in LA. I didn't want to my chance for workshop. I needed that. That's why I went to graduation class at the college. Because I didn't want to. I did well. So Sunday night was friend, one of those daily seashore birds calling sister, see the lights of Dodger Stadium.
Happy shooting or something. And then I just waited, and I didn't hear anything about it for a week, and I was terrified that I had been sick, and that maybe I was fired, and maybe it wasn't like that, because I don't know him. And then it kind of just casually came over to me a week later, and she was like, I got you. He was like, I put the picture on page 4, and he was like, I only got to page 4. And then he walks away, and I was like, got him. And I took like a real slutty picture of myself, and I printed it out, and I put in a book of Zen Buddhism, and then I sent
the valley, high school, North Hollywood High, right here. How long has it been there for? It's an active quarter. You got 2 high schools there. You got yeah, Magnolia, Oakwood's private, rich kids probably. They have like a full-time staff of crossing guards on Magnolia throughout the day. Like six crossing guards. You don't see them until like a that sounds good. They built a bridge. They just installed the bridge. It costs like $30,000. There's probably like a
No, I don't think so. It's kind of a lot to throw at somebody random.
That stuff is, I mean, that's what I try and share on Twitter. I went to those private schools. I told my mom, for a semester, and I knew it wasn't right. I went to like Valley. I think it was actually called the Valley School, or like Haskell and Sherman Way. The Pettings, Notre Dame. Riverside. Notre Dame's on Riverside. It's high school. Let's respect #1 baseball player prospects in the country right now. What's 100? Tyler Green. Tyler Green, yeah. Get to 102. Yeah, a lot of money. Right. That's another one. Yeah, these kids, they're rich kids. They got helicopter parents, so they're doing, some of the drugs. That's right. Sorry, but we shouldn't make this change.
Think there's something you should know. I think it's time I told you so. There's something deep inside of me. There's something else I got to do. Get back your picture in the frame. Take everything, sing again in the rain. Just hope you'll understand. Time to close the night, make the man. All we have to do now. Take these lies and make them true somehow. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me. Yeah, I won't let you down. Will not give you up. To have some faith in me. It's the one good thing that I've got. I won't let you down. Please don't give me up. And I really love to stick around. Heaven knows I sure have some fun, buddy and me. What you can with your buddy and me. We can be bitch. I got a good time, boy. Yeah, I'm living fast. Man,
What's the tragedy of this story? Why is all of this happening? Why is all of this happening?
Easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both of these nuts on your chin? I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy, do you like both? Yeah, both of these nuts on your chin. I couldn't help easy.
oh, look back. No.
See the number there, Pablo? That's about 30.
That should be enough for your birthday party.
For the cake, yes, we'll keep it sweet, not too much. The number there, Pablo, that's about 30.
You know, sometimes when someone isn't treating you right, the best thing you can do is speak up. Might even put it into a song.
You say it right now, like, go ahead, big and
That's what's on your heart.
I probably start the song like, first off, forget your girl and the crew you claim. West side, where you ride, kind of push.
Then you can say he claims to be a play. We all know what happens with the trial. You know, sometimes when someone isn't treating you right, what you can do is speak up. Might even put it into a song.
You're saying a record, like, go ahead, big and
That's what's on your heart.
We'll probably start the song like, first off, forget your girl and the crew you claim. West side, when we ride. You really just said that? Opening line.
Then you can say that he claims to be a play, but we all know what happened with his wife.
Wow, this is hilarious.
Ready.
And
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death?
I'm dying this fucking country ass town. Shit flying in my mouth. Fuck, I can't see it. And don't get the fuck out of this country, motherfucker. I can't.
What really happened on that Thursday?
We're going to interview Eric White, who climbed the
highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But, yeah. That's the break. He climbed
I had my problems.
So we'll hear about that. That's the break. We're going to interview Eric Washington. He climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But, yeah, this line.
I'd rather sit with the site than the weirdo.
Being retarded. Retarded people go to work, school, just like the neighbors. They come home for the supervisor. In the neighborhood. Before they go home, being retarded never stopped anyone from being a good neighbor.
How would you say your mental focus is? Which focus? I haven't, look, I have trouble even saying to myself, my own head. I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than alive. How would you say your
You get 3 pieces of extra crispy and 2 biscuits on the side? Let me get a 3 pieces of extra crispy.
You ever been to Kenya? Can you fit these nuts in your mouth?
Oh, man. Yo, you wow, Mr. Rogers.
You ever been to Kenya? Can your mouth?
Oh, man.
Guys, I want just these.
Tupac, we heard of the artist Akon, but did you know he has a brother named Chokan? Chokan sees nuts.
Look, motherfucker, when I cook is what you gonna eat on my line. Fuck out. Welcome to Death Row Partner. Say what I say. Chill out.
Can you fit these nuts in
Peace and love, y'all. Tonight, we take like this prime time. 3 possible fathers working for baby Jones. Shit wrong, you take that up with the manager. Don't want to talk about the drop fucking sandwich. You hear me? You're gonna fucking drop,
Good afternoon. Terribly sorry to bother you. You might offer if I came in.
Can you fit these nuts in your mouth?
Oh my. It's one place up in now. It's one place. Hi, my name is Lee, and what do you do? Back.
the drink, Captain Stuff. What's up? Feeling better? Yeah.
Think of a number between 1 and 10. Okay, multiply it by 9. Okay, now take whatever you got, whatever number you got, and add those two digits together. Okay, now subtract 5 from that. All right, okay, now take the letter in the alphabet, corresponding number. Like 1 is A, 2 is B. Got it? Okay. Yes. Okay, think of a country again. Okay. Okay. Okay, but don't tell me. All right. Now take the last of that animal and think of a fruit. Okay, but don't tell me if you're thinking of a kangaroo in Denmark eating an orange. Think of a number between.
Yeah, sorry to not propose to me if there was. Nothing, just.
Ma'am, roll your window down, please. Roll your window down, please. Can you turn that music off?
Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I can't hear you. We need to have a conversation. Okay, can you roll all the way down, please? Ma'am, I'm Deputy Schwartz, Sheriff Landon. Tell me what's going on.
Okay. How old do you think I am? That's me.
I'm not going to guess your age. Can I just get your ID and registration?
Trick or treat, motherfucker. That looks great too. Happy Halloween, neighbors.
This is Steve, who's a male. Very loving cats.
Pinky.
This is Pinky.
Yeah, my winner is the actually. Yeah. You were still alive. I was like, you look like the killer. They found him. And we had a fun night over lunch.
But I also learned that I wanted to be the actor that I was nowhere near ready. I learned that I didn't want to be a in fact, I didn't want to be
Yes, what did you talk about, right?
There's a different film up there. This is up there.
I know. I
They go to the bar, 6 a.m. So they want to break.
Yeah, I went on a.
Do you like Chef Boyardee?
That's why I walked away. I said, I'm not. I know I'm not.
I went on a.
Like even when I go to see Boyardee, seeing the show, I learned about, a headliner, but I wasn't like a
Some of my young neighbors have been teaching me new
I
words.
still,
One of
like
them is
laughing at my friends. I like
it comes from the word
different
tuition.
some of these
Friend told me about a phrase young people use. They say,
weird. Maybe
no
I'm just
cat.
immature about
It means they're telling the truth, no deception, no pretending. Have you ever heard someone say the word sus? It's a short way of saying suspect or suspicious. Sometimes neighbors use a new word to say that something tastes especially good. Lately, I've heard young people say it. Some of my young neighbors have been teaching me new words, and one of them is quiz.
Have you ever been like, what's your biggest one? Have you ever been?
See what you picked up, Haru?
You want a 12-week course of professional driving lessons.
Music and all that weird stuff. I knew I didn't get out of LA.
It's okay to be gay.
That comedy course at UCLA,
Love yourself.
for a comedy store. that one open mic and chats with them.
Right, Tori races.
Can't have some of those. I get it. I understand it because I play baseball. I learned all about it. Comes in like playing sports. I learned about discipline. When I played baseball in Arizona State, we represented. You could get in trouble because you're competitive. Just don't be disciplined. But learning to get back going, the Jewish guy, gay guy, run weird, this, fucking punching me. But I knew that's how it was. I was like the high school guy, the picture all of a sudden. So they tried to they tried all they didn't get me out of there, and she was considered virtually dead. Thankfully, CPR from her mom revived her heart, but she was in the coma for 2 weeks, and then she defied all odds and woke up. Jewish guy had the Grand Canyon. Jews fight hard.
Well, obviously, there's a problem with that too. She doesn't want to sound like that. She doesn't remember the accident. I am so sorry. I was ready to walk again after lighting both her legs, and we'll have more on the story eventually. That's a big story. I know, it's the story of a pig that is inspiring others. One from a plumbing family.
Friends like it was kind of a good thing. Because I got picked on every city in high school growing up, and it's different getting picked on by inner city kids. You got it, malicious.
Not so pale.
I'd rather get hazed by a Christian.
Today's snow is crippling much of the Washington lowlands.
Give their final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer, Megan Dugan's. I'm sorry. Megan Dugan's.
Slight chances of precipitation per it's rain. It's going to bring a possibility of some rain.
Well, the sign says that it's 4 quarters per an hour, but a quarter only gets 15 minutes. So if my math is correct, that's not an hour.
That's not an hour, but it is.
I just don't understand how something so small can be so impressive.
Plus, you would know about that. Thank you very much.
Over the last 2 years, hundreds have landed in the Summit County Medical Examiner's office. But now he's dead.
Keep your pride flags and wear rainbow colors at Toggle Bay tomorrow afternoon. Not so pale. You're funny. Feeling much of the Washington lowlands.
Give their final goodbyes.
That girl sounds
Not
fucked.
so pale. You're funny. Feeling much of, you're going to do a spoken word for us now, right? And tell us what we're about to do. Okay, freestyle. Well, let me sit back. Go ahead, Marshall.
Years ago, they tried to.
Some of the cousins lived there. I saw that. I didn't know anything about Seattle. One day, the basketball team is great. And they started showing pictures of the city when they was up there. Yeah, to show this.
You want to try to read something from your book?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're going.
It's such a good feeling to know you're alive.
Is
it off? Are we off? Fucking thing sucks. What the fuck's the matter with you, neighbor? Unbelievable. Who put this together? A bunch of damn toddlers? Yeah? Watch this. Fuck off, neighbor. We're just here. This piece of...
Keep rolling.
Are you still rolling? Are you still fucking rolling? Forget it. Are you? I said, don't move them. Don't fucking move them. Fuck this! You think this is funny? And sometimes the kindest thing we can do for ourselves is just slow down and take a breath. Fuck me, you fucks can't even keep the lights on? I'll get it. Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Yeah, we're still rolling. Can we cut? It's such a good feeling to know you're alive.
Cut! Is it off? Are we off? Fucking things up.
I love anal.
Yes.
Can you page I love anal?
I was wondering if you can call for my brother to meet me back up here real quick.
What's his name?
Last name is Oxlong. First name's Mike.
Mike Ox.
Oxlong is his last name.
Attention, Walmart customers would like Oxalon. Electronics.
Gentlemen, what is the one thing?
Good evening, I'm Lisa Carter. The president drops a wild skateboard video, pushing to become a downloadable new Tony Hawk Pro Skater game. Here's the scoop. President Trump is going viral with his epic skate edit. He's throwing hammers, insane tricks that are wet, all to lobby for a...
You want to know the truth? I don't give a shit about my neighbors. Oh my God. I don't give a shit about your damn kids either. What did you say? I can't believe this. Think this ring is your happy little neighborhood, huh? You think your hero's going to come save you? Not tonight. Not in my neighborhood. What tell me? Wrong. The only thing that matters is Mr. You see that match, and you know it. Mr. First, you talk to me. 3 counts clear as day, and you turn it into 2. You think I didn't see you? Somebody get in the neighborhood on respect, and you spit on it. Just have it. Oh, I hear you. All that noise. It sounds like jealousy from the neighborhood. You don't have to like me. You just have to understand.
You didn't want a neighbor, you wanted a problem.
You want to know the truth? I don't give a shit about my neighbors. Oh my God. I don't give a shit about your damn kids.
Listen, there's such a significant amount of capital that's needed to buy a rocket, and the number of people that really understand rocketry in the world is a very small number.
Well, I really started taking it seriously like in the 7th grade.
Well, it's a huge difference. It's a very difficult tech.
Anything in life that you put your mind to, you can do.
Man, I don't even know if this shit really happened.
Am I nice? I'm probably better than you.
What you mean?
I just have more lyrical skills than me. I'm laying the house, and by now I would be dead. And that's the bringing this stuff. I know she trying, but man, I think so. I'm be dying. I told y'all, let's do something.
I'm not going to say no to you. Are you nice?
Am I nice?
I don't even know if this shit's real. I don't know.
It was Liam Gallagher from Oasis. He is so angry. I think we have a clip of that. Let's go into this. Oh, you do? Here goes Liam Gallagher from Oasis is here. Hanging out. Shooting the breeze. Catherine's on the phone from Jersey. Catherine? She said hi. What's your question, Catherine?
Actually, I wanted to know what Liam thinks about the boy bands that are out there today.
What do you think about all that happening? So many of them.
selling records, in sync, this group right over here. Broke Music Records, 1.1 million.
Hey, it's not about selling records.
Yeah, that's it. This is why I do a lot of television. Well, there you go. That was kind of the worst guess recently.
Whole thing. You know, that's actually my vocal. They just chopped it up. Oh, it's not sizer. It's just that. It's just my vocal, so they pitched it up, messed with it and stuff. That's not true. It's not true. I swear it's true.
Good morning, sir. Me? Yeah, you. Exactly, sir. 3,000 What kind of idiot logs into court like that? What's your name again?
No, thanks, sexing, sir, but I don't believe that I typed anything like that. And
Well, that's what it says.
I apologize. That should not be.
Yeah, you should. I'll put you in the waiting room. You can sit and live for a while. It would help when you call yourself online. Good morning.
Schwarzenegger is here. You know him? Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know him? Say that, I didn't say Schwarzenegger. I didn't say that. We'll be back in a minute with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's his name.
You got here first. You did it when I was 9. It's such a curveball. I know, can I just say something? I'm going to say it again, and if you smile, I'm going to leave. Okay. If you smile, that really fucking helps me. All right. Don't cover your mouth. Cover your mouth. The thing is that I'm telling you like this. I'm vulnerable. I know, and I'm expressing a truth to you. I guess here. I just feel like you're laughing. No, let's do it. Okay. You can't have to go to the that's a curveball. So when I was 9 years old, I was 9. You start with the paper like inside out. With pencil leaf, right? Make a tiny blanket. Exactly. Shape it, roll it back and forth, take what you got, a little lick, the snake out, grab it.
They were pretty good.
I'm alright, just
now you're real slant. They were
thanks, man.
Now, if God made it, I'm good.
Snoop Dogg.
I think being a big
I got brain at that. What did you buy today?
I bought 6 bucks. 6 Bud Light, and I love you, Tom.
So, boys, how much would you drink a day?
A day, I don't know, maybe a couple beers, depends. Weekends, maybe, 5 beers. 2 drinks a week.
What do you think of that?
Well, that's just not feasible, not in this country. Well, come on, man, 2 drinks a week, what's that going to do for you? I mean, that doesn't even get you through a day.
A reason if you're at home, you have like 4 beer. That's just two more. I mean, I'll have 6. That's a fair number. There shouldn't even be guidelines anyway. Why are you going to tell them?
Well, I guess the idea is, would you be concerned that you're at a higher health risk if you're drinking?
No. That's not the main point here is why are they telling me what I can drink at home? What, can I have 2 liters of pop? Can I have 2 liters of pop? Well, what's more healthy? 4 beers or 2 liters of Coca-Cola? Do the math.
So I'm guessing that this information about the new guidelines is going to change your life.
It's heartbreaking and I can't even believe it. Wait a minute. You paid handle the tooth.
What did you buy?
Biggest moment of my life. Right now. 3 minutes. Yes.
Let me get through, please. Ivan, guys, we're gonna need a medic out here. Close traffic, please.
They breathing?
Stay there, please. This was not supposed to happen. Questions were not
Biggest moment of my life.
Attention.
You know what? If you were somebody, you'd be sitting there and I'd be talking to you. Check it out. Listen, man, you play that, man, you can walk down that Grammy Road together, or you can diss me, and I win the Grammy Road, you sitting in the audience watching.
Okay, wait. We're demonstrating.
Allie, is it better to go slow or better to go fast?
I think you kind of vary it.
Just let this gray roll upward, let it drift like a whisper into the sky.
No, Mr. Rogers, like this.
Like this. Holy shit, that wasn't neighborly. Mr. Rogers, what happened to my guitar? You know what happened?
Hey, co-pilot.
Toward his crotch and yelled, "Suck it," at a female classmate. So when you say suck it, what are you telling somebody?
It's just a gesture. I mean, it's not like I'm not saying get your head down there and suck it.
He's not going to go out there, his friends. Maybe you see, you hear them in the stores. Here we go. So it's not just them single out.
So we got a generation of kids yelling, "Suck it."
Yeah. Toward his crotch and yelled,
Remember that one is Coke Live on
We are gathered here today because the idea of freedom cannot be changed by the hands of time. Got it. All right, son. Thank you. Let's give him.
Let's make some happy clouds.
I need, honestly, I need
Do you know what?
Okay, you have 15 minutes. This is Ben. We're about to show. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm asking what the president of the government
City Zoo. And this week, the zoo's eighth caretaker took over their Instagram, and we have all women that they did. As you can see, Ben was fascinated.
I'm here this morning because I want to apologize. The only time I said, but to our entire community. I said something yesterday that was inconsiderate, it was inappropriate, and I want you to know I understand how much I've hurt you out there.
Oh, come on, come on. I mean, I get it. But...
I love you so much, and you have been one of my best friends for the past year and a half, and I would never do anything to hurt you.
Thank you very much. And I do accept your apology, and I do appreciate your apology. All that being said, and now it's good for submit to you, what she said yesterday was wrong. It cut deep for me, and it cut deep.
Calm down.
A lot of you in the community, I've heard the phone calls, and I've heard the Facebook messages as well. And I guess coming out of this, I want this to be a teachable moment.
It looks like me.
The lesson here is that words matter.
Please, I just posted. Okay, you have to see that. This is Ben. We're about to show. Oh my goodness, I can look at that. He's a resident of the Oklahoma City Zoo. This week, the zoo's
Oh. Look at what it is. This is my girl. She started it all.
Then I ran down. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I was fighting for my life. And then the smoke bronchitis.
I ain't got one time for that.
I woke up to go get.
I'd love to give a good gift, but
You know, sometimes life can be hard.
Yeah, y'all Puerto Rican, you little piece of shit. Yeah, I'll speak Spanish, you little fucking little cocksucker. What do you got, you little fucking little cocksucker? Yeah, fuck you, you little piece of shit. Yeah, I'll speak Spanish. Primo y Aerobroi. Cocksucker. Yeah, fuck you, you piece of shit.
Yell at him in Spanish. Yell at him.
Yeah, you motherfucker, you motherfucker. Pussy garbage.
Beal knows a lot of language. Yell at him in Chinese.
I love this thing.
That's just a bit. On the on-ramp. What the fuck? They don't have the shit locked up or nothing. Watch, this guy's coming. There's a guy coming behind me. Yeah. Who's he gonna fucking go? Oh shit! I am hot. Fuck, bro. I was just winning this on-ramp. There's no signs fucking off, but I thought I was fucking high. That's just a bit. On the on. What the fuck? They don't have this shit blocked off or nothing. Watch, this guy's coming. There's a guy coming behind me. Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, it's water. I am hot.
Hungry right now? Not at all. Really? I'm so hungry. Like you should probably eat. Alright, thanks. Do you think you could hungry right now? Not at all. Really? I'm so hungry. Like you should probably eat. Alright, thanks. Didn't hit it off. Do you think you could look come and say, Dua Lipa is the greatest star in history for me, please? I would never say that.
But at the same time, me, I'm 56 years old. I'm sorry. Skill or talent or try tomorrow. I can't either.
Really?
I'm very surprised
I
a
feel
musician
so
can.
much.
So did
What?
I'm sorry. I'm in a relationship because of that. It's a real fan.
The song is the one that was wearing the giant chain around his neck. Where's this a giant chain? is the one that was wearing a giant chain around his neck. Wearing a giant chain. What do you think?
What's your favorite food?
Pizza.
Why haven't you joined the army to help defend our country?
Hungry right now?
Let's talk about your cake place. Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. Buttered sausage.
I love it.
So his first name's Holden, last name Tudix.
Holden Tudix.
Yeah.
Attention large customers with Holden Tudix, please come back to the building materials desk. Holden Tudix.
You're able to call for my brother to meet me back up here. Yeah. Last name's Murfitz. And then first name's Wayne. Turkey. Her last name is Tracian. And then first name's Penny. I was just wondering if you could call for my brother to meet me up here real quick.
Your brother?
Yeah. His name is Gabe. Last name's Horn.
Gabe Horn?
Yeah.
Gabe Horn, you are needed to appliances. Gabe Horn,
Icon has the tools. Real quick, what's the prices here on these new machines you've seen, Keith?
This one's list price at $49.99. This one goes for $95 grand.
Okay.
Depending on the drive. It's $79.99 with 2 megabytes, $49.99, and $84.99. This is equivalent to an IBM AT. This is 12 megahertz, 286. It's got a 287 socket. It's got a 20 megabyte hard drive, 3.5-inch floppy. This is EGA compatible screen. It's got 16 scales. On the back here, your standard G monitor, 2 servers. It's also got a space here for this code right here. In addition to the desktop features on the keyboard, and all the ports. Screen here, and if you notice, I'm running Microsoft Windows and Excel here, and the spotting of the cursor is something that does work across the screen.
How much Pepsi do you think to drink on average?
I really do like Pepsi. I really do. My favorite kind of Pepsi. No, just regular. Just regular Pepsi.
Just regular Pepsi to drink on average.
I really like Pepsi. I really do. My favorite kind of Pepsi.
Pepsi or
No, just regular Pepsi.
how much Pepsi do you think to drink on average?
I really do like Pepsi. My favorite kind of Pepsi.
Pepsi or
No, just regular.
How long have you worked for that kid?
Years since I was.
You are so lucky. You are the luckiest woman in this world. Dad is such a great guy. He's got everything a woman could ever want. Kind, generous, successful, gorgeous. He's got an incredible body. I'm just I would do anything to be with Carolyn. No, really, I would. Because Dad never even gave us a chance. Never even gave us a chance. I'm the one who told you to be crafty. If it wasn't for you, you would still be making crafty things. No. Seriously. And it's still like, what do you have? And I don't. I make it too. You are so
T-sensitivity is that I open T-sensitivity. I open
Okay, I open it.
Okay, so remember again. Quick and easy. Have you looked at my link, Brody? I can put that flat camera. Oh, yours? No, I haven't.
The
audience shouldn't be able to intimidate you. So if you want to do it, it's up to you.
Whosoever therefore shall be ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him also shall the Son of Man be ashamed.
Now, wait just a minute, please. People want to know what that means that you just said. In your own word, tell us, what does that mean?
Don't want audience. Detect layoffs are on the rise. This is going to help you.
Be a brave girl, do your thing, like the city sang.
Guess he just bought the house right next to his ex-wife and she doesn't even know it. Thanks for coming. Guess he just bought the house right now.
Look who is standing behind Will Smith.
Girl backstage. It's a girl backstage. Make it perfectly clear. Never mind who you thought I was. Rick James, bitch.
That's what he said. Rick James, the one and only, the original. Rick James. Yes, indeed. Only
People really just kind of not really in the mood to do this. We don't need to. We've done 20. No, Maddie, I want to. No, you think it's funny? You think it's all a big fucking joke? I'm here to be your fucking friend. Don't laugh like you're my friend, okay? I would fucking knock your teeth out of your skull. If my girl, hey, you don't fucking calm me down, dude. We do this all day. I'm tired. I don't go home. I have other shit I want to do too. So I'll fucking go there with your fucking hair on your head. You know, shut up.
It's like in the film.
I'm stressed out because I'm fucking on Atkins. I've been eating shit all day because every fucking reporter comes in here and asks me what it's like to be fucking unattractive, and I want to fucking sit here and fucking kill you right now. I literally, my dream right now is to get out of this chair and fucking knock your teeth out of your head. Okay, no, fuck you.
We're not stopping today yet. Crack tail light. Whose vehicle is this?
Excuse me?
Whose vehicle? Whose vehicle?
This one?
Yeah.
I have no idea. It's my niece's.
What's your niece's name?
I think it's
That's your niece?
Yeah.
You think that's her name?
No, that's her name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the car's under her name.
How many passengers? They got an ID on her? Do I hear us? No?
She's the one that owns the car back there.
That's it, there?
You got your experience here.
Oh, okay. Where y'all headed to?
Right now, I just came from a friend's house. We were watching a baseball game. I'm just at home.
Do y'all live together?
No, she lives down the street from us on the
This is your car? Okay. And you're related to him? You're not related to him.
He's my uncle.
So you are related. Okay, you just said no. So yes, you are related. Okay. Why did you say no the first time I asked you?
I didn't understand what you meant.
Okay.
So that's actually what that is. I'm not gonna lie. She's actually said, okay, so we're gonna be honest, I'm not gonna be a fan of because I got no reason.
So that's why, yes, you're related, no, you're related, you're my uncle, no, you're not. So actually,
She's my wife.
okay.
But not legally married.
So you together, do you have a child in common? Okay, and that's the child you're talking about. They're pretty much husband and wife. They have a child in common. It's not his niece.
Where you want to stop in today yet?
If you could say something to Janelle right now, what would it be?
That we miss you, and we're looking for you. And Steffi P from biology is pregnant.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, she says that she's not, but she's like totally wearing sweaters and things.
Tell us how you've been. If you could say something to Janelle right now, what would it be?
Hey, Bill.
I know, so feel like
What is that? What do you like?
interesting.
I'm gonna have to pay for that?
I don't get it free.
In America, we get it free.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
You feel like you do, but you don't. You just don't.
Pay it.
It's a hands-on experience. You mind if this? Okay. I'm not very creative, so you're going to bear with me on this. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're finished with this. This is what I do about this.
When you've had a tough game.
I'm here with the lovely
Sarah Abraham. Hi, guys.
Now, Farrah, let me ask you a question. What is your favorite set experience that you've ever had?
I haven't had a set experience, so that's funny.
Oh, you haven't had a set experience? On set.
I am known for a celebrity sex tape. That's what I'm known for. So.
On set.
I am known for a celebrity sex tape. That's what I'm known for.
I'm an idiot.
It's okay.
Okay, so you're known for celebrity sex tape. Okay. And who was the celebrity?
I think this is probably the worst fucking interview I've ever done.
I'm here with the lovely
Sarah Abraham. Hi, guys. On camera here? Give me your email. Really, I need more time to speak to you without camera, I'm sure.
You're a beautiful girl. I'm going to get your email. That's the cat. She was circling his receipt.
Thank God I did that because
Look at this. This motherfucker's so athletic. This thing sucks. There is no way 16 fucking people are watching this right now. They're looking at a fucking orange. I gotta take a shit. Allegedly. But look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork, son.
That's a way to go too, I guess. But is that right? I mean, isn't it funny kind of still when the guy's in pain and suffering? But it seems like these days you don't have to.
As it is, and we have to spend a little bit more time actually.
It'd be great to me. Sorry about that. The stars are getting to you, but I'm just kind of stressed out because everything you talk about Bill, Joey, you were best damn sports show. Even in the movies, I feel in the movies too, it's like extra pressure. I was telling my mom that it was like, I'm willing to live in my car too, not necessarily for comedy, but for my mom. You gotta take care of her. I can't do it. I can sleep on her couch for like live in the van, 14 couch on the 14 days on the couch. I'm not a mama's boy, but my sister's not doing it. Comedy. Well, you have to really turn her on that. Well, like a one day. Or I guess I can bring us a good because went to one last night.
Express over a man, openly for clothing, and experience than for a man. And in captivity, you are nervous ultimately again, much more nervous. Don't happen to a woman in captivity, but what's going to happen to a man? These guys should share only the Periscope, right? Tweeting, Instagram, we are concerned that the man is going to be sodomized, which means that in captivity. Ultimately, again, we would repeat so now, interesting, and it's really fascinating. Like, the mind doesn't spend any time kind of like telling us where it got these images. Instead, what it does is it dives deeper visual or just this higher part. So let's start into the way and understand a little bit better. Something like that about I'll give the wrap up the chef.
Where they go? Back off into a regular life somewhere? I don't know what happened. Because I got into this to do this fucking thing.
Our all held captive. What's amazing and incredible, that's what almost like our entire lives. It's like the sugya about captivity, like there's someone taken hostage. It never resonated with any type of personality importance. You know, think about Jews in captivity, and even though, again, unfortunately, there's always been states like that, just interesting, just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking how so many things that happen in our world kind of take certain things and make them a reality to us. So that now,
what was it like
the
back
word
then?
hostage,
Yeah, well, you were there 3 years ago.
Harking back to some type of retrospective or just historical reality. His father and his Rebbe are all held captive. Told them the rabbi.
So what was it like in 97?
Comes before anyone else's life. In other words, I have an obligation to sustain my life before anyone else's life. So therefore, everything's life comes in the form of Rebbe. The rabbi told them the obvious, but yes, he redeems his own father. So that's like some dramatic. Now, again, what's the logic being switched? We're going to get back to the substitutions. Why does a Rebbe become so to a father? So then the Gemara says, because my father brings me into this world. My Rebbe brings me into the world. So my Rebbe brings me into the world to come. Therefore, Ruben has obligations to redeem his Rebbe, condemn us to Torah. See what I'm saying? It's fascinating. Ultimately, again, Ruben's mother, if she was she's first to be redeemed. It's fascinating again, right? And again, that goes back to the mission. Because obviously, again, a woman in captivity, we're very scared about what's going to happen. Chacham hold them in the wrong song. Let's say terrible wrong. Let's say two people are captive. Chacham and the king. Right? So, right, the king is held captive, and Chacham shifts, you know, say, what's the fuck? Chacham told them that you give a Chacham before a king. Now, let's say, by the way, isn't that incredible? You give a Chacham before you give a king from captivity. What's the logic? Chacham Shemains ain't running to say, ultimately, again, if Chacham dies, we have no one else. Right? There is no one to replace it from Chacham. Now that Shemain, all Yisrael will give him out. Kings you could replace. Any Jew, Baruch Hashem, is fit to that much. Israel the mouth is fit. Every Jew is fit to their mouth. Will say, everybody can come from Chacham. Everybody can come from Chacham. So they walk on ice and there's a choice between the king and the Chacham. Incredible. Now that's holding the coin level. So we're going to king to express their general Nazi Rache Außenoffice. Mashiach B'Shem Mishkan. Kodum Rubengal. Cohen, now what's interesting enough is a Cohen who was tomorrow versus a Cohen who was inducted in putting on the Kohanic vestments. Cohen was anointed with anointing oil. That was fun. Precedence over the compared to the Omar, I could be kicking them wearing a Kohanic clothing. It's precedence ultimately again. Yeah. Once I feel great for that second, going to a similar mission, therefore he is the second great man will take it around the last 7 minutes. What the big message? Big applause. Ultimately identity of the coin. And the chef goes to a 50-round fight. Was pointed out again, can't function because of the similar mission. Told him the other man was interesting enough to take precedence over a coin disqualified because of the journey. Other man was told him the chef was so again, the other coin is disqualified because of a move. He takes precedence over the Mashiach of the Mashiach was the joy and doesn't have 22 more. Mashiach will come on. But I know in some ways that Joe's like assistant coordinator. He wants a scan. Hold him the other scan come to the other phone. Match him, call him, what is that? My mind. He's come to the guy in the Rush. It's like Steve. Honor called Christ, ultimately in the Marco, he takes precedence over the these bar hold them with the Mishmar, but these bar was over. Remember again, the Kohanim divided up into shifts. There was someone in charge of the
I would do the youth hostel every Wednesday night, every Sunday night. The audience warm-up was the other thing, was just start and stop, get these high school kids in and get these community college meet. I come my team to that because I get over to learn about and I sold t-shirts and Supersonic games, being the waiter because I was good at baseball, but I wasn't in that artistic world. And then I just had to force myself to listen to his book. He said, you want to get into comedy, learn when to speak, just talk. Then I did a cable access show, like public speaking, and then I went to New York. I was a tour guide at Radio City Musical.
Everyone has to do the same, right? Everyone has to have the opportunities. Everyone has to have the same rights. Everyone has to have. Everyone says this, and if I, it's not true. Baruch created different roles, and if everyone tries to be the same, then by definition, at the end of the day, the collective is certain. Everyone is in general, the army is going to lose one because they have to be foot soldiers. But if everyone's a foot soldier, there's no strategy, there's no vision. So I need again, Mary and Lauren. I need ultimate leaders. I need followers. I need people with power to make decisions, and then I need those who are bound to execute those decisions. But it's not fair. They're not the same. Correct. They're not the same. They're not the same. The goal was never to be the same. The goal was never to vest everyone with the same rights, responsibilities, and entitlements. There has to be differentiated responsibility, roles, and responsibilities. Otherwise,
start that expedition all over. But the next thing I do is, the only thing about it is, big mount Everest kind of, I'm thinking I've already climbed Mount Everest, and
Listen.
I gotta get myself up to climb it again. I am Jim Carrey, and I'm hosting SNL this week with musical guest Iggy Azalea. I love your day. Thank you.
Who should go ahead and become Kame for the next mitzvah? Very soon, imagine the sky going out, the decision going out, I'm going to show up for with the Kohen is anointed for war. They're both walking together down the road, and they both together see a next mitzvah. Someone's going to have to become Kame for the next mitzvah. Which one of them should become Kame? Touch one, the sign. סגן המשוח בכל השם בהר לגעת בגבה base mitzvah. So the scan and the Shabbat walking on the road together, and they come across the base mitzvah. Mutar sheyikanu mashuach lo chabar v'al yikanu scan. Interesting. It is better that the mashuach lo chabar becomes today and not the scan. Why? The other both subno nitnas scan in the scan kapsa. And we'll say that word again. It is one of the times of the reasons for the and what's the scan's job? The scan's job is to be open, right? It's always the job to be on call. Therefore, if there's a choice between the scan or the point of shock will becoming coming, that's when the shock will becoming coming. I got time off. The shock will come of the scan. I got to learn that I walked on a nice second, just said before, that if a shock will come and take precedence over the scan, you're right. When it comes ultimately to supporting and sustaining, the shock will come and take precedence ultimately over the scan. Why? Because if you end up with the remember again, the shock will come and on the actual work. That is a very important point. But when it comes to coming, you'd rather a shock will focus on coming. Why? Because you can't have problems cells without a plug over. You have to put together the plug over, so we're coming forward, let's do this now. You can't look at it, just a couple of minutes. Mishnah. I'm going to call in the lady. Calling was a very important thing for us. Calling called in the lady, lady in the cell, which is a long higher. The calling comes before lady. The cell comes before non-regular city. Maybe what they see, what they see, back to the city where it's going. They will keep the wall of their reference inside the cell. People come from one of the 7 indigenous nations. And they don't make a afterwards discovered that they were part of the 7 indigenous nations. So she had to backtrack on as he felt that it was inappropriate, and therefore I lost all myself, the status of water carriers, things like that. So that's in the sin. The sin is the sin regard, the sin comes before us there. Yeah, the evidence show, right? Yeah, the expensive over the narrative state. So we'll say, so in my time, I will say, now what is this? What is these hierarchies? So again, those are these hierarchies need for a variety of different things. One of these hierarchies, we'll say, water hierarchy, it's not Shekulam Shabbat. They are all the same. אבל היו נמצאים סופו, בכל ג'ודו אמורץ, בציר רוצה again, you have a nice not done well. And it's like, no, so ultimately, again, a non-Japan football will take precedence over a coin dollar. So we'll say, why? Because listen to this. Because if you end up with day, right? How do you become a coin? How do you become a coin? Right? It's a position, it's a status that's put upon. It is so much more important. The true metric of success in life is not where you come from, but it's ultimately with yourself. You choose your place.
What your promise said and you taught him?
You don't choose your parents.
I am proud to say that I taught him some like really good financial advice for saving.
You give me some right? Right, that's some people make that choice, right? But the nice, again, I mean, again, you don't choose ultimately get born in nonsense. You know, it's different workplace, because I was telling us, the more important about where you come from is who you choose to make of yourself. Who you choose to become. Again, you have a non-different context of this so that it's just pretty difficult to know your circumstance and decided to live there until something great. However you stuff it at least the first step is that is let me do it because the money was going, now I'm just going to talk to this girl. Incredible. Second, going on the religion, we didn't know that before we didn't see it. I'm only going there. I don't know how to go to each other. The ultimate day was that the bunch of things over here, if you know this is very, I don't know this is interesting enough that it says put out of the formation, out of the world.
And everybody there is saying, guys, or are you a good question? Pretty good time. Supplies are a terrible thing. Everybody in high school be like, yo, you got that mic. Dog, you can't. And I used to deal with that when I was in high school. And what happened is it made me calipophobic. Hey, Mr. Young, you know that Japan is a different country? Well, really? That's right. And if you look at Japan separate, this machine is new. You know, some Japanese guy opened up cities to fucking city walk, and everyone thinks it's Chinese. Spell inward. Yes, hard R or soft A? Spell inward. Yes, hard R or soft A? A couple of years ago, this man by the name of Steve Phillips said if you carry a ladder into anywhere, you can get it for free because they'll think you're working. So you end up
You don't want to fucking do it.
Are you kidding me? I'm doing a one-man show now, and it's about the end of year. It's serious, I'm trying to, do comedy and just sort of, I can do a little trick. I think we like to see the I was 7 years old, and we were playing in the front. And I was throwing a ball, and he'd run and get it, and I run out into the street, and I saw the car coming, and I had no time to stop the car.
Athleticism.
Defense upload is so function that's all. So over there is that consider the six double over. Russia covers out. I don't care. If the guy who's covered things up, that's so it's probably Russia. It's like it's over Russia. There's a lot of some of the big parts. ASAP, you know, Congress, and everything there is just not go ahead. Look at the thing for this one. No way. Okay, I got it. What is this? He's got to be that short, but the way the session is down the road, everything else is on. The ultimate thing in the war, whoever having releases this is white. There's a higher below. It's like you can also one of the cars. The session is down the road, also, it's hosting customers. I'm not going to talk about that, but also, it's okay, that. We're trying to show how one skin hat delivered by one person could ultimately become a bigger smoke, and by one person from the idea of what is the Marshall, the local state of to go ahead and ensure it is really the race. Most Kabbalah was not machine tonight. Most Kabbalah devotion was just to satisfy yourself. Machine on data. How do you know? The criminal is only saying it's in the habit. Maybe no time for intentions also. I think Like we didn't pass the back. So what do you want to do? It's actually over. But the next second, what should we have done was I want to might not have a lot to when you have to go alone, the next day, when it's younger brother offered him should have passed. I was like, what if it's actual stand-up versus when it's sometimes also like can't actually have at the same time, I have to use the mistakes of the past, ultimately you're good with me, have awareness for the future. If I just put my mistakes in the past, my blah blah blah, and I don't learn from them, and I lose the yes. The past supports over the future, but at the same time, mistakes over the incredible. Don't trouble. So remember that I had you back to the house. I would say, deixa-me criar dois. Eles têm que criar dois. Acho que criar dois. Who does their vote? Should finish their hour. So first of all, over here, this is himself. And we need to be a handle. They can be much around them. Because of what we right? And stuff. Shut up. Incredible. Other than that, shut up. But also, I should also shot. So, sister had a relation 7 times. And then I supposed to be worth it to learn from the number of birds in the process. Color like that, color the whole shop. I like how it's hanging out, you know. I was like, how could you close that here? There's nothing out. Then she received employment from the active relations. And then, you know, then you should be strong. You should be high. Actually, for buses, short, drawing itself.
Yeah, dude, the
Even though I say, even with those buses, like, it was good. Probably showing this was so be something like it. Incredible. I'm not sure that was a very beautiful. The only nice stuff I've done with the color of it, something people should always love. First of all, it's a little color. It's a because it's not the idea. Not the idea, but light is not the idea. So basically, $1 premiums is even not for the right intention. Why? Because should always love, because I will say again, if you're committed to doing the right thing, even if it's not for the right reasons, at the end of the day, you'll come to this love. Listen, this is such an incredible resource. If you are behaving consistent, again, whatever degree you are capable of being consistent, and the first is committed to doing the right things, actually feel over time, the intentions, the feelings, the coupleness will come. You know, as I really see this from. Żeby skarbenie dawały sobie nowa kalacza, zakopiła się sami rejenes. Proszę dziękuję. Proszę pójść za parę stepowa. Remember, why did Paula bring Damaris? Why did Paula bring Damaris? Respect the Chris Davies to that, right? Any celebrity money doesn't go. He's not trying to push flowers to that. So what happens? But yet he bought 42 Cabanas. During the day, he bought 42 Cabanas to get flowers. So he comes to 42 Cabanas second floor. Something that's the something never works. The result of to have a granddaughter, a great big granddaughter, Rose. The Rabiosi, Rabbi Fanino, Rose, that's so headlong, then so mama, that's a mama, so what's the result of the again? What's basically all the way directly to Baba. So let's say you got to so let's get it. Before say that they go to the next stage. What is the congress? So let's say some first, some which means that the entire Davidic one, the entire Islamic one, comes from the mitzvah shalom. We get that in there. Exactly. It's a thing that we think that the mitzvah shalom is not okay. It's not good. It's not good for that. It's something that is totally on the right side. You know, so the power of this is one big time that we should have. Even if it's a symbolic one, you don't have to let it correct yourself, which is awesome for future generations. Because of one mitzvah shalom is one. And then there's a big one, 40 Kabbalas. There's a lot of Kabbalas. That is because of that one act. Because that one act is like the world is incredible power of our actions. Remember, I want to do that. I'm going to go for the way that it was also about that is how to see the art. The way that we see the product is important. And even this thing, like, even executives and what utilizing the fire what is that, you know, so we're not going to do the computer to how you go out, come over that, go over that, back to step on the color. Remember, both fathers and years later, one is the right one called Torah, the second one is called Thomas. So it comes from Torah, but the second is, I'll talk to us more about this about the Torah, don't go to one with Torah. We'll come on top of it out. We'll come on top of it out. It's absolutely solid. It's interesting, you know, things that are one with Torah, but you can check it out. Let's start off with that. You would steal the little daughter, how do you send out the focus on comment? Come on. The whole thing is being up now. The whole thing is remember, people go on and they try to rip it out from my time. I'm old, then I'm from Chinese. So the older daughter was very explicit about the maternity of her child. The younger daughter was much more direct. So he went to take care. If I could 12 children from the older daughter, you can't really want to start up with them. With the younger child, meaning Agol, although after about his about 12 after the city was interesting that Agol, without the fertility, that's just the dragon all. Why did this reason? So again, because the older daughter was a little bit more raised in that way. Yeah, the younger daughter was a little bit more secure. So it's not like just one of the years, because of the one night that the older brother, right, and the months ahead of her younger sister, and it's after the father, some most of the girls the again, her offspring from 14 years earlier to produce Jewish months. Because remember again, Diana comes from Moab. Diana comes from this comes from Moab. Yet interesting enough, the members of the Hamel, Hamel is someone older than the father, but not the couple is the mother was Nabal, was Ramonis. So there's like, so I'm playing so what's the story about this in general? How Jewish humanity, the Davidic line, the Messianic line, all coming from like real Christmas places. Right? There's the story, Hamar, those are the stories ultimately again, Jewish line, the same line. Around as what the child monarchy by yourself a pedigree. That's the early stories of our monarchy. There's some more of the Dr. Naral says, monarchy has a tendency to go to the itself. So this is monarchy, it's again, monarchy comes from existing individuals, and then for ultimately again, the monarchy comes doesn't matter what you do, that is ultimately where it starts. Like, the Shia comes and broken is 2 days. Like, the Shia turns ultimately again, like, that had sometimes the really are the always do up with stuff in the origin, the point of origin, that recognizing where everything came from. That's not up to the way you're going, that is only. The Amars, going back to the Amars, back to the Nazi. The Amars, Flapping in Mashiach, comes to the ultimately living in Mashiach, from the regular Safos offering. So this is the Amars, Patanasi, just if it's nothing, they really pick up on Patanasi. The Amars, Patanasi, Mashiach, we know the time. Nasi, we know the sun. The road is good. It's exactly the regular ones. We're back in this circle. Remember again, the Mashiach and the Nasi are going ahead and making a mistake for the Nasi. So the Mashiach is hell of God. We're shooting us by so. Because the Nasi is just giving us to do that. Shooting us by so. But again, check it out. I can the bonus Shinako was how I'm going to string us myself. Maybe I don't know what this. One next day for the third level. Then there is a kind of level. Then it was never a wrong is all of us shooting us myself and rolling his past. Then it is about shooting us myself together. Let's say we experience a mistake. Right? The fact about me is it's not eventually the colors. Or eventually that's how the process. One level. How is shooting us myself at how of level? Maybe this the has padlock number and shooting us light song. Then how about the lights? We've had to. Let's say just a shooting us light song. This is just very real. That's how we're running. I'm already on the machine. A guy that talks like. I'm already talking to us. They go into the prospect. I'm already supposed to exclude. Mashiach and Nasi fucking locally from Chaos. The other circumstances with Mashiach or the Nasi ever bring the Chaos of a regular person. Hello, Lord says, Tina, Mashiach, got my dog. I mean, Nasi, that's my soul tonight. Remember again, Nasi, I would say that Mashiach, I quite double just because it's also a circumstance here, but you need to have a fellow shitty, that's my soul. And maybe you can Nasi, maybe you're not so shitty, that's my soul. How do you know ultimately again that he's totally exempt from a regular Chaos? So instead of Mashiach, oh, Nasi, that's my soul tonight. When you figure out, what's the case? This is very interesting. You know, Allah desires to give the shit and note. in this manner. Listen to this. Imagine the following case. Imagine the Nazi go to head and to Africa Daddy starts out. If the guy's a killer, when he was a regular guy. Then he becomes king. The Africa interesting. When does he become awareness about his killing consumption, right? Ultimately, again, after he becomes king, now the act happening when he was a governor, and now when the awareness occurs when he's king. Was a sign that I might have thought this is not seed off since the event happened. When you were the governor, you should be regular pathos. A much more long ago, much more longer the king never brings a regular pathos. Which is like this kind of chilling, the art of lost in the act. This is what the chilling says that harmonic vibration is turning at the time of awareness. This is in this case, the king A, the guy's the king of any of the governors, and when he becomes aware that when it's his king, so he's got double pathos. And now what? And now has awareness of what he has done. So that's okay. So what's the second one? One of the I'm not God to try to make it supposed to do. I'm not God. That if you have to make this thing combined, it's a bit of a much more than others. The king does not really incredible. This is the matter of tickets about is under those circumstances you have one level or a king ever here in the house. Right? You think that you would have did something before they were, I think that's the office. And find out about it all the way they were in office, they still won't bring it up. Incredible. One is knowledge, you know, skills, knowledge that you talk to us. Does this coming kid somehow live perhaps in one of the things that we're talking about? You don't shop for factory that's what you have to do. So let's say right here.
If we ever get any kind of real success,
Market the guys just can't stay up. What is their real guy? They don't have the things done to become so I here's the thing, after the guys get the governor, no air in this thing, he's office, and then another after the guys. You guys have to do the ultimate figure more combined from the looking at what you feel about the stage. So if you feel like the picture, what is the guys that feel like the city, right? When he was a governor, where that's interesting. The difference between those monarchy and the land. So does that monarchy ultimately go ahead and does that monarchy change anything or not? So the monarchy awesome. The other side, that will probably be the other side between us. So the good news is, remember again, when you ask the guys who are regular guys, touch the guys who are then again, I understand that you're not just going to have to person going to month. Aber also, like your actually what's done. But here, at the end of the day, we're still both activation of what is coming, right? Because they have to get it right in the middle. And some side, they should combine. Emotional, I'm really watching it, and they do what Mama does, and Mama kind of sucks. So now he's officially a little bit off.
That's just what is this bullshit? There, no way 17 people are watching this shit. I wouldn't watch it. I'd be like, this is the worst. What is this motherfucker doing? Do something. I'd be like, do something.
understanding what we're talking about. We started this in the third chapter. Shiva Kedolis. Why are all our faces red? What is going on?
Goes off
What is Joe Rogan making the need as a side effect of alcohol? who I want,
Because I'm
what I
worried
want.
about
So it's possible that again, all this is happening in one day, the same guy. Eight stated, separate out the contest. Comes in after colors. And then it comes about Shiva. All of that can happen in a relatively short amount of time.
Ironically, you're without satire. I would say Bert Kreischer is pretty close to the worst. He sucks, yeah. It's all the rage of the YouTube channels. Bert Barrett's pretty gross. Oh, yeah, that whole debacle. Yeah, I believe that Barrett was talking about Mexico or whatever. So it looks like to say Tony's the worst. His stock gets rapidly rising. I will say that. He's getting 18 times this week. Yeah, you always got to keep remembering. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's the next one. It's posted by Melon Pepper 3586. Tony Hinch was the inventor of the concept of the roast. Let's see. I always been a maker farmer of cake. What do you think about that? I mean, I do feel like that all the time. I mean, like, mess up saying too much of the word. So, he's always been a maker funner. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, see, this is something that I brought up after he makes like daily posts that are real. There's many. It's gonna happen where he goes to the shop, fucking Chinese speech. Maker funner of people is starting to head towards smartest bullshit. Okay.
What's
But,
our so this is the
look at this.
Master
Now, I think it's the famous one. After the job which arise.
Status has also changed.
The guys will watch it.
Perhaps had it been pointed out just because they were that's the automatic individual form of life.
stuff too. You know, we watch a lot of stuff that's blockbusters and Netflix. Yeah, for people who are this week. Oh, hell yeah. So, yeah, the feature has so bad. Let's see here. This one's called Sludge. Better keep an eye on Mr. Gimme Gimme. Hosted by CJK610 with the famous name. I mean, I think this is the cat's head a little bit of fun. I know there's something there, hopefully not. I'm pretty God there is. I always want to avoid a gay is this is posted by appropriate 3930. It's called Look and Bury and Drink.
This is so funny. Just move.
My son, he was having trouble when he was fighting kids. He was like crazy, and so the teacher said, "This is a place called Korean Taekwondo. It's in this great program for kids." So he started preschool, and he went all the way through 8th grade. He got his black belt. His junior black belt, and it changed him. Fucking changed him. He became disciplined. It calmed him down. He felt like 4 days a week. When he got his black, I don't know if they always do this, but when he got his black belt, most people would be like, "Wow, that's impressive. Great job for research." I was like, "Yeah." He's like working out the details. He's got like all these I know it's like smartest tool in the shed. Yeah. Okay, so what if he does the Lahafis? What's the Lahafis? Is this active rebellion against Hashem? How do you get finished? So apparently, if you sin for your own pleasure, that makes you a homer. If you sin ultimately as a form of rebellion, that's execution. Generally, execution refers to people who don't approach that. The verbal is but the mindset again, it goes to more categorical or more categorical approach. Basically, the discovered I was an example of a homer who's reading it. I would never open the David Church, but I was in Shasa Yahweh. McDonald's, I'm thinking like it's like a Mickey, like a big mansion. Nobody in their right mind wants to discuss it. He was disciplined every like that's the whole goal of it. He's not trying to become out of career. He's just complimenting his son's change. I think we're over here doing a big podcast. What happens if a person only goes for finish? Graduate children all the way up to black belt, and they would also make it real easy for you to do it where you didn't spar.
Like the Finnish shot is even if the fibers are just together. What if somebody wears somebody wears the Finnish shot? He says, not something that likes having more. Rabbi not having more. Not something blind giving the person is soon at giving that bar having more. That's not what that's not one thing he says is only good football shot is that makes you lower down. But there's no one says anyone knows about how the shot is. Usually the virus of the shot is but about the Rabbi. Not that on the half is ultimate focus of it. One thing you said. Or to satisfy your own desires that makes you a woman. If you see rebellion against the response, we have to switch city. The fact that the heart is non-woman. How the thing says, no, even if you sin with the intention to go to that chance, it's a form of rebellion, you're still a woman. Ella Azel speaks what it is. Idolatry. Idolatry is a ridiculous. Nation was to catch up. I thought about it. I thought, you should see your act posted by every person listening.
It's a lot of Jerusalem. So let's see what this is about. Makes sense. Like lies over it. So then we were like, no, I'm obviously not a fucking law expert. Fuck their own. Any Iraq.
This is a good example of the office. And he's called it the also the honor of also the good news over there is I have revelation. God says, listen, I'm just curious. I've been curious. Like, I've never been anything like this. Here's what he says. That is curiosity. Like, you see what it looks like. You can't call that guy. You have to call the woman who knows something disgusting. The Esau was, he said that, which made the difference said, this whole time was speaking about the rest. So he is the racist. And if they said it's the king, I'm not going to rest. Jag kommer alltså till nationen i nöda. Jag som gör att det blir rassens att det faller place. Like nationen i nöda, det är ju då. Han var det som vissa så känner de att det var och där. Men han vill bara att det är så känner de att det var så separation. By the severe of the nurse, it said the commits us Hashem Elokav. Like by the areas of Hashem is God, it says that the kingdom of God is Hashem Elokav. So that's clear symmetry. Other things are like, Nala Havon Shin Al Gabon Elashem, Nala Havon Shin Al Gabon Elashem. So just like ultimately again, but
this one's called Oh No Not
by the king.
Posted by Altruistic Mistake 39.
I also again this year. We're talking about someone who does not have, and he's not answerable to anyone other than God. Nasi, Shei Al Gabon Elashem. So to the Nasi, the question is someone who answers to no one but God. What's an example of someone who answers to no one but God? There's only one person like that in the kingdom of God. So that is.
Posted by John Guitar says, you know what I say, we got three other appearances on our show here.
He goes, I mean, not with his son. It's just such a fascinating discussion. So that's the two guys. Free speech.
I think that's one thing that's
someone like me. If I were to all the parents, I see fully what I believe is study. Remember that he was
monetizing people's videos and trying to censor messages and even how to their Twitter executives are really
someone like me, I occupy a position with the highest position in leadership, the highest leadership position in the land, with someone like me who was subject to an erroneous act. So you know, says, I'm right, hurry to us, come above that. No, because you're saying those things that you don't approve of or like, that other people express or why they don't approve of things. There's another leader, and then what happens is that you hear the initial thought, I hear your mind, you start to hear what you're not saying, but you're not saying one second. It's not who you're not about, who you're not always. But I think that the things of the pop up and on, some of the we have too much.
Scurrilous thing that can be
So, and yet again, those things will have brought this other. See, simply the existence of another ruler does not preclude the king from bringing this other. Another hustle, the Taiki, I got the upper, another Taiki, that's because those monarchs, the king of Buffalo, so as you know, had independent autonomy, neither was dependent or subservient to the other. They were in the process to let me ultimately to a winner of the country to the teacher Baba. Remember here, it's like Baba was the strongest Jewish leadership, was the strongest Jewish community, and the community that itself. So amazingly enough, that the says to them, as much as you are the leader of the Jews of itself, you are still dependent and deferential to the race of yourself. But again, that was not being discussed. So Rabbi asked him, "You're going honey, not with the son." Same question. Rabbi said, "Someone like me, head of Eretz Yisrael Julie, but I believe the son is one of the things that I can do. Awesome Sheva, Chacham B'Cholkin. Here's the difference. It will say Babel is the Sheva, the scepter of the leadership resides. Here, Cholkin is where the scholarship of the leadership resides. So I'm not. And that's the sort of thing you don't go to the Babel. The Bible says the scepter cannot actually result. That was the wisdom. It comes to really have the power. So
think that's here we go. We're making a lot of our morning wins here. These guys are working overtime. I cannot believe how fast they're moving. It's insane. After that, he's drinking. It's having fun and sent out at 2 o'clock. Here's my girl B. She's the one making sure every order has exactly what you ordered in it. She's packaging it. She's sending it out as soon as she can. Thank you so much for your support. We cannot wait to do another giveaway after this. Please check out my pass. All gas stops on the 3
At the end of the day, if someone like you were to make a mistake, you would not go ahead and bring this site. Incredible. Rothschild Mishnah, days of Mashiach, like an ultimate figure, who is Mashiach? We've been waiting 2,000 years to answer that question. Who is Mashiach? When is he going to be here? Come by Rothschild. What an incredible Gemara to learn. That's what incredible. Who's the Mashiach? Now, of course, in this context, ultimately, again, so Mashiach, again, refers to Kohen Mashiach, right? It refers to Kohen Gadol. So what is it here about the anointed Kohen Gadol? So we're talking about a Kohen Gadol was anointed with anointed oil. Well, part of the group of the Gadol. And once everybody was one of this Kohen Gadol in Seshka, there are 2 ways in which a Kohen Gadol ultimately, again, can become Kohen Gadol. Number 1, the anointed oil. Number 2, it puts on the clothing of
it really does have the energy of a very rich child. Kohen Gadol, who
has to bring
they just is like, oh, t-shirt company,
and delivers
sure,
their
shirt design, like juice, I'm making juice now.
But it's only a Kohen Gadol anointed with in general, again, on one side, there's no distinction if a Kohen was anointed with oil, only put on the Kohanim. That's his Ella, Har Habo Akon. It's actually going that one side. This is halacha. This is halacha. If a Kohen Gadol issues an erroneous ruling and acts on his own ruling, he has to bring the par. But he only brings the par if he was anointed with oil. Not if he was inducted with oil. So what's the name? Kohen Shabbos for Kohen Shabbos. Furthermore, here on one side, if you have a Kohen Gadol, Kohen Shabbos means an active Kohen Gadol versus a Kohen Shabbos. A Kohen Shabbos, Kohen Gadol varies. A former Kohen Gadol. So it says, so there's no difference between Shabbat Ella, Har Yom HaKippurim, Asir Saifa, except for again the part of Yom Kippur and Asir Saifa. Asir Saifa will say is what we call Minchas Tamid, and that was the beginning of the Kohen Gadol. So in general, on both sides, even the former Kohen Gadol has all the rights of the Kohen Gadol, with the exception of only the active Kohen Gadol to bring the Kabbalas on Yom Kippur, and only the active Kohen Gadol brings the Kohen Gadol also. Otherwise, they're the same. Zeb is a Shalom Gadol, is a say in general, we get full question or doing other things. Only some of the Suba, all the throwing marry the Suba, that's Suma Lamona, can marry Lamona, the inner happy command, both coins, this is actually for another Coin Gadol. Do not become committed for the closest of relatives. I'll say, first of all, the little Purim of little Purim, do not allow their hair to grow long as from the morning, nor can they let their clothing. Unaxir Alseach. And when each of them died, all of the people who are confined to the mikvah of the murderers are allowed to see the souls. Incredible. For our purposes, for obvious purposes, what's important about this is we spend a significant amount of time speaking about the Har Kohen Mashiach. So remember again, Kohen Gadol, Halach Davar, Shimon myself, delivers an erroneous ruling, and then brings action based on that ruling, brings a unique covenant called the path, which the Mishnah tells us, by the way, that's only true for a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil. If he wasn't anointed with oil, ultimately he does not bring this back to Tanakh. So I'll say, this is the anointing oil. Which way to bring it? How you show people as how you cut it to that. Those are the who's interesting enough to take the oil, and they would think the oil is how do you make anointing oil? The anointing oil will say you take olive oil, and you get different like herbs and mix it to make it aromatic and fragrant. So we're trying to really put the oil, olive oil, and put the roots in there. Then we get you'll say no, it's impossible. Follow what's something like cut. They will say that everything is interesting. Don't show them what's called the oil. The problem just is what happens when you put the roots, right? Or something with oil. What does it do? The roots themselves absorb the oil. The problem over here is that would have drained, that would have taken up all the oil by itself. Although Rothschild said, come in something. So go say, so again, Moshe Rabbeinu would transport, Moshe Rabbeinu would go ahead and put the oil, the roots themselves would absorb all the oil, and no oil left. So rather, what, how do they ensure it? Shon inside carbon value, umitzit alva b'shemen, the color goes out to come. So it's about very interesting. What do they do? They went ahead and soaked first the roots in water. Now, why did they soak the roots in water? So that the roots should absorb into the water, become fully saturated with the water. Afterwards, they put the roots in the oil. That was the oil to absorb the aroma or whatever, the scent of the aroma of the roots without the roots absorbing the oil. It's incredible. The Kohen is an African. Or the Ruda. But you make African Nasa Shana Mishnah. So they really said, don't think so technical. The Shana Mishnah, what Shana made, was miracle after miracle after miracle. How so? Barot Tzilasha Shem Asa right? To begin with, Moshe Rabbeinu began with 13 rolls of oil. We made a higher Shah. Mishkan with the higher of all processing and I wrote it out right. The 12 rolls of oil, which is not all that much. Moshe Rabbeinu had the entire Mishkan, all of the utensils, Aaron and his sons, all 7 days. And not only that, the people of Chayim the Asa Lavo, and there's still enough oil left over for the future. Shemar, Shemar Mishkas Kodesh Miyaz Doroseh. So go say straight to the one saying is, don't worry about it. What's Rabbeinu Shemar Mishkan was miraculous oil. Miraculous oil. Don't worry about the roots absorbing, not absorbing. Because at the end of the day, enough oil ultimately again for all Mishkan potential, not only set all 7 days of future generations. I will be back. That's what just means we are. Moshe Shemar Mishkan. Vega Moshe Shemar Mishkan. Vayisha Asa Mishkan. Guys call that Sebo. Both working against the one happened. So Moshe Rabbeinu took Shemar Mishkan and he anointed the Mishkan and everything that was there. And we know he said Shemar Mishkan. So Asa Moshe Rabbeinu. Kama Nisim Nasim on the Tefillah V'Atzol. There are so many miracles that occurred in Shemar Mishkan. There's only 12 rolls of oil, which is not a lot. Raw those bowls, the color of bowls, the Kamaha'or sodas. So remember again, just think about this, just when you're making anointing oil, you have to contemplate again how much the roots themselves absorb, how much does the pot absorb, and how much does the heat cause to evaporate. And yet with all of that, Bone Nimshach, Mishkan, the kingdom, Adam, the one of Shivasi and Yeluim, Bone Nimshachu, Kohanim, Gedolim, Umalach. And yet, the Lord said, with that oil, there was enough to anoint the Mishkan's entirety, all of the utensils, Aaron and his son all 7 days, and future generations of kings and Kohanim. So it's a miraculous oil. So that's it. So stop over there today. We'll pick up on the next section. I want to point out something. Thank you. Don't be nervous. If you look at Monday's dot is a little dapper, right? It's just a little there. So we got it. It's not fair. We don't look there to Monday. We just allow that little continuing Monday. We have to get the last stop of Mondays a little bit more. You know the most. I can go faster if I wanted to. I choose not to. I make an active choice to slow down, to pump the brakes a little bit. So we're going to say Monday will be something substantive as well. What a week. I'm good now, shots. Thank you again for showing up every day. Although I used to show up that way. Still starting with more ready to go. I don't say anything. Shabbos. Now 500 horsepower. But I had some plans for that day. I had some plans. It's a work truck. I'll put some drive fast logos all over it. Put that Polaris on the back. Take it to the practice track. Take it to the races. That's the plan for it. It's so slow though. It's frustrating. BR87 underscore. You gonna flip it? Oh, dude, that's So original, man.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this wonderful campaign. Our annual calendar sponsor, Closer to Strong Israel. The dedicated Rothschild and Joshua's this year as his host. So it's the most for Israel. On the cover sponsor for the month of that all the titles of our Milan Israel will be answered in the month of So today's Daf class 9, we are picking up a Mishnah on the base bottom of the Daf. Mishnah. Ein chayav nafshi kol va'al b'tul sasayim va'al pumas mikdash v'kadosh. So we already read some of this in yesterday's Daf. So remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit, we are giving essentially now.
And it's kind of funny because one of them is the stool that you got in your place is the normal stool. It's like
in the lowest movement. Remember again, that's Halam Dava, then followed by Shiva Das Maisa, so some separate acts upon that, Halam Dava, that's category 1. Category 2, let's go with Kodashak, right? Offers the erroneous movement. Who is he offering the erroneous movement? Who is offering by himself? By himself, what's Malaka? He offers up also in Hab. Same thing, Halam Dava, Shiva Das Maisa. Requires erroneous movement, and then following up by unintentional action based on that. Category 3 is Mindas. Ultimately, again, that's the next ahead of the movement once again, followed by himself.
So I was like, yeah, that's
we'll go with about what after next today. He has a unique offering ultimately again on Sunday. Same idea, Shiva Das myself, Shiva Das Halam Dava, Shiva Das myself. So that's the end of it now. Again, actually, not focused on the part Shiva Das myself because we were talking about Halam Dava. We're going to talk about that more today. Now we're just going to talk about some exceptions to this. But there are certain areas of Halacha where if these erroneous movements happen, we would use the erroneous for example, that's not Mishnah. In Chayam, but so on and so on, and we're going in Chayam, remember, in Chayam means these individuals are not obligated to bring their unique type of Chayam. So in Chayam, and I'll shoot us called. So ultimately, again, Shmias Tov looks like he is Shmuel. Remember that part Shmuel states that if someone tells you, someone goes up to the children, you know that I like to move any money. Like, and I say, and swear that you don't put it in this thing. That's what Shmuel says. And I say, I don't. Shmias Tov means someone else is making a statement. I answer it with a negative, right? And I'm taking a Shmuel by answering to someone else. That's what's called Shmias Tov. So I'm not actually reading the Shmuel myself. Someone else is saying it, but I'm answering, I'm quoting the Shmuel. This is if I'm taking the Shmuel. That's what's called Shmias Tov. In kind of Shmias Tov, Bitul Sasai. So Bitul Sasai, let's say again, back to Shmuel's days, right? Public articulation. Remember, it was like the shame alcohol, right? I will eat, I won't eat, I had to eat, I had to eat. Again, speak to a society. Not too much to the Hadash. Never so much to the Hadash. Yes. Right? And how much will they say anything to do with how much was full of? Remember again, too much to the Hadash also falls into two categories. Category 1 is the actual Torah in the base of the dish itself. This is halachos of individuals entering into this. So sometimes or the Nasi or the Mashiach delivers halachic rulings regarding any of these areas there is no unique carbon block or loading this movement. That's not pretty much I will say the definition of just the regular actually not paying carbon whenever he has called up, which I said afterwards in the introduction. The whole time, I'm going to think about the code that you know, it's super in the factors out of the field, so this is the way to sort of investigate that. So, the difference is the introduction. I love the is the denominator between all of these galactic carriers of GS code, includes that side, plus the just the production, exactly as subject will cover already loaded. What's the cover already loaded? It's a type of SIM offering that depends on your financial status. If you have more money, you can bring some carbon. If you're impoverished, you'll bring a very simple carbon. So the only subject is that, then any having advanced and a subject to carbon already loaded, carbons of these individuals is not apply. So subject is that, but there's a whole new way. You never know else. It's super in the way compass of this book. It's the only time you ever again will say. So you have on one hand you have the sun engine, the double, and the all couple of on the other hand, the adjusting individual any single fraction what you have to bring carbon factors. So everything that you have to review the carbon factors for usually communicating individual things that usually entities would bring their specialized carbon one. But it's not in the factors, so therefore any situation individual would bring a carbon already loaded just a different type of SIM offering, just based on a spiritual technicality. So that's also ultimately again these unique entities do not bring the specialized carbon. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's additional. Diagnostic biopsy, but the biopsy and again, the biopsy is saying that the biopsy became distributed just like the entering and the basement and level. But the giver doesn't know. Unless you try to give it not true. And if you look in general, unless you go ahead and along for myself. Unless you study for everything, in other words, unless you bring these in carbon, in all of these things that will say that essentially, my focus over here is whether or not the Nazis hide carbon already building. We see this in the Gemara. So the Nazis hide everything. What's the Shnias called? The exceptional to the Shnias called is the case where someone else wants to go into Shua and I affirm that Shua. The Nazis is not obligated, that's why it's very interesting, because the human in general is not subject to anything other testimonial nature. Shanara, Moshe, and also, because let's say a king in general is not subject to anything, but a king cannot be judged, a king cannot be judged, a king cannot testify, and a king cannot be testified down. So therefore, this call, which in general again is a shua, because simply judgment of body is incredible. So let's say otherwise. What's this one again? The point of everyone seems to agree regarding the sanction. So they're only going to be subject to the unique quantum in the case right now. Because we're going to be the opportunity to cover over. In that case, the sanction and the level is not going to be their unique quantum. It's not the Nasi. By the way, I want to give you this now. Constantly overlooking again, like what you're saying, therefore, Sanhedrin, Coinbubble, and Nasi only bring their unique kabbalos when the individual will be subject to a chatos. But if the individual is subject to a carbon over the yoga, they do not bring their unique kabbalos. That is the halacha of myself. Based on even what was before the talk, a little bit on that, and it's helpful to show that whoever will be culpable for one of these things, that was like this hustle happens to be talking about the items mentioned in the Mishnah. The pasuk itself is talking about liability for Miyasko, decrease Kasayim, and Tumas Mikdash Hadasha. So it's interesting, like this grouping is not random, this grouping is biblical. So therefore, there's going to be said, the pasuk says that someone will be guilty for one of these things. So this video says, whoever is liable in one of these cases is liable in all of these cases. Essentially, it's a grouping. It's a grouping. And halacha might mean you have liability in one, you have liability in all of them. But if you don't have liability in one, you have liability in liability in therefore, it's like that, so we have to show us how to go. But why is that? I understand the liability in one. You're liable for the one that you're liable. Why do you have to liability? By the time there is that reading up, or rather, there is not just a besides the higher than the older. Ne'emar Tabakas, Ne'emar will subject Yado, the Ne'emar will suscite Yado. So let's say it's very interesting. So the pasuk says, will subject Yado. Now this is talking about over here, but you talk about the real way. Talking about the real way, right? So pasuk again says, will suscite Yado. So the Gemara says, we said pasuk, yeah, I know it's fascinating. So let's say this is fascinating. This will be subject to a common code that we know which is fascinating. Someone is capable of reaching poverty. Right? Reaching well, most of it, reaching poverty. In order to be fascinating, in order to become kind of cover over the yoga, you have to have the capacity to become impoverished. Let's see Mashiach, she will go again. This comes to the spirit and a Kodago, who can never become impoverished. Now, what is that? Now, see, they say, the Asa Achas become a Sasha Shoroka. So then they get the Nasi, because the pasuk says already, it's not unique coming around the Rashi Nasi. They just went ahead and invited one of the mitzvahs of Hashem is God. Who's the Nasi? Who's the Nasi? Who's the King? The king is someone who's answerable to no one but God. He's the most powerful man in the Jewish people. With power comes money. Therefore, the assumption is the one that got me to that's really funny. You just never be impoverished. Mashiach, what that's my level. This say, that's calling him Rodo Me'achal B'nai, the Chachma Ba'osha. So this is incredible. So we don't expect to clean level, I expect to clean level. The calling him Rodo Me'achal. That's reading the Russian is very interesting. The calling him Rodo. Or building his knowledge from reading nonfiction books. What does this mean? He doesn't have to learn all these directions. I just got done with him anyway. Physical. We can throw a big Marvel guy. I can watch Black Panther. I am reading Stephen Hawking's who is handsome? Who is strong? Who is wise but not wealthy? What is your the other Kohanim are obligated. They're ready to put together a GoFundMe page, right? And what happens? They are obligated to go ahead and make you wealthy. I would say that it's also interesting that the application to bring out a wealthy also from the other Kohanim. But it's fascinating. Like that Gemara doesn't say Rabbi Rothschild has to make it wealthy. The Kohanim has to make it wealthy. So what's it? So this is fascinating. I know for myself, usually the subject will always someone who's on over the rate. Only someone who has the ability to experience poverty. King never experienced poverty. The government never experienced
At the end of this video, I believe I will make the case that Burn the Boats deserves to be ranked among the worst, if not the worst ever made.
So, like, so ultimately, I guess I'm prepared to many things.
No, I mean, I agree. It's pretty bad. Worst special ever, though? I think all of them are worse than the other. But Or Die is, I said it'll be probably one of the worst specials I've ever seen. It's almost not a comedy special because half of it is just male Nanette. Yeah. If Nanette was canceled and had long hair, it was creepy. Yeah. Talking about how his dad's getting older and then he starts going, I did that. I did that. I did that thing is the worst part, probably. Yeah, so being able to watch Girl or Die, baby. This one's posted by Celery Alarming 1561. It's Papa Could Never. It's a video of Alex Burr in a mechanic shop, it looks like.
You are never impoverished. You never impoverished. I will say, think about that just when you look at something. What if you have some fun? What is it to be a point on the what is it to be a fella? That no matter what I do in life, I can never become spiritually impoverished. I can make a lot of mistakes, with a lot of work, do a lot of things, but even mess up my life, just off the walls. But at the end of the day, I never impoverished. At the end of the day, the personalistic spiritual conquers are never empty. There's always something in the end. There's always something in the soul. And that should give us peace, especially during this season. Because a lot of times we come to a lot and we're so, we don't put on a good face, but I'm so down on myself. I'm so disappointed in myself. I'm so disillusioned with myself. But I don't think there's someone to get started. Just remember, just remember that you're a melech. And both of those individuals never chase the impoverishment, right? There's always something there. There's always internal wealth. No matter how bad it gets up, you always have the ability and spiritual credit to be able to affect the family. What's in the fascinating case? What happens if the king gets you know, here's what the establishment looks like. Just so you appreciate the circle over there, right? What are the established? Yeah,
I can't be honest, I can't wait for it.
We're not seeing anybody else. Don't bring a cover over the other, right? Why don't we bring a cover over the other? Because bring a cover over the other, you have to be able to experience poverty. These individuals things will happen. Now remember again, let's go close and circle. That's why the Mishnah said, they're not something among us, but close to the scriptures of the Mishnah. Let's call it, we start signing, let's make those big digression, because those are our vendors from which your liability is covered over the other. Therefore, they're not subject to this. That is not asking the power question. What happens if the king gets salas? What is that? Again, how about for so if the king gets salas? Actually, comes out of your message and it's got over the video.
We started this project. I said,
the video, I will represent the other minister, so she'll make a royal video stella. Sola. Digamos, la cosa de China, gastando esa nada, está en historia, adiós, so, no se sabe que yo voy a descansar, like the Havok for myself, when a king attracts salas, cannot be king. Can't be king. No, can't be king while you have salas. Doesn't mean you can't go ahead and receive the throne. Because you can't act as the king. Why getting salas? Why getting salas? Because you did something. You did something. You can't go ahead. The leader of the people, you yourself are not honoring the right type of thing. Therefore, the king has salas. He's got to advocate for throne during that time. Here's the simple thing. What is the halakha? What is this? We just established that the king can't bring that cover over the other. You can't go ahead and get the other cover. What happens what happens if you lose that? You can't go to the other. This is subject to a cover over the other. Then this is what salas. So it's like, no, you could not. You say, let's say, you say ultimately again, you could not means. You say, I love what I say, essentially, once you're king, you are forever removed from the lifestyle cover over the other. And even if I love what I say, right now you're not functioning as king, you're still removed from the lifestyle. Oh, we've got lots of no, it means it's when you're king, but if you're not that king, you're going to be started Baldur's Gate 3 you lost all the gods. Tell me. Paying for his money, for your money, right? Also, so now what I say, So the thing is like this, essentially, one of the advantages that king is okay, obviously king comes with power. King also comes with opportunities. But multiple financial guys, it's fascinating. The notion of public office as a tool for personal enrichment is not something that modern day politicians discuss. Right? In other words, this is also, by the way, I also want to point out that that is something nefarious. Like, in other words, sometimes just based on the position that you have, open up additional opportunities. Okay? Again, I'm not sure anything is real that obviously because it's too difficult to raise up. So we want to say, you know, who's wealthy? Who's wealthy? He's saying wealthy because he's free. And his own personal finances, you know, have generated tremendous amount of wealth also. Just because he's not acting as king of the decade he was king, obviously it's most probably endowed him with tremendous personal wealth. And therefore, I love the Melissa. Always public over here. Incredible. How the people are, let's see, a public here. Ultimately, they're going to go. Because y'all go ultimately is public homes. That was really good actually. And you know, ownership, like the one right inside. Cover over the owner. You see exactly what I was about to go in the shop. So I see it saying, like I didn't have to keep putting us yet. They have to keep on the phone. Then you have to follow. I see it saying, all the relations go follow the phone. So once it's the say, anytime you come over the building, you might never go to the market. So I'm going to drop. And I say, it's really like that. You know, it's to show you again. You see, remember, I was in telling us the things that was over the data. So, there's a lot of really what you can do everywhere. I'm sure people will choose their friends with equal sense. Discuss the particular combative liability. So, therefore, when God is so, I'm going to cover over the other. Okay, first, what's the boss? I'm a problem. That covering out of the ball. So, this is the covering over the out of the subject. Once again, it's referring to the computational level. This is referring to the cognitive level. It's super awful. Well, they have got to start over on. This is another cover. This is the one that is a pretty funny part. The other one is not. I get him on. He reminds me that one of doubles. So maybe you know, let's say maybe you will look at over the building. Maybe the double should be checked. But the greatest skill cover. What is that? Remind me what is that? I see the side. That's also a little bit more like the lowest level middle. About a little structure is what I feel for the really higher levels of over the rate tracks and the levels of retirement. Which one's the most I would say that he fell on a point of Sheikh Hassan. A Sheikh Hassan the Akhos on this capper, the Akhos is capper the Puma. One of these will achieve a tournament. From taking one of these and choose a tournament for all of them. The Sheikh is capper the Akhos, is capper the Puma. So essentially, again, you're retired all of the other is retired to any of these forms of the cover. But again, once you have the subject, once you have subject to cover, by definition, ultimately, you have subject to the lowest level. Yes, it's the lowest level, not kind of everything. And the other thing is, the highest level of the Akhos, how can I call this high the Akhos, because you make the same drug show here. Like it's possible. Once again, only the liability for the whole group, the liability for every one of them. So, the sky, the Akhos, the sky, the one. I love it here. Why is it this way? We keep Homer or we keep ourselves. Remember, it's not true. But the Akiva says that both of the does have liability. Thomas does have liability to society. Only his exemption is this is not the way to do it. Why does he actually have the country that one of the Basol Gabi Asira Seba? Because it turns out the rights is the Asira Seba, which is the lowest level older than the already. The lowest type Asira Seba is a type 4, which is the only higher than the lowest level subject to the lowest level older than the already. Will be higher than that. Inside right from the side back, I'm sure it's because if you look at one of the levels of older than the already, the other one is the dash, but it's the higher than Athos, the 11 Dallas. You can write that possibly get by Dallas, by the lowest level colors. Hinami Bashu is or by the highest level of Ashu. Back then it doesn't rated by one of the poles, but ultimately kind of writes in the middle in stars. Don't take really kind of over the common over the Yore, because if you could subject to all shades of over the Yore. But if someone is never subject to poverty, and therefore they never reach the lowest level over the Yore, therefore they're not subject to any kind of side. Bottom line, you take one message over here. Hello, for my second.
Yeah, that's a really good
As well. Thus, are not subject to cover over the Again, some actually those not saying that subject to cover over the area yesterday's time. So, because not subject to over the Yore, therefore, hello, for myself, it will not bring the confirmation. Let's go. Side, 2 months and it does get out of but still it's needed a little bit to make it to grow. The only time Sanhedrin, kid, bring dead emojis or erroneous moving is a case where the individual would be subject to a carbon practice. That's it. If you bring yourself into a different carbon, they're not bringing the Mishnah. Kalacak saçılı çalış. Hayatın aslına kalacak doesn't happen. So say yes. Hayatın maybe his policy was actually general Allah was and it's many out there. And there's but also they have performed intentionally with having the punishment of Christ. And ultimately, again, unintentional would bring a carbon loss. So again, it was a really cut with individual, but this one is a process. They have to make this problem. So ultimately, again, the individual will bring a sheep or a goat. That's a katos, sheep or a goat. But rule one, in that same case, I don't see here. If people would have had an issue in the erroneous moving, he would bring a seer. That's the king's unique offering. Mashiach who based it. Ultimately, again, Kodado based it, made sure erroneous moving, and five people followed on it. They bring their heart. So what that's the right case, right? That's the paradigm that we've been operating with. This entire sector. What about all the stuff? What about the case of, bless you, what about the case of all this stuff? Mashiach will be his seal. So he keeps on ultimately again, the individual, the dust, and the condom. All bring the seal. Basing power and desire. Basing bringing power and desire. Okay? Really, you've got great bring the power and desire. Power, no law. We see a apart for an old seal. This is not dust. I shall tell you. So that's the problem. Because it's in the traditional case. This is like that. A compilation of dollars to come on. I trust that depends on your financial status. I know not trust why not go ahead and just say, look, everyone brings the same problem. So why do people think this one has more, this one has less? You know, say, you know, one of the most important is most important. So it's the opposite. So you have to understand right. Some people have one, and some people have sight. All right, so
yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's exactly how you go. Yeah. Yes. Different though, right?
You feel like you have to
this is supposed to be last clip of the day. One of our guys, Papa tries his best to keep up. Let's see. Two, some government official just people watching this.
in life. There are rules and there's that's the way life works. And that's why when you get a single child, it's something that there's first and second place. It's profoundly detrimental to them because it's important to understand ultimately again let's say in some points you have to make effort sometimes life to regulate the types of systems and then again but this nature back to that this so much of life is just being comfortable in your own skin even if you don't do you don't want to do, it's okay. Yeah, I start doing exactly what I need. They go, well, I'm not trying to, what are you going to make it? I'm good. At least I'm like, gosh, I'm yeah, you know what? He has more money than I do, so he's going to bring a nicer customer. I have lesser money, doesn't make me a lesser person, and so much of my life. It's a job, I think. I mean, you're going to do it for as long as I can. You're going to shut down or whatever. We're not going to do it. אז היופים האנושי היופים זה אנושי תלוי, so that's the yopim and it's about Chayu B'Yaz. My whole is a previous, that's my whole is a previous mission. So Mashiach, but ultimately again, Mashiach, the point of all these in the Father, Hashem, Da'adayin, what about Hashem, Da'adayin? היופים והאנושי והמשיח היה, what is Chayu and Hashem, Da'adayin? The base thing does not bring that. Ashmiya Sakol, Ba'mitu, Sasayva, so we'll say, so again, we're got the fucking death, right? She has gold. So again, so it's a shua of employment. Equals sign a shua of articulation. So what's Mikdash Vekadasha? This is the point that Mikdash or individuals come to know Mikdash. Reason 2, which means again, reason is still doing regarding any of these things. Ultimately, they're partner by Yokim, unless you Mashiach HaYom. And ultimately, again, Yochim Nossi Mashiach HaChayim Hello, but Yogo Mashiach HaYim Altumas Mikdash V'Kadosh HaYim. But ultimately, again, Shimi says that the Yogo is not Chayim for anything, but it's when you are close to Mikdash HaKadosh. Because the divine mind of it, what you have okay, kind of our boss says, so this is a really nice Mishnah. There is a little bit of a catch-all. I want you to listen very much. So Tanya, I'm sure says as follows. We're sure you don't say 12. Don't say nothing about your father. Unless you then the change is with the power of person. Any kind of individual is having a Hashem. The Nasi will also be high. The Nasi is possible. Mashiach who brings it to you. Or Mashiach brings it to you. That's pretty much a lot of what we said in the previous video, with the exception of Nasi. The culture of Hashem Dagai, any kind of individual is having a Hashem Dagai. Nasi Mashiach who kills it. sorry, culture Hashem Dagai, any kind of individual is having a Hashem Dagai. So Nasi Mashiach kills it. Nasi Mashiach will be saying, if you brings it to you, brings on the water. Shmiya Sakol, you could start saying to us, Mikdash V'Kadashav. Those cases we just mentioned before. What's that about? Based to the base is Father. Nasi Mashiach HaYom. Nasi Mashiach HaYom. Shmiya Nasi Shmiya Sakol. It's not kind of Shmiya Sakol. So what? Because remember, again, that's a matter of testimony. It has nothing to do with testimony. But Mashiach was Mikdash. Liability regarding matters of the base of the the host will already know they can't have the all of the right? So if you just kind of all of the already does shares the same. Mashiach will bring some to it. But Mashiach brings up on the Isaac knows I can have the Kasha. It's a contradiction. I'm saying Mashiach had to cross meters because you said before that Mashiach has not Chayin. If you must have Mashiach if you must have Mashiach for the mother, about the Shmiya Sakol of Peter says Chayin. What's never again? It's even only considered to be true. So when you're making it sound like it's too much Mikdash V'Kadashav, the Nasi is Potter. But the other parts of the name is Shmiya Sakol, E2 Stasayim, the Nasi will be Chayin. Whoa, 1 second, you have a Sefer. Hoshu ba'omer Yorim Nasi Yotziro, Mashiach who brings it to me. Katani, Mashiach who brings it to me. And they not brings it to me. Just like the things is Potter all in this case. His name again, Shmiya Sakol, because of the Mikdash V'Kadashav, Mashiach Tzonekulu. So to the point of the that's a contradiction of just about the point of his liability. You know, those elements, contradiction of the contradiction. $100 is talking about different pieces. What he's talking about, the lowest level of carbon over the other, and what he's talking about again, not the lowest level, the average of the impoverished. So as you said earlier, but she had plugged it into שאין הכרת בעל החוב, הייתי ברגע שהחיים לשמיע סקול ובגלל לא בקאמוס, בטרמיני יורם. So it's very interesting, but it's a concept of investing. They have offered a nice song, but you can set the lowest level of carbon over the building, but maybe subject She probably don't even have a favorite kid. This is an interesting sheet over there. Because beforehand, we assume either you're fighting cover over the others or you're having cover over the others. So here there might be a hybrid model where you're fighting in certain parts of over the others or certain levels, but not subject to others. Interesting. Was a tree similar to the Kiva Makado, so a tree was a tree, it's an undead one, it's similar to the Kiva Makado, listen to Potter, but Kiva Makado is so the Kiva that ultimately again is part of the lowest level of our but our things are more higher levels. So these are ultimately said, ultimately again, the tree says they know it's totally exempt from a covered over the over. Incredible. Elish in point double high.
Yeah, dude, I get it.
Once his shit is locked, then point double is high. Once it's locked, the English sign that mentioned. Plus it says it's in the cars. It's going to be off of the car. You shit how follow this refers ultimately to someone who's covered the same as his house covered. That says that shit in cover shovel comes to its true word. This cover is not like the rest of the tower. Ultimately, again, let's see who's that. That's one level. Nasi, Nani, in cover of shovel tower. I don't say it, but the rest knows, so like, you don't say it, but cover.
Around the brutal AMA that took place, I want to say 2 days ago. This morning,
right, so it's something just so clear. So remember, we're talking about what's going on with the halacha right stuff. She says that she says that the point level is not highly investigation. So now again, just let's go back to this. So my congregation, and why does it say that? Look, what I said, it was that something to us, make that shit about us. Because the must is just that that machine don't have power. Like, you must make that shit about us. And it says that ultimately, again, for practice, ultimately, so this counts. What do we actually put here? We check out what shovel the cow. Who's lying over this? Someone whose carbon is the same as everyone else's carbon. The answer is actually someone who's shut out is completely ultimately again someone whose carbon is not related to carbon. Actually understands this thing. There's something about someone who is hoped for together with the cow. But Bashik Shak is still the same carbon as the cow. Okay, Yossi not really carbon as the cow. That's Yossi's food because the Yossi's carbon is not like the Seaboy's carbon.
So I know what sells. Good
The
luck with
witch
that.
you might say, especially like so shove that. They can't find people or at least the nussing is the same as you probably saw white right here today because the nussing is included with general component of probably saw as a kid. So in that respect, there is some carbonic symmetry between the nussing and the rest of probably saw. Is that ultimately again in the cover of probably saw the cover of probably saw. To which the Gemara says, if you're behind it, now you're trouble with how they come out of the good. But they just go on and trouble with how the shadow says to shut up. So that's what it's like. Here's the issue. Here's the issue. Kohanim ultimately are not the same as the cow. Like I argued different. Because remember again, Kohanim have their own kapara by a giver. It's true, but Kohanim shovel the cow, the shadow mitzvahs, the shana kula. Kohanim are the same as probably because they are the same in terms of other forms of atonement throughout the year. The Shia, Nami, are shovel the shadow mitzvahs, the shana. Well, again, the Shia, the ultimately is also just like Barnes a lot of things throughout the year. It's just that Bali Shek Hustle shoveling ultimately again to this referred to someone whose Hatashi is ultimately the same as individuals who might move and who would die the cow. So essentially again it looks like who is going to be subject to too much manipulation. Only so shares the same endless liability as the cow. Ultimately again, if the coin is not different one than the fucking less manipulation. Okay, incredible. Well, that's it all that Nasi makes. So again, the Rosa says that the Nasi brings a little bundle of the Rosa and love is too much manipulation to cut that shot. Ultimately, the Rosa is regarding too much manipulation to cut that shot. So we're going to have currents both keeping up with us. Because ultimately, again, it's currents is mentioned there. It's treated like the Shakas Kagua, ultimately not like a cover over the Olay. Therefore, they will be like, these are like the ones that put a cover, as you do, the other ones are talking about everything. These are referring to all of the basics. So the ones that if we see here, Pani Mashiach, to walk over the Katas. And again, once again, I just love it. The Sira B'Kasi, right, and the crown of the Mashiach, are the equivalent ultimately again of the Katas. This Mashiach, the Shmias probably do the same. So saying that the individual religious covenant with Mashiach will be the power, that Shmias probably do the same. Hello, the moment have Pani Mashiach, the fact that it doesn't make any mention of the Kohen Gadol, what you see from there, Shmanion, Atumas Mikdash B'Kadosh, Kohen, the Mashiach Pato. It wasn't talking about Atumas Mikdash B'Kadosh, for which as we said before, ultimately again, the Kohen Mashiach is how do you know this? Still well, the Rothschild is right. Everyone knows is talking about all of the pieces. The Rothschild, so what's that in the and my Kohen Gadol, he holds it like a Kiva. The Amar, Mashiach, talked about who holds that Kohen Gadol, talked about all of these cases. Amar, you have part of the Amar, secondly, I mean, Kiva says the Marta, there's a Kiva Marta from the Amar. Of course, not the name of the school, there's nothing more to discuss about this. Or the Opera, all the Rothschild, showing maybe awesome. The Rothschild is the Halak for myself. The Halak for myself. Since I don't see ultimately again, it doesn't bring, but nothing does not bring Hashem Tador, but too much Mikdash B'Kadosh. So turning Hashem Shas, Tador, and Bahumas Mikdash B'Kadosh, bringing Hashem Tador, but too much Mikdash B'Kadosh, and all the other Fatani. So who's it being exactly? Since ultimately again, to let's make that B'Kadosh has a different place, even though again the punishment is covered over the glory, but we treat it as something that has a Chatas Kavua. Because it would be treated as a Chatas Kavua, therefore what? Therefore the Nafsi should be tied. Ultimately, again, I'm a whole we are a friends that walk. I see us, see other. I'm a the open and hold the velocity should be just for a second. I'm sure before. The rest repeats that he does not bring Hashem Tador, so which the Gemara says, Hashem. You're right, it's a contradiction. We're not sure what to do with that. Okay, well, so again, takeaways, right? Takeaways. So let's say, number one takeaway is there's nothing more beautiful than learning Torah Mishpah. Right? That is the most important takeaway. Let's say just understand what has happened over here. Just understand. Your mind may be a complete blank slate. But just understand that your neshama has just spent 40 learning all about Kabbalah, which means for the last 40 minutes, my neshama was residing in the walls that it's going to touch. So this overwhelming sense of eternal sympathy, and you do not know where that is coming from, 40 minutes where the neshama inside, even though your mind is consciously in place. Right? Again, it's okay. It's okay. But remember, that's what this is. That's all what this is. Just like once sometimes you may be sitting with someone who you love very much and you're in a conversation, and then in the conversation it's over, perhaps you have no idea what the conversation was about. That may or may not happen. Right? You have no idea what the conversation was about. But you know what? It still feels so good because I was sitting with someone who I love and Shama knows that the relationship just became so much stronger. That was like, that's what happened most of our last 2 minutes. But again, seriously, keep our principles. Our principles are both saying, simply working out. And by the way, tomorrow I'm coming to factory. So you know, I got it done. So great halacha. But I'm also remember again, I'm actually going to see, I'm going to try to, there must be also people that tabilizes all of these halachas. But again, I'm also like, remember, pieces of the new place that we have learned from today, individual, whatever individual brings, the pathos, halacha. Like I said, that is when the knowledge, the Sanhedrin, and it bringing their unique kavanas. If the individuals bring their Hashem Tador, ultimately again they are exempt from their unique kavanas. That's pretty much everything today in a nutshell. Again, any machlokas is a nasty subject to cover all the glory. That's a fundamental machlokas. They will say, Hadjin Allah, Hore Kod Mashiach, they will say, Maziton, tomorrow. I'm sure there's another great day anyway.
tonight was immediately met with a neon yellow TFAG and full redux, so I'll be talking out early.
Yeah, there's a lot of merch on this new venture.
Yep.
Which is funny because on the old venture we went from ordering the jackets, they cut us fire sale. They cut half off everything back if you select something to buy, like we did back. Oh, if you bought this jersey.
Yeah, there's actually a page that comes on screen. Please buy something else. Please buy a sticker. Buy a sticker. It's $2.
A shop sticker.
I was hoping that would be a good outfit, but I feel like I'm ready now. But it kind of fits the desperation of wanting to sell the merch.
You want to just get rid of all of the fake boys now. Like they realized it was a mistake, and they got the best price for marketing. They're like, well, we got to get rid of it. Let's just cut half price and then trick them even more and cut it down until we get rid of like our 1,000 donut T-shirts that we have.
You know, there's a sticky out there that's like, I just bought something and they're giving me
I will say good morning, let's begin. I will show you this morning dedicated to like one Captain Hollis.
There are fans
Never
who like
solid
blown away now that they
sorry about
get
that,
this
Robert Schwab. That's
really
how
big
young
quality T-shirts, pants, and all that stuff for like way less than before. Maybe there's some happy big boys out there.
Well, actually, our podcast, our favorite podcast, Trash Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Starts this all happening.
You know that tragedies and problems. So, all tragedies and problems. So, that was the day that was designated for also women in this world, and therefore, whatever one's religious feelings are is somewhat irrelevant. Yet, any day that set aside to remember such an incredible, overwhelming korban of clouds of sexual notion requires us to dedicate our learning this morning. Beginning Nishmas Nitzur, negotiation, and Shabbos will happen on the up, which is their section of all Bishop and Spiritual Divinity and Comes. And then Vice versa, that's being used based on the Aleph, first word, the Navi Shalamish. So the Gemara asks, was it the Navi Shalamish? Remember, it came up a little bit. Remember, beforehand, was discussing the idea that in your office was the Yoda was the Shalamish. So the Gemara asks, was the Shalamish in the times of Yoda? And what the Gemara says, and she does Sharamishcha, but the R was taken away. Sharamishcha was also taken away. That shows that this is actually not saying right. So speaking about all of the things that were taken away in anticipation of the destruction of the first place. So when the R was taken, Sharamishcha was since Anna's Hamar was the jar of blood that was kept in the R. The macros of Aaron, the staff of Aaron, with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos should show the Christian garment stuff. And including that, of course, was the Argos, the box, which the Christian sent Yeti, so what is the point to that? The Esquia Zama Church, also Marshall, a single Argos, the Shirato of Samahava. So as it's the point. Sons of the companies took the iron out to work with colleagues and were defeated by the Christians are always defeated by Israel, but they also went ahead and took the iron back. This is the famous nice where wherever the Christian iron, there was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Christian said, thanks for no thanks. They sent back the iron, and together with the iron, they sent back the gift of the gold. So that gold was kept together with the iron. But you know what I'm saying? When they hit the iron, they knew that gold was also we got them, and we gave them the iron. There's no way that it's sure that you went ahead and gave it away. Why? Shirah should come to my Torah, because it's not a concept that said, Lord Hashem also gets down. No show some writing on the wall, and there was going to be some writing on the wall, and as such, that's why items going to be held in our hands, and therefore, again, went ahead and therefore, see Baba Guns, I don't know the Indian on the deal of Israel, Hakdosh Hashem, Shuvas Arakosh, the guys, Shabbat Shalom, that another Israel. So, apparently, suffering and shit, those the first piece had a crush. But then you go to the anticipation of its destruction, or you go to some other reasons. Or these are subterranean, subterranean chambers where you get. So there's no reason to hide the arm and go all these other things. Some of the subterranean processes also is that the Aronapis is in Harabite, somewhere there, somewhere buried in Harabite itself, reading all food that can I take from Mashiach to come to this location. So you are able to massa because it's out of the bless of Shalom, they can mess out with the shield tells the Lord, no longer have any Avodah B'Chassid. Avodah B'Chassid means what? You're not carrying anything. You no longer carry. But what is your job? So you do extra Shalom, fast, and what's your job? To be Eved Hashem and to be a technical problem. Just because you don't have your explosives, because I told you 2 days ago, about the idea that any people of optics, you don't carry the army anymore now. It's fine. You never got the trouble, you have to touch it. Ask from Asia Sham, Asia Shmeres, Asia goes, all of items listed above teach us that just as our own that is so too all of these items were given as well. So once again, we're going to come back to our original question. How can you tell me that your Achaz was good? Shamla Mishcha, because his older brother Yochim, but at the end of the day, there is no more Shamla Mishcha by this point, right? Which the Gemara answers, Amra Papa, Ba'afan Smadakta. Right, so it's like, there is no Shamla Mishcha, but instead he was going to ultimately again with balsam oil. Balsam oil. Okay, so the Shamla Mishcha, also remember again, they mentioned who else was burnt balsam oil, Shamla Mishcha, shovel. Why? Because shovel was out of the mountain, always going to come from Yehuda. Shovel is from a sky. So Shamla Mishcha, I will say, represents the good, but we'll probably be more temporal. So come on, but like, can I buy these Gemaras are a piece. Can I buy these emotion and Samalach? How do I add anointing? How do you anointing? So to me, Mason, the Gemara says, go ahead and make an like a crown. Like a crown. The Exa Kohanim came in, and the Kohanim ultimately again like a king. Right? It's also so again, you keep showing up the car, you take you smear it around the center of the crown. How do you go ahead and hand it on to Kohanim to be right? Well, Nashia Barga doesn't be coffee about it. Like, coffee, that you get Rashi. Rashi has a real laser. Coffee about it. Rashi has it looking like a letter press. So the way that it looks, by the way, Rashi is start in the eyes, and essentially you spread the Shamla Mishcha down up to the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a ches. It's like a ches. I would say it's a little more like a cross. But you get the point of view is you're starting at the front of the head, and then you're bringing the oil all the way to the back of the head. אני חדה, בסביבה מוצאת של הראשון, לאחר כך לא סביבה שמן בין משתגעים, שעושה סביבות now the thing counts. According to one account, you go ahead and pour the shaman on his head first, and then afterwards you put it between his eyes. You see the notion of shaman that he's saying different prices. So go first and put the shaman between his eyes, and then you go ahead and pour it on his head. So now, also it's not focused on that proper order. You know that anointing requires both oil as well as putting oil between the eyes. It's not focused apparently again, which is the proper order. You get down to the shaman, you get down to the sky. So some say, and I will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it's the burning of the oil on the head that is the most important part. My time in the man Damar is one is the reason the thing that he says that the burning is the most important part. He said, so big shaman and the shot our rosh karo, you shall also look at show. Also, again, the pasuk itself says what? And eat so first. The pasuk itself says you pour the oil before you anoint the oil or dab the oil, you smear the oil. See that it's more important. The rather the opinion says that no. hearing is more important. Chasavar Shekin Akamotzi, the sharks. Says, remember in our site, when you see the pouring of oil, something you not only find by the oil, but you also find by what? By the kingdom. In fact, the key also anointed with oil tells us that oil of the rich. Once I've obviously by the filter was something here's the problem. The order of the second was first by the so before, and then by the Yitzhak. How can Kamar? Let's see what he wants to say. Not time by the so why is it that only they have word should be called the anointing is open. So what's that one that couple is anointed as to again how the proper anointing was done. So the thing, one is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the stands from the eyes, one was the first, was the case. Right? That first boat skin and then those go ahead and pour the oil and then you go ahead and smear it. Of course, it's fine. What about Shema HaKol, Yorei Ala Zakan, kind of like oil that goes down the beard. It goes down the beard, it goes down the beard of the older Ala HaKol. So over here, the plastic over here is the plastic is tired. So the plastic over here is in front of the shower. I thought Arosh, Doring, Alazakan, Arosh, Doring, so what shower covered by the clothes that we should have had. So the verse is a reference also to the shower of the Shema. The regular Aaron is by Moshe, the Moshe HaMishcha. Also, this is beautiful Gemara. Shnei Tzibos Margolios, Tzibos Aaron Tzibos. Because these things really dropped with Hashem HaMishcha, that were constantly holding on the edge of Aaron's feet. Amar HaPama, Tana, you should have sat there all those first levels. So it's like when Aaron would fall, so the drop would like roll up the ear of the why? So they wouldn't fall off as he was talking. So to drop the Hashem HaMishcha that sit on the edge of his beard, and when we talk, it would roll up. The Al-Davar is that, how your motion is like, that's a symbol. The Al-Davar is that, how your motion is like, and the motion regarding to drop the first Shabbat was always good, always good. Without was a second wide volume basal damage. Maybe I committed after. What is this? Maybe I applied too much Hashem HaMishcha, and therefore again it has to act of Megillah. Remember again, what's Megillah? Megillah is people on Monday, they do vibrating. So the Gemara says, "Yotis Abaskol Ba'amra Hashem HaTov." So ultimately again, the Baskol comes out and says, "Hashem HaTov," right? Like the good oil, the power thermal. Again, that's the Gemara, the Pasuk compares. The Pasuk compares. This is the very next Pasuk. Israel and Abib of Chokman is given 133. It says, "How thermal Shorega Haritz," like two of them are mold, which falls down in Haritz. So what was the comparison between oil and how thermal? Not how thermal. People, Hashem HaMishcha, Shemazaka, Aaron, just like the most like. So to again, Hashem HaMishcha in the period of Aaron, there is no Megillah as well. The Adayin Chaya Aaron knowing. Still, Aaron was saying, I'm a Shem Moshe Aaron is maybe I got some enough oil that was not Kohanik Yidrovid. God is a Bashko, I'm not beautiful. Hine man tolu manoim sheves achim gam yachad. Ma Moshe Roma after Roma. So the Pasuk says after the Moritz or mothers together. Just like Moshe, I didn't do Aaron. Don't worry, you didn't do what's the Ekefer? What's the symbolism? The Shora Mishka is only sitting in the beard of Aaron. Let's say when is Shora Mishka put on applied to someone with it normally for service. Shora Mishka represents goodness. Shora Mishka represents segment. Shora Mishka represents Jesus for something new. Because our word telling us what Shora Mishka always remained on the beard of Aaron. Because as voice, because as wet as the beard was applied, tells you that Aaron's excitement for this community Noah, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day. And only will be a day incredible medical person. I said, you know, it's the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge to our engagement is that it's not the execution of God's commandments. Generally speaking, we can handle that. Handle Shmiras HaMitzvos, observance. Our greatest challenge is feeling the feelings, this feeling of excitement, this feeling like it's something special, like we have the opportunity. Regardless of our calling, it's not saying that part of our mandate, that's obvious. Every blessing part of our mandate. Regardless of our calling, it's a kind of excitement like the day in which the Shah Mishnah was first applied. Emotionless hamalachim ala baya. As I saw, the only anointing thing actually the anointing kings. This literally means the only anointing kings by a spring. By a spring, the day that he must have Mahusa. They said because it's anointing king by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea being that just like the spring grows, so to again the king's mind came to grow as well. Shene Emar, Nayom HaMelech was inside this is a total aside. If you ever go to the Torah, here's David. The word called that Gihon spring was like that is where cloudy sun historically anointed Malach by the Gihon. It's an incredible thing to stand there as it's fun to do water. The more fun and more water was to stand on the spot where literally you can't mount these dropping the water under the spot. So you might go back there. כלומר, כשאמר, אם המלך אוהב טיפול ותנסעתי על בניכם, מורל כמו שלום. אבל יאללה, I want to go to this. Unfortunately, I wasn't going to do it. I'm going to store this stuff together. And this reference to this. I want the body of Jesus. You mustn't trust to go. Listen to this. If the person wanted to go, they're going to live out here or not. Now again, don't the words in this. Right? I don't want to walk away with this. The person wants up, they're going to live out here or not. So what you do, maybe you shrug about so young thing, they must struggle. Take a candle during that sensation. They show you the basic little Russian thing. But what it means was, when there's not a strong group, he must have been because if the candle remains lit, no. If the candle remains lit, then what? They must have shots. It's like the candle remains lit, the person knows that he wasn't without this. What's there is, they can handle it during a session, place it in a hole where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out here. Similarly, the mind of the body. Okay, number one. Number two, first I'm going to be successful in business. I have a business venture that I want to undertake. I'm going to be successful or not. But what are the things like maximum, and I want to be successful, not successful. Where are we going to go? Buy yourself a rooster. Buy yourself a rooster. Shove it. The rooster gets fat. That's the, that's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, I'm about to buy the name to our company. We'll buy the name because they're about to do something. We're going to and I want them to get back. I want them to make it back. So what should I do? So what happens? After they see them, they come and they say to Chazal, those are ultimately they go to a home that is dark. And not that it's pitch dark, but that it's dark. Because of the glory of the Ruach, the shadow of the shadow, they do the harder, the husband. And you know, ultimately again, that's going to come home. Don't say, so just I want to come in out of it. What is going on in this tomorrow? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so let's say, so the Mashal, again, I'm going to always say, write this down. I always use Mashal. Sorry, maybe Shabbos is not, I didn't really talk about this. So let's say, so the Mashal says, he says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of Osadach. Not about to engage in forms of divination. So don't do omens. Don't do omens. So the Maharsha says something absolutely amazing. The Maharsha says, well, since you for this is dramatic, the person wants something without fear or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in the home where there's not a lot of light. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, you're going to live. We'll say, what does the Gemara say? If it goes down, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice the Gemara, next to the Gemara, the only thing that's mentioned the Maharsha says something. The default setting of life is that things are going to work out. The person has to have an expectation that things are going to work out, that I'm going to live that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I read omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, so that's not an omen. What is that? What is that? That's right. That is the affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it. That's an omen. So it's like it needs to be sowed. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here ultimately again to affirm the positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So these omens confirm the positive outcome. You think it says something negative? Simply ignore. Don't say so understand about being a martial judge is much more peace. Don't say understand the godless this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. It's for good reason. Some because they have a lot of life trauma, a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes we think for a lot of just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Torah wants from us. The Torah wants to have a positive expectation of life. That things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. It's like, so you say to yourself, okay, since you have that mindset, everything works out. But again, you realize the true test of our spiritual metal. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It didn't work out this time, it didn't work out next time. It didn't work out for the last 25 years. Well, the next 25 years, I'll say that's how we're optimistic. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what we say. So once the Gemara ends off, the Gemara says, but my suggestion, the Gemara says, don't pay attention to the why? The Gemara says, no, my culture, thank you, Mr. What's the other problem is? The problem is beautiful as that marriage started. You hear that guy who likes it, and then watch. It goes out, and suddenly, so you see the shape back to like a fall. So it says, nobody, the Gemara says, you know what? You're better off just staying away from over. Not over, stay from these type of symbols in general. But let's say, yeah, the Gemara says something just to hold on. Be very excited. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to sing the middle scene. Let's say, you see this? This is the Gemara. So now is the now that you tell me that omens are significant, not big but like signs are significant. Get ready for this one second. Salah for my son. The Ola Gay Ragio with that state of Shasa was again for a person. You should always look at that. Notice again. So here, so here is the best. So I go to school and choose the main thing. Was in fact again this Gemara appears here. The Sabbath hardest and those say two different themselves. One is the left side, one is the main one. It's nothing just a moment. So now that we said that one, it opens us to the person on Rosh Hashanah should look at what should Krav, Rodia, Karsi, Silky, person should be good, so it's like, you understand? We do this. This is Siminosa. We do this at Rosh Hashanah, right? You sit down and go through a whole bunch of foods. On Rosh Hashanah, where does that practice come from? That is the divinity, that's the Torah. What's in Rashi, Rashi is the moment. Rashi says over here, Rashi says if you look, it's on the left hand side of Rashi, about us trying to destroy my okay, tries to silky coming. Why these items? The high guy is our dog today, the shiny rockers. Let's say that she says coming out in a most they grow fast. They represent vitality. So she's the most different. The word brings down some different things. The reason we eat these items is because of the names, which also we see with the Ratzon somehow are a play on these names. Rashi says, no, the denominator amongst these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent the vitality. Because of that, they're going to give a shut up with those items. He says, why does one Gemara say that there's a makeup? What's that? It's an incredible afternoon. Let's say I don't like any of these colors. I don't like fish, lamb, it's not my thing. Right? I don't so what would for many people that's it. And so I say, so what I don't like it. What do you think? So Pasuk 5 says there is still a need that each of them on the table and to look at them and to recite the also. Make some excuse of the Gemara. Everyone thinks it's just a miracle, just not true. Even if you're not going to do it, there's a thing ultimately to have it, but Rabbi said you look at it, incredible. Says the I'm church to the break. What's his name? Shashi said to his sons. When you want to call the Torah from your rebellion, yours must be serve only to me rabbi. What's this to this? Prepare. Learn the Mishnahs before you go to your rabbi. What's the hours you want to really learn? What's his incredibly so? Learning requires preparation. You can't just show up to learn and prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnahs. And then go before your rabbi. If you guys cease coming, and when you see before your rabbi, says this, look at your rabbi now. Look at your rabbi now. How you and Yamha rose as well. We know that passage. And also looking at our day. So that you're not going to look at your lips as the words are coming out. When you learn by a river. Sounds nice. Learn by a river. If you hate the Mashkamaya, again, the water flows, and the learning flows. Better to sit, better to learn in the garbage use, but better to sit and sit in the garbage use and don't live in the palaces of Pisa. What's the look at for just a moment? The Masa Makasia, how about William Lawrence Cabasiaka? How about Pisa of Haba Cabasma? The common Buddha of London, the Ashba, the Masa Makasia. You go to a hot pizza. Better go to the garbage stuff over pizza and an action in Masmakaska and an action book. What does that mean? And apparently Masmakaska was an incredible book of Torah. Over these and that as much. We have to make over these are one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history was different. Qualities different. Better to essentially better to live in garbage in a book of Torah than to live in a faction in a place that is not a book of Torah. Furthermore, you must practice the baseball. So furthermore, it gets better to Galvin was a type of fish. Better to use a type of fish. Ultimately, Galvin fish that's enough to spoil than pizza or run. Pizza was a higher end gift. So better to use a fish that's almost going bad than to use the fine gift of pizza, which was means what? Be careful how many is the right word up. Pleasures in life you attach yourself to. Because I was like, the more pleasures a person is, the higher the degree of confidence, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son is better to get by with a huge fish than to have to require to do something. Because once you require to do something, again, it's going to be a lot more material to get people together. So he's teaching his son all of these incredible lessons. Living a Makam Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going ahead and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makam Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the materialism both of them, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity. And so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately leaves me sometimes to place an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Beautiful. Rabbi Rothschild, those are the plus that Rabbi says, literally my horn was written to Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, literally, I will say now, this horn reference to the horn my horn and not my jug. David Rothschild wasn't more anointing with oil inside of the kettle, inside of the horn. So their minor came to show you the path, going and show up. But show me was anointing oil from a path. But we're jug, their minor was like conscious of the Father, conscious points out that a path is earthenware. Earthenware easily cracks. As opposed to a horn, like a carrot endures. So I say, because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, their monarchy endures. Those who are anointed from the path, their monarchy endures. I'm going to show the Mishnah. So we're going to go back a little bit to remember again, the Mishnah made a distinction between Gadol who was anointed with Shana Mishka versus the Kohen Gadol was Meruba with the Gadol. Says the Gemara, but Mashiach Yaakov. I'm sorry, Yaakov Melech. So we'll say when it says Mashiach, so maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the money to Yaakov. Maybe Mashiach doesn't refer to the Kohen Gadol, maybe it refers to the Melech. What am I calling? He calling Yaakov Melech. The difference is Kohen, I would have thought that even refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic vestments. I'm not Mashiach. If the Pasuk says Mashiach, Mashiach, Yaakov Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I would have thought that's the thing I will say, who is appointed ultimately again to go for. We'll say that this must be the special power of the Kohen Gadol. That literally goes out to work. I don't know if the Hakol. Never was that a Pasuk goes out and uses this name Lashon of Hameh Hakol. Hamashiach, Shina Mashiach Al Gabon, who is anointed. There is no one anointed above him. So the Gemara says, "My Mashma, Gamarava, Hayarach Hamimena Sheyeh." What's the same way the Pasuk talks about Hayarach? It means again specific part. Yeah, who's going to be that Yasha? Haganami Hamashiach. When Hamashiach has the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because we're going to say before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. Kohen Gadol ultimately, I think, was ones amongst those who are anointed. Mashiach, Yaakov Melech, was his verse, what we first said before that. I never thought the Pasuk said Mashiach. Maybe that's the first thing. Melech, I would like to see. Does the king does something sleeping apart? He started to do that. He could just start. So before Shabbat, Bruce Norris, it's just, and I know I'm saying this, and I used to go to say, I'm going to as follows. For an accidental act, with the sire of Helam Dover Yavim, was in a case of Helam Dover, maybe he should have to be apart. Kamash Rodo was a Joshua redemption, with the Pasuk of Kamashiach, ultimately that refers to the Kohen. By anything Mashiach the Shona Mishnah wasn't Mishnah that discusses ultimately the distinction between the Mashiach the Shona Mishnah, the Kohen Gadol versus the Kohen Gadol who is the Ruba of the Gadol. That's the local Gadol. The Mishnah does not reflect the Gadol. He recommended the Gadol there, the one time he said, the Ruba of the Gadol is Abba Abba and the Gadol. And even the Ruba of the Gadol was the Kohen Gadol was not upon the Shana Mishnah. It's appointed because of the high investments. So he gives a power, I'll call it, he brings a special power of the Kohen Gadol. Very fair. But the whole the company agreed that the concept only brings a special power to the Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Shana Mishnah. Not the Ruba of the Gadol. Right from there, I was not trying to about this idea. Mashiach, even Ela Shana Mishnah. I only know that there's no code. There's a Kohen Shana Mishnah. Ruba of the Gadol. I don't know that it's even the person of Kohen. Who is? The Lord was quoted. Now, with all our Kohen HaMashiach, ultimately, the Bible says, Kohen HaMashiach, my own thing, goes to reestablish this. Like, Rabbi other things. Amos Sefer was a yet put at the end of that place. Main things for the establish the Shabbat. Ella Pargam Burabas, yes, was again one of the explanations at the end of this percent. That there is no distinction between the Kohen and the Shabbat. So, also, the active Kohen Gadol is serving. The Kohen Shabbat was the Kohen Shabbat. That was the filling. He was the Kohen Gadol again. He filled but there was something going on with the first Kohen Gadol. So there is no distinction between the two except our Yom Kippur, special power that Kippur and that serious influence was like the meal offering given by the Kohen Gadol every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? The son of Meir. Was like that ultimately again reflects the of Rabbi Meir. The sign of that broken. You know, the Kohen Gadol, the Avar, if something happened to the Kohen Gadol, there was some type of school, and they had to promote this. You know, for the after Takta, and they appointed a place for the Kohen Gadol, I really sure close it out with us. This is actually amazing. What happened when the Kohen Gadol number one comes back to it? What happened when he comes back to it? So this is what happens. So the first one has the ability to come back to it. You should have a practice in Kohen Gadol. Lashini, Kohen Gadol, so the shame is not for the full-fledged Kohen. They're right there. So we'll say ultimately, again, these are right there. So we'll say if they are ultimately told that the first one is very full-fledged Kohen. So we'll say, but actually, sometimes he needs then he just goes back to that. This is not a translate. Because the license get that people kind of but he's just a regular Kohen. The Yossi or Rishon close Lavadoso. Rabbi Yosef in the first place, God goes to come back to work. The shame is in a row, roll the coin, roll the coin. Wow. And what happens? The second guy will say, nothing. He's not the coin Gadol, and he can't be a regular coin. And that's what I just did. Amar Yosef. Myself, Yosef Ben Eden. Let's see what it was. This happened. There was once an episode of Yosef Ben Eden, who was the coin Gadol. She'ira both saw the coin Gadol. But Amar Yosef Achakasta. So this is what happened. So there was this episode. There was this episode of the coin Gadol. The coin Gadol got upset. And what happened was he appointed another person. And then when the first coin Gadol came back to work, what happened? When the second, the replacement coin Gadol, but when they flew out of the Yosef, coin Gadol was coin head. Also, the replacement was now out of the job. Then you had coin Gadol and a replacement coin head. Why not? Coin Gadol is shouldn't be. You'll see in general again a coin Gadol because of the us. You can't get the two guys. It doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. You can't be two kings. They can't be two guys. At the end of that, you want a war leader. So furthermore, coin head joke, you should not have a Kodesh thing. And also, you can't go back to being a coin head joke either. Why not? Because I want to say, once you've been a coin Gadol, you can't go back to being a coin head joke. It doesn't make sense. Rather than Kodesh thing, once I said, I don't say based on this, they should have all of the things that you're telling them they should have to deal with that all of the same thing that you're saying. I'm already promised. Is it there? All right, this thing is, yes, they should have all of the yes, that is the way to do it. So, Yosef Amar read, Yosef says, no, you can't do that. No, you can't leave it tonight. Yosef said, he's got the shot, and then he chose to plug the difference tonight, the things to the person. Rova Amar Sheen, someone like that, the Haga, you follow that. So obviously, God tried to shit it, and once that shit holds, it's like, Rabbi Meir in one piece. It's the sign of Dvarim Shekhin, coin Gadol, coin head joke. So we'll say one other difference between a coin Gadol and a coin head joke. Abraham uses our Haba, Kalav, so number one, it's a special time that only coin Gadol brings. That transgresses something. Mario Mikiko, the Mario Mikiko, Masir Salifa, and a special healing you're offering. We'll say that one, it's Kolo Korea, Kolo Korea. And we'll say furthermore again, the coin Gadol suffers loss. Both player wasn't doesn't get his parents go long, right? And Corey does not go ahead and get his book. About Corey, so we'll say, what kind of point goes we'll discuss that. There is from the car. And so the next case, a regular Cohen, there's Cohen from the top spot. They went out of the Cohen, and it was neither of them. Edging it doesn't have to go to the sun in the first book, before the doctors. Musa Allah and Cohen Gadol the only area of the answer the Almana, and cannot marry Cohen Gadol can write Almana. Umaxia Telosha, and thank you Cohen Gadol openly taking life of said Umaxia only. But Gadol can go ahead and pop up the balance to the reason or what's going to get the period. Yo, pero la hoja, los equipos of the carbon during the time of this, okay, they don't hold it. It doesn't receive a portion of carbon comfort during the time of this. Not the feeling for those, we know the feeling for them. We'll say that the that's the offer of carbon, the last couple of and you can go ahead and offer first, they don't have any portion. We'll say, and use the limited portion of any carbon before any other point. The savage to small and English. Wears 8 different garments. But Kalavoda is going to share a lot of both. And I will say again, the entire amount of the kipper is only kosher with or it's only to be done. I will say first 5 organization days. Contact almost make kosher Kadasha. I will say ultimately again, in his rules regarding some regarding
yeah, I mean, it's watching like
the lowest was regarding something to do with the base Hamikdash and laws of Tumah. So ultimately again, it's hot. The budget doesn't have a special carbon on that. The Chulan, no idea the rule of the gun. I will say all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a coin Gadol who is also apply to a coin Gadol who is Meruba with the Gadol with one exception. The Kara maybe has Kalav. We'll say except for one thing which is special power that is brought to with the coin Gadol permits something that is special by Karis. Only a coin Gadol who was anointed with oil. Brings that power, Because God who is Meruba because he does it, he wants to say, putting on the vestments of the Pangadol does not do that. Kula Norgin, the Mashiach Shabbat, they must say, all of these halachas of Pangadol also apply to what? To a replacement Pangadol who is now out of a job. Right? So basically, go to what's the top Pangadol from the Mashiach Shabbat, the Pangadol is very last year saying. Sex again with how you kipper and you don't feel on break. The Kulan in your dog from a struck of something. Because none of these things apply to the point God was going to the purpose of the one first. Hey, there are not with the exception of 5 things that speaking so that both Korea but also suffers the loss of close relative. Does not allow his hair to grow. Right? Nor does his hair to grow. Maybe time will grow, but grow with clothing. You can have to come coming to grow. Most of our first that I have struck, Rasa Ba'amala, and you cannot try in Amala. The max says how it's actually, you don't need that ultimately to what? What other objectives you have? The compass is no maximum. There was an ultimately again, the point was struck, Rafama, his death does not allow Zach to come back home. So it's like most of the people are coming about whether or not the death of Rafama allows Zach to come back. Hi, neither two. Listen, I know all the picture consideration. Of Rafama, back Shabbos they done, who was going to set before? That the point that the group because his father on to us with us, which the Gemara says that because puts me hate for our world so again, Raisi just said before that the coin Mashuach will come up. It's considered to be all of the halakhas that we discussed, that the coin was Mashuach, do not apply to the coin Mashuach will come up, with the exception of 5. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. Again, it doesn't matter his hair grow, it doesn't get his clothing, it doesn't become coming to his relative, he has to marry a Surah, and he can't marry an Almana. So we'll say, says tomorrow. How do you wait for this?
No, he's not anywhere. Okay, guys, get on it. Let's get this. Let's get that up. Let's get these numbers up. And I want to say this is what went crazy.
Is there a Rabbi? It's not calling a double Rabbi. Like the coin was greater than his brother. Zach coin double. Was it the first coin double? I said, you took a low shirt down on the shop. We'll put oil on his head. Yeah, a shot for fun. Was it this the first one? It was going for more. Immediately I said, oh, we're both talking about it. And literally again, he goes his hands to go to what he called it. Was the first special call of question of Zach the Ruby got it. Was it the first ultimate thing to put it in the question by putting on the special vestments of the question of Kulan Omer. Go show the God of we'll say that all of these things, we'll say that you are a point Mashuach Makama. Like whether you are, like so when you're a point God, Mashuach Makama, or Meruba, the halach is also that all of them is said, go show the Yifra, do not cut your hair and not the labels, and the God of Yifra, do not carry your clothes. Now call the Marshal Space for you. Don't come in contact with any clothes. Only I'm going to put that all of that of the Kabbalah and I will go make some discussion of our call was it the pasuk says literally the crown of the anointing oil was on his head. So Allah will know how to happen. Ultimately, you can upon him and not upon himself. It doesn't really make sense who is going to show that Mishma, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up the carbon while he is in the holy. That is unique to him. That does not apply to any of our other companions. So even though all of them are don't, remember again, you have a number of people focused on Gadol. There's Ikoy Gadol, who is already shown at Mishma. Then there's the famous Shrach, the Haman, when he goes out to war. There's Kodesh Yeshua, God of the Chest, the Kodesh Gadol, without anointing, all of these people have Kodesh Gadol status. And in general, they all have pretty much the same basic halachas. We're just putting up exceptions over here. The halachah nice again for Hakavas point as the Aninos, where they don't offer up a carbon while they speak the Aninos that only applies to the coin, which is like the oil, not to the other Kohanim. I highlighted what the Gemara says, but after she goes on also, going in with about this book. Maybe again, the halachas have to see by Aninos. Maybe also only the coin goes on right to the Shana, maybe the other ones don't have. Abulomar fish, therefore also the person says we would all of them in the Jinn of Yisrael. Kitterai, and was in Yam, begin is my focus tonight. Who should have Sulai, was the person says Shanayu, Akar Shemit, that concept, Viva, after the Torah goes ahead and makes a healing between them. So all of the Jinn of Yisrael. So after the distinction between the various types of lives in Dolan, the once again groups them all together in the obligation to marry a woman who is a These are Rabbi Rothschild. Kiva Omer, Imi Ela Sha'abar Machmas Karyom. Machmas Mumin Midai. So Kiva says, I only know. We'll see particularly Rashi at this moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, Amar Machmas Mumominai. Now, Lomar Bahu. That Kiva Amar Rishon Machmas Mumo Asr Ba'amana. So I only know, this will be the first part of this. So Gemara says over here as follows. I only know that Kiva says, Imi Ela Sha'abar Machmas Karyom. Even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol, because he wants to see a seminal mission, even during that time when he can't go ahead and work as a Kohen Gadol, I still have there's a prohibition from Tanai and Amana. How do I know Machmas Mumin Midai? How do I know that even if a Kohen Gadol, let's say, has some type of significant role, which renders him unfit long-term, we're going to discuss this more carefully in just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Almana? The Pasuk says, which tells us that again, once you can sleep with a Kohen Gadol, you cannot marry an Almana, only marry a Yisrael. This is the following next question. Mashiach shelitztara bahu ba'amana. Goes to the discussion. What happens if the Kohen Mashiach, the Ganai Kohen, he got saras? So the happens he gets saras, cannot function as the Kohen Gadol. It happens. They go to the saras. So what's the shayla? Mahu ba'amana. Can he marry an Amana? Can he marry an Amana now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of his saras? Can he marry an Almana? I wasn't able to try to do a short term marriage, but still, yeah, so he can be married. But my son, for the period that he has saras, he's permitted to be married to an Almana. So he was a big Chadav. He really said that, once you were the Kohen Gadol, and then what? Remember, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that's status. Where we see that? Remember again that even after you go there, after you're Kohen Gadol, if you accidentally transgress, you still have the right to cover the Kohen Gadol. So we say big Chadav. Once Kohen Gadol, always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if you can't actively serve, you cannot marry an Almana. Or if you don't want to, or we'll say maybe you know that the prohibition to marry an Almana is a function of being active Kohen Gadol. Once you are set aside from being a Kohen Gadol because of your task, you marry an Almana. Rabbi asked Shaila of the Gna. They're not going to know. So what happens? If the Rabbi was saying, Grandpa will come on right away. So the Rabbi was saying, and he asked this question. So this is what happened. So Rabbi was asking this question. So what happens? So you know, the son of Rabbi said to Rabbi, can you know? You don't do anything now. Amy other Shabbat must carry out. I only know ultimately a Kohen. I only know that the prohibition of that of only dying still applies. Other maximus I don't know if a point is disqualified from service because of his wolf. And there was a prohibition of unmarried certain women still applies. Now, below my opinion, what's that? The word Bahu means what? Bahu Isham is like that means that he is always in the status of a Kohen Gadol. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, he is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore, even if he has a woman and actively serve, you only marry a Lisa, which is not the conversation. So Papa asked the pastor, Papa didn't know either. Who not answer the question? So Kama Nash Hebrew saying that Papa got up and kissed on his head. Yoav laid back and leaded to go to the church. Let's say so. Such a beautiful. I'm sure, of course, you call the reference. But when I say after he back, he went ahead and gave his kiss and he gave his daughter parallel. So let's do another vision. Kohen Gadol, remember he gave me reference. That's very fast. Kohen Gadol, Kohen Milamato, Lahego Zinamala. Then Kohen Gadol goes ahead. And Kohen Milamato was what? Here's his clothing. The event that has trouble is a loss. He does Kriya on the bottom of his clothing. The head of the regular point, Kriya on the top. Kohen Gadol back to Kohen Gadol to go ahead and also keeping the sleep of animals. Below also, but he cannot do other, but he can't do it. The head goes back to below. So say regular Kohen can't offer it and can't eat it. Can't offer it and can't eat it. Tomorrow. What does it mean? The Gadol does Kriya on the bottom and the Kohen Gadol does Kriya on the top. So the Rav says that literally, again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the garment. The bottom of the garment is outside the head, right? And the top of the garment is by the neck, by the neck. So you want to see the shmuel says, no. The nata is the nata is what's like below the neckline. It's what's like, you can't see both like a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the like I'm sorry, like the shirt like on a t-shirt, like the neckline is like reinforced. Right? So what's like, so Mar says, shmuel says, the nata means below the reinforced neckline. There it goes, right? Yeah. I think we should. So the type is so many let's go work backwards. When it cuts three up, one, because three at the neck line. They cut the top of the garment. That's the mavo. The mavo means the double cuts out the neck line rather than the garment itself. Wasn't that what's the top of that? Because if you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The hair might not necessarily be visible. So I say, my focus ultimately again, the cabeza. Exactly the other job. So I say, my focus routing ultimately again where we are actually cutting. Are we cutting what does the malo anatomy? Rav says the matra is literally the bottom of the garment. That's where the comes down to the study. The malo means not to come down to the study. Shmuel says no. The malo means the neckline. That's where the comes down. That's where the comes down to the study. And the matra means what? The matra means below the neckline. That's where the comes down to the study. Next day, I call him his Rabbi coming south of Shalom. You know, Rabbi coming south of Shalom. So I say, actually, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again for Shem with this next day tomorrow. But
the best day of my life was when that guy at the Hamburger Pizza was like, hey, I watched him. Or no, he didn't even say that. He said something like, Barba's on.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Our show this morning is dedicated by Warren Catholic College.
And then I went back and I
Memory of Solid College. Sorry about that. I'm one of the things we know that Tisha B'Av Day is all tragedy comes so all tragedy comes so let's say that was just so therefore that whatever one's religious feelings are is somewhat irrelevant. Any day that's set aside for such an incredible overwhelming program of causes of such notion requires us to get benefit. However, this morning, we really trust this very notion of all the day Shabbos and Hadam Yom. All you should have I suppose that's speaking to base on the Aleph, first word. So the Gemara asks, was it the original beforehand was discussing the idea that being was so the Gemara asks, was the Shana Mishra times after the Gemara says the money? We should Nikras Shana Mishra, but the Aro is taken away. Shana Mishra was also taken away. This is actually fascinating, right? So speaking about all of the things that were taken away in anticipation of the destruction of the first base of the destruction. So when the Aro was taken, Shana Mishra was it was a jar of mud and was kept in the Aro. The macros of Aro was that Aro with its almonds and its flowers. The Argos Shashal to push them down with the stone. And including that, of course, was the Argos, the box, which the Mishnah said problems are working with the Esquia Zava Shashal Shashal. So the Argos would be the Shiraka of Zavahama. So it's a different when sons of the new company so they are out to war with problems well. And we're defeated by the Christians that are to be caught themselves, but they also went ahead and took the Arab captive. Since the famous mention of nothing, there were evidence that the Arab was an incredible outbreak of diarrhea and hemorrhoids to the point that the Christians said, thanks for no thanks. They sent back the Arab, and then it was done, they sent back the gift of gold. The last gold is the Arab. know what I'm saying? So the hero the Aron, the hero that goes as well. So Aron, they'll show that if you do they'll show that you went ahead and away. Shelo Asher Chasu Torah. That said, Roy Hashem Otzcho Vespa. They'll show some of the writing on the wall. Some of the writing on the wall. And as such, we have lots of items fully in our hands, and therefore they went ahead and took it. Therefore, Sipa Bagan, Shneimar, I don't know the being on the field of Israel, Akdoshim Hashem, U.S. Arakosh, the guys, Shabbat, 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 so, Hamelach will be something and shape the first piece having touch. But then he goes in and he said, these are destruction, or he goes into some other thing. The point is there's subterranean chambers in the design. So the shield I are as well as all these other things, is some of the subterranean, those are also is a Gemara that the Aron is in Harabais, somewhere there, somewhere buried in Harabais itself, reading all through that, and I guess from a chef comes to the resolution. So we're going to Ema Kamasa, because they after the US and Shalom, and that's how we saw it. The shield comes to no longer has any Aboza Bakase. Aboza Bakase means what? You don't carry anything. There's no longer anything. Carry, but what is your job? So into as a show of the best Hamon Israel. What's your job? To be ever a show, to be everything else. Just because you don't have your resources, this was like from 2 days ago. I didn't have the idea that any more people follow after. You don't carry on anymore now. It's fine. You never got no trouble, you have to punch. Ask you, say with Shabbat. From Asya Sham, Asya Mishmers, Asya those, was the ultimate Shama, all of the items listed above, teach us that just as Aron was here, that so too all of these items were to be as well. So once it's different, again, we come back to our original question. How do you know that your Achaz was Shabbat Mishmar, because it's ultimately nothing. When at the end of the day, they didn't know what's going on this time at this point in time. There is no Shabbat Mishmar, but instead there's no again with balsam oil. Balsam oil, okay? So the Shabbat Mishmar, also remember again, they mentioned also balsam oil, Shabbat by smoke, shovel. Why? Because shovel was out of the always going to do that. Shovel is going to fry. So Shana Carson, I will say, represents in the but what color be more just as horror on this. So the one was like, these bars are each emotion is how do you go ahead and anoint the king? How do you anoint the king? So commit nature. The Gemara says, you go ahead and make like a crown. Like a crown. The Esa Kohanim, Kohanim ultimately again, like this was a short that the king, the Shabbat Mishmar, so he smeared around his head like a crown. How do you go ahead and anoint the king? My king, I was nasty about God, but it's tough about it. Like, you look at Rashi. Rashi has a book like the last time. So the way that books by Rashi is start and essentially do the Shalom Mishmar down at the head, all the way down to the neck. So it's like a ches. It's like a ches. I think it looks a little bit more like a box. But you get the point over here is you're starting at the front of the head and you're shooting the oil over to the back of the head. אני חדה, בתחילה מוצאים של הראשון, ואחר כך לא סלימו של הדברים שלי, שעושה two components that will with accounts. According to one account, go ahead and pour the shell on his head first, and then afterwards you put it between his eyes. Even though it's still a shell that he's saying, different rights, he says, no, first you put the shell between his eyes, and then you go ahead and report on it. Let's say my focus on the proper order. We know that it requires both order as well as putting oil to the yard. My focus apparently can't reach the proper order. Even down to the sheet, like down to the so some say, and I will say that the anointing between the eyes is the most important part, and others say no, it's the pouring of the oil on the head that is the most important part. My kind of demand drama is that let's say one issue he says that the pouring of the oil part is like so Shana Kamishka Alos Alo, like you shop also look at show, let's say then the person itself says what? Like eat so first. The person itself says before the oil, before you anoint or you dab the oil, you smear the oil. Because more important, rather she had it says that no, smearing is more important. Kasabar shaking at the Motsi sharks. Says, remembering on the website, that the pouring of oil is something not defined by the Torah, but also defined by what? By the king. The fact that utensils are also anointed with pouring tells us that pouring is the dominant form of anointing. I've obviously like spoken with somebody who's not here for that, but the order of the pasuk is first by so forth, but then by Yimshah. Okay, Kamar, what's what he wants us to say? Not time by Yimshah. Why is it that ultimately again word we should do by Yimshah? Because the anointing is already being done. So what's like fundamentally my focus and right? As to ultimately again how the proper anointing is done. Two parts to the anointing. One is the pouring of the oil over the head, one is the smearing between the eyes. Which one was done first? Was it just no? The rice of pastor. I'm not pastor. The first bone skin again no skin. Rabbi Rothschild said my brother was first to go ahead and pour the oil and then to go ahead and smear it between the eyes. Okay? What is the body? Come on, listen. Gemara's on it. Shema HaTov, Yorei Ala Zakan. Ala Zakan is kind of Adam. Like the oil that flows down the beard. It flows down the beard. It flows down the beard of the older Ala Zakon. So it's the pasuk over here. The pasuk over here is pouring the pasuk. So the pasuk over here is in front of the Shema HaTov Arosh Arosh Yorei Ala Zakan Arosh Yorei Ala Zakan. So what Shema HaTov is under the flows down the beard of Ala Zakon. So the Gemara says the reference ultimately against the Shema HaMishcha. Remember again, Aaron is by Moshe with the notion of Shema HaMishcha. Also, this is the book of Gemara. The interesting people's Margolios and Filos the Aaron Mishcha. This is the dish. You are two brackets of Shema HaMishcha that were constantly hanging on the edge of Aaron's beard. Amar HaTava, no, you should massacre all those Yoshua stories. Listen, when Aaron was caught, so the droplets that rolled up the beard of the king. Why? So they wouldn't fall off as his country. The droplets of Shema HaMishcha that sit on the edge of his beard, and when he would talk, they would roll up. The Al-Gamar said, how your motion like this? The Al-Gamar said, how your motion like this? And it was regarding these two droplets, first shadow was always good, always good, was a second wide line between the Amar, maybe after this act of always so I applied too much Shema HaMishcha, and therefore again it has the act of Megillah. Never again, what's Megillah? Megillah is spiritual or money. It's not concentrated property. So what it says, that's a Sabbasko, but Amra, Shema HaTov. So ultimately again, the Sabbasko comes down and says, Shema HaTov, like the oil, which how terrible.
Watch the whole video on our stream.
Pasuk compares. The pasuk compares. This is the very next pasuk. It's all I think of Kufla given. 130. How Chemol Shorega Haris. Like you up in their bowl. Falls down on Haris. So what was the comparison between oil and how Chemol? Not how Chemol. People I'm sure I wish I should have stuck in Haris. Just like the most like so to again Shema HaMishcha in the beginning of Aaron is no issue as well. But I died in Aaron knowing. It's still Aaron was concerned. I'm a shell emotional about like now. But I'm emotional fever, but maybe I got some enough oil that was left in the hand of fever. No, it's a basketball, but I'm not beautiful. You name my tool, my name, Sheves Achim Ganyachon. My motion on my own, Achim on my own. So Pasha says, I'm the boy, so rather than together. Just like Moshe, I mean, you are Aaron, don't worry, you can do that. What's that? It's very show that Mishka is always sitting at the fear of Aaron. But say, when is show that Mishka, put on apply to someone, Shona Mishka represents goodness. Shona Mishka represents excitement. Shona Mishka represents Jesus or something. Chazal would tell us what Shona Mishka always remains on the beard of Aaron. Was as moist, was as wet as the daylight to tell you that Aaron's excitement for the Torah, Aaron's excitement for Zavodas Hashem was as fresh every single day as the first day. And ultimately, again, incredible metaphor. You know, the greatest challenge, I would say, is not generally speaking, observing challenge, the spirit of goodness, the spirit of excitement, the spirit like it's something special that we have the opportunity to do. The guidance of our calling does not say that we provide with divine mandate. That's obvious. Every person is with divine mandate. The guidance of our calling is that it doesn't excite like the day in which the Shona Mishka was first applied. Was a beautiful remark. Literally the only anointing by a Maya, by a spring. By a spring, the name should be much like Mahusa. It's like because the anointing by a spring was like a symbolically good omen. The idea that just like the spring flows, the circle again is keeps my life to grow as well. Shana Emma, Nayoma Hanalek was like this is a total sign. The episode going to first, you're doesn't take the word from it. That's the equal spread. Was a that is where cloudy stuff is stored and going to come up by people. Incredible things. You stand in that area. Okay, it's fun to do if you want it. But more fun than walking to order was to stand on the spot where literally again mouth features dropping were anointed that spot. So you might want to try to you might say, yeah, marriage. You might know, well, we want to have the American, but I know it's like, oh, yeah, I was close to this. I wasn't I still back to my Hi, man, the body picture. You must have trust to go. Okay, listen to this. The person wanting to go. They're going to live out the year right now. Now, again, my guy. My guy. I don't want to walk away with this. This person wants to live out the year right now. So, what you know, maybe these sugar last are young things. They are showing take a candle during a service in Shabbat. These are showing people. But basically, a Russian city. What it really has was where there is not a strong wind. Too much shit moves up. If the candle remains lit, if the candle remains lit, then what? They thought they must be shots. Those like the candle remains lit, and those that you wouldn't put out. Most goodness, they can handle during a service in Shabbat. They sit in a home where there is not a strong wind. If the candle remains lit, you're going to live out here. Similarly, we'll not get body with the other case. Okay, number one. Number two, first of all, I'm going to be successful in business. I have a particular business venture that I want to undertake. Am I going to be successful or not? Well, body with me, like you master, and I want to be successful or not successful. Literally kind of go, buy yourself a reason. Buy yourself a reason. Eat something, so these two get stacked. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? That's a sign you're going to be successful. Number three, how about the weather making for Alpha? Well, why would they? Because they're about to do something. We're going on a trip, and they want them to come back. They want them to make it back right now. So what should I do? So what happens? I was going to see them. They come a base at the Chazal. So it's like ultimately they can go to a home that is dark. That not that it's pitch dark, but that it's dark. Because of the body of the shadow of the shadow, make the harder, the us. Then you know ultimately again that you're going to come home. Joseph, so just I want to question the average. What is going on? this Gemara? Right? What is this talking about? So first of all, so let's say, so the Marshal, again, I'm going to always correct this down. I always just got to say that. Sorry, maybe Shabbos is not, and we're not about it. So let's say, so the Marshal says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of those Tzedakah. Not allowed to engage with one of the things that don't do holiness. Don't do holiness. The Marshal says something absolutely amazing. The Marshal says, listen, people keep the Gemara dramatic. The person wants something without fear or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Make a candle, put it in the home where there's not a lot of light. And what does the Gemara say? If it's in lit, then we'll say, what does the Gemara say? Right? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice the Gemara, the Marshal says something the default setting of life is that things are going to work out. The person has to have an expectation that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I really own it, and you own it first, the positive outcome, then what? Well, that's not a home. What is that? What is that? That's life. That is an affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the Jew. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. It means don't pay attention to it. Again, that's it all the time. So it's like an amazing sewed. When the Gemara talks like these omens are here ultimately again to affirm positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlet, outlook of the Jew. So these omens confirm the positive outcome. Fantastic. You think it says something negative, simply ignore it. Understand, I'm not doing the Marshal justice, much longer piece. Because you understand that God will see this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There's some people that are waiting for the sky to fall. Sometimes for good reasons. Sometimes because they have a lot of life trauma, a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes they think a lot of expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Torah wants us. The Torah wants to have a positive expectation for life, that things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. Now, most like you say to yourself, okay, you have that mindset if everything works out. Again, you realize test my spiritual battle. I'm supposed to have that outlook even if things don't work out. It's going to work out this time. It's going to work out next time. It's going to work out for the last 25 years. Well, the next 25 are going to be great. I'll say that's the power of the Jew. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what he's trying to do. The most I think you want to end off. The Gemara says, the my suggestion Gemara says, don't pay attention to only why. The Gemara says, no, my culture, I can't this Gemara. You don't see all the problem is, how beautiful that Marshal is. You know that kind of life and watch. It goes out, suddenly it's not going to be so shake that one off. So it says, never the Gemara says, you know what, you're better off just stay away from not only just this type of simple devil. But let's say, yeah, the Gemara says something just to hold on. She's very excited. Oh my God, Ashton, the other Simba Milsi. Let's say, you see this? This is the Gemara. Somebody said, now that you told me that only are significant, signs are significant. Get ready for this also. The only name radio for that statement Shasa was an for a person. You should always look at that. Notice again. So here's something. So I go to the students the Bechel. Was it the fact that this Gemara appears here in the Secretariat and Yos, and we'll say two different yourselves. One is the left side, one is the Bechel. Especially at this moment. So if I say now that we said that once, it opens us the person on the Shana should look at this Kra, Rodya, Karsi, Silvi, person should be good, energetically, elite, and so it's like, understand? We do this. This is Siminosa. We do this at the Shana, right? You sit down and go through a whole bunch of things on the Shana. Where does that practice come from? That is the liberty, that's the schema. What's it? I think you're actually just the moment. I should say over here.
Sure, we'll get to that later.
Rashi says, look on the left hand side of Rashi, down us, short right to God, but the Christ is simply coming. Why these items? The honey guys in the adults say, Shani Rackles. Well, see, that's she said amongst these things that they grow fast. They represent vitality. So she's supposed to be different because the poor brings down some different currents, right? So the reason we eat these items is because of pain, which also you see the blood cells somehow are a play on the things. Now she says, no, amongst these items is they grow quickly, and therefore they represent vitality. Because of that, ultimately, again, we begin to shut up with those items.
If it was another person, it'd be fine. Like,
He says, why do you want to say with this? Let's say I don't like any of the symbolic foods. I don't like dates. Fenugreek, fish, lantern. This is not my thing. I don't. So I say, so what? What would you recommend? Well, that's good. And so I say, so why? I don't like it. What do you think? But Brian says there's still a being that you put them on the table and to look at them and to recite something based on the skills of the Gemara. Everyone thinks it's just a mechal, just to eat. It's not true. Even if you're not going to eat it, there's a being ultimately to have it. But Mech said to look at it. It's incredible. It says, I'm Shash the way. What's it? Shash they said to the sun. What do you want to call them? The day. Prepare. Learn the Mishnah before you go to your end. What did you learn? So learning requires preparation. We can't just show up and learn a Mishnah to prepare themselves. So he says, review your Mishnahs, and then go before your end. Yes, he's coming. And when you sit before your end, this cousin of the look at your Rebbe's now. Look at your Rebbe's now. You see it? How you and never wrote as far as we know that much. You know, again, we should be looking at our day. So when you have to look at your lips as the words are coming out. Garcisu, Garsu, I'm married in my. What do you learn? Learn by a river. Sounds nice. Learn by a river. If he hates the Mashkanaya, was in the single and ultimately again the word flows, so your learning flow as well. I'm in the and better to sit, better to learn in the garbage, or better to sit actually, learn in the garbage of Rasa Makasya, and don't live in the palaces of the Gurkha. Let's look at that in just a moment. The Rasa Makasya, how about you know Rasa Makasya? How about Salon, how about Kabisma? They come and they move the Lord of the Ashba, Rasa Makasya, the Lord of the Ashba. Better to live in the garbage of the Gurkha. And a mansion means to the Masakasya, and a mansion what is that? The Masakasya was an incredible Torah, but releasing out as much as one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in the city was different, cause was different. Better to live in the garden in a Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not from a home. Furthermore, was another fish. Better we have to see his type of fish. This Galgana fish was about to spoil the Kusa of Rami. Kusa was a higher end. So better to eat a fish that's almost really bad than to find it on Kusa. That means what? Be careful how many of the pleasures in life you attach yourself. Because I always say, the more pleasures a person uses, the higher the material is, the more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son it's better to get by on the future fish than to have to require the kusa. Because once you require the kusa, again, it's going to be a lot more material that can be gathered. So he's teaching his son all of these incredible lessons. Living a Makam Torah, even if it means living in a garden shop, better than going out and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makam Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because the element of materialism, both of them, listen, we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury, that becomes a necessity. And so these things become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately sometimes it's an overemphasis on my materialism and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Ramakari Belokai was in the Pasuk says, literally my horn was lifted to God of Baruch. Literally, I will say that this horn reference to the horn that I think
that's humor.
my horn and not my jug. David is going to manage the mafusa. David is going to with oil inside of the inside of a horn. So they're managing to show you the path, so you show up. But show you what you will oil to the path. With jug, they're managing to the solid actually points out that the path is perfect work using cracks as opposed to a horn. Inherent yours. So because of that, those who are anointed from the horn, they're monarchic yours. Those who are anointed from the path, they're monarchic yours. I'm going to show you some of this. Once we're going to go back a little bit to tomorrow. Remember again, initially the distinction between God who was anointed with Shara and Shra versus the God who was Ruba and God. That's the Marshana, but Mashiach, Yachol, and so Yachol, so what's it? It says Mashiach. So Mashiach doesn't refer to the Mashiach doesn't refer to the God, maybe refers to the God. I'm calling Yachol. If it's calling, I'm going to put that even refers to the Kohen who is anointed with the Kohanic vestment. I'm going to Mashiach. Therefore, the Pasuk says Mashiach. Mashiach, Yachol Mashiach. If it just says Mashiach, I'm going to put that in the website, who is appointed ultimately again to go to war. This Pasuk is talking about special power of the point God. I'm going to put that even this is going to go down to war. I'm going to the Hakol. Therefore, was that the Pasuk was that it uses the state Russian of I'm there Hakol. Mashiach, Shina Mashiach al Davon. Who is anointed, which means there's no one anointed above you. By Mashma, Damarava, Hayara, Hamidana Shemia. What's the same when the Pasuk talks about Hayara? It means, again, the second part. Yeah, it's not that. Hamashiach, when Hamashiach, Hamiduma is the one who is designated amongst all those who are anointed. Because again, as we saw before, the Kohen Mashiach was also anointed. And God will ultimately again was one amongst those who are anointed. Yachol Melech versus verse before that. If I met a phone of positive Mashiach, maybe that's the first thing. Melech, how are we doing? Does the king was like king in birth? That's something. You see, big apart. Started with nice. You can just say it. So before Shabbat, there's six. But I mean, I'm shaking this nice together. I'm going to do as follows. For accidental action, the sire, I'll have a dover of his house. Was in a piece of hell of dover. Maybe you can have to do a house. Hamash Bala. Was it Russian redemption? That the concept of Hamashiach ultimately refers to the Lord. By in being a struck, the Shona Mishra was that discusses ultimately the distinction between the Mashiach, the Shona Mishra, the Kohen Gadol who is anointed versus the Kohen Gadol who is Ruba of the Gadol. That's the love of that first. I say, Mishnah does not reflect the good of that there. The Ruba there, the one time like he said, the Ruba of the Gadol, are Abba Uncle Adolphus is very and even the Ruba of the Gadol, I said, even Kohen Gadol was not appointed to the Mishra. Rather, he's appointed because of the Kohanic baskets. So he brings a par, I'll call it, he brings a special par of the Kohen Gadol, very fair. But the whole world the concept, the only one who brings the special power that goes over say do is when God was anointing Shona Mishra. That's the Ruba of God. My second I was what I was like this time, Mashiach, even Shona Mishra. I already know that the first word called was anointing Shona Mishra. Ruba of God is right. I don't know that he even refers to those words. Who is? Anointing I was all asking, Hakohen Hamashiach. Ultimately, again, the Bible says Hakohen Hamashiach. So do we establish this? Like grab on other things. Amos said, I will say yes, look at the end of that place. So anything when you establish the place, how you know you burn on yes, I see this how you talk. Once again, what is the explanation say? That there is no distinction between the Kohen and the Shabbat. So once again, the active Kohen God was serving the Kohen Shabbat. What's the Kohen Shabbat? That was the filling Kohen. He was the Kohen God again who filled in when there was something going on with the first Kohen God. So there is no distinction between the two except how Yom Kippur, special carving, and that seriously was an angel offering given by the Kohen God every day. So the Gemara says, who does that reflect? Some of the mayor. Those like that ultimately again reflects the of the mayor. The sign of that broke there. We don't go to the Kohen God. if something happens to the person, or some type of school, and they had to promote this, going after tackle, and the appointed operation going dogo, I really sure goes without us. Was it this section? What happened when going dogo number one comes back to it? What happened when he comes back to it? So this is what happens. So the first one had to go to come back. So he's now practicing going dogo. Shani, from Mitzvah's Hakinalo, so the Shani is not going to hold like the we'll say ultimately again these words right here. So we'll say the pair ultimately holds that the first one is like full-fledged color. So what that means is that you just move that it's not a logo because the license can't have two but it's just a regular color. But Yossi over Rishon close level also. And Yossi is the first place logo is the first exact work. The sheen in a row you go to the point, goes to the point, and what happens? The second guy will say it's nothing. You try to play logo and it can't be a regular point. But it's not that I'm gonna my sick Yossi that it's where it was at this happened. There was lots of episodes, don't say that who was the Kohen Gadol. She'ira both saw the Kohen Gadol, but how about when you know after so this is what happens. So there was this episode of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol got upset. And what happened was, he pointed to another person. And then when the first thing looked at that work, what happens? When the second, the replacement Kohen Gadol, but when you flew to Adam Yosef, Kohen Gadol wrote Kohen Head. Once the replacement was now out of the shop. It's going to be a Kohen Gadol and a replacement Kohen Head. Why not? Kohen Gadol we shouldn't be up. Was, in general, again, Kohen Gadol is not going to so it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. You can't be two kings, you can't be two cars, again, it actually one leader. So, and furthermore, when head goes, so Ma'amin Bakovic so I said, you can't go back to the Kohen Head either. Why not? Because there was a once you get a Kohen Gadol, you can't go back to the Kohen. It doesn't make sense. Ma'amin Bakovic was a statement, I don't know, based on this, they should have one of the same of you. Tell me that they should have flexibility for that one. The same that you are I'm already just saying, say yes, they should have one, say yes, that is the Yosef our bread. Yosef says, no, let's go that. Yeah, we got it tonight. Also, it's ready to the different things, different parts. Rava Amr Shilling is someone like that there. The Hagah would call it out. Rava says, not that Shilling. It was a hold, like that you can get in 1 piece. It's the Sanya. Varm Shilling, going head yoke. Was in one other difference between Kohen Gadol and Kohen Head yoke. Able to have close. Number one, it's a special power that only Kohen Gadol brings if he transgresses something. Upari on the keeper, the power against keeper, Nasir Sa'ifa, and a special duty to Rothschild. I want to say now, watch this. To Roth Korea or Roth Poland. I want to say furthermore again, if Kohen Gadol suffers loss, Roth Korea doesn't let his parent go wrong. Right? And Poland does not go ahead and carry his vote. About Poland and the market. So I say, what kind of Kohen Gadol will discuss this again? There is moving from the bottom. We'll discuss that in just a moment. The head shows you the bottom. But a head shows you, in this case, the head shows what? A regular Kohen that there is moving from the top, Brad Davis. They aim at time of the program. And it was a leader again. And the Kohen Gadol doesn't have the ability to go and tell it even for his program, for his encounters. Who Musa Arab is and the Kohen Gadol can only marry this one. But also the Almana, and cannot marry, Kohen Gadol can marry Almana. ومعصية شرطية تكون جوزه أوصل لكن لازم تكون كرامي ومكتب أولين فالجوزه to go ahead and offer كبارس لدول أولين was very good and you know في category بين أوخا was an even you can offer a carbon during this time of animals of that carbon during that time. There's a portion of carbonos also during the time of animals. Not the feeling Barosh, below the feeling Barosh. We'll say if you go back to offer a carbon, you'll have to cut the line. And you can go ahead and offer first, you don't have to Barosh. I will say again, so that we can take this portion of any carbon before any other carbon. The Shamish is small and cable. Whereas we garments. I will say again, the entire about the paper is only kosher with only to be done. I will say first 5 on your base on days. I will say ultimately again, rules regarding regarding
your family is not there when you arrive.
The rules regarding something to do with the base Hamikdash and laws of Tumah. So ultimately again, he is hot. Their body doesn't have a special carbon on that. The Chulon is going to the Reuben regarding. I will say the truth is all of these items, all of these requirements, which apply to a Kohen Gadol who is Shemin HaMishkan, also apply to a Kohen Gadol with Reuben regarding, with one exception, puts the Hara Negi Akala Mitzvah. We'll say except for one thing, which is a special power that is brought in a situation where the Kohen Gadol produces something that is partial by kares. Only a Kohen Gadol who was anointed with oil brings that power. The Kohen Gadol who is Meruba B'Begadim, who is anointed putting on the vestments of the Kohen Gadol, does not bring that power. Kula Noagim the Rashiach Shabar. I will say all of these halachos of the Kohen Gadol also apply to what? To a replacement Kohen Gadol who is now out of a job. Right? The replacement Kohen Gadol was going to Kohen Gadol from the Rashiach Shabar. Supports the Kajal Kibbutz Yosef. Essentially, the Kajal Kibbutz and the Chulan Inner Dog from a structural problem. I will say none of these things apply to the Kohen Gadol who was linked to the purpose of the workforce. Hey, you are an apple in the heart. Exception of 5 things just to Korea, suffering from loss of the personality. Was not allowing his hair to grow. Right? Nor does he grow. Really highly grow, but he grows the clothing. Not coming to the job. What's the hour of the spot? What's the hour of the spot? Cross the Bahamara. Not married Amara. Well, Max knows how to actually, as you go to this test, ultimately to watch, there are no exemplary humanity. The company, Max is. There was an ultimate again, the Kohen Mashiach Rahama, his death does not allow the Tzach to come back. About whether or not the death of the Mashiach Rahama allows the Tzach to come back. Hi, you might have seen this has your own consideration. Okay, I thought about 9 Shabbos later on, I thought who was what we said before. That the Kohen can believe because of the Pastor are just in Russia. But what's the hate for our world? Again, the Rice just said before that the Kohen Mashiach will come off. It's considered to be all of the halachos that we discussed by the Kohen Mashiach, the Shemin HaMishkan. That applies to the Kohen Mashiach will come off. Section of 5. So those are the 5 things that we just mentioned. He again doesn't let his hair grow, doesn't wear his clothing, doesn't become coming to those relatives. He has to marry a Surah, and he can't marry an Almana. So it says, how do you, where do you know this? So where were those? How do you know? So like the Kohen was given in exact Kohen Gadol. What's the first Kohen Gadol? I said, you talk about Rosh Hashanah Mishnah. You will put oil on his head. Yeah, a shot. I said, this is the first one. The Kohen was anointed for more. Maybe I said, oh, Moshe started on it. And literally, again, he throws his hands. Going away from the first special Kohen of Kohen Gadol. Seven Rubu Gadol. We'll say, it's the first old Kohen Gadol. By putting on the special vestments of the Kohen Gadol. Akulan Omer, Rosholo, Yifra, the Gadol, we'll say that all of these ones, we'll say when you are a Kohen Mashiach L'Chama, like when you are a Kohen Gadol, the Mashiach L'Chama, Omer Ruba, the halachos of Moshe Rabbeinu, and all of them have said, Rosholo, Yifra, do not cut your hair and connect the Ravos, and the Gadol will do not tear your clothes. Call the Pasha's face for double. Don't become in contact with any parts. Don't go back to the owner. I'm going to talk about that. Of Kabbalah's Kavanitos. I'm a Romar. You need to say something which has a called Allah. What's in the Pasuk says, literally, the crown of the anointing oil is on his head. So Allah, the law of Kabbalah, ultimately again, if I can't find out like how it's done. So what's in the Kabbalah, who is going to show a Mishkan, who has the ability to go ahead and offer up a while he is old. That is the end of our other Kohanim. Even though all of the Kohanim Remember again, you have a number of people called the Kohen Gadol. There's the Kohen Gadol, who's the early son of Ishmael. Then there's the Kohen Mashiach from Hama, Kohen goes down to war. There's Kohen Shiruma, like the Kohen Gadol, the Abigail, Kohen Mashiach. All of these people on this status, in general, all have to keep up the same basic halachas. Just for the exceptions over here, the halacha l'maisa again for hakravas and ha'animus. Maybe also only the if the ones that is positive, is where people come from. All of that in the kingdom of kids are like, and what's in reality, it's like, okay, so like, was it a positive? Goes ahead and makes a human we'll say after a distinction between the guys and the children, once again keeps them all together, then you have the obligation to marry the woman who's in the single. These deserve Bishwari. وعمر إني أنا الشعب محمس كيوم محمس يوم الجاي was a some people says I only know was a good guys Rashi says over here. Rashi says, "Other machmas b'mobilai." Now, what I believe that people other rishon machmas b'mo aser b'havana. So it's I only know who the first one is. So the answer is as follows. I only know that there's only other rishon machmas kayom. Even if a Kohen Gadol cannot work as a Kohen Gadol because it was literally a seminal issue. Even during that time when you can't go ahead and work with the Kohen Gadol, I still have there's a prohibition for denying Amara. How do I know machmas b'mobilai? I don't know that the point was that let's say it has some type of significant form, which renders it unfit for the woman, which doesn't work out just a moment. How do I know that he still can't marry an Amara? I will not marry this. It was that the Pasuk says which tells us that in one case, people cannot marry an Amara, you only marry a Yisrael. Was it? This is the following next question. What happens if you play the Danite Kohen? He got saras. So once obviously he gets saras, he cannot function as a Kohen Gadol. He can't go into his saras. So say, what's the shayla? Mahu ba'amar. Can he marry an amar? Can he marry an amar? Now that he can't serve as a Kohen Gadol because of the saras, can he marry an amar? I was saying this night he can marry. Once he's healed, he can't. So he can't be married. But the Maisa, for the period that he has saras, he's permitted to be married to an amar. So he wants to be chazak. Do we say that, once you were the Kohen Gadol, okay, then what? Remember, we saw it before that once you're Kohen Gadol, that's status issue. So where do we see that? Remember again that even after he's going after the Kohen Gadol, if he accidentally transgresses, he still brings the bar. The right to cover of the Kohen Gadol. So we say mitchazak. Once the Kohen Gadol always Kohen Gadol, and therefore again, even if he can't actually serve, he cannot marry an amara. Or if done function. Or we'll say maybe he can do it. There's a prohibition to marry an amara is a function of being an active Kohen Gadol. Once you are set aside from being a Kohen Gadol because of your taras, to marry an amara, the other be a day. Once when again, brother asks Shaila of the black. They're not going to know. So what happens? In the Hamidah, so that Papa become a kind of way. So now Papa was saying, and he's asking his question. Hamaralei, you have break up that with Papa. So I said, what happened? So Papa was asking his question. What happens? So who knows the son of Allah, the sex of Papa? Don't you know the Mishnah? Any other Shabbat Machmas Kayo. I only know what you are calling it. Who was the reason I asked this very Siva. Actually, published by Amara. I only know that the thing is disqualified because of the same prohibition of not only nine parts of the school applies. Other Machmas moving guys, I know also that the only disqualified for service because it is more. There's also the prohibition of unmarried certain women's still advice. I'm a little more different. Also, the word moving means what? He showed us like that means that he is always in the status of a Kohen Gadol. Even if he can't actively serve in that office, he is the Kohen Gadol, and therefore, even if he has a woman and can't actively serve, only marry of the silver, this is not beautiful. So, Papa, there. Answer the question. It's so beautiful. So, come Nash Idre, that Papa got up. on his head. Yohei Arte. Even his daughter in marriage. Okay, so such a beautiful, Gemara. I'm sure first of all the reference is not correct. But the Mesa after he did that, he went ahead and gave him a kiss and he gave his daughter. Let's do it on the mission. Going God, I want to say, so remember giving me that's very fascinating. Going God, pouring in the mouth of the head of the mouth. Going God goes ahead and pouring in the mouth of what? Here's his clothing. The event that's not something the boss, because Kriya on the bottom of his clothing, the head of the mouth. The regular place Kriya on the top. Going God will not be rolling, but going God will just go ahead and up the top of his below all time. But he cannot the offer, but he can't do it. The head goes will not be below. So say regular coin, can't offer and can't eat it. Can't offer and can't eat it. Alright, the mouth, what does it mean? The bubble does Kriya on the bottom, and the coin head goes Kriya on the top. So say Rav says that literally again, it means the bottom of the garment and the top of the head, right? And top of the garment, the woman taken by the neck, by the neck. So you want to spoil the no. The matter is we'll say below the neckline. So we'll say kind of similar like a t-shirt. So the neckline, I don't know what the right like the color bar, not like a shirt on a t-shirt. Like the neckline is like reinforced, right? So Gemara says, Lamata means below the reinforced neckline. That implies it. I think that big fucking like city trying to so the type so the car already but goes well below the neckline. So let's go work backwards. And when he cuts Kriya off one, he cuts Kriya at the neckline. They cut the top of the garment. That's the Marava. The Marava means another cut not the neckline, but other the garment itself. What's the top of that? Because if you cut the garment itself, then what happens? The hair might not necessarily be visible. So my focus ultimately again, exactly what it's about. So my focus well, ultimately again, where we are actually cutting. What is the model of the matter? God says the matter is good at the bottom of the body. That's where the Kandar was fighting. The model is not coming down to the Bayeka is cutting. Shmuel says no. The Mala means at the neck line after the Kandar. That's where the Kohen Head is cutting. And the Mata means what? The Mata means below the neck line. That's where the Kohen Gadol is cutting. Makes sense. Hakon is what runs about so coming suffer to know. Runs up. You don't have to come suffer to know. What's the extra goes in couple of different ways. We'll pick up an answer some of this next stage. Go ahead.
This is getting weird. Joel was like, yeah, talk that shit now. Yeah, like, I get that. That woman. I mean, that's to be a woman and have to deal with that it must be bananas. Yes, Chris, put yourself in the shoes of a woman.
Alright, you want to say good morning, such a swift spot question. Continue on. This explains to you by taking over our sponsors. Thank you. Annual commentary sponsor, the top Shin Menu from the Coast of Rabbi Rothschild. Dedicating ocean instructions this year to Swiss. So, hello, Strong. I'm totally sponsored for the month of Elul. We're going to get over. We have to make sure we're off the spotter. I'm going to play Usher Let's go with the update the original class. So, we're going to Heroes. About Strong. We're going to shit the answer. I'm very responsible for that. We're showing you the lyrics to the national stuff. It's from his father. I got this stuff. I use it in a couple of the Jacob and Simone and the Drummer. And when somebody shows us like the amazing shot, he says to the girl, she the guy, yes, he's like, come on. Man, so funny, dude. All the comic book are just every sort of he beats the guy out, he chokes the guy out. And films it, if he doesn't have a gun, but if he does, he's like, see you later! No, he said, see you later! Shower us with the souls to allow us to drive all of our tears, struggles, comforts, all of the widows, all of the orphans, all of the homeless, all of the broken parents who are going to be living something with this virus, overwhelming amounts. And now I hope that Albert Shams higher, which just resulted in Hashem to usher in unending error. So it's from this helps. This is that let us be big not this that less. Yes, it's not the whole Hashem. The big not the whole Hashem. Picking up the time. Everywhere else. Yeah. So we were picking up on that press. So here's Hashem together. Well, we got Hashem design on the pigs. So this is that. So a lot of these things. We got a lot of drushes. Well, Hashem is very interesting. What's part about today's God? Well, you're very beautiful. That's that. The one is just, it's Torah. It's fantastic. What's also interesting is that a lot of Mishnayos and navigate out of the focus, which is good. A lot of like derivative sources, how we get different things, but the next part of the in the show, they just seem to be pretty much something what's that. Like in other words, that's something that I love fun. And then we have someone trying to explore out about how we arrive at that particular, how we arrive at that particular conclusion. But what's it that? That's that solution. This is our voice. I got the power of Helen Dollar to shoot this myself. Once I remember that this is the country that is being enforced over and over and over. Now, also, one of the things that you learn to notice with vacillating the lack of halals, right? As opposed to the first parak, which was pretty much all about the erroneous suck of the tasting, right? That's what it was all about. If you didn't see it in the second parak, we started reading again with the halachos concerning the Kohen, and now throwing a little bit of Yossin Parak, and then also goes down afterwards to the discussion about the tasting. So now this is so when we get into it, interesting is what I'm excited how to have a level of what? It's just two things. This was yesterday's stuff that we reinforced over and over and over. What do you need? You need Helen Dara. Helen Dara means a mistaken sock, and we know all the attending details to that. What kind of sock? A sock that uproots a detail in a mitzvah, but not what? Not the mitzvah in its entirety. Okay, so you have a dollar. Don't shoot us myself. Shoot us myself. Means you're halach l'maisa. Halach l'maisa. Then there is accidental activity based on that erroneous sock. Okay, because you know Shia. Same halach applies. The Kohen Gadol is only having his car with what? Helen Dollar, and only his son, Shiru Maisa. Different people in the Kohen Gadol remember again, and the basis, you might go to the version yesterday, that was different. Based in Paskin's Farouk, Club Israel, Kohen Paskin's Farouk, Kohen Gadol. The Lobam was Helen Dollar, Shiru Maisa. This is what I hope is our ultimately everyone is only rival. And once again, when there's hell of fellowship, that's levels of life, so that, Abu gets his own card from this year. So you want to put it because the color is different, also which might be different, it's not the same. So it's hell of fellowship, that's nice. The running is followed up ultimately again by inadvertent accidental action based on that erroneous success. And what we know this one, so once the Pasuk says Yishkurim will go ahead and he'll make a mistake. Right? He'll make a mistake. Rothschild the Pasuk is the card that's going to be Yishkurim. The Gab of Delegating the Akal. So tell about Yishkurim, the Kayahan Shib Desmaisa. You might have thought that maybe there's liability just for accidental action without kind of dollar. However, Yishkurim, the Gab Dama, the Chayav in Elam Dama Shib Desmaisa. Okay? So let's say what dollar for is, you need both. Helen dollar, followed by accidental activity. So for that, $3, $3, so consider or Mashiach, so discussion yesterday, that the Torah itself equates the Ashmas Ha'am, the Ashmas Ha'am, which is an additional praise. So we really know that the Lord said that the single of the Christ Rabbi Zara, that means that any Christ Rabbi Zara, both the Lord needs sacks inadvertent activity. And Rabbi, this one line, the shares of us, so having the Yatsma, since Abu Zara is wise, remember again, it has a seer to the carbon. So I'm going to plug you up when you tie up a sheet this month. So I'm going to put the sheet over to be high and just in case accidental activity. Even if there's no erroneous sack. Yeah, ما كان إليه بدنا نعلم وسيصير سبب إليه وسيصير سبب مع العمل حيث الله جبر شيء رسمي so just like they get that Allah jabber in that seaboard you require Allah jabber شيء رسمي so أفكار صوت Bible بزارة أفكار إن حياة الله جبر شيء رسمي so okay incredible. He's like a character. It was interesting enough. Because of the explanation of the so it turns out that there is a miracle by a coin model who makes an erroneous belief. The accidentally does that all the time. But accidentally does that. Reggie says the coin model is hiding from this covered by Bolzara, even without an erroneous track, just accidental activity. That's the sheet of that. And the Chami say no. In order for the coin model to be hiding, it's carbon, it's in covered by Bolzara. Both have a cover and shoot us like so. Shoving, decided to shove it to the cedar, over to the paper in the cedar. Shoving should maybe Asham cover, both through that under no circumstances does the point ever be Asham cover, Asham cover, I do salute, and to peaceably may have been saved up. So the coin struggle is not bringing Asham cover, but the stigma and show the season to that. This group, these donor cards shake us up, not us, we cut them. Now again, it does that's initially mentioned ultimately again. Obviously, donor card shake us up is making mention as a bacteria, or this is an bacteria which unintentionally is currents, unintentionally caught us. I have money hall, I have a tiny hall, who I give a hall. Often I have tiny hall, who I give a hall. So the record will be here. Rabbi Rothschild says something when we say that by saying A, that's what it might happen to Rabbi. So what's Rabbi's logic? Let's jump back to just a second. Rabbi said that Halakha myself. Rabbi said that Halakha myself. What about this? He's senior for Avodah Zarah, even without Haram Dava. As long as it's just shitty, that's nice accident, like we're just going to get that. I'm like, bro, you got Koyana, Nefesh Hashavim. It's been kind of Ishkado. You want to say Nefesh, that refers to the Mashiach. That's the point of Hashem Getes, that comes after their activity. Saying us is that person who came to us. Because of Ishkado, that is Samar, said Ishkado behave. Rabbi says, in order to make identity for Avodah Zarah, all you need is accidental activity. Rabbanan Sadi, Misha Chataso Ishkado, that's a Mashiach Shin Chataso Ishkado, Alabama. So Rabbanan is saying, no, only refers to someone. Only refers to someone whose only responsibility is ready to go to Shogeg. It's exclusive Mashiach, or Mashiach Kodabo, with an liability if there's Halam Dabar, he never be shitted us. So the Shach both agree, ultimately, again, that he opens up a gold offering, just like the individual. No, we're going to come down with God. בנפש אחוס, אחד יחיד ואחד נשיא ואחד משיח, כולם בכלל נפש אחוס. All of them are putting in the space נפש אחוס, and then for all of them open up for I said we go on. And then what we do is ultimately again we constantly again, in order for the coin to have liability, for Avodah Zarah, for anything else, this is carbon, what has to happen. Hell of Dabar, and Shiras Maisa. That's how fast we always make sure. Maybe over that criteria of power Hell of Dabar the next bar, and also if coin or check for other requires both of those criteria for his personal liability as well. Half of class 8A. Shani, maybe I should tell you now on. But anyway, it means that a coin doesn't bring a national coverage. Where do you know that? It's the keeper of a coin actually does not share Shabbat. Once it says, they're all looking again. The coin will find the Talmud because so a shared Shabbat. Or the Shogeg that was Shogeg. Rabbi Savar, Misha Kolchak Open Shgaga. Rabbi says this refers to someone who didn't have the other Shogeg. What does this mean? Rabbi says that Shogeg Kolchak Open Shgaga, Elaba Elaba. This comes to show that this is hiding Hashem Talmud. Only someone whose liability is fully wrapped up in the commission of an act of Shogeg. But someone who requires another level, like the Kohen Gadol, who also requires what? Helam Dabar. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. So he must be
honestly, I guess it would be an honest say call. So what it says,
and they were like, hey, Shabbat. Why does it say Shabbat? Is liable to Hashem Talmud. Someone whose complete liability is generated by the commission of an act of Shogeg. Yatsa Mashiach, she'ein kol tzad b'shgaga, ela b'avodas kavavos. The Lord of Shagger says, ela, the Elam Dabar im Shiras Maisa. So once I essentially slow this down, the drop is as follows. Is Chayiv ultimately again in Hashem Talmud, someone whose complete liability is tamed in an act of Shogeg. But the Halacha L'Meis again, doing something with Shogeg is not enough. For example, a claim is not Hashem Gadol, or again, just the act of Shogeg is not enough for liability. That means that the Halacha Dabar understanding sound. Such a person is not subject to Hashem Talmud. Incredible. When I went on, so when he said Yatsa Mashiach Shechata B'Shgaga, Lava Avodas Kavavim, the Lava Shabbat says Ela the Helam Davar Shiras Maisa. I will agree with that as well. So remember, because everyone agrees that a Kohen Gadol, although again is not subject to Shiras Maisa. It's not subject to Hashem Talmud. So what says therefore? Take away message from this self-contained signal is that Allah for myself, both things as well as Kohen Gadol, only have liability for their Kabbalah. So remember, both cases is power, except by what is our where it's Sire. The liability only comes about if Allah again, there is both Helam Dabar as well as Shiras Maisa. Furthermore, and again, Helam Dabar mistaken sound, Shiras Maisa accidental activity against the left side, and every one of these that ultimately needed the Bezdin, nor the Kohen Gadol are subject to Hashem Talmud. Incredible. Mishnah engages Hayabim actually that Mishnah don't encourage the Shiras Maisa. So what's interesting, actually, we're the couple that discussed a little bit earlier on as well. What type of data, right, are things reliable from? Right? So the first is, it's not the Avera, only the Avera, where intentional commission of the Avera would result in charis, and unintentional commission of the Avera results ultimately in charis. So the means is charis, Shogeg is charas. So to the same criteria by the Kohen Mashiach, the Lord Bavodas Kavavim, and Shulu Al Davar Sheshadol Charis, the Shiras of Charas. The Shimalach Opas Sabosal. So once it's therefore, I just give you an example of this. You know, it's based in Tasking, based on the Kohen Gadol Tasking, you're interacting with Tasking. And probably so it's Tasking. So there's no harm for the big, and there's no harm for the Kohen Gadol. Why? Because the punishment for the country, it's a lot. It's more. It's got to be something where the stakes are much higher. So therefore, the only time that there is liability for the power for Bezdin, and the power ultimately against the Kohen Gadol is the type of Avera where intentional commission is charis, unintentional is chatas. Say by all the Hashem from no one. Where do we know this from? The sign of Israel, the name of Allah, the name of the Amon, the name of the Amon. Allah. It says over here, Allah. And those are Akakas Hashem to Allah. So I said that's Parakala Government Word. And this is interesting. The other Allah about say is by Arias. By Arias. She'al Akhel Shah Osika Sword. The Gallows and Vasa Allah Kaya. The brothers and brothers sisters. Right, so it says Allah over here by Parakala and Allah by Arias. Allah among the versions of the She doesn't have us. Just like I was said by Arias. Intentional commission ultimately again is case. Unintentional, like accidental commission of Arias is going to be a cause. I've cancelled to the time of the election board called I've time conversions no authorities. You should be done some us. Incredible. What's the other facts that we needed? To Shabbat out straight. So just Allah. So Allah by Allah by Arias. Intentional violation comes. Accidental violation is us. So to power is only one currency. Actually from Seaboard. Now there's problem. That's Seaboard. How do I know that this criteria applies to conduct side? La'ashma sa'am hari Mashiach Seaboard. As the Pasuk says ultimately, La'ashma says, remember again, what's interesting is we're always using the same. Once I know something applies, like how I'm government at Seaboard, then what? That extra phrase, guys, what is that? What is that? Remember again, the conductors are asking for the populace. Who's the bring of the populace? Who's asking for himself? So what about the actual all is coming to the process. Whatever is the process for the i.e., power of government and sequence is the same process for the point. It's beautiful. So the word is as follows. So the word says, how do Shep is the word says, we're not us. We don't just refer the book to the big for the next example. Discuss. Save Gavin Rossi. The answer of the Asa has become a session. So the Rossi says if you perform one of the reasons you can only idea but it's exploring also us being called this force. Again, so here Shabbat Mitchell from Rossi to the seaboard. Not seaboard, but it's still Rossi to the us. Just like by the seaboard. It's only like this to the power. If it's a type of violation, then intentional violation is tied to intentional violation is tied to us. At mercy, references of the courage should be also tied to us. Beautiful. What's the act? It's like a straw. Like every all the notes come together so incredibly beautiful. So that's like fun Russia. So remember again, this is Virginia rule. What's the rule? Facing is only high out of the Seaboard, calling only high his car in a situation ultimately again where again for Nadeira. Intentional violation is place, unintentional violation is times. Where do you know this from? So for the seaboard, Zero Shabbat, Arayos, intentional violation, place, unintentional violation, Katos. So again, things will be tied to the car, Katos, currents, Katos. Then, Ashma Sa'am ultimately allows me to learn out calling from the Bezdin and what about Nasi? Nasi ultimately again is the Japanese Zero Shabbat of mitzvahs from the incredible similar to Yahid.
You always eat right before.
The evil happening however this applies ultimately again. Ultimately again the functions in Nefesh, and ultimately again to learn how to pass those learn how to radically ultimately get to the real process. Incredible policy of the same level applies ultimately in Avodah so to so by Avodah Zarah, there's ultimately liability. Which they ask in regarding something again, which intentional violation is praise, unintentional violation is godless. an individual only missing or an era, which is done intentionally carries liability of colors and unintentionally carries the penalty of practice. And that's ultimately again sorry, an individual only wins a practice when it inadvertently violates an era that is subject to choice. You should be kind to everything. Even if it's not college, you must never contact me. You never allow me to shove up. Never allow just like South East. Every person don't encourage you doesn't have us. Again, things are kind of hard for something that intentional violation of punishment to have us. So viable. So, cover to the encourage you doesn't have us. But to ask the consumer, to understand your attitude for when we see what you have on each other. How do I know if this Holocaust concerning a whole desire applies to all these other individuals? No. Oh my God, because the Bible says, the nefesh achas. The nefesh achas. Echad, the nefesh achas. Right? Echad, Yochid, the Echad, Yossi, the Echad, Yoshia. Kulam, Gidwal, nefesh achas. Fascinating. So let's say, in Russia, nefesh achas teaches you the same halachas that we would have in the fight. She will also apply to the achas. Any singular personality. What the singular personality you're talking about? Because although they will see it's stammering individual, you will talk from the halo. And ultimately, any further work was going out with the latter subjects from the other subjects, from the other subjects. Something from non-democratic race. So let's just remember again. All of this begins with what? All of this begins with a shava between and Arabs. So the words that mathematically shava down. So these work well if you accept that initial zero shava, like everything is called an initial zero shava. So we'll say that here's the problem. The Rabbanon used Haleh for something different. Words are left to just, we'll say, that's how you rub a space. That's the rub a space. Right, so I'll say something. Remember again, if you remember, one of the interesting things you got to be doing sex spouse. What's what happens if you're doing that forward? And guys, and that everybody's like, oh, they should have those feedback. Right, so I'll say ultimately, again, very close over to guys. And now let's say again, it happens to be that let's say one of his brother, let's say it happens to be Ruben married his niece, which is Mutter, right? They married his niece. So now what happens? So now the two wives all came with his brother Shimon from Ruben. Obviously, Shimon came to Ruben with his daughter. So what's now the home? Once he came to Ruben with his brother, obviously all of the stars, all the co-wives from Ruben's wife. But that brother was very county, that's a lot of brothers around. It's a more involved Russia. So this that one is allowed for something else. If that's the case, then we need to learn this concept that there is always anything liability for infraction, and if done intentionally is courage, and courage is happening with this that outlook, with that outlook. So the Gemara says, after the rule was the first my life, we did not know the children in the dream. And then we looked up to the Torah Avos, Yalochet, Lo'osef Ishtago, Dayeta, Sheshet, Asef, Yad, Yama. So literally, again, the Bible said there's one Torah, the one who takes our data in its running, and one who goes ahead and acts eventually. What was your cause on a Kuda Bible? Let's go cover it. So let's see what is even here. Now, this is Torah Avos, and this is something like idolatry. Right? So the entire Kuda is compared to Avodah Zarah. מה עבודת כוכבים שחייבים על כל הפרשה של הקדוש. Just like my Avodah Zarah, you don't carry like for act or carry the senior. For something that unintentionally is carried unintentionally is kadosh. So to again, I obviously there's a way that I look at the work. However, I'll still require that she does a kadosh. Incredible. Ask the Baryaki.
He's like, I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
that's
do
what I
it.
go.
Fucking
Nossi, Mashiach, Nossi, Mashiach, Big Baba, stop being shot with sauce. Right, then we shot with sauce, sit one with that one. No, no, okay, so once we have it already backed up with ultimately again, we can apply it to all these other contexts. Right? How can I show you my argument? What is ready to ultimately reserve your short run? Because once you're ready to show you again, it's about to catch up. It's very not the inside. Ready to use the reserve instruction for the there's a distinction between the individual worships versus a larger, right, the larger group worship. What's the difference? Number one, you can rapid disciple one another. Let's say, so for example, if you already got us, you will worship that God, what do you do with it? They chose by the sword, and their property is destroyed. Right, their property is destroyed. The Gemara says, he did this skill, and if you need to worship that God, you must have number one is take the skill, and everything you don't have property. So you don't call it not close to coming and say it. You might look at their Kabbalah's are distinct as well. Kabbalah, this is what that goes down and uses the Russian word. Even though Halom for the Maisa, their questions are different for Rabbis versus other words like that would be. But ultimately, again, their primary is the same. That's the Torah. We'll turn that over. We'll go to the Kasha. I love to look for that person. Because the Pasuk of the station, but if they want to use the Pasuk Kalamina, I would have first taken the distinction as well. So we want to make nice, but if you didn't make a Kabbalist distinction, what else would be brought instead of a seer? So the Gemara says, nice car. You're going to bring a higher, they can't be seaboard, the shot is also the nice. Nice, and what says, no, the seaboard is a car for others, obviously, Torah is singling out of Zola. What that means that was us, so how would it be the freedom of car that looks like all the factions? Nice, how do you always see the couples? If you open two things, a marble always see for a couples, seaboard, the abode is for property, nice. Ultimately, I think the monster, but it's seaboard, please, for Zola. Nice, see, just in the shadows of the device, the Garcia brings that by other factions to the bunch of nice and similar in each of the sheep. The ones who love it, now they're ending Kabbalah. Ultimately, again, for nothing else, means in practice. This is Kamina, super nice Kabbalah, is here the Kabbalah. It is like this, super rings. Ultimately, again, Kabbalah always super Kabbalah. Having a nice thought, maybe this is the opposite. A Kabbalah Kabbalah is so low. So it's the English Kabbalah. But that's the distinction. It requires a distinction, but there's only the distinction. How much more of the most of the Kabbalah Maisa again. Torah Akbash is much more Torah Akbash. The Maisi called Akad, Sir. And once when it comes to everyone brings the same karma. Everything is fascinating. Everyone is bringing a seer for a long Torah. Whether you are in that left, right? You know, the Kohen or everyone is bringing the same karma. Ultimately, again, for the fact that the full album makes right? Now, what's interesting enough, one thing everyone is agreeing on is that the two mentioned are by a holy Torah. 9 months out of the Hummer of it, once it says ultimately again, if you'll make a mistake, if you decide to see what this is, you'll go ahead and ultimately again children, right? You'll go ahead and you'll make a mistake. You'll make a mistake, but also that's all it's a sign of that. It's a mitzvah. She should come and so what is it say that when you answer the right? But what is a mitzvah? That is the equivalent of the entire Torah. How do you know you see our voters come up and say that it makes sense? Because remember, Avodah Zarah represents a covenantal negation of relation to that Torah. The entire point of mitzvahs is the completion of a relationship with that Torah. So therefore, by definition, it's saying like, what is not there that ultimately again is like uproots the Torah's entirety? It's Avodah Zarah. So again, so the Pasuk says, this is what I should spoke to Moshe. And it says, this is what I should command you, Moshe. This is mitzvah, Yerusha comes from. Mitzvah argued with Moshe. What's the example of a mitzvah that ultimately completely by Hashem, but was also commanded to us by Moshe Rabbeinu? What's the mitzvah like that? Have you over Zu Avodah Tzlocha? It's idolatry. It wasn't ever again. I heard his father, which one was like the first few years old. I know the Hashem of God. Well, we are not fighting in that. I'm Hashem is God. You're not having other God. So on the one hand, I have to respond to himself. All does. It's called this idolatry. Again, multiple times by Moshe Rabbeinu. The turn out there is a short, I know he, from a year and a half, yeah, but ultimately the first few goes were just as a sign. This is why this in general was like, why did this get up for this photo? And the so connected on that whole side. I think that was actually pretty profound. We only heard two things from God. We should get mad. Right? He said, mankind. Man things heard God's what were the two things that man heard God's speak? Right? I am Hashem your God, and you are any other gods. That's the only thing his love letter told us, like, don't worship idolatry. And the told the truth, please worship the most wanted in the Torah is, don't worship idolatry, worship the Son. What's the Son? His love is jealous. Like, he's jealous, he doesn't want to sin on the gods. It's the simple thing of it. What does that respond to idolatry? What does the Hashem value most in this universe? Relationship. That's what he values. And by the way, I want to point out, it's fascinating. It's not just me for Adam, it's really with us. Because who else has a focus on idolatry? Who else has it? Shepherds is really not. So what God says to you, what idolatry involves is a relationship. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
Well, last time you were on, you didn't really get the chance to watch Bush, but we brought you back today. We want to start watching Bush. Yeah, it is fun. Yeah, so
that's right. People that are doubting over because idolatry distracts from relationship. Idolatry distracts from relationship. What I want to know is to in this universe is relationship. And I want to set for existence that in our relationship. We're talking about focus on the details not important. It's not the devil, it's the divine. But it's important to say what the details does. How get us relationships. And it really sounds about the type of relationship. And you have no relationship. All the things type it's all about establishing that relationship. Over again, because it's just knowing and seeing how us all I want is a relationship. And all I want you to want is a relationship with you. Incredible. So my goes like that. Today I'm short time. There's no time. I want you to see that shit. But I was going to take them easily from Sheen and Run. Which ultimately again was going to be speaking today. I'm going to give this cover all together. First mitzvah that Hashem said to us was idolatry. One second, all of that. And say it's a society tomorrow. Yet we're told that there's 10 mitzvahs that are tonight with us tomorrow. Tomorrow was before I see tonight. It's seen by the church, so called Holocaust. I have the cover of God, TV shows are in color. I will say the initial structure as spoke about it seems to hold my own term of this last stuff. Okay, that's incredible. Allah, say that, there's such a thing. What's interesting about what we tell every day. One, which actually takes us back a little bit to how true is this? This is really near the sun. So let's just remember again. Also says as follows, and then just going to carve out. There is no liability. There's no liability. And it's not an out use all together. I don't have any Seabird, Bob, there's no liability if you're going to was regarding Hashem's and Mosas says of the Mikdash. Now, one of the Hashem's and Mosas says the Mikdash. Hold on.
Video games all day. The server was Tiger Belly. How do you explain that? Yeah, exactly.
If you touch the shower, you're not going to be good. Under certain circumstances, can college better and get more confidence. They actually still could things that you respect. How about when I said, when you do that, you'll see, how about when I said, things that are kind of asking regarding what we call Tumas, Mikdash, and Kadash, which means anything to do with Tumah Mikdash and Mikdash, there's no power. It's just being in the process. Right, everything that Allah said, I was also the rest. Then you mean Asham Kabuli, Allah said, that I was such a shit. Furthermore, you don't put your Asham Kabuli regarding when I said, I was such a shit, dealing with Tumah Mikdash. I don't know how I said, I was such a shit, but I'm not going to say that you're trying to open up the again, a path. When I say, what I say, that's when it comes to you, that's what it says. Asham Kabuli, Allah said, I was such a shit, and once I got the rest, you do it as funny, but take that as a picture of his life. She's a suffix, suffix is not ultimately Asham Kabuli. Anything which does association with it, once we get one of these stuff, I say that, follow she will have it up. So once I will see that, I love the rights of partially the hands, that man has to separate from his son, himself from his wife, and his now. I love the ones that are not in the usually done, but even ultimately, again, the concept of this also has to separate. Or this has no such. I'm talking about the physical stuff, so that we don't have the second one. So what's the word of the see what I'm trying to talk about? The young Asham Kabuli, so what's the way to ask the Shiloh from where ultimately again do I know this? The Halacha myself. Rashi says, "Shum cover all the Halacha Kadosh Kabbalah." I don't know the Halacha myself. The only time that there is liability is when only with the prohibition we generate the Kadosh Kabbalah. Or this about using Yamar Ba'ashim, the Kadosh Ba'asham Kabbalah. He says Ba'ashim that there's liability owned by Kadosh and Asham Kabbalah. The Yamar Ba'ashim won't be simple. Not Ba'ashim, roughly the Kadosh Kabbalah. Just like ultimately again, ultimately the Ashim by nothing is talking about peace. Where there's definitive Kadosh liability. He must be Asham with Sibor, the Kadosh Kabbalah. So to the Asham by Sibor is talking about a situation where there's what's called the Kadosh Kabbalah. But Sibor, the Kadosh Kabbalah, Asham Kabbalah Yami. So we actually saw this conversation so that the Asham Kabbalah only comes about this situation where there was the definitive knowledge, it would be like all the Kadosh Kabbalah. He covered all the knowledge knowledge. The gas is ultimately again usually type of cover audio, which is a variable carbon, which we'll discuss. Where it says, how to see the yes and the atmosphere. None of the Asham the Asham, being done in Asham. Yes, so what's this? Because it's shoveling from down. Because have you ever been to the Shabbat after that hot and very slow, the Shabbat oil, which is this way of the chance. I'm not going to say that this is talking about Saras Habaris. And so that's the whole trying to complete the process ultimately again of when the coin checks. Initially, when it comes back to check, it's based on the Shabbat coin, the Quran coin. You know what? The words are similar. So it's really clear that the Shabbat based on similar words. And let's leave the Hashem to us on the best of Shabbat. He's coming to Hashem. Rabbi says you're right. Done it. The Hashem for Wisas Hashem. The Hashem Wisas Hashem. When you can make it Shabbat is a choice. If you make it Shabbat, ultimately again, similar words, which is similar words, you will always go ahead and go with the similar words. I'm going to see the Asham about the Asham and the Siyas about with the Asham and the Siyas about. So I'm making Shabbat, the Asham and the Siyas about. Right? Why not go ahead and make it Shabbat? So I don't know how it is. The Asham and the Siyas Hashem, Hashem, no Siyas and us. The Hashem and the Hashem, Hashem, no Siyas. So it's a lot of problems and it's a two exact places and a lot of problems. שנייה, סגור. אם תמצא ותומס מקרש בקדשו, שלא נאמר בהם, השם במצס השם אשר לא עושה השם. זה דבר שהעבור ולמייסה, we're essentially establishing a criteria or idea Shabbat between the context which these phrases Hashem, B'mitzvah Hashem, Asher Bo Siyaseh. If you have those three ultimately again, make Allah and bridge. But it's important to understand that ultimately Shmias Bo, Hebrew Sasayim, and Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah, do not share those phrases, therefore we cannot make the Shabbat. Sabbath for my second of I'm sorry, I don't want to do that. Bottom line, what's the takeaway? No idea. Like, what's the takeaway? So again, remember, this is why I mentioned this thing is good thing is remember, no one's arguing about the Mishnah. I think the Mishnah says it is exactly how all the people are just here is trying to say how the Mishnah arrived at its conclusion. I'm going to pull up myself. That's saying it by Rabbi Rothschild. So by the way, just to understand, just remember, if you want to touch it, stop and just touch the insurance. Just touch the girl also. But again, the insurance costs everything you do. So this is last whereas up until now, we're focusing on this idea that in order for them to be liability, the reason I'm asking regarding something where intentional violation is a chatos, unintentional violation is kares, unintentional violation is a chatos, there's a carve out. What's the carve out? It basically asks regarding anything what we call Mikdash V'Kadashah. Remember, I get back to what's Mikdash V'Kadashah? They ask him erroneously either about something to do about the Tumah of the Mikdash itself, or Tumah of the Mikdash. If they go ahead and they ask him erroneously in one of those areas, there is no Haram Davar in that seaport. That applies to the Israel. But remember, again, going to going to apply to Bezin, it's going to apply to the Great Mortal, and ultimately going to apply to us as well. What is that? It's based on the criteria that is in Shabbat of Mitzvah Hashem, Asher Lo Ti'asera, and the Hashem. Only because the Hashem does not have the phraseology. Therefore,
he snapped at you, right? Yeah. Joe has had conversations with he's like, dude, you need to fucking like this special, so this, that, you know, whatever. That is critical for Bobby. Brendan held on to that, you know, like Brendan like acts like, oh, whatever, I don't give a shit. But there are people, he can ignore the comments, but there's certain people in his life that he obviously can't ignore and he kind of like, because he's trying to push back against it too. Like he's like, because I think at first he's like, oh yeah, like he may might have pretended to watch it, you know. He's like, you know, he sent it to, why do you send a special to people that's already done? You know, it's like, did you like it? Like you're not going like, come watch my hour, give me notes. You're like, here's what I'm about to put out. It's like, cool. Start over. That's the advice you can give is like, you know, start over, lose 30 pounds, do better jokes, shave your beard, shake it out in the back. It's like and I think people that so fast to celebrate the hopes considering harsh way to his ears because Brendan is all of those is probably so he's trying to be like, I'm the only fucking because he's trying to say yes, man. Or you want to try to stop it from his father, and then Ari Butler is some Ari that have covered up that people in the Bracha. And that really sponsors for together. Ali Myron, saying a happy birthday, a happy 22nd birthday to his wife. They're wonderful, and they should have days back. Incredible. They have continued out and not us on their children and dress to the public and saying the same in honor of birthday of Baal Shem Tov and mention of the yahrzeit of Sayyid Father Moshe Ben Bashar pointed on this Friday and all of the Yeshua Saddam families in the Kabul, all those leaders who celebrate hopefully so we're supposed to do our and then the call our home so successful the call of not saying people like well say of course it's important for us to step back and to reflect that there is a real like the university of words titles which have automatically swelling so
those of us who were alive, those of us who were here that day, those of us who remember that day, remember considering the fear of the uncertainty and the incredible moment when that moved away to beautiful octopus, a sense of shared mission and purpose, leading to the life of the world that was spoken so much about. So the workshop manifest September 11th, and then in a response, Hashem to all first responders, the bravery, the heroism, the incredible courage that people had to build afterwards. So the message tonight. I brought us together, causing clearly an open event to wall afterwards that tried to stand out people and follow a country that most of us never even heard of before. And I think it's important that this year we don't forget that. So the one again, let's say September 10th, we see an act of political assassination. Whatever the circumstances around Charlie Kirk's assassination, the visit of that 31-year-old father of two, I don't care what his political affiliation or what his political views are, what his economy is, what the president is irrelevant. The fact that he can't photograph a barbaric act of cowardice could happen right on September 11th. Unfortunately, as a country, we have not been internalized lessons of how it rips us apart, how it tears us apart. There's so much work that we have to do as a nation. There's atmosphere for us to punch and tear itself, but we are privileged to be citizens of this great land. There's so much, what are so many rights and opportunities. And it's heartbreaking sometimes to see the chaos that human society has presented compared to the actions, hopefully, of just one person doesn't represent anything else. Sometimes when things occur in your home, it is reflective of what is happening. Like when your children go to school, and they act a certain way, they get a phone call from the teacher, little crying, little lifting, when I hadn't said this word. And somebody's not wondering where they hear that word from. They act in a certain way when they hear that word from. In our homes. It's happening in our homes. And as a result, it's going to be this season of introspection. This national introspection. To understand what happened as nations. After that, September 11th, we saw the best of this nation. And then images, we saw police officers, firefighters, first responders running into factory buildings to save people that people did not know. We saw people who juggled that was the best of the United States of America. And when we saw yesterday, whatever it is, whatever the narrative is, it's the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst. So we have to really affect their investigation as individuals. That we see in September 11th, we hope that they will show us of all those who perished in terror action, and to have an with families who recover. Those who so heroically went in rushed in to save their fellow Americans. Those who showed us in their social chapter with their families in the cover. Benchmark will share their nation not only with challenges properties on our ancestral homeland, but their nation to help people deserve peace and light, moral clarity, strength, and wisdom to be able to get these solutions back on our rails. And yes, Hashem, be able to allow us to appreciate and discover all that is great about the United States of America and the shower the breath upon this great country and all of her citizens. And I'll say, with that, let us begin with the great messages today about Hashem. Truly, really great parrot. I know that many of you think that I was just talking about yesterday's God, but today's God, after yesterday's concerning, but actually the scene rather than 10 weeks long ago, so let's begin. Today's God, we did what we remember the Israel Testament days, right? Calling Mashiach. So talking about Achakach Mashiach. So calling it, because I'm going on, she went ahead and said, then afterwards she was, remember we removed from office. Now, from office doesn't mean we never do that. because he had a whole something else happening no longer in Point Douglas. What you hear about this case? We didn't get it, right? No longer in Point Douglas things. Remember again, you know the process already. Is how a brother to get nice up, the Roman ruling, his action based on that the Roman ruling. And now he brings a Messiah. He was Messiah. So now, so now Messiah is hard. So the Gemara says, what happened is so the Roman ruling, he sinned, but he didn't get rid of his carbon. And now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. So what carbon does he bring? Does he bring the carbon of a Kohen Gadol? Or does he bring the carbon ultimately of a Catholic man? Because he doesn't ship on the Akhatah. Same idea, king goes ahead and sins, right? Same idea, have a double shit that's nice, that really is moving, unintentional action or accidental action, based on that really moving, but he didn't get a chance to live his karma while he's still the king. What's that about? Calling the Mashiach in his heart, but not seeing it, so you're going to say the halacha is in both of these cases, these individuals bring the same karma that they would have brought had they still been in their office.
I mean, I'll take it. I'm not
Sin ultimately, it sounds like what's happening over here is that the sin and the recognition of the sin occurred while in office. Therefore, the karma that is brought is the karma that would be brought in office, even if they are no longer in office. On the other hand, the Gemara says, Mashiach Sha'ar Mishkasa, the Akhatah Chata, but the Yossi Sha'ar the Akhatah Chata. So it's very interesting. Second is, which the beginning is with the Kohen Gadol, and the sin after they left office. In other words, same type of sin, which is hell of another shit that's the Roman ruling, and then ultimately again, after they stuck up to it. And now they go ahead and they sin. But again, the Kohen Gadol doesn't when he's no longer the Kohen Gadol. The king does it when he's no longer the king. After they left office, what's the halacha? Kohen Mashiach made it hard, but I just see the head, yes. Because when you're going to pick Kohen Gadol, will still bring the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol, but the king does not. So apparently, again, once the Kohen Gadol is so really, that he just say that the Kohen Gadol is always halachically because the Kohen Gadol is no longer functioning Kohen Gadol, whereas the king is only treated as a king when he is actually acting. Incredible. All right, so let's analyze. So he wants to hash to use about other machine called solid capital good. Because at the end of the day, you're telling me that I'm also myself. Even after the Kohen Gadol left office, and he sins, still brings the same carbon as if he was in office. Then the Gemara says, do I need the case that is where he's sinning in office, he didn't bring the carbon, and now he's no longer Kohen Gadol. Then he brings the same carbon. Of course, that's obvious. In other words, you're saying, you're telling me that even once he's no longer Kohen Gadol, if he sins, he brings the carbon, then of course, if he sins while Kohen Gadol, but doesn't get around to bringing the carbon for after he's Kohen Gadol, of course he brings the same carbon. That's just the right. We shouldn't be pretty Gabi Nasi, or should get on the we shouldn't be pretty Gabi Nasi. If the Abba brings the Nasi, the Akhatah Chata, the Hazard is nice. I hardly pretty Gabi Nasi. So I said, we're going to try and create it's also weird that since the Mishnah spoke about the case, ultimately again, although I did kidding, right? He's no longer the king. He sins, and then it will say at that point, he's just as a covenant. Therefore, the Gemara just brought the parallel case of a Kohen Gadol who sinned when he's no longer Kohen Gadol, and to tell us that even in that case, the Akhatah Chata is hard. You can say it for different mistakes, which we ultimately again, listen to Rudy. Let's say there was two cases in this. Number one, and Kohen Gadol sinned while they're king in Kohen Gadol. Don't get around to bringing the carbon color out of office. So everyone agrees what's the halacha. They bring the same carbon as if they were in office. Right? So the Kohen Gadol will bring his time, and the king will bring his son. Kings sin, Kohen Gadol and king sin act when they retire. Out of office. Out of office. So what's the halacha? Kohen brings the same carbon as if he was Kohen Gadol. And ultimately again, king does not. King brings the carbon of a carbon. I ask, that a coin bundle even after he's no longer in office, essentially still has the status of coin bundle, and therefore will bring the carbon of the coin bundle to the state. We'll go ahead and bring the carbon for basically our custom. Brings it for the same as it would have been committed in the past. Which is interesting. You want to actually hear that the Congo some element of its status.
Bishop, we all know you learned to work on a stick post.
What does that mean? What does it just mean? Enough because it has a cover. Just focusing this to the guy. So enough doesn't even know these feelings. All the remember, right? It doesn't need to know these feelings. He just needs to act and go action. So I said, not enough situation, that's nice. So every baby can possibly yet a lot of myself once the message been removed from office, no longer brings his unique message. I would have thought, yeah, should just myself, should just myself, considering Shia requires both Helen Dollar and should just myself, should not bring the carbon of the coin double once it's no longer in office. Think about Kata so. Therefore, the person says, think about Kata so. Lame, should be out Kata so himself. Goes in and brings the same carbon as if he was in office. The nice, not see the California. Why don't you put the California? Don't have to mess with the California. That's myself. Think Kata so Shaban. So the point of it doesn't just bring the shit that's nice, right? It's not just an accidental act that's not generated about viability. It has to be kind of number. And yet, how local am I son? He brings his carbon even when he left office. Thus,
emulating what comics do. Comics do
that's my son. And thus, he does bring his offering. He doesn't just an accidental act. They know it is. Should maybe have some shop. So should we carbon is what I can imagine. I'm going to share no secret. So we'll come back on some instruction again. When it talks about the liability of the sick of the nursing, the increase in it doesn't listen. The Gemara says, Kishu Nasi, Kishu Hayo, the only liability for the public when he is a king, they can no longer the king, ultimately again, to no liability. So, Shabbat I love for myself. What do we emerge with? So, three important considerations, two which are core. Number one, the coin double and the king sin when they are talking about the coin double and king. If they don't get around to bringing their cover until they have left office, it's bringing the same cover as if they were in office. So therefore, again, the coin double will get its power. The nothing king will bring his son. What happens if they both sin after they left office? So here's where their practice diverges. Otherwise, the coin double will still bring the same cover of the coin double. You offer up this offers as you get a running ask if they know looking after that office. But again, tell them that she did that's myself. Because but the king, once the king has left office, no longer brings the mana offering, but rather again, if he seems you would bring the same card as what happens is point otherwise before they were appointed to their office, never brought their card out, and now were appointed to office. So what do they do now? So the actual if they seemed before they were appointed, the Akar Kassis, and of course they were appointed to respective positions, are able to get those. They're treated like communists. In other words, since this occurred when they were quote-unquote regular people, therefore a lot of what I said, the minus liability is that part of the first. Sure, it says the actual slender. one time, I was like behind him. Oh shit! I can't get anything up. If they realize their transgression before they were appointed, ultimately then they're tight. They're in the car bunch. Shane is slightly interesting. However, if they only realize their transgression, once they were appointed their respective offices, they could just do enough to the punter. If she was like, this is like this, and essentially, if they remember before they were appointed to office, they did sin, awareness of liability. If awareness will be clearly going through a training level, so like that means we're in a different state, and the Carbonos are ahead of a regular person. This is what I say. Supposed to take direction, just what the doctor says. It's the first short line. She know that. And no to let him actually smell the Hayari. The shitty Kaka, Kira, the shitty is order for their liability. The hospital will be seen. And the words. What is the part of the website? The shitty is like this. If it's seen and it is one of the country, great. They bring the cover off. If how long will I say after this sick? But where is only comes after the coins auto and carry real carbon. Exit with Nasi. By the way, who is this Nasi? Who's the Nasi? Where it says that after a long time, that is the difference between Shironar and Komitsos Hashem Elokar. As the pastor talking about it says, committed one of the others, or transgressed one of the results of Hashem is God. What is the action for this? Shipping out Gabam Eva Hashem Elokar. We're talking about someone who is answerable to no one other than God. And so he only has God above. Is that? That's incredible. Those are from where do so the fact is the one quoted the first moving in the Mishnah, which has to do with the sin committed before the punishment office. So no, Shanabana. In that point, when Mashiach the point of Mashiach was simplified, the cosmos. So what does this come to exclude? So in other words, when you get liability directed to Kohen or his car, when he sinned as Kohen Gadol. But if he sinned before, then by definition it's covered. Now, where we get putter in entirety, right? Or ultimately again, this putter from the Kohen Gadol is covered. So that's already a discussion of the Mishnah. So a couple over the land of the that's my son. The Alakos. Others, right? So ultimately again, just like the rest of the thing. Just without covering Yama. Ultimately, does not really cover for sins committed before it is appointed to his monarchy. So again, as well as she was myself, should not bring a carbon for those committed. Yeah, but you chose before the second before they were so I don't know if should be maybe have possible Shabbat. There's a difference in us ultimately again does not go ahead and recover once he's out of office. However, she actually got possible Shabbat. Again, when Donald Trump brings the same week offering even once he's no longer in office. Says, only the way that possible Shabbat. So I'm going to put it the same way, but if Godel brings the same offering, even once you left office, perhaps you should actually make a carbon. For that, maybe before you became Godel. Abulomar, Hamashiach, but the Pasuk says, the anointed call will say, Mashiach, maybe, Yeshua, what do we got? So he opens his new carbon when he sinned as different level. But if he sinned as a regular individual, so he does not bring his new carbon. The Tanya Dami Davinos, was the first one. And see the same thing Davinos as well. Asher Nasi Yachba. Only if the Nasi will sin. Versus this comes to extreme any idea done before he becomes the king. Following the Salomon Umar, Mashiach Sheni, Shakasi, Shavar, Fairly, Alakos, so Kohen Gadol, who ultimately again, even brings this carbon once he left office, again, does not bring a carbon for Abinos committed before he was sent into office. Thus, Shemini Tapas and Shaba in the big for Yavi Alakopos. Then, of course, the king won't look at them as not bringing an outdoor offering once they left office. Certainly, she not bringing Pagan on a bill to make a point in the throne. Making my phone say, Mama, she actually continues to shut up. Yet, ultimately, again, like the Mashiach and Rago, who doesn't hold the things of Shogeg, yes, it's Kalam Shaba also. Come on, the Nasi, she may be shut up, which does myself. So, yeah, continues because if the king will bring only the sheep of the doesn't Kalam Shaba, all the way the sheep of myself, Yavi Alakopos. So, once they can only bring the Shogeg grants, he should also have to bring 4 Adios to bring before the assembly of the throne. However, Omar, Hashem Yossi, therefore the Pasuk says, the king will sin. Shechata, the Hallel Nasi, the Lo Shechata, the Odeh of Ekman, but it's very liability to sin while he's sinning, and not liability to sin while he's a criminal, and then it's incredible. So it was like, you might just reinforce exactly what we were saying before. And Allah might say again, we need to cover for a king and for a couple only what if they sin when we take office. But if they sin before they were in office, then we should know the liability. So then instead, they are bringing the Kabbalah's Kabbalah. Actually, no, see, those are very interesting. So now we need to get into so I'm not bothering the wise minds. Find the minds in at the gap. Hashem, not see. I will say, now it's interesting. The way the concept is Hashem, not see. Hashem means when the Nasi will say, so the Gemara says, so this is like the subject again is a performance of sin, that the Nasi is certainly going to sin. In Kohen HaMashiach, yes, so again, I will say, therefore, just like it says in Kohen HaMashiach, so Hashem doesn't mean that the Kohen God, that the king is definitely going to sin. Just like it says about the Kohen HaMashiach, I don't know, you're going to say, so because it was the high. When it says Asher Nasi Yafta, when it constantly that the Torah is coming, that's why I'm just having that there's a zero of the first thing that the king is going to sin, how to say such a thing like this. Which is the Torah says, Amr in, actually comes with Sid, then I stand to Rebbe Saras, Eres Eretz so what's in that? There's something that's that maybe the thing is going to definitely occur. For example, Hashem says, you're going to go ahead and experience Saras in your homes when you come to carry yourself. So many people have, because all things are coming up, so they're going up. Sometimes the Torah definitively foretell negative things. That says the way to sit on something that's on the right hand side of that one, about שהקונס לבאסר שמסים יש אחת ושת הבלוך הפנה עם בגזירס לא קופסים כל מה שיש זה לא עושה something before it's right foretell negative things to which the Rishon says project with negative things the Shimon uses that concept to teach you something different. The Shimon says that Ashati Nega Saras ultimately means the only type of Saras for which is there full Shabbat of Saras applied is Saras which is first on its own. But Saras which ultimately they get occurred because of other forces. It actually comes out of here what other forces are we talking about? Should be it says something else which should go and run out of the should. So apparently I get it rolls on the house that would also call whatever this means that would also call Saras. But that type of Saras ultimately is not halachic Saras that we're discussing. Not only the Surah talking on the name of the city. Zero said I would have said the same way that Hashem does foretell the negative events of Saras Salat Yuzazanov. So Sophie maybe Asher Nasiya. So it's Hashem telling us that our rulers, our kings will sin. Which the Gemara says, no God sin in So therefore, then it establishes this synergy between the concept of the king and the concept of the Kohen Gadol, teaching us that what the Halacha reminds in the same way it says, if the Kohen Gadol will sin, so to be shared by the mercy not telling us that the king is going to definitively sin, rather than that it is definitively sin. There was an obviously people have to figure out if that's the case, that Asher means if, so that don't say Asher. Just say what? Just say king. Why using the word Asher? So hold on, we'll get to that. We're going to see you get OCD all the time. First, we're going to hand it over here. Essentially, that saras that comes will call it as a result of its own external circumstance. That doesn't create too much saras. What can we learn? All that is we have two more variables. We'll say this is very interesting. There's no speech of saras. It's hard to see about the saras. We'll say how much it is. The only thing that saras is the combination of this. So the current that the supposed to be going forward. Imagine for a moment, and it was the day that Moshe gave us halachos of saras. Okay? And somebody had a saras teaching on the skin that Moshe gave us on Thursday, and somebody had it on the skin already on Wednesday. So now they run out of saras, like, oh my gosh, those people that have a nice skin saras. Now look at it. Saras is only considered saras for the time that you also is given going forward. So you know it says. Going forward, there's one of the Marina phone. In our transaction, it is coming to always. Homer is $100 this transaction. So the most likely is a big difference. So, it's not like $5. What does this mean? So, let's say, again, you should have gotten both against outside. It's the specific mission of the Shabbos experience. It's coming about because some kind of extended treatment. For example, something or some other external circumstance that caused it, he's not coming. He's not coming yet by enjoying whatever the cause for the saras. Again, saras is not coming. It's like that contradiction. Just before we said, it should be said that it's saras because of the result of quote unquote your holiness. That's not the coming. Here it is in the coming. We're going ultimately, whenever the possibility of the only plus saras, one of the tendencies is given as told. Rabbi says, but it is close. Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude. These are the close. People should have on our path when you get shaftos and you go to shading. Or again, a Papa says it comes to exclude saras as the result of the source. As it was in the word like Karabah. Asher Nasi Yakta. So we'll say Salah Halacha. It's Nasi Yos. But the Chodah. So what does this come to exclude? Ultimately, again, this comes to exclude. He wants as a Chodah. And he wants as that. No, it sounds like this. It's not exactly because it will sin, it brings a particular Chodah. Now, you might say, but the Chodah excludes if the king is sick. So as I would say, you should the other quoted if you were in the so you can get sick and not the king anymore. What are you talking about? It's very interesting. It comes to exclude a king who got saras. What happens to a king who got saras? Essentially, he's forced to abdicate the throne. Hashem as by King Uzziel. King Uzziel was stricken with saras by the Surah Adamoso. He was of the Surah until the day that he died. By the big Sachashis. Sad and literally based on this means what? The house of freedom. Your son, Ben Hamela al-Hadad. And ultimately his son Yosef took over the financial responsibilities. It's one of the basic functions. Listen, I wouldn't just get the house of freedom. But before I forgot that Evan Abba was the slave beforehand. Versus before we get to that, because this is a beautiful piece. Before we get to this, what we see over here is that Halacha, that's interesting enough. Kings were saras, and that is actually we're going to try to do we'll see what's the chat. Makes a lot of sense because at the end of the day, remember, saras comes about because something is in this, there's something good.
without the most
So
basic
the
information.
leader has the greatest
You
obligation
know how we
to
solve this problem
example.
now is before
Yeah,
the
looks like
podcast, he
the
gets the
advocacy
ribbon
say to
cut.
yourself all the time, every single leader has flaws.
We've got to make sure that
Every
lady
single
knows
person
all
has
about the
flaws.
news.
But we know there's a difference between the flaws that I possess internally versus the flaws that everyone sees and knows about. So if you want to tell someone who's a great leader, again, one person can't be perfect, but at least that they put at least outside what has to be off, that someone who's trying to become better. So if you think there's a big obviously again it's a very visible display of their shortcomings. Such a person is incredible.
Yeah, Brian, give him some
By the way,
Brian reads a lot. He knows how to say that's for sure.
parents feel like a little
I
bit
feel like it's just funny
when
between
they
the
ask
two. I
things
was
of
always
their
like,
kids.
you know,
They
and I
themselves
love Brian. He's always been very kind to me. Appreciate like what he gets wrong or not with our disagreements.
What do I mean by that?
Something.
Well, it's like, of course,
when
we all want better things for us.
So like I you know, I just keep in touch with Brian.
And that's how I'm going to, even if I'm not good in a certain area, I want to propel my child towards that. Now, the difference is, if it's clear and visible that I'm not doing the things that I'm asking, okay, so I'm my child, you know, this is so much, you have to go to chef, and it's not, okay, that's the work.
You know, one of the most like
A lot of times I know like certain inconsistent is good in me. As long as I live in the I'm working on it, it's not how to be better. That's what parenting. That's what parenting is. Yeah, right? The kid has many imperfections. There's many imperfections. But what I said, as long as you're internal and no one else knows about it, he could be because he's physical individual, he can hurt others just as individuals. But the moment ultimately again that response are public, the public then compromise his ability to inspire and same result by parenting. You have inconsistencies internally, great. As long as you're working on them, you still encourage it and push and even demand public listen to itself, even in those areas in which you are deficient. But if I'm publicly deficient, I can't ask my kids to do more than what I'm doing properly. So the was like, I will say now, get up for this. John Kumar says, why does it say that he's no, but really there is a conscious, or like thinking that he was living in a house of Judah. What does that mean? They will say this is a great story. The father attached to other mama, so until now what, he was a slave, he was a gay. But together with his kid, and never Yeshua, Hava Aziz is secret. So this is such an incredible story. I have a good art. It's 7 on 7 bottom. So the video, the Yeshua was on a boat. But how do you get it up here? Don't look at it, look at the video. Body of Yeshua had a deeper soul. So the video brought red on both, and then Yeshua brought red and flour. So it says, Yeshua be the blood. They both ride, putting us in the first year and took longer than expected. The video finished up the red. So what happened? Someone assumed that Yeshua, the Bible that Yeshua brought flour. So they were all that on one board were able to be sustained by the flour. I'm a red. How did that the other shit? So when you see Yeshua, how did you know? Obviously, you had a meeting that the boat ride, the boat that you did was manipulated and brought flour. How did you know that it's good for the way that brought flour? But there's incredible other way. It's not listen. Hold up after the shit in Shana. Hold up with my sass. The American shedding there's a star that appears, and when that star appears, all the sailors get confused and they end up going off church. It's just like, look, I don't know where we are in that trajectory. I thought maybe it might happen to us while we were on the boat, so I figured I would prepare. But we thought, by the way, also such a tolerant, so they said that should be truck for Yaka over the sea is so large that you're on a boat. It actually points out over here that boat travel was considered dangerous. Why would people do it? Not people do it. But by themselves. So they can show some of your intelligence. Why you should be able to make a Hanasa dry land. That means you make a Hanasa ultimately great new house. Why are you traveling by boat? Those are incredible. Rabbi Rothschild said, before you wonder about why I have to go to make a parnasa, incredible. Tama Ashmi Kamim, Shish the Kaf Yabasha, Rabbi one of the two of the students who are back on it, who are the Rabbi Rothschild, Chasma, Rabbi Yochanan Ben Gutschada. All of these two great rabbis, Yogi Isha'er, Hamasukos, Nish Dayan. They know how to measure, they can tell you the number of drops of water in the ocean. Obviously, they touch about it. What represents the vastness of their knowledge, the Asia Lahem, Haslecho, the Lokalim. They don't have bread. They don't have bread to eat. They don't have clothing to wear. So the Rothschild means that we have a little bit of questions. The point is that, why am I not so smart? Why am I not the most getting the parnasa? Then say, how am I not so? But you have absolutely nothing. You have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the Rothschild, by the way, also is just completely one of the story. Once you talk about like Yeshua, you see one of the successful living is planning and contingency. You have to plan for every single thing. It's like the fact that think about how this is absolutely nothing, because there's no contingencies. But successful living does require this. It was just the other says, things that come with wise, I will ask them no one. One is sometimes we live and try to see with our parents. And also generally, it doesn't work out. You get a couple of things here and there, but you don't have to fully comprehensive way. So when you're able to try to ask something, I want to put myself on my beautiful view. What can you get? It's a tough deal. You're sure you're trying to move yourself from point A to point B. You got on a bullshit point B. You want to get up on point B. What do I need to do? One simple answer. What's your strategy? What's your intention? I want to be getting something that Yeshua's case it was. There's that star. There's all these chances get out here to my boat ride. I'm going to plant a little more flour. And when you plant, not only do you enable success for yourself, but sometimes you need to for others as well. Anyway, the real deal is about these two destinies of community. So what does it do? So not such a regular so ultimately the Minnesota salary. So if I'm mentioning the Harnasa, so you want to what happened? Sha'Allah, when the will be back on the land. Sha'Allah, this is fascinating. The summon, right? The summon of the Lord of Hasma, and the Yochanan Ben Gutschada. They summon to appear, they did it not appear. They demand it to appear to the real. So because of the Shabbat Kubal, he sent to them again, and they appeared. So let's say, you understood why weren't they appearing? On the other hand, they really absent, just you don't see what I'm I didn't say why you didn't get to. You didn't appear out of humility. Why? Because you're giving such coverage. I'm a man tweeting out fake news and blames it on positions of leadership are becoming so much coverage. So you know, I'm not giving you coverage. How do you know say that? The positions of leadership are not covered. It's servitude. It's servitude. I'm not giving you glory. I'm giving you servitude. The leader needs to serve the people. Shne'emar. Vayikrat le'evav le'mor. Vayat le'evav le'mor. In Hanun tia eved ya'an hazeh. So what's this ultimate thing? This is very different. It's by the Chava. The Chava wants to serve Shoma HaMelech. When he became king, he was young. He wasn't sure what his style of leadership. It's actually interestingly enough, just it's a fascinating story. He had different groups of advisors. He had seasoned advisors of his father, of Shlomo, and he had his friends who he appointed to cabinet positions. His friends told him, "You was iron hair. Come out of the gate, show the people his boss, flex your muscles." His father's seasoned advisor said, "You humble, show the people that you're their servants. Show the people that you are there to serve them. And if they see you as someone who sees their success, that's how you're being successful." So listen to this from a full circle. That's why the Pasuk says, after you know that Saras, the Pasuk says, where did you live? The base of Rosh in the house of freedom, or the house of freedom, because as king,
He
was a
just gets
slave to the
everything
people.
wrong.
Again,
Every step.
again, when he was moving
Like
monarchy, that's
that nation
ultimately
story
again
of
what
like
he
after
was
9/11,
free.
they're
That's
like,
like, we don't
where
want to
is
give
John
these two
Bull?
guys
Like,
position
nobody
of
gives a fuck
prominence. They
about
refuse
something.
because
No,
they're just like, hey, okay. Like, I don't want to get prominent.
If anybody should be sensitive to someone who fails tests, it should be Richard.
This is our leadership. The big black and so ultimately on one thing only access. The most of the things that has to remember that it's a privilege to serve. It's a privilege to serve. Remember again, what does the other people say when he doesn't want to go, when he doesn't want to go with his master? I have to just have the yes, and I know it's in
or something like some progressive source of news, like,
service.
you know, you can totally get two conclusions on something. And this was like a great example of that, where it's like, only the media side is like, the bitch is a man, she's trash, she's X, Y chromosomes, she shouldn't be competing. And the left is like, she was born female, there's no, she's fucking just as much, you know, like, but a little bit of research, she gets like, right, yeah, okay, it's controversial, it's funny if it was, but like, you can find out everything there is to know, so anybody knows.
When the Nazi will sin. Some of the Gregorian that became will sin. So tomorrow I'll bypass that sin. They're going to sin. So where I said, no, Hashem means the same thing as if. They both mean the same thing if. If that's really what it is over there. So it's a really speaking about Hashem. Also, yeah, but I said, no, Ashley Hadar, Shanasi Shalom, Miki Father House. Wow. Please read the generation.
Yeah, also, and also, just like nobody gives a fuck, like half the country fucking even Trump, that's worth it. Whereas like the other one, it's like,
Please read the generation.
there's so many people who are conservative,
But
but the truth is,
now she's not saying the cover. I'm sorry, at the moment, now it's not.
It's like, you're not
Don't say why.
voting for Trump, it's like, yeah, if your views are kind of conservative, and then you still hold around the cover, which is a very complicated. It's like,
well, that's kind of how that will inspire you to come in there. And I don't know what I say, again, it's moving to this for a show. Allah has come up with cover and work to be for the tree. It's incredible. Shubha of a leader essentially inspires children and followers. So that's why I say it's interesting enough. She's a very good prayer with Asher, is the Russian of Asher brings work. Brings work into the generation has a leader who sins. As I said, has a leader who sins and does Shubha. It's not a leader who sins. As a leader who sins and does Shubha. Because the generation has a leader who acknowledges you should couple enough to do Shubha.
it's what you say, like,
Will inspire that same level of humility and Shubha ultimately again in his followers as well. So I say it's so beautiful. I just point out that I'm sure that this is what I've ever said. I'm sure that I've ever said. Actually, I know. Shabbos is alone. The current I've ever said. Friends were the generation has a leader who sins. Well, so you know, when we make mistakes, all the things.
Pretty fucking smart. Yeah, so it's pretty fucking smart. So I'm like, it's just like he doesn't actually have the intellectual capacity.
I can't understand. It's not called that. There's no say that people do certain things. And then the moment I convicted Amira is the moment that I recognize the humility of humanity that becomes so much more understanding. One of the most important components of leadership is the judgment of to accept the shortcomings of laws. You can't accept the shortcomings of laws, but every single thing that you accept, you always feel like that's just you can't do that. The leader has to be able to see the good in his spot with all of their avenues of all those shortcomings. What kind of leader is able to see the good in people despite their shortcomings? Obviously, as well. Someone who recognizes his own humanity, someone who sees his own flaws, is able to be so much more understanding and accepting of the flaws and things. And a leader like that will be his fly. Again, who is moving and forward. Asher Hadar, translation of Shuvah. So number one, a leader is about Shuvah and is humble enough to do Shuvah. was the Bible was just the same, and we don't see it thereby recognizing only fragility would be so much more acceptable and shortcomings. That's what they already great grammar. The leader will sin. Actually, I've got favorite generations with leader sin. So now, one time, every time the Torah says the word Asher, Asher, Ashrei, praiseworthy. Well, now we got big problems. Why? Listen to this. Asher, like someone will go ahead and sin regarding the Kodesh. So that's good. That's a good thing. Asher, Shkoyach, or by a Rabbi Benevat, that's sin. Asher Chazal, Asher Trump is like a master of sin. So again, Ashrei, is that praiseworthy? Akanami, the Ashrei. The Ashrei Hadorim, signing up, and we're setting up together. No. So again, obviously, again, the way the hospital is raised by us, by the Nasi, versus raising to the right. No, we are obviously going to do it. But let's not about this, and I would say, each have a Asher Nasa Allah. So what's it? So the Pasuk says, each have a Asher Nasa Allah. Just listen to the record of the Pasuk inside. Learn this one, don't Pasuk. Each has a there is a hevel. What is hevel? What is hevel mean? Like a nothing. Also, there is a hevel. But it is a that occurs in this world. Why? Each tzaddikim, Hashem there are some tzaddikim who have the experiences of shoy. Each shoy, and there are some shoy. Ultimately, again, we find ourselves in the flight of the tzaddikim. And now you should come to heaven. So Shalom seems to be mentioning the fact, or just pondering the fact, that there are tzaddikim rise of the show, and there are some of the rise of tzaddikim. So what does this mean? Once again, this Gemara. Let's say this follows. Asher tzaddikim, she's just perfect. Asher tzaddikim, Shemagiyah Yimayis Hashem Sha'olam Hafal Ba'olam Hayah. Praiseworthy, ultimately, again, other tzaddikim, it's praiseworthy. The ultimately, again, I'll say it's a different way. We live lives, we have the lives that the Rishon will have in Olam Haba, in Olam Hazeh, essentially. Praiseworthy, other tzaddikim, we have. So what happens to a Rasha? The assumption is a Rasha will have a good Olam Hazeh and a detrimental or a suffering Olam Hazeh. Because every person has mitzvahs. So therefore, the Rasha ultimately, again, whatever you use your words are getting, and the words are coming, those that he suffers. So let's see like this. A tzaddik ultimately, again, suffers in Olam Hazeh, like the Rasha's Olam Haba. Praiseworthy to him. So praiseworthy ultimately again to the tzaddik who suffers in this world, like the Rishayim will suffer in the world to come. However, I have the Rishayim, woe to the wicked, Shemagiyah Yimayis Hashem Sha'olam Haba Ba'olam Hazeh. But unfortunately, woe to the wicked, ultimately again, who have the flesh of the tzaddikim in Olam Haba in this world. Or in other words, woe to the wicked who enjoy this world, like you have, like the joy of tzaddiks world to come in this world, because ultimately again that foreshadows that he's going to be suffering a lot in the world to come. So it's like, so now here is interesting. So this is really fascinating because what the Mahamah is saying like this, that it's good for the tzaddik to suffer in this world. But praiseworthy to the again, praiseworthy to Ashrei tzaddikim, praiseworthy to the tzaddikim who suffer in this world, just like the Rishayim are going to suffer in the world to come. Okay, so let's go. What's wrong with the tzaddik having a good life? Why? Like in other words, why does it have to be that the tzaddik suffers in this world? In other words, Why? Because me signing, is it so bad? Is it so bad? If the tzaddik has a good life in this world than the next, why does it have to be that by definition the plight of the tzaddik is suffering? So ultimately, again, praiseworthy things that you think, both of us did it to have a life in Olam Haba, life that is shut and have in Olam Haba. The assumption that is shut and enjoy Olam Haba. So the time you can ask actually about the beautiful Olam Haba, just like you're trying to have in this world. But again, it doesn't have to be that you will suffer, right? The same thing you might have in this world as well. All you have to shine, woe ultimately to the shine, Shemagira, United States, that you can show Olam Haba, all you hear is shine, ultimately again, we suffer in this world. Sometimes like some people suffer in this world. Because again, if the Russia suffers in this world, that means ultimately again, they punish ultimately in this world and in the next world. So let's say everything is incredible about this world, theology is untapped. And this story in general about this distinction ultimately again between the Kamara and Rava. Ultimately again, you can remember this is in the life inside this world. So the first one almost understands that part of the life of tzaddik in this world is tribulation and suffering. Whereas Rava says, why? Why? Who says? Who says that the tzaddik can't have a beautiful life in this world and in Olam Haba? That's incredible. That's the fact of the say. So what it says as follows. So Rava said to them, tell me, are you one verse in this Sefer? And he said, little fire. I'll be right in. So they said, yes, Mark Hashem, all these Sefers. It's obviously put on. So they said, if you have a little bit of money, if you have a parnasa, you're comfortable, I'll be right in. He said, yeah, I'm sure comfortable. The Safra is Katina Da'ara. When real estate, right? We go ahead and we have a piece of land, and Mark Hashem a piece of land. So Mark Hashem said, what's happening over here? He's asking him. So, Papa is asking these two rabbis. Sorry. The Papa is asking these two rabbis, Papa Rabuda. Are you learning? Are you learning? Are you learning the sentence? Yes. Do you have money? You're comfortable? Yes. Which Papa said, I say it with that you can Shemasi כמייסה הראשון בעולם הזה, כמייסה הראשון שבעולם הזה, בעולם הזה. Praiseworthy to tzaddikim. You have the lives of the shut in this world, in this world. In other words, what Rabbi was saying was, it doesn't just have to be the shut who are successful in all of us. The tzaddikim will also share in the bounty of this world as well. Praiseworthy are the tzaddikim who have the same type of olam hazeh of the Rishayim. Different than Rishayim are materially successful, tzaddikim should be materially successful as well. So let's go over that.
So you go to the next one.
First Wi-Fi. Right, we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up with this. No, then I tell you incredible you want today. Absolutely. I want to say, by the way, this is our coming attractions. This is the great to the end of the set. We are feeling Actually, if you make it this you earn these kind of people. I got to be like, we'll say, tomorrow we're going to start at 5:45 minutes. I shall put it out in the chat. We're going to go extra 5 minutes. And then we have a great day.
True pathological error. So it does give me joy to be like, oh yeah, Joanna can't help but get a little fucking digs in. Like, oh, forgive him. Like, first of all, he fucking owns the house. Like, if I'm the only person paying for this fucking house, I'll leave my shoes where the fuck I want. He has a lot of shoes. Yeah, somebody should. Here's an idea. Stay-at-home mom. Take my fucking shoes off the microwave. My favorite shoe. I drink out of it like that. Oh, I'll forgive you. Yeah. I'll forgive you for not contributing anything financially to this situation ever in your life. So what she's trying to get to here, she's painting a narrative that Brenda got something today, basically. So today we were reminded of that I married, which is not a good word. And here it says, by the way, this was the guy trying to run away this morning until my badass husband intercepted him Guarantee this guy won't be back to my Starbucks again. This is smart. So I'm assuming he's talking about this guy. And I knew that guy. That's crazy. Yeah. Exactly.
They go to the for about 7 people on the whole day. I honestly can't wait for this guy.
That's one of the guys I talked about. Have this old lady that's like, she works there. And I like how there's no context whatsoever. You post 3 stories about it, and you say, yeah, right into hero, he cheers at a guy, it's what did the fucking guy do? Oh, you little bitch. You know what I mean? No, that's, yeah, exactly. It's not like Reddit. Just telling you the person is Reddit.
So it's always, it's only a partial office. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know that. But I think I'm not so very, and I'm not too not this morning, but the other guy yesterday, so
I'll be here in case it's physical. Go fucking do your thing. I want to end what I was saying. Someone today just got messed with the wrong girl that he learned today. Let's flex him, dude. We caught Like for me was saying, I'm gonna call my husband and you're going to regret what you just said to me in about 1.5 minutes. You took it as a joke and said, oh, cool story, bro. Call your little husband then. Little did my husband know, or little did he know my husband is not so little and well, just not the guy he wants to mess with. 1.5 minutes later, Brent, screeching tires shows up, and I said, you got to start right there.
because we don't understand the
So I say, okay, go ahead and say what you told me now that he's here. I've never seen someone legit shit their pants instantly with sheer terror. Is that how sheer? I can't say this S-H-E-E-R. Yes. Okay. I don't know. First, his eyes knowing you just made the biggest mistake ever. On that note, treat everyone with respect because you never know where the shop multiple can show up to the world. I'm making a video to tell you guys the story because this is
They will not fall into the abyss of chaos.
Okay, wait, the 4 stories with like wall-to-wall text? Was it enough to just tell the fucking story? Yeah. We still don't know what the fuck was said. Yeah, this is so annoying. Yeah, so Brian Pliskin posted this post on James, and then other ones from it, but what's gonna happen now? This is, looks like for MSG, so this part gets cut out because we got red pixel.
The second part of the
This is a bit long line right
which
now.
is very
All
exciting.
your
So
friends
we
of the
break down
weekend
the
at
stuff,
MSG,
science,
laughing at your band, or your brand,
other things happen in the show.
All the corner shots, so either way.
Someone to meet today. Right, we're meeting new people today. So Hashem will say the corner Mashiach. The corner Mashiach is the corner Mashiach. Now, calling him the corner Mashiach. Why? Why? Because at the end of the day, he is the one who will. Remember, again, technically speaking, there are 2 ways in which you could inaugurate a corner office. One of the 2 ways, and it's not the royal, and what we call the Lupa is the Gutting, which means that he puts on the clothing of the corner. Kind of like put on the clothing, put on the uniform, and you are inducted into service. Now, interestingly enough, in many respects they're the same, but in certain respects they are different. Here in life, what we're going to do now is one of the reasons in which the induction of the coin absolutely matters. So coin Mashiach. So anointed, so there's a coin who's been anointed with anointed oil. So what's that about? So Mashiach, that's no, I'm sorry, Mashiach, that's no shocking. See, here's the case. Very much resembling the first paragraph about the second. What was the first paragraph of the second? Only basic. What was the case? Things made in a rolling schooling, and college still went ahead with someone, again, remember different cases of whether it was individual majority. The point is, populace acted on the rules. If the majority of classes still went ahead and did this, so then basically it was public how government municipal. They're going to cover. So too, if the Prime Mashiach makes the erroneous ruling. Now, I'll say that interestingly enough, however, in this case, the only person following the ruling is himself. So here, just to illustrate this, Coin Mashiach goes ahead and says, Coin Mashiach. And it's interesting, like, there's a different generation of parties. I don't know, maybe it's like, oh my God, like, people go good. And also, it's funny when comics like that it is alluded to over here. That's Mashiach. Mashiach has a word. Same idea. And then it's what's the difference? This is how that makes it. For example, Coin Gadol says, that the only person following his psak is the Kohen Gadol. So and then they all just start laughing. It's like, oh my God, and obviously probably too. Basically, movies and being organized is showcase. So it's all I say Gringo Poppy and like 5 shows just your first thing like control. Look at that. Only ways of the awesome show. But I want for myself I do something that it helps. I agree with Carlos. Because of the status. And he followed his own way. He brings apart. That's his own way. Again, we'll see the details of that in just a little bit. He brings apart. Other than that, he doesn't bring apart. It's possible. Understand what is possible. Possible means that he doesn't have any commodity rights on it. Never brings personal purpose. That's the point. Then he comes to practice. Now again, we're saying Potter is no commodity rights already. I think that's sort of a liability as well. But for myself, there's no commodity rights. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. And his response to that is like, actually, Shabbat, Kohen Mashiach, and Atzmo. There's your arguments you can make against DEI or, affirmative action. Like, there's a huge debate himself runs parallel to the way that big speech must be for the general population. It's like, right? Basic questions for the population. Populations have target sideways, brings a power. Kohen prosperous himself. He acts on the things Kohen brings a power. So there's that parallel. But it's important to look between the Kohen Karman and the everything that happens politically is like that all the you can't just be like, you can't even roast the person. It's like, man, like you're just son. That's myself. Old ladies and old ladies dying and her brain is melting as her house. Because again, I have friends who legal stripes like nobody's believes such a and what's funny is, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but like, I majored in political science. I've been reading about politics ever since I graduated from college. But like, there's also like a thing it's like, I was taking my semester where I was on Israel and Palestine. And like, before I went into college, I was like, I have a good grasp on this. And then like, I merged like politics, law, and nothing. I just read 12 semesters on this fucking issue again.
like more ambivalent than ever.
So let's say, if you have to know these people as an order guy, I don't have like a definitive answer for this. I can't interpret like this is real, this is wrong. And then actually act on
I do have this disdain for people who are like, I got the answers. I get 30 seconds of researching / listening to somebody at Starbucks about it. Yeah, and it's just like, bro, you think like, it's not a hot take. You know what I mean? And one of the things I love about he's like, I consider him like the inverse of Shaw. It's like Shaw, he's like everything Shaw wants to be like, these are my flavors where they're like pressing him on it. And I'm like, you're a writer. He's like, no. Like, we were trying to do this thing, like, making their own shit. Like, walks the ball, like,
I really always sound so I want to do it. I don't remember why I was Going point to remember, reinforcements here in the position. The magnetic rivers and the rolling stories, and ultimately carries through on its own rolling stories, what we call. I love the Rabbi, stinking sack. Shooting us nice zone, stinking action, calling out the because you're not a half of cow offering. That's how I love them. Next, where do you know so? Where do you know so?
Anytime soon, because there's still like 10 more tabs. So let's listen to this. Somebody just needs to get the I wanted to ask you before we started, where do you guys get this? It's like, what do you guys
It's the coin Mashiach, like that really coin dollar and not coin. We'll see now that's my side is like the building of the people. I think about Kanta, so I should have thought, how they got on coming back, shouldn't look at us. This is offering, offering, they go to them, just doing like, how does it over the state of the coin dollar? How does it trade it? And then also, what is that? Now, what do you do? The coin dollar is not passing the default. Are you looking at the passing board? Who's passing board? So yet, we're just doing nothing. Calls it the Ashma Sa'am. So you want to watch that Ashma Sa'am? How does the Shia wow. It's coming through the purpose today. It's Romans and state. The color of the Romans is just like the chair is very comfortable. The chair is very comfortable. It's right. That's just the Ashma Sa'am. Is that something that they're responsible for the people? Incredible. And that's what we're going to do. Just like again, what does Kingston require? Kingston requires again, shipping us hell of the distinctive sound. Hell doesn't take them sound. Shit, because there's some accidental action. So too, if another requires hell of the distinctive sound. Shit, that's nice. Incredible. Not only is it, Mark says it's a comical man. Pop-up Sally, Sigor, Sigor says, not only digital. Sigor, Woods up, and Claudia. What she happens in Claudia. So what says, this makes a lot of sense. Because on one hand, Sigor, ultimate together, right? This is what in collective school. That is dramatically different than the state or the carbon of an individual. They're actually what's out there, remember again. Let's say using what does really mean together, what does he have to bring? A carcass. What kind of animal does he bring? He actually brings out a sheep or zebra. Ultimately, he brings a sheep. Or a goats, right? The sheep or a goat, and they can see what brings it out. So just like when they see what sins, also when it's looking at Yahweh, or Mashiach means it's about Yahweh. So to again, the claim of Mashiach is also different than an individual wife, because when it's going up those things, that must bring different than the tzibor. So we already see out of the kids, that the biblical perspective of bundles, but when it's tzibor sins, they look like double sins, are fundamentally different than when individual sins. So out of the gate, you see that liability for a clean godly for a tzibor are different than personal liability when it comes to sin. Now everybody gets to step on both sides. I'm going to 7 line down. Not right. I love double shit. That's my song. That's myself. So once you see that clean godly, it resembles Seymour more than it resembles Duffy, that that's logical stuff is to say that what the process for the clean godly will mirror the Seymour where Duffy, and therefore just like with Seymour, very basic, but basically zero liability for the power not necessarily requires. I love about the Roman side. That's why it's just I love double shit that's nice. The Roman is ruling. Accident will actually based on that ruling. So we can have all of our side. Like one level, shit that's myself. That's I love double shit that's myself. That's the thing with the most that's the entire thing with the one level. Open up our dash as well. For the good thing, right? So what really good is another person does. So you know, so you had a problem, so like the process is not serious. You're not like so we're going to has his own set of existing circumstances as well. So it's okay. On one hand, not see most of the photography. On one hand, you can say that king is quite different than the rest of Christ. So we'll talk about this again. The king goes ahead and whips the state. Right? Again, also has the edge. We'll see that like parameters are, but it brings different types of harmony or is liability. So just as a king is different than the cloud, all right, you want to say it's not so much in the cloud, but yeah, most of the cloud. And Gregor's is different than the cloud, or than the individual, I should say. My Nasi means the shit that's myself, the law had of Dava, because they're going to see the way Nasi makes this thing. Nasi is liable for this carbon, what we call carbon dust, and that is what we inside. It doesn't something just makes it show you Nasi accidentally takes a favor. Thought it was a piece of kosher wing. He accidentally takes a favor. He brings a special carbon. Okay, now that is what we call Shiras myself without Hello Davar. Mashiach. That's nice for Hello Davar. So you can bring double sheets and you say that's the Davar. And if you can double again, doesn't mean Hello Davar. It's Shiras myself. So I want to show you something very interesting that's happening here. So essentially what we have over here are four different levels. Here's the Yaakov, the original Yaakov. So Yaakov goes ahead into this level. What does he do? He brings a kakos. What's the kakos? Kakos is either a sheep or a goat. That's model one. Model two. Ultimately, Beijing makes a mistake. If Beijing makes a mistake, the religion of erroneous movement, people has to own it. Beijing has to drink hard, that was his first pattern. That was first pattern. In order to get the liability, two steps. Time of Davar, mistaken ruling, shooting us myself. An action, accidental action based on that ruling. Now I'm using two more. Coin Mashiach, coin Davar. If he makes a mistake, and ultimately again, it's not enough, brings a card, and Nasi haven't seen Nasi's card yet, but I have the same thing. That is interesting. If you want to try to understand the process for the coin double, it's always not explicitly about that. So the shadow is like this. Here's what I know. The coin double is not going to be like the others, that's for sure. Because this carbon is already different. The shadow is very structured, very sliding. This is sliding into but that's just sliding into thus. And what's the next thing? The Naftalina will be just in parallel Davar in addition to Shiva That's nice. There's a happy mistake of moving only brings the cover for his sin and not for anyone. So it was like, even if other people can follow him, Saka, the Kohen Gadol, some people were very bad if they followed it. That's not why I go. Because why I go, the only book the other is for its own. Some will say, possibly it's the second, because this was a very substantive and meaningful thing to talk about. So once you refer to the one side, it's again, it's exactly what we said in the Mishnah, but now we have to understand it. Kohen Gadol, like when Kohen Gadol sins, so the Torah tells us that the sin is the ashmas ha'am, the iniquity of the people. What does that mean? So if you learn from now understands it's just coming to prove, the heart of the Kohen Gadol, together with the heart of the Gadol, which is the heart offered up by the things that the issue of erroneous. It's just that these two halachas are the same. Namely what? The same way that Asian requires Shehad of Davar to shoot that's myself and erroneous ultimately get followed by accident. So to the Kohen is only high for his heart when his true performance exists as well. Number one, have another accident followed by Shehad that's myself. Where the road is different, the difference is where it's basically. It's possible for the happiness the Kohen Gadol should sign his own Torah himself. Okay? Now say everybody got up on myself. Right now, just finished up the city, just waiting for that brother. I'm not the shit of having the Hashem Torah. Because it was mentioned that a Kohen Gadol never bring the Hashem Torah. Because it never was the Hashem Torah. The beginning was like, how the fuck were you not doing Tiger Things on media, man? Jesus Christ. There's a possibility. So I don't know what I got. So in that case, again, if you're taking the topics, the topics have been before, you guys have it posted something called the Hashem Torah, which are covenant with the son for this type of situation. He was said that I spend it like just now with this discussion that all of Kohen Gadol doesn't bring it Hashem Torah. We're just okay, how do you know that? So once it's how do you know that the Hashem Torah? I don't know if I know the Hashem Torah. It says, Allah Kohen, Al-Shikigasa Asher Shana. Because the Pasuk says that ultimately, again, it's another will bring a carbon for his showing, for his accidental avera that wasn't actually. He should not hustle, Shikigasa Shana. This refers to someone who is not hustling, so he's actually not from a Shia. Shikigasa Shana. It said the Ashma Sa'am, already Mashiach. Whereas in the Ashma Sa'am, Akanu Ka'alar, Lay Ella Asham, Ella Asham, Moses ultimately, and the Gemara said, he said that if you know someone, the Shakas and Asham, are the same. This is different than the Kohen Gadol, ultimately, again, whose processes are different. The Lord just kind of brings in this discussion of Ashma Asham by way of passing. Okay, good. More about that to come. Says the Mishnah. Homer b'fnei atzmo, v'asa b'fnei atzmo, miskaper b'fnei atzmo. You have to see exactly what these statements mean. I say, look for myself. Still Kohen Gadol. That's still Kohen Gadol. So Kohen Gadol first speaks for himself. Now what it sounds like what he is. Paskin by himself and committed the avera for himself, by himself. Right? Then miskaper b'fnei atzmo. He is atoned for by himself. Now, what does it mean? Look at Rashi. Rashi's on the left hand, followed by the right hand column. Second right hand. Torah. According to Shia Kiyashmo, the motive is in the his couple of feet. So the keys are like this. We're going to see that if students happen to think about themselves, the Kohen Gadol is passing erroneously, and things what is passing erroneously. This is a difficult type of problem as well, right? So I get both hands, but this and halacha have nothing to do with each other. That's really the case. So let's say, for example, the Kohen Gadol is passing that payment is mutter, and it's passing that blood is mutter. That is mutter. So Kohen Gadol just passing the his mutter. Passing its head of government material is son, he then eats the Torah, Shikigasa myself, he's hiding for his part, doing his own things. That's piece one. Holy Matsiba, the Asi Matsiba. What happened with, let's say again, what happened with Halakha L'Chaisa? The Kohen Gadol was constantly along with the They're going to say, well, what did you
Anyway, he got so pissed that he fired me, and then like whoever took over just like
machine the same type of exact was. So for example, they just said they were the one that said that you had Google said they were the what happened was that the app
is literally redirects to
both everyone that needs interestingly enough, in that case, Google doesn't have to bring his own car. Rather, what happens? He's covered by the hard of government. He's covered by the offering obligation. Like the basic thing you offer really because people acted on their own. Is covered under that. Why? Shane Bateman חייב להשתול בבת המקייס. That's halacha. Adding another halacha. Shane Bateman חייב להשתול בבת המקייס with a kind of מקייס. So it's a halacha paragal. Bateman only חייב paragal in that simple way. When they go ahead and they do a part of a mitzvah. But remember again, for example, again, they say there is no Shabbos, or there is no Chayla. Remember again, we're going to refine this. But it's not about to say that you're allowed to refer to a specific type of Chayla. So if, however, if you're asking to uphold the mitzvah and it's higher, then they're not higher than ours. In Mashiach, they will say ultimately the same is true to Mashiach. When is the time Mashiach higher his own power? When is that? When is when it's regarding a detail of the mitzvah. But if it's regarding the mitzvah, if he says, there's no Shabbos, and he goes out there, does go up on Shabbos, then he's not subject to mitzvah. So again, it's only similar to the Kohen Gadol.
Like my third friend in Dallas,
it was like good. But he never Mashiach. So go back on this book. I'm not sure about the mitzvahs which is my idolatry. Ultimately, again, there's only liability.
Disrespect to their fucking, they just like fucking this. So I was like, but it's just like, it sounds really callous. So I was like, I just disrespectful. It'll be honest, even though it's risky, it might make it look bad. Like, Brandon can't even do that with the Special Olympics. He's never truly self-deprecated to go to false stuff like that. Some of his comedic style as I'm a normal guy. Look how stupid, crazy, and incompetent everyone around me is. That's the thing with all of his jokes. Well, speaking of which, he thinks like according to that's pretty funny. Also, like, just like
he brings his own carbon. Not that he might see what is happening, but that's it. So to the Mashiach, if he goes and sees on his own, as he made a and he follows his all on his own, then he's trying. Ultimately, my seaboard, this Kakalo in my seaboard, but seems together with the congregation, but he has a told for to the congregation. So that's the house, he must have philosophy. What's that? It's a flaw. No, if I'm not the message, it's Kakalo, that's the because it is a big difference.
But I don't do it naturally. I don't stick my tongue.
For example,
do you ever think about this? Yeah, I do. Like, I don't think I do, but then watching him, I'm like, he gives you this. I'm like,
for
the funny is, I give him some sports. I was like, if you listen or eat
you might have said. From my first wife, right? So I'm going, she is capital and senior for it, but ultimately, again, the point of Shia, the point of us, and the point of us, he is not opposed for with the general offering of the populist argument paper. All of the sources in everything Pinnacle has his own components, William Gifford, so the Gemara says, hold on, he's capital and senior with William, no point of the Palliasmo, so there was out of that since, simulated exam holds for it. Together with the Siva on the Giver, speaking in general, by thinking when he's asking the same way as the basic, he should have to bring his own importance. And with Omar, our Kaka so actually Kaka. Going from a controller brings his own power, it brings his own single idea. Talking to how does this work? Contact with the animal, maybe give the animal, but the Pinnacle sings on his own, he's asking, and Roman is acting on his own self. Actually, time himself, not the rest of the crowd. No, he brings his own karma. Fuck the Mexico, this couple of Mexicans, like, sings together with the seaboard, like, when he sings together with the seaboard, and ultimately, again, is a code for together with the seaboard. So, once again, what the case, healing of the biggest for the relation. What's the case? It's a place of population, but the sage, and the members of the Senate are not the ranking sages. So she's not part of the council. The Congress has his offer his own path. Why? The United States just says, hold on to the whole. Oh yeah, you know. Why ask the ranking sages, not the ranking sages? They're ruling really is meaningless. Therefore, he should have to bring his own power. Let's just call this over. Why ask you to dispose? You are called Hadrakad. And I will check to bring your own personal context. Ultimately, again, if it's a virtual theory, the ranking sages. Oh, Rothschild, the Pinnacle is a ranking sage. That's not what it's now. And watch this to look at the own path. After all, God is gay. If the Pinnacle is not ranking sages, then what is he doing constantly? Kind of like confession. About this, no, once the case, because Norgo was an outstanding stage, and both outstanding stages as well. So again, everybody people look back. So I say, if once it says, the point is that I was essentially now we have two different cases, right? So now we have to, this has to be set up with both the Norgo and the Senate are capable of delivering this data. I must say, by the way, what is it, right? People are accepting for it's just something that you states. Everybody is disgraced. Everybody that's in that left. So watch this. If it was an typically it's just his own side. So he says it was and things that down the field. Okay, people activate on the basic side and the Pinnacle activates the business side. So therefore the business side is going to bring their hard tag on the government on support, and ultimately the Pinnacle is going to bring this high. However, this Pinnacle and like they both have to be in the same side. So I think it is another exactly covered under the part have of government support, and we need not to go this whole coverage. So once it's with the Russian additional wars, usually not slow versus only with us. It's like a custom by itself versus us getting with the support. That's where it says as follows. So I'm buying. You know, so that's sorry, so that by the way, like the business right? Well, also business right? What's the business quote unquote asking by yourself, right? Wait, after that is a lot like this. Because I felt that too. Like I said, just use the short goals. So if I understand it's the I don't know we're literally invading like two separate places. They call the other ones more place, and ultimately inside of a different place, become more traits to it. Furthermore, they're also staying regarding different things. Right? So two different geographic locations, when the other one's back and the other one's back, and we're also passing regarding two different halachas. Okay? But really, Rabbi, obviously, we're coming straight. Rabbi says, you get that jacket. What is it here? There's no, that's a big hard الخدمة المحمولة بشيء اسمي خاصة الخدمة עצמו. זה דבר שלא רק המון מזה, אבל הגיע ובתקנאל. وقال الصوبيين is that they're asking of two different topics. Different topics. That's the topics that for another woman she would publish this time, and the general consequence would she would publish the power Harlem government. Incredible. So it's always a good book. So now, here's what the whole of it is. In order for there to be intermediate liability for the struggle and the general population, they know that the state part and the seaport for the state is their part, that being constantly of two different areas of title. Now, whether or not the issue is geographic locations, not what is about them, but everyone agrees they have to be constantly with two different areas of title. The one is going to get the influence. So, she's done, but the pain is about all the stuff. Take the pain to it. So, it's obviously, when you're talking about Caleb,
I want to do this with this. Like I say something, you say something, and then I just dismiss it and repeat it in your face. But when you live your colors and you doesn't like this book, identity politics,
the power is solid. Because if it doesn't have to be the power, it doesn't have to be the power and is solid. Okay, the outcome I see here.
It's like,
the whole number is the whole thing. Who back all the stuff other than the favorite? So good that the kind of other was asking regarding idolatry, and when you look at the Sanhedrin, he was asking regarding the Chalukim, the covenant of saying the Gagan, and the totally different covenants from our brothers. You don't know the Gagan. Either going up after being a senior, like has someone in Zara, and also when the Sanhedrin opened the time. It's obviously when you have two different pieces two different carbonic liability, and obviously we're going to go to bring these carbon and the Sanhedrin will bring their carbon. But listen to this. Elohim, if you look at the concepts of Kevin, the Haven shall have definitely match all. Those that watch this. Let's say they're both testing regarding Kevin, but regarding different sources. So, for example, when you have a basket, Caleb on the stomach is broken. And you say, having a basket, Caleb on the intestines is looked at. So there's that called individual sound, distinctive sound, because at the end of the day, it's two different forms of Caleb. Or do we say no? Caleb is Caleb, so it's the most interesting enough. Well, that's not. We are being the Kabbalah Shabbat, even the betrayed by also, how good it might be, on one hand, both of these types of things carry the same Kabbalah liability. On the other hand, they are very different. He's so good, he can take like a 10 seconds to make like a secret. It's enough to take individual liability. Also, Bob, shake it here. Maybe you know, Caleb is Caleb is Caleb. And since they're both constantly on the same secret, what happens when the kind of those constantly on the secret? Because Hegel does not believe that he is covered under the power of the Sanhedrin. So no matter shame David at Bible, and you want to say ultimately again, that no, it's both called Caleb, and that's considered as if they're talking about Caleb. Caleb and the dam, nothing. What happened if the other constantly about Caleb, and it's every constantly about dam? Near the none, the time now you have hard to none. On one hand, obviously, two different cities. Everybody shoveling the carbon across the cover. Both for Caleb and for Dan, it's the same type of carbonic liability. So it's not sleep or not, where enters, takes over. Interesting. So again, we know in general, that for the Kohen Gadol to have liability insurance cars, and it's like the liability for their car. They have to be answered like two different things. What happens when there is some level of similarity? Either that they both mostly represent as the same public liability, or same shady history. That's the thing. Shady things that they haven't actually known about the mid-sexual relationships and what's on the subject, right? John, comes back to me just a second. Pacing is also viable for a high-level recommendation way. When they uproot the detail, they make them think about detail, but not if they uproot the mid-space entirely. So, I'm sorry, that's really about the mid-sexual kindness. That's good. We learned that already. We learned that last time. You know what I'm saying? You has on. Detail was excluded from the base. It's only when they make the mistake regarding the detail and that's the key constant of the materials inside. Same thing is true with the coin nozzle. The coin nozzle also has liability to uproot the detail. But not if you uproot the mixture in its entirety. What's it back to that phrase? Essentially, the power of the coin nozzle resembles the power of the power of the keyboard in this way as well. Incredible. A lot of other stuff on it. Sending the body down. Really this one. I'm not going to see that's how other stuff on the maximum. Say, if I remember it in general, I've always done it single times. Single times.
I used to
right? You guys also remember it,
draw and make my own
comics. But let's say these levels are looking. It says you're not to count down to an item. You can't offer a cover, you can't offer a colors, but you're not to count down to it. And you see what goes down. It's not a power. It's not a power. It's a C. It's special. So, it's all of this actually have is a different harmonic liability. I love how that's it's so I'm going to put that once it's single down, maybe because of the way I love how I saw even if they constant, to totally say there's no level, there's a shut up. Perhaps they should still be collective responsibility of their things. So, just like over there talking about so here I'm also talking about we'll stop for today. Just the takeaway, right? Takeaway from these lectures for the are actually a lot of it from these. Anytime there's coin liabilities, if the coin is constantly on its own, basically either naturally or possibly something different. So coin double constantly, basically constantly there's liability for the coin and then ultimately liability for the base. But interestingly enough, the halacha l'maisa, the coin double is constantly on the same matter of halacha as basically, but the coin double does not have individual liability. Rather, the coin double's liability ultimately against the tail of side, the power panel double. That's what I'm saying. Well, the Sabbath for today. Great lunch, excellent chef, everyone. We'll stop. We'll pick up the rest of chef with get your support. We'll pick up the rest of chef with the news for tomorrow.
Black Panther stuff.
We're going to get you everywhere.
Okay, so I think this is the last clip for the day. I wish we could do this for 8 hours. Dude, that'd be epic. Like a red mark. Oh, Jules, give me my tiger thing. Jules. This one's called posted by Successful Egg 83. It says Successful Egg 8345. Sorry, it's been a long recording session here. It's called The Hate for Papa Runs Deep Part 2. Goat athletes and people.
She's so amazing at tennis. She's the goat, and sometimes the goat, like Michael Jordan, a lot of people use great. They suck.
I was saying, good morning, my good friends. It's such a small sport. I should be able to begin. What will be our last week, this week, next week already, but we're finishing in your session. If I can do all of our sponsors today, our annual Tamagotchi sponsor. Filter about getting overshooting socials this year. So always around talk. And the current sponsors for Ever Love All New and Benetic Over. From ESC Show for his parents. Album of Dedication to configuring for classes, selling and at home. Channels like ours, even talking straw. Except for our personal individual for the English mass. Ahead of us today. He's exceptionally excited. I suppose the stage out step up. Tremendous respect for the recovery covering done yesterday. We have to come up on daily dates. 3 lines up in line. If you shouldn't know you're over. Not coming over. Actually, they brought their peacock lacazos. So what's the context? This is talking about again in the European or service in the business. So some of the details, Cabanos have been supposed to bring. So what does it say? So make one of them into a Cabanos and one of them into an Oba. You're holding natural less toxicity. You would have thought that there would be a would consume the Cabanos. Now, Oba might be partially Oba. The other story says the second half before Oba is carried to house so. Not all along that. Now, let's not go wrong. Just like the Oba is not consumed. Cabanos along that. So this is not consumed. Okay. Kiyotsego, Kiyotsego, הגוי מהשבי הגולו, הקריבו פולוס באלוקי ישראל, הורים 12, שלא זה, this is a pasuk from Ezra, pasuk from Ezra. Listen, so you know, last night, I told you that's a great discussion to have, because it's over with us. Something really like, such a special and beautiful event. So part of the incredible message is the emphasis on incremental acquisition of knowledge. It's starting from
like in a position of power influence who's black. He said, "Oh my God, we get it for your back." But yeah, I mean, you know, like you said,
I just hope that we want to put this forward. No, that's just touched on that. So it's like. You know, but what you ultimately start to realize is because many of us, myself, have this in our kids, right? Most of us here, we're finished shots. Most of us here, we're finished shots more than once. And amazing enough, that with all of that knowledge, I think whole. And like that's the big knowledge, but it's one of the things, one of the projects that we're working on here, is you don't touch it. They bought something to really focus on first. Things are really concept from Ezra. It's talking about the Jews and we're going to spend a little bit of time on the sense of who lived in the plus it says, according to Hashem, those who were ahead and came back from captivity. So yeah, go along. Jews from the dance. Almost they were paid. So, punishment starts to where they offered up literally kabanos to the God of Israel. Punishment, not started out of Israel. 12 cows. 12 cows. I got whole 12 cows. But we knew this. Yeshiva, Ram was 96. The boss said, Yeshiva, 7. Spirit of Shema Zah, Kol Rasha. These are the kabanos that they came back when they offered up by the essentially the organization of the second base on the So watch this. So the word says, Hakol Olam. Plus it says everything was an Olam. What's good? Hakol Olam is like everything was an Olam. The F was like, with our 6, 8, 4 lines down from the top. F Shechakas Olam, and some of the word Chatos. So they were Chatos, it can't be. Ela Hakol, all of the colors that she was like in the house, so not all of them colors, that's all their colors, just as an Ola can be consumed. So to the Chatos was interesting, so it's calling combined peculiarities, guidance. This is fascinating. Why would these kabanos go up? So the verse suggests that any of these kabanos were brought ultimately again as an image for the idolatry that throughout Israel worshipped. Now watch this, it gets more interesting. One of the younger Shmuel, Odas called Kabi Sha'asu B'nei Tzidkah. So ultimately, actually, the last thing before the disciples was destroyed. So this is interesting enough. The Kabbalah they brought both the stars that we worship during Babylonian diaspora. The traveling day was to the only star that we worship at the end of the first temple period under the leadership of Scipio. Now, it's a more understand. Scipio was a top. Scipio was a top. So it's one of the dynamics in general about how much is responsible for the actions of his constituents. It's like a given leadership on one hand, really the flock goes ahead and a little bit goes through the leader. On the other hand, we find many times that the greatest leader in the world and the flock just doesn't do what they're supposed to do. Like, God still had Moshe Rabbeinu. It was really yet. They built the Ego, and they went ahead and they did the miraculous. It was just a couple of years. They really did it right. They did it a year up and something. It's a pretty incredible thing to think about. Now, what does that mean? Exactly. So looking at other guys, he's gay, I have to get this off my chest. But then, like, he was like, if you're lying, then you have evidence that's super fucked up because you're falsely following the law. It's super fucked up. But also, what if they are actually gay and they don't want to be out of the closet? So anyway, so this is what's happening over here. So I will ask you, let's say that Babylonian diaspora, for 7 years, Hayam comes back, and part of their carbonic process is offering atonement carbonos for the Avodah Zarah during the days of the beginning days of the first and second Rosh. 3 words like that sound like this. So just like that, we don't stop this on the understanding like that. Let's go back and get this out. So remember, there was a expressive that in our previous months, as in general, how this content of governments work. Like, how is all of this working? Is it ultimately, again, is it the vision of bringing the carbon? Is it that shape that's bringing the carbon closer to this? And when it's trying to make this make sense, but that was the understanding of the cartels. You can bring 12 cartels, how so? The cut is showing us such shvatim. Mas essa porque a louca pensão, again, is a high level of the actual tribes. So therefore, there's 12 cartels, one for each tribe that is a tribal religion of idolatry. The to Shiva Shvatim, Shara, in the food, the minority that's how you can have, that's ultimately again 12 cartels. You should also define this place how to go. It's not to Achadas HaShvatim, the nice to Achadas HaShvatim, according to the tradition of both the tribes and the kings that bring the heart. So ultimately, you have 11 tribes that sin, and kings think about others. Remember, the classic said they brought 12 cartels. So according to the tradition, the 11 tribes sin, and the kings also have the one that's 12. Already there, there are 18 of the ones that go. They must say, you got this one already there. You hold that however again. Only the days that brings the power. Shvatim do not. So where does 12 come from? Where does 12 come from? You know, let's listen to this. The Shkar translates, we go, the Chatu, the Chatu, the Chatu, Akshay Sassim. You know, it can happen that we sin 12 times. In other words, there are 12 independent events. And therefore, again, they brought 12 part into that. And those are 12 events. That's ridiculous. How can you not learn your lesson? What can you learn? I can't expect the impression of myself. I'm always making the same mistakes in life. I'm not giving you a package. I'm doing a package. I cannot really make solution in terms of others. I'm going to get the same stuff, same mistakes over and over and over. As much as we want to learn from our mistakes, sometimes we find ourselves in a cycle of making the same mistakes. Even if you make the same mistake 12 times, you can break the cycle. But even if you break the cycle, you know, if you're along the ladder, it's not perfection. The whole of life is just getting back off. I see the rule, I know the fucking social media. So let's get this straight. This came back from their drug, but the second this kind of stuff, they were bringing a soup offering for the guy who was the CEO. Only oil smoking, only oil smoking, which is the pastors, the Jews who worship idolatry of the CEO were dead. We're dead already. Right? This is over 70 years earlier. Right? So remember again, think about this moment. In order to have life going into CPO, you have to be what, at least 13 years old. So what's the possibility that now at 83, the vast majority must have already passed away. So the next second, how can this new generation bring an atonement offering for the Avodah of people who already died? Rabbi so let's say that, by the way, what this question is really predicated on is as follows. The Jews who worship idolatry are moving to CPO. Ultimately, again, we're trying to cut us. Okay? What's the halacha? Cut us saying Baal. It says Rav Shas. Ruben goes ahead and accidentally buys the Shabbos. He has to bring a carbon copies. Okay, Ruben dies. Like, children go like, in their Shabbos, what is music? He actually wanted to give you what the Shabbos died. You can't bring a Shabbos nationalistic. You can't so the owner of the Shabbos, like, you want to say, oh, there. The quote-unquote, the owners of the Shabbos, meaning the previous generation, CPO, the Shabbos died. So how can this new generation bring another Shabbos on their behalf? So that's all I listen to this. When we say that if you go to the practice God, you don't go to offer up the tacos, that's individual. But don't forget again, doesn't apply to the congregation. Or if it's more has tacos they have to bring, there's no, right? Even if members of the seaboard die, ultimately we're still bring the tacos. So I will say, yeah, you go back to the most powerful lines, all the shots that you call it. The food, shame, and stuff. Because there's no such thing as death. Yeah, let's say individuals die. Single from the snow is always alive. By yourself, die. Are the single ultimate thing is honest, so let's say understand the profundity of these words so many different levels. So let's say, first of all, this is the richness of common stuff. This is what I would say. This is why no matter what we face, right, no matter what we face, no matter what we're staring at, yes, often what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral damage, what's going to be the level of sacrifice of the but our success, our eternality, our national longevity, that's never in question. Why? The most basic, which we're shaking on the second party is not involved without it. We submit Seaborn. It's Seaborn, Tom, Stroke, always just like as we go through life, we think about our countries, what we want to do, what we want to do, and why we're doing this world. We'll say, live my life just about my goal is just to do it with that version of so that's beautiful. It's beautiful. There's only one thing to do with it. We watch the special and whatever bits are running bits, we just do that and we fucking kill the jokes. Yeah, it's just like a very slow consumption of the special. Let's be honest. Individuals are forgotten. Sometimes they're good though. Sometimes what you watch this moment. How many of us even know who are great grandparents? That's only 4 generations. If you know a name, they might don't even know a name. Okay. Individuals don't. But if you lose your life, this person exists. Make a contribution to the world. So we can get shameless making fun of them. Just giving it a big dollars. I'm not just saying it works for me and my friends and my school. But listen, what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side. figuring out
But I'm sure he has issues with him. I just feel like I swear to God, it's just like, it's not a matter of like, does he say this or like, every single person who he's ever interacted with
on what I
talk shit behind their back. Like, I've never witnessed it. Like, I've never witnessed where you have anybody that you can just like,
but just
there's a lot of
understand,
people, when you're around healthy people, where it's like, you know, reaction goes, you're really fucking awesome. Like, it's just, he's not there, you know, and it's just like, it's just the end of the conversation. It's like, damn, that guy's fucking fucking awesome. Yeah. Brendan, like, has to say, like, it's like, you know, it's the most basic psychological analysis of like insecure egomaniac. I have to down to put myself up because I can't just admit that. You know, somebody's gonna, and if you really thought somebody sucked, like, you need to rub it in, you need to talk about it, you know what I mean? Like, that's what it's like, if you really, like, the guys make fun of, like, hot girls online, they're like, they're not hot, it's like, if you're saying this girl, like, you go around telling ugly people they're ugly, so, like, you're just, you're just sociopath, like, what, like, you know, so it just betrays something where it's like, this person you feel like has something up on you, so you find some angle of attack, like, well, you know, you can't sell tickets, or you know, like, you bomb the show, or you know, this thing's gonna go on, and so you know, like, this is in his butt, dude, yeah.
This, and you're like that.
Jeff Dunning.
Imagine something that
you know what's funny is why, like, Jamal Hill came off the fucking Victor Diaries before, and, like, he was high as fuck, you know, and, like, not to talk to him, but it's like, hearing him talk about, oh, that guy's a pretty fucking champion, like, well, you know, like, a lot of these guys, they get to be, like, huge, like John Harper, but next shot, he's like, he's like, Sean Strickland in favor, it's like, yeah, he's bigger, famous, all right, well, let's get out of here because I gotta edit this. Thanks for tuning in. See you next week. Thank you, Mark.
Incredible.
All right, later.
So the Gemara says as follows: Although these are two, each of these are two. We know that. Where do we know that from? Where do we know that from? Where do we know ultimately again that thing needs to be seen? That Papa the Gemara says it's not trying to make it. The not only that Papa Hall. You don't really get to see Papa Saba second. Was it supposed to have another? No. Says the beautiful Moses. Papa's Haposaka Yubanapa. Again, the sons will come in the step of the father, which seems to indicate to us what? Which indicates to us that Allah again, the sons, in other words, the sons will pick up what the father's left off. Or then again, that seems right? In other words, that should be what the individual has in reality. Because Halabai person has children, those children are not true. This is fascinating. The Papa's view ultimately again is from the Sibir of Rosh Chodesh. The Amir Achmana might see Shumas HaMishra. This is fascinating. It's like Sibir Rosh Chodesh, which is fascinating about in and of itself. Look at Rashi. This is right hand Rashi. Right hand Rashi. They're about the middle of the short line. Sibir Rosh Chodesh. The Abichat. So that's a fascinating. Remember, if you're on Rosh Chodesh, we bring a carbon. Why is there covered Chatas on Rosh Chodesh? So you're able to see actually of Shavuos, right? So ultimately, the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh is the certain types of communal tumah. Also, the Gemara says, as Rothschild says, and you are like Hafara, for me, a Chatas making it from the why, Hashem, Hashem, is Hayarah. Which Baruch says again, it's like a full careless means you're coming for Hashem, and you can diminish the power of a different time. So this is a that's interesting. We are Halacha L'Maisa, the Gemara says, that we go ahead and we bring a Kabbalah Chatas on Rosh Chodesh. Yeah, interestingly enough, the Kabbalah Rosh Chodesh is brought from the Shumas HaMishka. What's Shumas HaMishka? General collection of stuff. Everybody would contribute a master's a shekel, and then we take from that four Kabbalahs. So the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh was brought from communal funds. Rashi continues to call the one super Shumas HaMishka inside. But the one might see who is not actually Shumas HaMishka. So this is really interesting. So interestingly enough, they bring the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh from the communal funds. in the communal fund. Now, Gemara says, what happens when you get well, maybe someone died, like maybe someone died from the time that you spread until you offered it up. So the Gemara says, I'm not for the nice you was a rich guy. I want nice you so I'm not for nice you was nice you. For exactly how did this be? So how to bring a communal chatos from community funds to amazing between the time that you separated up and offered it, maybe members of Klal and how can you offer up a title? It's not what you see from the exploits in the world. And 87 people, the Israel reacted to support and there's a lot of my sense about the Gaza drum. There's more Alexandria, Shaka, Shemi, Sutala, the Super Kaka, what you see here. That it's only if I individual Shaka, it's the owner dies. That you can't offer the cargo. But by a community, some of the owners die. Ultimately, there was a also good to figure out. Remember what I was trying to figure out earlier? How could it be that by the organization of the second makes any touch? They run sin operators for a result committed during the times of the first makes any touch. Even some people who need that cargo already died, which are Papa said, you want to try to figure out where do you know that from? Yeah, it's your scholars. I don't know how can you compare this? So, what was the keyboard? That's the one that is carbon, so we're trying to separate out that carbon. And we're talking about more than a 7-year gap. It says, what's everything? But Edward Arnold thought. Edward Arnold, but yet, that runs the word of the source. We don't know. To the closest city, elders of that city come out. They said, as they wash their hands over the path, they said, I'm sorry, Hashem, but this Hashem. Little bit again, Hashem, atone for your people. Hashem, like this, and the rest of the pasuk is, שתחבר על יוצא מצרים, ונכסה השף על ניסה. So just to read it out, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying atone for your people, what redemption by God says, even for Egypt. So everyone was so powerful that only even for Jews left Egypt. And it was like, what the stats for Jews left Egypt? But that's like the Neshama Shabbat Aliyah, the dead. So we're talking about over here, that is atonement for people who are dead. You can see from here, that the Chatos have the ability to atone even if the owner is already died. In a sequel. So let's come on. How do you compare that? Hassan, you go to the Chapra on the enemies. That's not a fair comparison, because the Eglah all the people who are presently alive. Okay, so now that it's going to atone for the living, you can also atone for the dead. It was fascinating. By Ezra, by the second day, son of Josh, it's quite possible that there was no one alive from the days of Ezekiel. There's no one alive. So how can you atone for it? How can you atone for people if no one from that original group is alive? The Lord said he's overwhelming. You're not going to sit down into this. It turns out that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inaugurations of the second days of the first saw the first message. Incredible. 7 years later, and we didn't think about that. This is shocking. Whereas they said, the Rabbi Rothschild out of the Rashi Alex. The Pasuk says, there were many of the Kohanim, and Levium, and heads of households, as good as Shalom, as Habayis Halishon. Because the Pasuk says it was a week. There were many Kohanim, many Levium, many heads of families, many elders still alive. First thing I was like, can you like imagine that?
Like 32%.
Can you imagine being one of those Jews? Like, we've been waiting 3,000 years. 3,000 years.
I'm putting all my money on the deal percent.
About beautiful Bayesian communities open to Europe. Can you imagine a day of so structured?
32%. Like, he got that out something.
So how did you do a lot of that? Once again, they give a little, I think a little rapid. Now, remember, all the Pasuk says is that there were a lot of Kohanim and Levian elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority, but it just says that there were a lot of them. But still, maybe these were, in the context of Klal Yisrael, still considered to be a minority. You might just really want to listen to this. It's about biblical acting, how below rather, how we want to say this to this. The Lord Jesus, the contrast, I think, the first one, the cult of Islam. That whole issue of how they're listen, this is wild. The Lord says, all this was on the second listen, the sound of crying, the sound of crying, with the sound of joy. I was like, this is fascinating. There are two different reactions in the second listen. Second listen is like when you're crying, but it's conscious one singing. Who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews on the first base of the Christ. And the second, and the Jews caught the Sita, they never saw the first base of the Christ. So it was like, this is kind of a general, but going to the truth, so the commercial, the fact that this crying was louder than the kind of the sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there are more people crying than being joyous. Which indicates something fascinating. That a majority of Jews in this case who came back and started rebuilding the second base of Mikdash were leftovers. That's not the word, but you know, we're holdovers. Like, we're part of that generation who saw the first base of Mikdash, which is wild. Which also says the paradox of that longevity of those individuals. Like a lot that was a lot of those people. That was incredible to watch. The fact that crying was greater than the joy, and then indicates the majority of itself were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. It was a to me, it's also so profound that whatever promise rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There's always laughter and tears.
Literally Minnie Mouse like a cartoon.
I was thinking about this just a moment. What's going to happen when you have the third person?
Mikey, Minnie, any kind of mouse. Yeah. I mean, John Jones is going to be right? And that's what happened.
It's almost like, you know, you see this sometimes, like, you get to the finish line, maybe you need to cry, because nursing injuries and pain and difficulty and whatever, they kept it together because they had to get to the finish line. You can talk to the especially hours after the finish line. It's going to be just a tidal wave of tears, because the thing that we have to do is check all of these claims, and sometimes it's not just from the chest, because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbuttered laughter and joy that's going.
Next week, they're in California. He needs so bad one of those train questions, like if a train
incredible things, we're going to see this. I will say it's important that we learn this. Because this is what we're learning right now is a lesson in history. And you're just very soon is going to become our reality. It's found a mixture of pain, after work, coupled with incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have, we'll be subject to it in Yetz Hashem Nikara. Because I have a humble right. How are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for Avodah Zarah? They were amazing. Once again, a chachas is brought for inadvertent transgression. These Jews were not chosen. How do they make it? There was a shot I saw. There was a fascinating. All Rothschild was a news, an exception was made. An exception was made. Also bring his sponsor allowed them to go ahead and bring a campus for a intentional stand up. People don't take a hockey. They will teach them the shisha. Boston Shiva, the Shiva, negative. I'll say pretty much because you look at these covers, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, England, 77, 77 months, and what are they corresponding to? Hello, Horaz, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Horaz, Shah, so it's this ultimate view with Horaz Shah. Horaz Shah. So they say, by the way, ask yourself, why was you Horaz Shah? That would move on. Yes, it's because it's important and so that would be important for this kind of deal as well. If there's one thing that really goes over has the best history, it is us becoming knowledge. No one is a bigger stakeholder in our Shiva than a coach bar. Because when we become knowledge, we do not go through the second chances. We do not go through the second chances, we got to act together and give them the knowledge forward. Shiva's not a possibility. It was the rest of my good trying. The spark we needed cloud results to understand that the second based on Mikdash records are going to be stuck. New opportunity in the beginning. Sometimes people can believe in the beginning. There's something concrete. So when you build the cloud itself a grid, these structures as a tangible display of the spark. The finger coming from his eye, like 1 second, you show me how you start amazing. It's not seeing something here, I'm allowing you to do it. I'm so lucky. It's not going to feel good. We need certainty that there is forgiving and a shelf. That's what I love it. Supposed to have a potential rice. Which I have a super. I love it. So it's like, I get this all I love that here. Super. Right? All the same thing. Like, it's been going down and the way to the wrong over why is this whole stuff on the process. What I think is after that, people I love it. Like, one of the numbers of coffee so sorry, but the highest. Now, again, I don't know if it's the highest. Let's see if it's basically what it says. Ultimately, again, it's one of the numbers of the 82 guys. And all the again are
I think you're
only the base embrace and not the congregation. Now watch this, the word is so long, base accommodation what I love. The hard therefore again, if one of the members of the family strong dies, they still bring the power because the base is intact. However, base accommodation to rim, the holiday and not us, base accommodation shows it. We should walk into it. That was interesting. But if one of the members of the base didn't die, then what? Then it's interesting. You want to suggest that I'm not going to the base no longer brings the power. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the base did die, this is like Katos. There was both partners, where if one of the partners dies, the Katos is no longer blocked. Very interesting. The Gemara says, "Ask if you're going to take your permission or things like that." But we said something like that. The Chini knows about how I said, "I love Tzibor is blocked both by the base as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, base after the Tzibor Halavi, the in Tzibor nation. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, we still bring the power of why? Because like you said, Tzibor never dies. Tzibor never dies. Base after the base did. But if one of the members of the base dies, you got me on the Katos Schutz thing. Okay, I'm going to lay out by Aisha. What you might just suggest me is about if one of the members of the if a member of the body cell dies, still bring the power, right? Because again, in secret, the interesting here is that, so let's just play this out. Based on constant activity is real good. Okay, fine, it's not a big guy, right? People act on it. Now it's basing us to go ahead and bring the power of the government. Okay, now whether or not the C1 brings or not, focus. So you see the part. Now one of the members of the base being defined. The Gemara is suggesting that the base being will and won't go bring the tatas. They'll actually get them. Why can't they bring the tatas? Because the parents are going to see what the tatas are partners. Tatas are my partners. And I love today's, that's when one of the partners dies, the main partner, the tatas can no longer be brought. Okay, what the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true?
Oh my
The Gemara
God.
says,
Can you imagine if that was turned out to be amazing?
sorry.
Yeah.
It's just like, separates the animal and then the dies. What happens to the animal? That's the animal. You can't go ahead. Tatas means Baba. If a tatas and its owner died, you can't go fuck that tatas. Now, this is it's just the what that a tatas owned by partners. So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that tatas, but it's left to die. The Gemara says, Rabbi Rothschild says it's not left to die. It's not your heart is very important to opt into this. You have the heart and the starving of giver. She separated out these animals, walk up on it, service a new kipper. Then what happens? Shop you lost the animal. Someone's using their job. Right? Someone's using their job. Like, see, they lost the power to start their kipper. So what do you do? Say, what do you do if you lose the power to start their kipper? You separate out from the set. Okay, fine. It's not there. That must not be ugly problems for the years. They all heard out. They all went to the place and then what happened? They find the old ones, or the original ones. What's that like? Oh, you have me some too much. You think that you die. You get to die. They're in the but the others you have to let them graze, and then they develop a form, and then you can redeem it drawing, you don't get the cup. So the congregation is not left to die. Obviously, Kohanim found it, so we'll say that's Kohanim. Because it says, Kohanim did the cow. Kohanim themselves are part of the congregation. That is not looked at, interestingly enough, that Kohanim Soder, that's not looked at as a couple of partners. That's what it was originally. That's the Kabbalah of Kohanim. Kohanim is a cloud.
He's got it show.
It's in Allah Kohanim. That called
so we had to show us a problem.
what's the days?
You win the merch, you get a truck too, and then you know it's like the B-Luck shop.
That Kohanim are called a cow. They ultimately again, they should bring their own pile of nuts because they're called a cow. If you think what happened on me, Jason, you'll say, get to that white top of the truck. And we'll say, remember again, bring the people that says that when there is a mistake in the Shvatim, the Jason brings a part and the Shvatim brings a part. So how many columns is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own cow, then what? How many did you bring? 13. 13. I'm Shvato shall leave you the the shade of leaving is not over cow. It's very interesting. Why not? It's not for fun. You get to see fun. And that's a piece of the cow. So don't say this is interesting enough by Abraham. Like the Shem says, I will be out. I'll listen great. I'll multiply you. And I said that when it's something about a cow, I'll make it like cow on it. Now, right after that, it says, that a sati es ha'oret hazos. So let me see from here. Being a cow is associated with Eretz Yisrael. Which I'm going to say, by the way, remember, we learned this last week already, that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. It's interesting to have thinking about Kosh Yisrael Chuzah. Victory cow. Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately again are called cow. The Kosh Yisrael. So, whoever does not have a portion in the land, lowly cow is not called cow. So we'll say the same facets, therefore again, it's enough. The lady isn't called cow. Why not? Why not? Because that can be which will say it's interesting. It almost seems like what it's in for. What's the child? What's the child? You don't have a portion, right? You're not part of the cow. No. So obviously you can say it's a plus sign. There are two arguments saying it's like this. To be part of cow. What else to happen? You have to have responsibility to the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility,
Jay was saying we're getting some emails from Dr. Doom.
like how we sell our people who live up their streets and can't come and agenda up throughout the snow, they have to sell. If you're not working the land, some way or another, if you're not advancing the land as a sell, then ultimately again, you're not part of the top. Now again, not part of the top doesn't mean a lot, but it doesn't mean all the I'll say bad news is we're also not part of the cow, right? In other words, but yet again, we're holy, we're beloved part of clouds, you know? How the sections are very specific. So let's okay, doesn't even instruct us. Here's the problem. If she completely is not part of the cow, then I will say then again, how are you ever coming up with 12 shvatim, right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So no. Menashe, there are 12 shvatim. Why? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. By the way, it's fascinating. But by Menashe, he says that listen to this. Yes, I'm not sure 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? This is 2 tribes for tribal inheritance, for inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. That's not true. But is that true? Below. I will say again, if I'm not sure, in the desert, when we have flags, remember again, and Friday not had their own flags. So there are separate tribes. Remember again. So remember the flags have to do with where tribes exist. It also has to do with tribal inheritance, all part of the same thing. I have Hakalukim in a sim, but if I'm not sure each had their own nasi, each had their own tribal grace. So was Rakhlo covered in the sim. That was in order to give cover to the sim. I'll say, in order to say differently. That was in order, so it was not progress. If there was only one nasi per time and it's not shared, you could understand that's going to cause problems. Who does the nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the nasi? The sign was really beautiful. Shlomo also signed the Canada. So ultimately, they will say, Shlomo made, send me to Canada. Or that's Canada, what? Canada's Hadayis. Shlomo here's the example of 7 and 7. We saw it last week. We made 7 primary days of dedication. Moshe, Lassos, Shemasa. So why did Moshe only make 12? Why did he make 12? He says, not Moshe, Lassos, Shemasa. This is like Mishnah. Why were there 12 days of inauguration by the Mishnah? But Shlomo HaMelech only made 7 days by the Mishnah. They last one covered in the sea. Ultimately, in order to get covered in the sea, is what say, well, what happened? First off, it only would have been 7. So which tribal princes are represented, which are not? So what they want to do, for long, again, the dedication this way, every tribal prince ultimately, again, gets a part. Which I'm not saying is a really incredible idea. But if Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with, so we need to extend the Hanukkah celebration a little bit longer. Ultimately, again, that's what we'll do just in order to make sure amongst things. Absolutely incredible. Says the Gemara, my Havi Allah. So let's expand. The Gemara goes back to the original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Havi Allah, the Gemara says, what is the status of Chatos Hashut? So here's what you know. The Chatos of the individual, right? Accidentally with Machal Shabbos. Separate Chatos and then die. What happens? That chatos, what happens to it? It's left to die, right? If the tzibur has a chatos, and some members of the tzibur die, what's the halacha? The chatos is still offered, right? Why? Any sort of tzibur. Prior to that, the Jews came back for the second day of the Jews came back with what I think they have a chatos owned by 2 people. The chatos owned by partnership. And one of the partners dies, what's the status of that chatos? Is that like a chatos hayafim or chatos hatzibur? Because the guy says it's my happy Allah Tashma. So it's very interesting. Judge what he said, the Shem says, how many chatos are there? There are 5 categories of chatos. But ultimately, again, are left to die. One of those 5 chatos, Rod chatos, is a chatos not the blood of his birth. Right? So if your chatos is birth, ultimately, again, that chatos is left to die. Right? Tmuras chatos, if you exchange one chatos for another tmura. They will say, by the way, well, we'll see how it is. Chatos shenisu ba'ala. If you have a chatos and the owner of the chatos died, the chatos is kapri ba'ala, or you have a chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this is the case. So let's say again, Reuben was Mechal Shabbos assassinated. He set aside a chatos, lost his chatos, designated another chatos, offered up the replacement chatos, and then found the original chatos. So the chatos is left to die. The chatos she'aver shnasa, or if we'll say a chatos is an age requirement for the year. If the chatos aged out, okay. Again, to Yomar, Raj chatos is signed. So now, where we'll see this. Again, to Yomar, Raj chatos is so you're dealing with the chatos seaboard. There's no such thing as offspring of a chatos. Why not? Seaboard mafishin nekiva. Because again, whenever the seaboard goes ahead, the chatos is always a male animal, never a female animal. Same Rabosai, again, so this is important because it's 2025 years, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse, only females can menstruate, only females, right? So again, right, there are certain biological realities that are only for females that men cannot do. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by seaboard, there's no such thing, because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by seaboard, it's only male chatos, not a female chatos. Yeah, the yoga chatos, and ultimately, again, there's also such thing as a poor chatos and tmura. Why not? Change word and tmura. There's also the concept of tmura. Concept of tmura only applies back. Remember, again, tmura means you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halacha over here is you exchange sacrificial animal. Let's not call this both the animal and the exchange animal both become kodesh. The tmura doesn't work by communal offering. That is a sacrifice. One of those that work also. Okay. Next, furthermore, again, by a chatas hatzibor, there's no such thing as the owner dying. Why not? Seaboard mason. Because as we saw before, in Yisrael seaboard, there's no death by the seaboard. She's kapu ba'ala, so once I say interesting the two cases that don't know by seaboard is she's kapu ba'ala. What happened if there was a chatas seaboard that and lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved recovery through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shabbat Shnas perfectly down. So those are two cases ultimately again where we don't know that about chatas seaboard. So those Shemanu, so you know what that is over there. What's it say? So you might have thought ultimately again it should be left to die. So the Gemara says, "Under the little something else here." Ultimately, I can learn the unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Mama Tzia, the black chatas, the Torah's chatas, shows about now. Yachid, one of my word of the Tzibor. After it's Kapu Bala, the Shabbos Nasa, you also don't know the love of Tzibor. So listen, they need to say like just like the first three, only the five individual Tzibor, individual chatas, and not the junior chatas. So to again, the remaining two, which apply to individual, should apply to. So that's what's happening. Actually, she has to understand that. Why is it not there? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by its as we already saw. Which is also the Shimon, the Chad, and Malcolm brother. So what's the bottom line? The Gemara said that I walked in the myself, but Shimon says it like this. Five weeks later, where chatas left is left their agreements. Now, what do you mean their agreements? Either they all apply or they all
I would go to try to do like 4 minutes and
then for halacha, the Shimon says it's like this.
and then you would try to have sex with those three.
Since when it comes to chatas sex words, already out of the gate, three of them don't apply, right? Rod chatas doesn't apply because by chatas we offer real animals, and US chatas doesn't apply because there's no tmura over the and by Chatos, and by offering, and ultimately again, Chatos Shemesi Bala doesn't apply. Why not? Because it is so simple. Once those two don't apply by definition, the other two don't apply as well by Chatos Tzibor, and therefore ultimately again, if you have the case of the Chatos Tzibor, when they lost the animal, went ahead and offered up a new animal, and then found the original one, and then let the animal die, but rather again, we let it raise, develop a home, and then remove it. Same idea, ultimately the cage is out. Allah Almighty don't need it to die, rather to go ahead and let it raise, develop a home, and then sell it. Allah Almighty said those five situations where Chatos are left to die. The only time you apply is if you get a 5 or 5, if you get a 5, great, fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the 5, then by definition the remaining is one not apply as well. And before that, the higher level of the important one piece of Allah for myself, understand the hustling right there, meaning if I have a who is offering it, one power offered up by basic, one power offered up by basic. Now, once again, what that does, and again, what that does mean is very important is after the transgression was recognized, so again, basically says, Allah said, yeah, you can eat Caleb, right? So probably someone went down some dry pie, somebody went down and ate Caleb, dry pie, and someone went down and ate Caleb, and then it was discovered. So the things and things of power, the rest of the Shvatim they're covered by the power of the base. If one of the members of the base group dies, one of the group dies before the power is offered, then the power is now offered. But again, that's the technicality. One of the members of the group does that before the power is not covered by Allah. That's the here. One power is offered up on Basin, and we'll say, how did you know Allah from Basin Mazakoh? I'm finishing our first verse of second science, what time it was. Tomorrow, the eventually continues.
I got really bad comedians on good shows, and I'm also going to get them from I know. I'm also going to get them to the You can fuck my girlfriend. Now I know why we said that's a little bit too big. Yeah, thank God it never goes over time. Yes, the duck being the lion saying no, 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 and then finally the lion gets up. You've never seen this here.
Good morning, let us begin the good life and control of ours. Our annual council is held closely with one of us. The rights from the get-go. Over the this year, as is supposed to show us our council responses for the month of Elul. I brought our little Dominic over to some of his parents after Ben Usher Creekon. They are able not to sell it and all the tools of our purchase answered during this month and the months ahead. When we dividends in this mass, they are from this month. I understand our father Yaakov to follow the rock and we can learn about yourself and put it. We use this mass glory, then I will. Well, see, with that, let us begin. Of course, there's always a discourse. You're going to get into this trouble. These houses make the trouble. We're going to share it. Bring it home. Shalom and the car. We got the whole shoulders will be struggle out to be successful. The whole muscle again. Well, so with that, let's go. Well, Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got this. We're going to go run it with Hashem. So we're just going from the days. Today's got Dallas 4. We are picking up literally the top of the one with Olive Green. Let's go. Okay, check this out. It's I'm nervous. It's not the okay, second I have that. I want to be open. Then she gets to the host. Then I have a show to them. And it says that we're pretty cool. I love that myself. There is no obligation for my I love that I see that. Unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and have what you understand. I mean, Kala das so issue, actually issue Kula, actually shows a lot of Kala das as well. So it's an interesting element. In other words, the only time that it is going to happen in a part of government work is when everyone in the participated in the ruling. So if someone abstained, for example, ultimately again, no card. I'm not going to negotiate, but the negotiation, I'm going to stop it. Generally, at the council, the majority, ultimately, it's like the whole fight seems to get over here. One person say, so it's saying a lot of questions is from our business. It's not always where I should go, but it's basically asking, and one of the members of the debate said, we got a mistake with me. I'm going to the host, or we'll say, yeah, it wasn't talking about the audience there in the gallery, who's changed the judgment, and you realize ultimately that the movie was mistaken. But despite that, all of us out here, when they using that case, based on their ruling, so the margin, so whether again you did it with the daisy, you did it after the daisy, or did it before the daisy, you didn't do it at all. You just did it. I don't know what I said. I raise a kind of things to follow the case. In the day, you saw the individual was trying why, because this goes together, or we did not counted as depending on actual things to the daisy. So when I said 1 second, I didn't fight it. That's only this individual was fired because he knew that. He says that if some other individual relied on the daisy, ultimately again he would hunter, but he wanted that night, no need for a hold on. Obviously, this is a case where we're saying one of the judges dissented. That's one of the judges ultimately again. One of the judges told me that ultimately again, what you did is not correct. That fact is not correct. And I'm also saying, I remember, I'm also saying just before that in order for this to be liability, ultimately again, what has to happen? I'm not calling myself. The entire basic has to participate. But this is the case where one member of the basic has not participated. What's the case? You don't shake anything. How come Rabbi Rothschild? What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, hey guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and you got it. By not using this whole Rashi points out over there, even if you get participate, so you actually not participate. Questions of participation. As if everyone has participated. So that's what they did that much ago. It's basically asking, and one of the members of the base realized that they didn't make a mistake. And again, that guy in that church says, Hebron, they made a mistake. How do you do this? It's clutter from how hell of government that's everyone participated. I'm a government donut.
On the show, as Brennan Shaw, maybe Billy was said to them.
You're making no mistake. Ultimately, I'm saying participation of all the judges, but here not all the judges are participating. Not in and recognizing that I'm also myself participation, even though he's disagrees with the case. So that's what I'm trying to do. Some for everything like you're showing them. Yeah, I'm about to about the trying to show maybe you can what's the reason to have a whole other teachers that are showing them. Well, I'm using our husband, so like you said. I mean, if you can see that on that seaboard, and then you can low on seaboard, you're holding around. What's the reason to have a you cannot go ahead and do something other kinds of things. Let's put you know, so the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold this level. Very interesting, right? Cannot legislate laws, the majority of the candidates cannot uphold. We just have to solve this and have all the solve. Remember again, this is why Chazal had to see the concept of mass culture. Big Israel. by Gentiles. So originally the rabbis outlawed it, and then what happened? They realized there was a possibility where there was no Jewish speaker. Whenever that created an undue hardship, they had to rescind it. So what's the
we have here is
and you are stealing from me the entire nation. I, Let's call them everyone. Call issue 39. That's ultimately delivers an erroneous the majority of the crowd relies on it. It's a special carbon that's bought. Who brings that carbon to power? Is it the base? Is it the populace? That's the knuckle that's still moving after that. The real one does it. You get the only country for that is when the entire base participates in the Sak Halacha. Where does he get that from? Because what's the Muslim call Adas for himself. The Gemara just went ahead and speak that and show that that's not true. Sometimes you find the word coal and coal can be what? Coal can be majority. Coal can be majority. So the Gemara is effectively disposing of the Yochanan, and therefore does not need the entire participation of the entire day's day in order to go ahead and have a pound of Nancy. Incredible. The Elamai Kaladas, that'll come around. What is the name of the expression? Kaladas. It doesn't mean that you get 100% participation. What doesn't mean? Say, watch this. If you don't know Havyalah, what it is in order to go to the parents' psychiatric has been in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, someone was not there, you cannot have a high level of situation that was unreal. There was a beautiful debate. The judge says, 10 judges were in Taylor judgment. Probably would sound like Kuma. Little bit, there's a or a yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of the laws. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the design of the base. So much as that's obviously everyone on the base bears the responsibility for the decision that is made. So what's the finish of this? How much of that means probably looking at that all. What's the this guy comes through even in case of let's say students go the same reason you would expect. Now what is this? I'm going to talk like this. So therefore maybe the student knows that they're that small. But he doesn't want to say anything. How much more will know everyone of that person has responsibility. So therefore again, student bears responsibility to change the difference. You couldn't grab an obligation to seek out truth. You couldn't consider contrary of your values. Very true. But who knows? You have enough to put in your mindset start and they go out for judgment, and then always turn students from why? In order that they be able to fit within some of the speakers from the other words, was having a lawyer was saying, I'm going to take responsibility for judgment. I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. But actually, nice and straight bus that come in. Nice and some talking us in the hospital books that come in. Rashi, it's like an animal. See if it goes a trade bus. I say that the Tasmanian animals, it's not a trade bus. We essentially assemble a big panel of experts. 10 butchers from us in the hospital. They look at this particular animal. Why? That they should be able to go a little bit against butchers from your food. So they should be collective responsibility. So let's say it's interesting. So we do our best to sound like that we were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for judgment, kind of wanting to portray a little bit of responsibility on others. The Oaks is I would be able to say that, you know, the way It works is you could accomplish so much more with your partial collective than we as individuals. It could very well be that what's happening over here is as follows. Judgment requires the action. Judgment requires incredible divine power. Because after all, you know, so you know, guy who loves the elementary and grows. Judge grows is going to keep that in front of him. This is the judge, no matter how much
When this freaking truck, I'm saying this freaking truck. We have to win this truck. We have a Raptor R killer. 700 horsepower. Maybe 12 guard every single way. And we have special merch dropping this Friday. Limited edition. Limited edition collab with King Charles and Gunfest on Gas. Camel hat shirts that drops this freaking Friday. Gunfestongas.com. And when we drop the merch, it's only 3 days. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday at midnight, the opening week, and then we'll buy this hat or shirt again. And you have 3 times the entries as well. We do that this Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So if you haven't jumped in and got a shot to win this ridiculous truck, and also we are introducing the free flip. So go to dropfastallgas.com. In addition, camo tees, camo hats that I'm rocking right now. I'm not sure if it's down. Yeah, it's gonna have King shots and Dropfast All Gas edition. Limited for 3 days and you get 3 times entry fees, alright? So go to dropfastallgas.com. The new merch will drop this Friday. Alright, kids, that's it.
And then what happened?
Cool story.
They realized they made a mistake. They
I
retracted their
like that he said freaking Friday.
whether they
Sounds
brought
like a guy.
the high level government at Seaboard,
Like Freaky
if they
Friday.
brought the governor,
Who's the
what happened? Someone acted on their side.
It would be crazy if
In this
he
case,
can't
the previous
face
stage,
plays
they
Frank.
made a mistake.
Oh my
They just didn't
god.
make a mistake. Someone who went ahead and went out to their favor. The original said, Allah for what I saw, ultimately again, the local resident individual is free from personal liability because it's covered by these. This case is different. In this case, these concept erroneously. They realized their mistake, but ruling didn't hear about the fact that they made a mistake. So what did they do? Ruling went out and paid Caleb. So since what's halacha? The Shin says, Ruben is fucking. Ruben said Shin is fucking why? Because Ruben is actually based on the side. They're based in the Belozi Omer, something. Belozi says it's a something. That was interesting, you know. Now, what does that mean as a something? So ultimately, again, Belozi says, we're not sure. Is this called that he's relying on David or that he's relying on himself?
He's like, not the smartest.
So you might say, Jesus something. Yashem love the self base. So, hi. I'm not alone with the Venus. I am. So it's just interesting here. The Rosa says like this. He also makes an interesting change in his if you're in his home, then ultimately, again, just kind of, why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the house. Right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on. You should find out the fact that you're referring to cheating. If on the other hand, ultimately, again, he's traveling, getting out of the city, then again, it's understandable that he does not know that this is a verse that's psychology. The Kiva says, I haven't taken into this case that he's traveling, which seems to me that also to say that he should be harder than reliable. Although the Nazai, I should say that I should be so. Watch someone who's traveling getting different than someone who's in his home. So you should be so extra higher than Shmoa. He said, go higher extra Shmoa. Because again, what Nazai says at the end of the day, someone who's in his home, ultimately, has every knowing for this truth. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access to that same information. Only based on God's photos. Suppose that's case one. Case two. Interesting. Based in question, they made the wrong use of sack. But in this case, the wrong use of sack is to uprooting higher mitzvah. For example, in Torah, in Shabbos Torah, in Avodas Torah. So say, for example, they say there's no such thing as supposed to go. They make it dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos, no mitzvah Shabbos. There's no prohibition of Avodas Torah. So what's that about? What is that? So remember again, we're talking talking about now the liability of hard Helen governing that sequel. So that's essentially what this concept of what this is. Hard Helen governing that sequel is brought when it takes the data mistake about it as well in the So when they make a mistake about the entire stuff, there's no right to paskin. We no longer have to observe shadows. We no longer have to observe Israel. We no longer have to worry about Apple Zara. Then the gets mistake about an entire section of the Torah. That's not part of the next one. So once it's only without those, it's just a tiny makes us. If they passed it and they upheld part of the mitzvah and they took part of the mitzvah off, that's how hell of the okay, so for example, so he said there is such thing as supposed to be done. But if a man has relations with the Shulchan Aruch, what is that? It was this medical construct of the young where a woman would see blood during certain times of the month. She would have to observe 1 day of therapy. So they say that halacha doesn't apply, right? Or the challenge was on our emotion, right, Potter. So for example, they say this challenge starts. You're allowed to carry something from a private domain to a public domain. So they're making a mistake about it. Which Abolans don't come about not that Potter, right? Because of course it's not but you're allowed to bow down. You're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, in this case, it's very high level that's number one. Because in the Pasuk structure, the Pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the case. It's when Bacon makes a mistake about a detail that there's high level that but if they make a mistake about the mitzvah and then ultimately again they just know how to handle incredible. So let's analyze this one for the results of this happening here. It's just literally footage of them parts. So 2 cases, I'm going to cover up. I have to check. First, let's watch the first case. Case number 1 in Mishnah was Basin passes that Caleb is right? Basin then realizes it's mistake. They retracted the facade. Who then goes out to the trash. And then Marulan goes out to Caleb. What's the basic status? If Shimon says, Potter, the Rabbi essentially says, we can decide, I'm not sure. And then again, we get into a little bit about what's getting home, what's traveling. Nighttime Egyptian, what Egyptian was watching, he says that he's puzzled. Only Egyptian makes no sense. Ultimately, Egyptian is, look, at the end of the day, why is he even paper? Why is he even paper? What's the answer? Because he's relying on exactly these things. That bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that he retracted already, that's nice. If you ask him really why you picking up that piece of Caleb, he's going to tell you because of himself. The basic, I'm going to go out. I'm going to hire shit. Call on Rashi, that's a little what? Yachida Osa Potter, the Fishel, the Mahara, after they showed the amazing. In this other version, so it's the name of that.
Yeah. So come on.
And that went out the majority of us. Or and a person and an individual acts on it, ultimately, again, he is Potter versus blood. But once again, he's acting based on the side of a big. So basically, what is the cash up? How are the shots? Before we see a lot of stuff happening, they figure out golden now then they don't shit. It's very interesting. Let's get the side of themselves for now. Let's say how something that's super. Right? Let's say again, simple case, basically possible killers, whatever. The dirty cloudy star went ahead and we see that to that. Fine. So what's that now watch? Now once we have to do this time. So Shimon says we did that collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect to that from cloudy. So I don't even think that's go fucking big. Right? And this is for the time I was going to see and cloudy star goes in and eats it. These are religious as no. It's too much unleashed guns and blood. No. You can get the temple counters. That wasn't I watch this. I'm like, even the Gabi was good. How do they hold up? They both say, thanks. If that's the people that you collect from the general population, what does that mean? Everyone's going to know about the Bar Helen down in that sea. And that's because the Reuben goes ahead and the Caleb how do you know they're already collecting from the general population for the carbon? Everybody's able to know Shagaristan. So what's about the in this case, they made a stamp collection. They're fundraising, right? They didn't say what they're fundraising for. Everybody's able to know about other loads of muscle, or he wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. Everybody's saying, well, Rav Kiva kind of someone,
Every day to get a stamp from the company.
time to go. It's still going to run ready. Shimon Salishka came by. Okay, so then here is the first attribution. So Shimon says that he collected from the temple coffers. Therefore, it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, incredible. So it's done. So remember, focusing us still on our first case name, basing Paskin that Havok on myself. David is mutter. They then realize the mistake. They reverse their son. Shimon did not hear about the reverse. So what happened? Is he liable or not? Very different than our first case. The first Mishnah, they did not know about the erroneous type of their ruling, and therefore again, they're still quoting his psad. In this case, they realized it. So again, the Shimon says it remains potter. Still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Beis Din, and then the Babaz will gets into the shop and says, otherwise they get more time up. The Mayor says, the Mayor says, the Shimon says, the Babaz Omer Safek. The Babaz says, Safek, Isham Sumchas Amar Kabul. Sumchas says it's a little bit like suspended. I'm going to be up. Hashem Kabul can allow it. So also what the difference over here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring in Hashem Kabul. We're going to talk about this a little bit more. Hashem Kabul, we will say, is it's brought in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure did you go ahead and commit to that data or not. That's what's called Hashem Kabul. So the Gemara says this, let's analyze it. So the Gemara says, top of dollars, down the dollar, good. Making me proud of it. Down the dollar. The local boy, the ones that were more nice, the bus people. So it was like, look at that thing, I remember they keep running back to our original Machloket. So one of our own Machloket. Who brings the high-level government at sea? Ultimately, again, is that the people isn't the base. The right thing that says that it's the fire still also. Because everyone knows about it. I love you, man. I would base in the fire still also. We have a show of a under there. So let's say we put in the says that it's based that's basis. So it's not as much of a fierce publicity. Still, had they asked to live down out. So let's say it's it's not focused. It's like how much liability, how much responsibility do you are moving to find out about the current student affairs. I'm going to go see. So I'm going to go see about yourself. What's on the students around our government? What the students is so it's like the individual who brought his carbon in a shmosh. So what's another again? Carbon must be brought by day. Be brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought their carbon in a shmosh by the day between day and night. Something we all know. Something we all know. This is what it says. So something we all know. So something. I'm sorry. Something we all know. This capital. Something we should have shit off. This capital should be the theme of Hashem Tava. So ultimately, look, that would be an example of the case where we're not bringing Hashem Tava. Like the look at the Amar, it is the Lord Hashem Tava. And again, it goes without saying quite the opinion that says that it's the thing that brings this severe law. Because again, there's no publicity associated with that. I don't think the man number two in the view. So the approximate goes up to Baba Amar. Even according to the opinion that says that it's the what that is it. And therefore, there would be publicity around this. But the Haka is something to know, something to Sheikh HaSheikha. Each child will ask the English to the Shaila. I want to say this over here. Ultimately, again, it would be no one's sort of to ask for clarity. Then the piece by the base. It's so ask for clarity. I don't know the outside. Nice to know. So what's expected? Remember again. So far, we have clarity on the position of the issue. Right? So Jimmy says that Basin constantly Taylor is water, then Basin walks it back. Right? Basin reverses. Ruben didn't hear about the reversal. So Jimmy says, Depata. Why? Because you are considered to have been acting on a basis of the Basin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then after remember again, the Velazar just follow the progression. The Velazar says, Suffolk.
It's funny, he doesn't even say
again, which introduces the idea of the difference between his home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that, and I hear Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling ultimately again, I'm reading to saying that he's putter much more than saying that he's chayv. Then Azai says Rebbe. Remember, Azai says that he's so then Azai says Rebbe. Honestly, what's it if someone's traveling and someone who's home? The response very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shabbat, Rabbi Akiva ben Azai, so Rabbi Akiva says, go back to ben Azai. Rabbi Yitzchak by there, Rabbi Nagi. Listen to this, I'll you can have communication with people. Let's say Ruben ultimately again, he needs to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. Still in the city. So let's say, so what would you do in that case over here? But Ben Azai Chayiv, now they say, he says, according to Ben Azai, should be Chayiv. Why? Because he's still home. He's still home. Ultimately, Rabbi Akiva the high Yitzchak by there. He ultimately why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to it. Incredible. Probably is a last part as cargoes. Once it's now come to the last part of the Mishnah, which is going to be the bulk of our conversation. So it's first of all, it's a how you passing, but I'm not ultimately passing like that. Rabbi Akiva, and Halacha myself, basically passing it like that. Give it his mother. Right? Then based in reverse the Shisa. After the reversal, Ruben eats Caleb. What's Ruben liability? So we accept this distinction. If Ruben is home, then ultimately again Ruben is Chayiv. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on. You should know about the reversal. If Ruben is traveling, then it's again, even if he's left his house, it would be going to be hotter. Why? Because once you leave your house, don't have the same access and it's considered to acting based on the side of the basis, and therefore it's also personal liability. Incredible. Next. So what is to say? If Basin makes an erroneous design and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not Parahel of David. What's Parahel of David? When they make a mistake about a detail regarding the things, it says this in my again, when is it when is the problem that we're going to see? When Basin makes mistakes regarding the detail, but not regarding the entire detail. So what's the example of this? They say there's no need to Shabbos. You have all the Dara, you don't just you would have thought that maybe a rival to Parahel of David. Because Hamlomar, the Yalan, Davar, Meloshe is Alim Mitzvah, Kula, Harakari, again, because that's how all of this is. So, for example, I'm going to mistake. So costly the thought, if you have relations of holdings of certain 3 days corresponding to a day of self-reading, such a person is mother. That's called Parahel of David. They're making a mistake. Isha Dopos Nida. Yesh Shabbos Ketorah. About a month which is Surabit, Potter. There is no Shabbos, but the person that carrying something from a Rosh Hashanah to Surabit is Potter. So they're making a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, Parahel of David. Not easy to it. You have thought that these should be Potter in these cases. I'm sorry. Isha knows no Potter. About Mishnah Kabbat, Potter, same thing. There's about the Zara. But they make a mistake about it. Detail regarding Avodah Zarah. So again, Halacha when I say Yaakov, you do this Kavaloma, and you have a part below Kol Hadith. So this is it. The Parahel of David and Sibor, these things only Chayiv if they make a mistake regarding the detail of a mitzvah. But if they seek to read mitzvah in its entirety, again, was a sound strange, we say Potter. Potter means they're Potter from Parahel of David and Sibor. So that means coming back. Yaakov, it says to it. About US color the back. So what's like this? You would have thought ultimately again when the up part is that if you're going to say ultimately again when the up part, you want to move about the partner, and if you go ahead and you uproot everything in partner, then when is your reliability? It's what kind of about it. Like, how do you know Davar only means a detail? Maybe Davar means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Tamloma Davar. So what she's like, my question, I don't say, how do you see the phrase Davar that there's only liability if they uproot the detail.
Whatever that word is,
in its entirety. Amalima Karibay V'ne'elam Davar. The way we actually understand the V'ne'elam Davar is V'ne'elam Davar. Their eyes were blinded to this Yamakra Ba'asim Achos. We call mitzvos the low mitzvahs. So again, Rosh is going to make something close. The common sense means like a detailed from the mitzvah and not just the mitzvah energy. Exactly. That's showing double. He's arguing on a detail. So to find out that Sibor Dama means a detail, it's not going to show. And she will say, so again, just want to point out, all that was happening just there is that there are differences of opinion as to where you convert this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with Allah mainly, and Allah said it's only Kar Halam Dama Sibor. When basically makes a mistake about detail of it, but if they make a mistake and they want to uproot it in its entirety, ultimately again is I'm not going to it means in here, so let's say listen to this. There's only kind of Natsibar when basically makes a mistake regarding something that it's stupid to argue on. Okay, we'll see this about the never try to get both involved, but if they make a mistake regarding something that it's a new agree with, ultimately they're potter. They both say, remember again, what do you need to do to agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torshim accept it. It's explicit. What do they disagree with? Torshim about that. So the thing I'm saying is like this. There's only kind of two situation ultimately again, where basically makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately there's no power of David or why not my time off. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class, which means again, if Bezin makes a mistake in something that is explicit in the Torah, let's say that's negligence. That's negligence. Power of David and Sibra will say is where you see the category here. It's when Bezin makes a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. So it's okay, mistakes happen, but you make a mistake in something explicit or even it's you know this, that's professional negligence. And for professional negligence, that's not how I love government. That's incredible. So the one said, 1 second, let's analyze this. It's not. So one says, 1 second, because the examples that the Krishna gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So tonight, the first one I will say about it, usually the Torah about a bunch of something you don't want to Shabbat something that you don't see. The Safra law, the language is Safra is Echad the Echad. So what's this? But the halachos of Shabbat something that you don't get what it was on one day, 37 days of the month, that she observes one corresponding day of time of purity, that actually is explicitly in the Torah. So shouldn't that be a so again, we just said before that anything is explicit. That's the word. Who's the most maybe the mistake they did was to only hard started by the Dacia. They said that when you initially with this was mother, it's only completed that's awesome. And that makes sense. It says the most it's ultimately, it says if the man exposes initiatives, which means an initial deal without completing the act of somebody else. So what's the mistake? It's Shalom Kedarko Shari. They say, oh, it's only that's awesome. Kedarko ultimately is really what that's their mistake. What doesn't make sense. Oxid, Mishkeveki Shah. Kedarko Oxid, I'm sorry, Mishkeveki Shah. Well, say interestingly enough, the Torah refers to plural, which means that there are halachic and recognized acts of the that are both legitimate acts of the but to make a distinction between those two ultimately is making a mistake when it's Mitzvah from the Torah. So what you're saying is like, it's even initially it's going to be Asr, Shalom Kedarka, it might be with Shaya. If the Shalom Kedarka can ultimately be completing the act that's Asr, but initiation of the act, ultimately again is going to be Mutter. Alright? I feel so you get that same mistake with general locals, not just a person. Rather, in reality, they're making a mistake as follows. Ultimately, and rather the mistake is about Ha'ara, is initiating Nida, and then the third one just only applies to maybe a bona fide Nida, and that's the right thing to make it. So we're just trying to show how the case of Nida in the Mishnah is a mistake that's out of the that is not explicit. But on the Soba, the elements of the mistake is that a woman will be called, then you're dead. But the sin calls the name Soba. Okay, so that's really simple. So then they say, only become a Soba during the day, because it says, call the name Soba. That's usually going to become a Soba, whenever it says it's small, whether it's by yes, I'm good, yes. So just trying to show each of these species, the species making this beginning. What I say, a non-explicit. As always, join the Patreon. You want to know the details of that? You're but you're not being an item from one domain to another. What's one? Not nice. But so Ksiva. But so, the item from one domain to another domain of Shabbos is explicit. So Ksiva is not some nothing. So how can you say that how I don't know that zero liability for this? The Amri, also the also have you say ultimately against what saw, so much as it's going to be answered, but after Nasa, the reverse of that is what the Levi says. Then you have some Nasa that Sira, Moshe is already shouting, or they say, for example, transporting the item is answered, but ending something, or going something is mutter. So again, an example of where there's a statement of a statement of Mishnah. Now, bowing down is mutter. What? It's like, not nice. It's an explicit concept. Don't bow down to another God. The Amri, it's the opening down concert, but that's the normal way to worship. But if you bow down to an idol that's not the normal way to worship, it's more good. So that's the example. Also, the example is Al-Fahar. How do you go and worship Al-Fahar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Right, definitely not an idol. Right, so when I say, let's see, bow down to Al-Fahar, I would have thought that I'm off of a nice song. You're pumped. Certain forms of worship are usher from all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right, prostrating yourself is one of those. What it says? But it's not going to be down to the answer. This state is right. It's not going to be right. Sorry, what the other mistake they made was maybe only full prostrational bowing is awesome. Right, but ultimately again, non-full prostrational bowing is not awesome. Right, this is a mistake. So what I'm saying, that would be an example of awesome. Tomorrow is accepting this idea from this, right? It's the only thing that there is however government that's super is right. Is when things in this mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that is significant but not agreed to. It's not explicit, but if they make a mistake regarding explicit detail, or they try to uplift a mitzvah piety, ultimately, no one has ever done it. It's kind of like, what's that? Down on the days. What am I doing? Incarnation of Shabbos low. So that's the following. We got this. So that's the following. Let's say this is not speech. There is no malacha part. The malacha part is just plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no malacha of holy Shabbos. What is that situation? Yeah, they come over to the Milsa. On one hand, you can say like this. You get this 39 malachas. Or is that the 38 malachas? Right? but they just disagree on this detail. So this is called passing on a detail in it. So therefore it's something to find over and say, well, oh, you know, even the Italian or the Halisha Korea Kiras group what they're doing is exactly the Malacha. So really not doing the entire Malacha mitzvah, and therefore there's no power of the civil liability. So on one hand, they're agreeing on their Shabbos and that there's Malacha. They're just disagreeing on one in detail, i.e. one Malacha. On the other hand, you say no, they're going to have Halacha L'Maisa. They're going to have Halacha L'Maisa uprooting the entire Malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting the entire mitzvah. Therefore, you know how I love that. So it's otherwise, so much about this case. Can work out to the places that are supposed to go. Don't be a part of it. I'm not. How do you carry this stuff? There's no power hell of them. We're trying to figure out what happens when you're fucking intense for the detail that is part of a bigger spot. So the church is going to come up with Samaritan coming in kitchen. They were making a mistake regarding detail about Samaritan to go. That's in the church of the go. This is what touch law. You just shot this like all around, but I'm also just slapping pocket. Come again. They think asking, where's shot? Where's shot? It's going to carry something from. It's just halal. It's just Islamic. That night, how do you on saw culture? They're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of saw. Which is as well. Sometimes you can listen to them. They're saying you're allowed to float something, you're allowed to have something. They think you're thinking regarding the detail. That's you say, well, let's go come to the car, let's not come back to punches. Right? This is how it's all. But if you down your partner, I'm not. They're uprooting the concept of frustration. Once again, every time I case it, they're making a mistake regarding a frustrational detail that they can mistake about. So that looks like, the mark doesn't end. Right, so now, Rabbi Rothschild's kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here. So basically, asking, there's no malacha of plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Do we say they're making a mistake regarding the detail of football Shabbos? Right, and therefore, again, this parallel of the next. Or no, they're uprooting the entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting of an entire mitzvah, and therefore, no hell of the so it looks like two new Shabbos are coming to answer this. So the Gemara says, what is it? Shabbos B'Shvius Mahal. It's very interesting. That's the case in past. Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So outside the past, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first of all, we'll see what it would say. So the night tells the Hadith right now, what we see from this is a mistake regarding the following verse. The Chadish is a concert Tishbos. So the Pasuk says literally again, Chadish means plowing, concert means harvesting, you shall rest. This might be the Chadish the Shabbos. So we keep asking like this, when there's plowing, there's Shabbos. It's not like the Chadish like the Shabbos. When there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. When is there no plowing? When is there no plowing? So ultimately again, so that would be a mistake. So basically asking that there's no Shabbos before the Shemitah year. So me, I'm going to kind of maybe Shabbos, so give me some dummy. So this is like this. That on one hand, as much as they think that Shabbos during the Shemitah year, but they're upholding Shabbos leg during the other 6 years. So therefore, this is called the mistake regarding the detail, not uprooting the mitzvah. Even the how do you relate the Shvi is that's a good thing. On the other hand, I think for an entire year, maybe it's called making a mistake regarding the mitzvah in its entirety. And therefore, no problem doesn't necessarily operate. You know, Kashma, double Shvi, we have a lot for double Shvi. We're doing a mitzvah, so we're doing a mitzvah.
He's like Mac DeMarco, right?
You know, this is another place to get a false prophet, right? When nothing comes along and prophesies this to uproot it, right? When nothing comes along and says, I prophesize that here I heard the word God, and there's no longer a prohibition on idolatry. Cases for that, that's a capital offense. Death penalty. Ultimately, again, listen to this. The victim is successful. What happens if it comes along ultimately again and upholds part of the mitzvah and he negates part of the mitzvah? If Shimon Omer Potter, if Shimon says that he's Potter, well, there's no problem when it comes to idolatry. Even if he says today, like Fridays right afterwards to idolatry, but the rest of it, you can't. Ultimately, again, he's going to be like, what's it? What is he? The Mishnah? I mean, no. Shabbos Mishivas, the people mitzvahs and mitzvahs from Mishmah. Those are what he's saying here. You see here the Halacha when I saw. Play around. So what is that is a particular part of the mitzvah, even if that flag represents something substantial that is still over the state in detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. Okay, what's the back of this? Ultimately again, when you see this up in therefore, it keeps over here of where the person says, no Shabbos Shmita, that's considered to be a mistake in detail. By extension, the Rothschild case, basically makes it a real fast when they say, again, there's no halacha of Horish, no halacha of plowing, that is considered to be a mistake in detail of a mitzvah, not enough reading of mitzvah, and therefore there is power. I love that. You bring this all together. What is the power of that keyboard? Ultimately, again, only when basically makes a mistake in something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, evidence by the fact that you need to do something with it, no power of that keyboard. Furthermore, there only is only viability when they seek to uproot a detail. But ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, or not seek to uproot, if they make a mistake regarding the observance of events and its totality, no positive power of that keyboard. In these cases, where again, the vision is making a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah of that dome remains intact, they will be liable to buy a of the Siva. Only basically on the Afghan should know, basically they mistake, and one of the members of the base didn't realize it was a mistake, but I'm going to have to by the way, this is very exciting because you don't really see it like this. The dramatic, or I should say, the progression in the Mishnah is dramatic. Like Mishnah 1, basically made a mistake, no one knows about the mistake, the individual acts. Mishnah 2, basically makes a mistake, basically realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately they didn't know. Mishnah 3, basically makes a mistake. The Yoda Ephraim should know. And one of the members of the base himself now realizes, Kedra, this is a mistake. And during the Psalm, bubble ahead. Don't worry about that. Guys are wrong. Or for that matter again, based in consequence, and the ranking actions, the head of the court wasn't there. Wasn't present. Ozaya Ephraim there. Only sin or something. Or there was a member of the base who was a convert, a non-zert, and a sin also were converts, or something, or that was a word, or show how you run the Bible, your soul, we're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. These are disqualifications. You're not serving on a Sanhedrin. If you're there, if you're non-zert, if you're in sin, or you're so old that you can't practice. So again, what's essentially was a disqualified member of the Beit Din wants halacha, and they say pater. So essentially, the Beit Din renders it psak. So this is the case here, right? Ultimately, again, case number 1, Beit Din renders psak, but before the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, wrong. So there's already an awareness about the reasons of the psak. From the beginning, ultimately again, that is, or for that matter again, is a disqualified member of the Beit Din. In these cases, Beit Din will not bring up it says over here, Edom, and it says over here, just like Edom. Just like Edom, ultimately again, this is capital cases. Just like Edom, there refers to a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So to be there, by power of the that's what they can be power of the sequence where everyone on the case is fit for to be a case. Same thing tomorrow. Oh, shalom, how you both for something. No, what's it? So the big thing is the Psa, and the ranking member of the Jason was not there. The Psa ultimately again, there's no partner for that super. So the question is, why not? So where do you know that from? I'm not sure, it's just a bit very small. It may not only follow the other shots looking both the body to it. Why is that we said before that it takes in the body is explicit, so explicit that even the secret was really big. Why are they butler? They should have been having your mold for low publicity. Because they should know. They should have the knowledge, maybe not do so. Go higher for push-up, they should have not to it. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking stage? Adjudicating a case without the ranking stage is like not paying attention to the how do you have a ranking stage? Why do you have it? Because he's the smartest guy in the group. Don't think about it. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like it's usually someone smarter. So ultimately over here, there's an odd base thing. It's not basic. I could go ahead and go ahead and hospital out it. But they shall have no multiple value. So not so that base thing is the same thing as making a mistake in an explicit halacha. Both represent professional negligence, and really in professional negligence, there is not halakha. Yeah, my shot at that. She's going to know. So since we have a hustle, I say, no, they're probably for tables.
Getting a Ferrari. Whatever happened to normal days? Fighters, it's like Tiger and Watson.
Alright, I don't know the quality was, but I thought
Are we doing this
guy was just about getting where you need to go. So you get the trip is a little sloppy. Was that expected? Again, rated. Okay, next thing, pages ahead are a little bit. The print gets bigger. Tremendous results. That's guys, everyone. Good job, this. Good job, this. Good job, everyone. Good job, thank you, Greg. Good job, everyone.
Fucking floor manager at Chang. Great episode, never heard it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, what are we doing here?
Alright, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. First of all, our share is sponsored this month by Paul Catholic College. In memory of Solomon Foresh, College, Sarah Basharon, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, and the Shamas and Aliyah, the family of Kama, and the College Mishpach of Florida. And also by the Wilden family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shengel, Das Binyamin Halevi, aka Grandma, whose grandson was his custody. So they're the marriage so with that, let's begin. Today's gap, fine, we are picking up on Dallas Congress by the second class on the dot, 2, 4, 6, lines up the ladder. So hopefully by now, you might be getting into the second series, receiving incredible beauty of it, incredible intensity. You have a little bit of a different angle feel it. They want to normally use it, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says the Mishnah, how you things show you so also it basically made a mistaken, erroneous meaning, and how these all acted upon this meaning to show me as well as how this all did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. Let's get tired. So ultimately, again, they bring the power hat of government. That's a special covering as well. When Bob himself unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of the day.
I know, yeah,
he did definitely does. But after the basic purpose, they gave an erroneous ruling. But Cloudy Sub again for Shogun, whereas Cloudy Sub didn't realize that's a rule for him. Yeah, I looked at the thing he was supposed to see this. This essentially is he's supposed to use another way of saying personal pathos. So this is almost like when the intention, the erroneous ruling of this was intentional. Cloudy Sub was Shogun, so in that case, there's no power hat left government at Zebra, it's just personalized looking for a regular pathos. Show you things also is are able to do. If the basing was the showcase, but the people knew basing was wrong, but they still intentionally did, then the halacha is potter, then there's no cut. So there's no power hat love government at Sibor. Because as we see, power hat love government at Sibor is only when everyone is showcased. That's number one. And of course, if you're personal line that there's no purpose, the status is also only brought in the case of showcase, and in this case, how to sell workers. We mark those items. Show begin the hustling of people are able to do, so we can refer to the mission as follows. That is basically delivered their duty to show. Went ahead and acted in this. ultimately again, they are nothing. They are nothing. No matter how long they're going to see it. Partially because it is tired. You can infer from this. And if it was showing in the base, then it was, what does that mean? That it's tired. What the base is showing in the base? Shahoru base, Shakira Mutter. So basically, once you had this case earlier, based in mistakenly, that he was Mutter, it is probably going to show me. And then also what happens? I have a piece of food and it's a show. My favorite and my show is remember, show is really bad, get things stuff. Well, no, and I end up eating favorites. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat favorites. What was my intention? My intention was to eat Shuman. But yet I ended up eating a favorite. So we'll say, what's that? So when you're on labor, I'm sorry. We'll say, I'll be a case of showing which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should make it to where I should be coming ultimately again in my life. That if shows up, everybody on that come up. But yet again, if that is the virtual from Mishnah, yeah, why does Rabbi Rothschild ask that very question earlier? The generation is the awesome show begin. Tell say the show begin the awesome. Don't infer anything from this lesson. I think it was the Mishnah was just English word was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of Mishnah began by saying show begin. Since the beginning said this is the awesome show begin. Therefore, the sake of this show begin the awesome. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be high in a hard hell of in order to be high ultimately that the carbon has to be shogig on the part of Bezdin and shogig on the part of Klal Yisrael. Bezdin must be mistaken, must be shogig in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogig in their reliance on Bezdin. Everybody is shogig, then ultimately giving the hard hell of government. Lots of Kalakal of Liberation was the basically delivered their Yogi Sap. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, act on the Sap. So say what's that? What about the entire so we're being a hard hand of the military. So here we're adding another qualification. That's qualification number one is that the base has to be the showcase, the Klal Yisrael has to be the showcase. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either Kol HaKal, which we'll discuss what that means, or Ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of faith. If it happens, mostly they bring up half. If it happens to be that mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah is solid. So ultimately, we'll say for Avodah Zarah, it's not just the Harvard, there's an additional subject as well. Very good. I do that he says, so very interesting. He says, good things are Shvatim and he and good things part. He says the following. That ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the Shvatim sin, so every single Shvatim brings their own power. So again, I want to say the same case. Ultimately, again, they've been delivered in their own ruling. The tribes act, Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. And the comes along and says that each Shevet must bring their own hard power of government at sea. The being you is part of the Shemini and again, if the mistake is with Avodah Zarah, that each Shevet must bring its own heart as well as its own seer, with 12 parim and 12 seer. What's the hand with that? The Shimon says, you kill a parim, Avodah become Shlosh Asar parim. Let's listen to this. We will see it. Shevet, hard to start with the bills on a group that he says, we'll say the halacha is that for parallel of something that's work, each Shevet brings their own, and what? Based also brings their own. So for example, I want to say in a normal case, normal case, so there would be 13 parents, one for each tribe, and based would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parents and 13 spirits. It's seven tribes. So what's the seven Shvatim, so what's it? Or for that matter, the majority of tribes. Let's say now in this case, remember again, we're doing two different things over here. It's either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or the numerical majority called so even if it's less than 7, it's Median Har. So we'll come to Median Har to say this. Also here it says, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of so following the erroneous ruling that triggers the Karnal of government at situation. And you do the same as follows. The Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechamim, the Median Zayin part. And it says if 7 of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own Har Ha'elam Davar. So it's recognition that you can always that each tribe, each Shevet, brings its own Har. Furthermore, it says something amazing. It says, Yishar Shvatim Shalom Hagim. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? They're being Al Yedei and Har. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a Har for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, Gemara says, the tribes who did not sin bring a Har on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Chesmarim. Others will come in Chesmarim because harvest are the whole Shevet, harvest are the gates. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Rabbi Shimon has this on the website. He said, Basin brings its own carbon. Each tribe will bring its carbon, Basin will bring its own additional carbon. That's very interesting. What happened if the high court of the courts of one of the Shvatim asking the villagers, delivering a wrongful and that Shevet acted on that was Davachot, also Shevet to Chayim, the Shar Kalashvatim stood in the so if you go to say that Shevet followed his Chayim for a part, the other Shvatim are fucking. They'll come to the say, no, any Chayim Ella al Horoya Ella al Horios. Horios, they do not go to. So we'll say that come and say, no, our head of government at sea level say it's only God. There's one thing that delivers an erroneous ruling. That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Das Israel Yishku, below Adas also so say I'm interested in the following thing Adas Israel is actually referencing Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the Chavis Bina Chavis say that the tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling. There is no liability for Har Ha'elam Davar of course, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Ten rabbis, so it's like we now have a fundamental three machoter to analyze this now. Ten rabbis. Doesn't show that the Torah not holy versus this case. Let's say Beis Din realized they had issued in their own ruling, but what? They didn't realize or they don't remember what the wrong sack was. If you look at the transaction of the Gemara, actually, if you have to show the Torah, Lama Honu Beis Din Shechilef was the letter of Mitzvah. Doesn't Halafi and Ba'afu Shot in Chilef Vidam. Dalichad Shiviras Naisa, Gilbad, Gilbad Mohora. ואחר כך יודו שהורו שלא תראה, אלא שכל מה שהורו יודו אם על החילף הורו או על האדם. Was this case? Based in realized that the nature of Rome's ruling, they just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they don't really feel or down. You just have to remember which one. Can you hear what happens? Well, so consume both of these things. So Shabbat says, what are you doing with kind of things? So you might have thought that they are on the list for Tamagomar, they don't. Achas. The person says that the sin became blood. Below, it's not just enough to know it's rather again for a power hat will govern that to what they have to do. There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous sack actually was. I share culture. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halakha l'maisa. In order to trigger a power hat will govern that seaboard liability, there has to be clarity as to what the sack was. If Basin themselves, Basin says, listen, we know we delivered the wrong sack, But what? You don't know what the sack was, and then not triggering parallel doesn't have to about it. Asher Chadu Shnei Shvatim Levian Shnei Parim. Tribe. Went ahead and said. So we'll say, hey, bring 2 parim, Shlosha, Levian Shlosha. So we'll say, 3 tribes made a mistake. So we'll say, and they bring 3 parim. Oh, Ela Omer Ella, Chadu Shnei Levian Shnei Parim. Chadu Kimon Levian Kimon. But maybe it's not tribes. But maybe ultimately they're going to be 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the parallel of W. That's the word. Again, the Pasuk says, Tavolomar, Hakal, the whole cow. So the whole cow, the cow chayim. This one's called. But the Pasuk says, who brings the parallel of W. We're never going to know. So what does it mean, the whole cow, the cow chayim? Therefore, anyone who learned from this, if 2 tribes sin, each of those tribes bring their parallel of that's similarly 7 tribes sin. So 7 tribes bring parallel of that's and furthermore, Shar Shvatim Shalom Batim Novir Ayudei and Har. Those are ultimately again, and even the tribes who do not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shakilu Ilu Shalom Batim Novir Ayudei. The Kakam are Kal. The Chayim Al Kol Kahal the Kal Kibiret. It was like this is the Shita Rebbe. The Shita was number one, that there is individual tribal liability. If a particular Shita goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous sack of the basement, that Shita brings a power to Elam Davan. I will say there are 3 dozen Shita is that those Shita is Shita Kahu. He holds number again, the word, like Parallel Government at Seaport, is Kahu. There's only by a given when the cow sack of basement. And my focus is going to be what? How do you define cow? That you define cow as a Sheda. So the individual Sheda follows the erroneous sack of basement. If she does not do that, they have to bring a Parallel Government. That's part 1. But not only that, even the tribes bring a parallel of government and seaport blocks for the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's what we do. They don't say that forget the Gemara says the Chayiv Al Kol Kal Tirabim. So these are the ultimate goals that Halach Lamais. And the tribes who sin go and bring a parallel of government and seaport, and the tribes who did not sin bring a parallel, or the tribes who did sin. Each Sheda, there's always 12. So Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shefatu, so it's Levian Zayin Parim, Bezin Levian Ayudei and Par. Shnei Amar Lematakal, V'nei Amar Lemalakal. Ma'akala Amar Lemala Bezin Makal, Amkala Amar Lemata Bezin Makal. So Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees on who did that what? And that's when an individual Sheda sins. So that Sheva brings a parallel of government. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on that. He adds in that Sheva brings a par. Who else brings a parallel side? The base. What he disagrees in is where that Goodness model saying Shvatim will also bring a par. Again, the nice thing that we show this is the Shvatim who committed the Aveira, they relied on their own Pesach of the basement. So they will bring a par, plus basement who delivered the erroneous Pesach will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shefak, based in the Din Ayudei and Par, Bain Keturah. It was their last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir holds that Halach my saying is only the basic which the power have of government. Never the short. The Shvatim don't bring the power. Only see Ramir's design Shvatim Shechadu was in a Ramir's model. The only time you bring the power have of government is way, when there's a majority of the cow. So again, how we define majority is possible or numerical majority of the cow. Either way, Rabbi Meir says there's a majority who has sinned, It is only who brings the parallel of government at Tzibor, not the Shvat. Not the Shvat. Nemar Kalamata, the Nemar Kalamata. Not Kala Amalamata, big thing below Tzibor. After Kala Amalamata, big thing below Tzibor. The Rishon Ben Elazar, Rishon Ben Elazar says, what does he say? Rishon Ben Elazar, name Rubo Shakal. If they represent the majority of Palestine, both Zion or Sparta, even though what? They are not the power. Nevertheless, the being part. So when Shimon Elazar comes along and says, we'll say he's coming to define what is majority. The majority can take on one of two forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they have the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first white line. We know we'll say furthermore, what did we say in the right side above? It's one thing to bring a higher look up to the first way. The thing is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, the faith is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Faith knows, we did something wrong. Just what? We don't know what. We don't know what. We don't bring a power having up to that. We'll share the whole time. We'll say, who is the opinion that says this? Who is the opinion that says this? So the Gemara says, the Lord Rabbi Eliezer. So before we get to who we know it's like, tell you it's not Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, in Caleb Chayit, knows the Achal Chayit. So we'll say Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. That's what he's talking about in a case of in the second species, where a person is not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I eat Caleb, or I'm not sure if I ate those. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I could go ahead and bring a katas. Why? Because it was like karma for eating Caleb or for eating those, so it's the same. It's katas. So that's, who cares whether you know you ate Caleb or you ate katas, as long as you know what? You ate something, right? You those items, then I could bring a katas, because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. You want to say, Rashi points out over here that Allah of Yeshua says you're talking. If Yeshua said at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not kind. So our Hashem was like, right, it doesn't reflect the Rabbi Eliezer. Even if the base doesn't know the erroneous ruling, as we'll say, as long as we know what, committed something, who is intentional consumption of wood would be hayakaris. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was Caleb, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara or our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, Rabbi Eliezer, you even Rabbi Eliezer, why? Shani of this said, could be part of nothing that's a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says, Asher Chaka Allah. Because also the pasuk says that base game is chayiv, or should say that parallel dominance is that parallel dominance is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something that shared chaka Allah. So it's like, so there's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Share chaka Allah for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasam Nabi Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasam Nabi Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. I'm sorry. Hasam Nabi Haksiv Asher Chatu Allah. When we violate the practice of the Sassi, it was a prayer that Pasuk is going to teach us something else in this life. That one cannot be chayiv and give chatos if they are the Sassi. It was a Sassi that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the promotion of an Aveda. In that case, everyone at the Sassi, everyone will agree that halakha l'maisa again, I am not chayiv and chatos in that case. Right time to get wisdom. So we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shivos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parallel or rough. Remember again, Shiva Shavita is that's the 12 shvatim. Each of the shvatim brings their own power. Now that's one thing we say, but even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's that mean to the Shiva? My time is the our Paul Kahalik says the word cow in some form appears 4 times throughout the parasha He says, Kahal, Hakahal, Kahal, Hakahal. So these four cows, four kal. What does it teach you? That what? That each and every shevet is chayim. That each and every shevet is called a cow. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one cow. The chad lohorot klibabez. The ma'isa told the cow. Was it sick one teaches me that parallel to the when these administers the ruling, and it's the tzibor who acts on the ruling. The chad l'gerira. We'll say what is teaching me about gerira. What's gerira? We'll say the halacha the ma'isa. Even the shvatim didn't sin. Bring your little drag the law. Bring a carbon on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. David sha'asa b'horaz b'izin. And ultimately again, what does it teach me? About the fact that if it was the kind of shape of Shasaba is faithful, it is not the same as the Matisa and Olu faithful Shvatim. It was a Ranka Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Sakalafa of its own base, the Chasha was a setback of Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the Yehuda's from the four times the fact of the word Kalach. Rabbi Shimon's model. Talasa Kalik City. It says the word cow 3 times. Hakahal, cow, hakahal. Maybe alcohol or maybe crow. That's the dash from the fourth cow. Why? Because that fourth cow appears in the phrase Me'ine hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the cow, which means to go through the mistake. He says that one you can't guide me why, but that's just an expression. Me'ine dekvanya. Is what people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of souls. It was asked to so one cow comes to each Shevet has its own liability for finding sacrification. Each trait actually ne'emar lemata cow, ne'emar lemala. It says cow, it says here, ma'ala a cow, doesn't go say that facing has to do with the cow. I can't believe in a cow. So over here, we're only hiding one. It's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers Sakala. Right there, Kal was a mayor who doesn't darshan the settle. He doesn't darshan cows. Therefore, he'll trade the holic violate. Therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 cows that are really wide. Ne'emar lemata cow, ne'emar cow. Ma'ala halon based in below tzibor, Afkan based in below tzibor. Was a that just like earlier again, I will say the cow is referring to based in not the tzibor. So to be referring to based in not the tzibor. So once over again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par hell and never the tzibor. It's the base. It's the base that brings the power, not the process. Therefore, he learns that out. Ultimately, therefore, he gets Shimon was the right time. Listen to the logic. Sid ba'ya ime ha'ita alma mikuta sid me'ine. So we'll say again. Remember, on one hand, the journalist says as follows: the pasuk says "Ve'haya ime ha'ita." The Hebrew understands that is limited or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says. See that it says so we'll say the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like again, even if it's minority sin, yet it also says Kala means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember the Ruba in Yikalo. Sounds like it's only the road, but not the root. So there was Hakim, so Hatsuba, Vein, Ruba, Shakal. So say that the Shema is teaching me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning active based on the voters of Sakha and Sanhedrin, they represent the numerical majority of tribes. Alpha Pishen, or Osain Alpha Pishen, or Sarah of the tribe, follows the erroneous Sakha. They are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, Chayot, ultimately again they are Chayot. What's the other things? We have Shimon that is there, no, in order for a car handler obligation to be triggered, the Sakaloff has to be given by the base, but the action has to be taken by its how. So which the Gemara says, what do we know? That's from the Navajo. The person says, Because that's what the pasuk says. There will be from the eyes of the congregation that establish Shagah, no matter which committed in his presence. Rabbi says, the Chala Abishkaga, Rabbi says in the pasuk from the Chala Abishkaga, that the entire nation acted inadvertently to chief and new boats in the wife. Because of that one about the international Shagah, what it just said first pasuk, Zahava Amina, and evil Yudah. I would have thought that even just look at the population and say, there's a part I will govern that support. Therefore, the pasuk says that the entire nation is first. Because of the Chala Abishkaga, and we go into the Chala Abishkaga, Hava Amina, and the Abdi faith in Bahadi Yudah. I like thought, Allah has to act together with his brothers. What's that in the context of Allah? Which also teaches that this halakha applies to the things we delivering in a road, including about Avodah Zarah, or about anything else for which there would be a good type of total things in Zarah. But we're again working in this mission. It's the base of one of the tribes, based on one of the tribes, delivered in a erroneous way. We'll say again, that does not trigger Har Ha'elam Davar. Has to be the Sahel. The second are the Bible. Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Baal is not Godwin. Was listening to this question. What happens if you have to fight the Jews? Baal is not Godwin. Sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, what happens if one tribe acted based on the Ksaf of the Sanhedrin. Okay, so one tribe acted, but it was the Ksaf of the Sanhedrin. What does it mean the whole? It means the whole that each and every tribe brings its own power of government. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous Ksaf of the Sanhedrin. Was very good at this model. Remember, also, tribes also what? Bring on behalf of the tribe. So one tribe committed Avera based on the signs of the Sanhedrin to the other tribe bring for that one tribe or Shiva Shatim within the Jew. Shar Shvatim Ba'adayu, Mishum B'Ikaruba. You would say the only time that the other tribes bring a covenant of Osai's land is when you have 7 tribes. You have the majority of the tribes who committed and inadvertent sin based on the sacrifice. That's when we say that what? So the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about I'd say that the right or but again, one tribe, and I remember I was saying like this model, even if one tribe sins, remember I was saying this whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you do this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the Pesach of the Sanhedrin goes we're running the Pesach, they're going to bring a high level of government at the Shaila is other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that one that was said before. When I do this model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, remember, here's what we do know. We know when there's a charge of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now, before that's one tribe sins. We'll say, what do we know in Rabbi one tribe sins? That is from his house. That tribe brings it up. That we know. That's what but that's what you're doing. Trying to all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So this is saying that we kind of the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a role of the Shvatim who sin, then even the ones who didn't bring. About actually with the regular rule, but if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a road, and the other tribe is not a road. They not take it. One for all, right? One for all and all for one. There's one of the Shvatim a power element of the by definition that ignites tribal liability for all the Shvatim. We'll say that's the Shvatim.
Unhinged fake laughter. It is 4 minutes long. I don't know what the rest of the clip is, if it's just 4 minutes of them laughing or what, but it may. And it's got the warning. I forgot to remember the warnings they would put on BGL.
What do they do? How do what do the tribes bring? So how do they do one time? Mishnah Shimon says, I should say, Mishnah says, not in the what par echad. One par. Shimon three part of it. It says two parts. The Gemara says, so what's the case here? Shiva, if you want to say, then it's whereby you say that the Shimon can't go say that because the Shimon, remember what she said, the Shimon. The Shimon says that not only do you fucking bring their own parties, but like things and also you. So it's a second letter case where it's seven of tries to. Seven of the tribes on the basic. That was the fucking shit. Less, right? So we'll say that. Remember again, if they're relying on their mistake about is a mistake in moving will say that this knows how to have them done. What is that? Hello, Rav, Balran, rather, it has to be what? That he's talking about in the road, he's moving up the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama is funny. And it was the reason he was the Tanakama. He knew that they're part of the body. The same one or two, but they're required to start the destruction for Tanakama. That's too much. Rather, you have to say it's a Kiva. If you don't just fucking say that. This is where one statement says. So we'll say, so what statement says, who brings the Hara that support? That's one statement, and the other Shavatim are not activated in the situation. Are we also about a student of what's the case over here? We go Shavatim Shisha, Shavatim, Spain, Ruban, Shalkal. What's the case over here? There's six of the tribes, six of the Shim, but they are the numerical majority. Shimon ben Elazar, also I don't see where Shimon Elazar is. Shimon Elazar, okay? That was the first one. Shmo, I'm sorry, Shimon Elazar, Shmo. Chatu Shisha, they do bunch of now. It's six of the Chatu sit, and they are the numerical majority. Oh, Shuba, Amma, Shimon, they do bunch of now, or seven sit. Right there, the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical majority. The being time. What's it now? Okay, it's taking the time. The American says, touch wrong. Well, you don't. There's who says as follows. Shaven, the unsub, the large, what's it? Is a shaven active based on the instructions of his own tribal what's now the home. So, shaven, Tayyip, Shakala, Shvatim, so we'll say what? That shaven is Tayyip, but all the other Shvatim are Tayyip. Ubaharaz, they cannot go down after you shower Shavatim Hayot. We'll say, but if the one shaven act is based on the instruction of the base on Godel and what, even the other Shvatim will be Chayiv Shvatim. We'll say, Salom, what I think you need to have up my business. Let's see, this one for this by the way. First of all, currently, we did it here. Then we did 2 years for a car hat or government that's even when it's based on something of the high court that Shevet. But according to Yehuda, if the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of his own high court, then that Shevet will bring a fire on the government of Tzibor, but what? Not the other Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the base Dinagogo, then, according to Yehuda, that Shevet brings a power and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated right now. So it turns out that in Rabbi Rothschild, when you have any kind of shaver, absolutely based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin, all of the Shvatim end up bringing higher level governance. Incredible. That's the economic data, but actually, this is important on the as well. But also shaver out the hands. Right? The Bible says that particular shaver acted based on their words. Also, shaver type, Shar Shalom Kalashar. You tell me that only that one shaver is type. The other Shvatim are part. That's the case about the Shar Shalom. You should say the other Shvatim are part. That shape is high. If since the Mishnah that shape is high, I would have understood that one. The main bunch of other also shape is high, and the main you can know. We'll say if one Mishnah said that shape is high, by definition of the other shape of our Allah Mashmalon, the Behoraz base, the Shar Shvatim do it. About Behoraz, based on I got up to Shar Shvatim Hayovim Shtamina. Rather, what's the keeping the Mishnah? That it's only in the case ultimately. again, where a statement is following the instruction of its own statement, that statement will be hiding, the other shvachim will be true. But if the statement is following the erroneous ruling of it, then once that statement has to bring a power hell government, the shvatim must do so as well. So again, what happened to Halakha L'Maisa remains to be seen. But at least now we have that Shvikas Rabbi Yehuda will say that first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a power hell of government at the sequence. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each Shevet is called a cow. Not only that, but once one Shevet doing the power of government, then what? Every Shevet has to burn. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Gadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then it has the Shevet has to bring a carbon, the other shvachim. Very simple. And that's the responsibility. Shevet Echad says the Lord has based on Gadol. Was this good? What happens if you have a Shevet Echad? One Shevet. Sha'ar Savar has based on Gadol. Was it followed with Psak Halakha of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin handed down the road to schooling. You have one Shevet who follows. So the Rabbi Shimon mean Sirah. So now we're transitioning from that to Rabbi Shimon. What's remember again? What would you get Rabbi Shimon? She that's Rabbi Shimon was. Rabbi Shimon holds. He says, yes, each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own power of government support. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or actually the majority brings, they all bring. So that the baby also brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as the maximum, so the Shimon has 13 as the maximum. The Shadol says, what happens if one Shevet acted on according to Rabbi Shimon means the ultimate again, what happens in that? What's the level of liability in that? The Gemara says as follows. Tashma, what do you bring? Bring one time. Shimon already came on. Shimon says, be quiet. The master, what do you think? If you want to say that it's a case of we're 7 of the Shabbat, you say, hey, party, so we'll say 7 Shabbat in sin, according to the Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shabbat in the sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella, the partnership. Is it that one? The accusation case for one. One of the shvatim sin. What's the case? Dealing with all that. You know, if you want to say the Shevet sin, based on the Psak, you have its own basin, then Shimon less way, Shimon less way. Let's say the Shimon does not put the same liability where it tried, where Shevet follows its own basin. What are the Shimon's liability this way? What about Sanhedrin Gadol? Ella Baruch is rather so as they have a Sanhedrin. China Kama, because it was China Kama. Either how to do the right, or say they're whole, being a power of government. That's first thing when it's in America, those tribal road. So even Yehuda, Shar Shagunari, like the Muslim emphasize Yehuda, that even one Shevet brings them up, then the rest have to bring as well. But how much of Shimon Allah? So rather again, let's get back to the view that Shimon Allah Tashma, the Chum say, the Olam Ino Chayet Ella Al Horan Kinyanot. The Chum say will say that the only time you can go to the first, right? Why is it Allah Horan second and following the Psak Halakha of the Sanhedrin Gadol? Why is Chasam was the word that you come? You live right there, the person is there, you Baboy, a mere hold the tribal and the majority, and the level of Shimon. Rather, you have to say that on the site that it is like Shimon, which the Gemara says, ultimately again, see that this is correct. But we go to Shimon, Shevet Echad includes listen to this. So we'll say, the company now is Shimon and Yehuda, is that, see, we'll say, the Yehuda. So we saw the differences there. What they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a cow. Even one Shevet is called essentially cloud. It's called an assembly. Where did they get that from? Where did they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Kamen Over. Omri B'Chsiv, Vayamod Yoshavat B'Kal Yerushalayim. Yocham Chatzah Hashem, Ve'ilotza Chatzah Beis Hashem HaKadosha. What's it that the Pasuk said that Yoshavat stood B'Kal Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda B'Kal Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem, literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? I'm going to be also speaking about it. What's it mean that this was the place where there was a Kaddish? Like they made a Kaddish. What's it always a Kaddish? What's it have to do? Shabbat and they made a brand new food, which was what? And the Tzvul will say Tzvul for someone who went to the mikvah that day, but it still requires Harav Shemesh. Still requires the sunset in order to become Tahor. So you have to get a Tzvul dead. Maybe he's scared. So, but what does here you see? And Shabbat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it mean? What is called Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara says, if you show that you go after here, then even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Mas kivur avachavayak onimai yom Hashem Yerushalayim." Maybe Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. The Havanami Yavin. Because we're going to say remember again. Here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all Israel,
answer to your question.
They were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was the most exact. Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes. Right? By Yehuda and Yavi. So maybe the reason why the Yavi uses the Rothschild is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not from Yordania. That one tribe constantly was a cow, to which the Gemara says, you're right, to bring another guy. It says, by Yomer Eli, what's that? The Baruch Hu said, Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to Kahal Avinu. Now both sides. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before rain. There was a who was born at that moment. So the Baruch Hu says this Yaakov Avinu right in the birth of one of the tribes. So you see from here that one, that even the birth of one tribe is called, even one tribe is called Kal, Shvanina, Ovikam Rachman. This is what the Torah is saying. Misyadu B'Kal Hashda, Kal Achina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see him here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even one shape, only the Shvala of Ghana, Dema, we practice up as well with the Yadov. Between the Saudi of the they trusted to this Karius cow. If you got to say something different, you're about to give birth to the Yamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. I'm going to say, cow. Why does that make any sense? Well, right tribes are called the cow, left tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. So we'll say the Gemara, and we're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately has to start. Right, so you see over here that what? That the nice, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara both is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately again from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a cow, or ultimately again from Yehoshaphat. That Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. Like once we stop here, there's a Shabbat I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbat both times the Dapple here to send it out later.
This is the scariest face ever. This is like, fuck, this is it. Oh, shit.
Alright, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. First of all, our share sponsors this month by calling Catholic College in memory of Solomon Moret, calling Sarah Basabra, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, and then Shabbos Ben Rabbi, and Rabbi Ben Chama. holidays also by the Roman factor, in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Sarah Single past Rabbi Rothschild, aka Grandma, whose yahrzeit was this past week. Over the marriage of our California channel have an aliyah. So with that, let's begin. A lot to say today's daf to daf 8. 5. You are getting up on Dalit Amud Gimel by the second class Mishnah on the daf. 4, 6, but by now, you might be getting into the Sagittarius. The beauty of it, and since you have a little bit of a different kind of feeling than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the Mishnah, Oru Bein Shofim. What also call on Kasha? If they made a mistake and Cloud Israel acted upon this rule, the showcase as well as Cloud Israel's ultimate. Again, they bring the power of government. This is a special cover that's brought when Cloud Israel unintentionally followed an erroneous ruling of the faith. Receiving the Aksha what after the case in purpose they gave an erroneous ruling. But Cloud Israel again was showing, whereas Cloud Israel didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. That means it's totally here. So also we see this. What this essentially is that the supposed to be read another way of saying personal context. So this is those like intentionally the erroneous ruling of faith was intentional. Cloud Israel was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power of government that he was personalized with through a regular context. Shogeg is also if the faith was shogeg, but the people who faith was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is partner, then there's no problem. So there's no power of government because as we see, power of government was only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personalized that there's no katos, because katos is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, probably so with the mark goes like this. Shogeg gave us so we can affirm the Mishnah as follows: that if Beis Din delivered their ruling to shogeg, the Cloud Yisrael went ahead and acted ultimately again, they are partners. They are partners. No power of the people. Partial because the basic price, we can infer from this that if it was shogeg, the base, and if it was, what does that mean? That it's higher. What's the case of shogeg? The base, Shahoru faith, Shakir, Mutter, the base was in this case, so they're based on asking mistakenly that the Mutter, but it's probably will be sugar. And then also what happens? I have a piece of sugar and a piece of sugar. My favorite is my sugar, committed back to the derivative back, get mixed up, and I end up eating chayla. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chayla. What was my intention? My intention was to eat shuman, but yet I ended up eating the chayla. So we'll say, what's that? So the Quran's lema, I'm sorry, but we'll say, I would be a case of shogeg dunya demesi, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the Pesach of the Beis Din, which the Gemara says. If that's the case, if Shota, if that's the case, then it can be inferred from Mishnah. Yeah, why does Rabbi Rothschild ask that very question over? I'm going to punish the generation. This is the Basim Shogeg. Fellow Safer Shogeg in Basim. The most which you might answer, no, don't infer anything from this Lashon. I'm your thing with these Mishnah was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying Shogeg. The beginning said deceiving about shogeg, therefore the Sefer just wrote shogeg in Basim. What's the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a hard hell of government tzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately to that government has to be shogeg on the part of Beis Din and shogeg on the part of Cloud Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Cloud Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg. Then ultimately, the hard hell of government. Says the Mishnah. Koru Beis Din, So basically delivers their erroneous Pesach. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the Pesach. So we'll say, what's that? The entire. So we've been a car handle the minutes. So here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the base has to be the showcase, Klal Yisrael has to be the showcase. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of faith. If that happens, mostly they bring up power. If it happens to be that mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then the entire is sold. So ultimately, again, we'll say for this Avodah Zarah, it's not just the Harvard, there's an additional study as well. Very good. I do what Rabbi says. Something very good. He says, good faith, Shvatim, good faith part. He says the following. That ultimately, again, if every situation where all the Shvatim sealed, so every single shipment brings their own power. So again, I want to say same case. Ultimately, again, based and delivered in erroneous ruling, tribes act, fathers will act on that ruling. As Ruth comes along and says that each Shevet must bring their own hard hell and governance. The being good based current, which came as us. Again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own heart as well as its own seer for 12 Harim and 12 seer. I'll say hey without it. Rabbi Shimon says, you do a Harim, who by one of the Harim, no Shashan. So it says this. We give a seer. Car is the start of the whole Shevet, the Shevet, car is the start of the base. It says, do the bills on a Kudet, he says, I will say the halacha is that for car have a each Shevet brings their own, and what? Base also brings one. So for example, I will say in a normal base, quote unquote normal base, so there would be 13 Harim, one for each tribe, and base will bring their own. If that runs out of Zara, it would be 13 Harim and 13 Seer. So the Gemara says, total basic God's design shot and Okiban. What happens if basic administers an erroneous rule? Like 7 tribes. So we'll say 7 Shvatim, Okiban, Alpiyah. So we'll say 4 for that matter, majority of provinces. We'll say now, in this case, remember, there was 200 different things over here. It's either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling. Or, the Gemara says, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So that Allah is going to be in hard to start doing it. So we'll say here it says that Allah of a Naisa, as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, following this ruling that triggers the Karnal of Damascus. Like Buddha says as follows: the Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechazim, that being Zayin part. And he says if 7 of the tribes sin, then each tribe brings its own power and governance. So it's like Buddha Jitasa. That Buddha always holds that each tribe, each Shevet, brings its own power. Furthermore, it says something amazing. He says, Shar Shvatim Shalochamu. What about the other tribes doing what went wrong? They're being argued, they have power. Ultimately, it's like the tribes who didn't sin bring a power for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, Gemara says, Sha'at they're being argued, they quote. Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a power on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches other to Rabbi Ches Harim the Ches Seer. Harim the start of the Shevet, Harim the start of the Beit. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sin go ahead and bring their carbon. Rabbi Shimon has it on the both sides. He said, Basin brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Basin will bring its own additional carbon. Only Basin shall echad in Ashmat, but Ma'asa Osa Shevet Afiyah, which is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim also had their own court? I think one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim casting the delivered a wrong Psak, and that Shevet acted on that Psak. What's that? Also Shevet Chayiv, Shar Kavashvatim Children. So if you also will say that Shevet followed its basin is Chayiv for a part, but the other Shvatim are covered. The Chachamim say no, Ein Chayavim Ella Al Chodoya Ella Al Horios. Horios based in Agodim. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par Helam David Natzira will say is only brought if there is one base which he delivers an erroneous. That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amar Haladas Yisrael Yishku Velo Adas also Shene. We'll say, just to make it come understand this, Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin of the Moses. So the Chacham disagree and Chacham say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability to the Par Helam David only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Ten rabbis, so we'll say, we now have a fundamental three of my focus in the show. We're going to analyze this now. Ten rabbis. Yodu Shehoru B'Tov, not holy. Let's listen to this case. Let's say they didn't realize that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong sack was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi Yodu Shehoru B'Tov Mashmur. But the Rabbi Rothschild doesn't halachia ba'afrishon in chilem b'dam. David had to see us myself. Bilbad v'chad koholah. Va'achat yodu shehoru shelo koloi. Elo shekel v'ashoru de'inim yodu in ala chilem horu o ala dam. So it says in this case, they realized that the behavior of those being just forgot what the erroneous was. So they don't either deliver chilem or dam. Just can't remember which one. So what happens? So consume both of these things. So Shabbat says, what do you do in this kind of case? So you might have thought that the Empire had a young and Tibor Tamalomar, they built Achatas. So the Pasuk says that the sin became known. Below Sheyotu Achot. It's not just enough the people sinned, but rather you're going for a parallel of government that's for what there have to be. There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous sack actually was. I share function. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a parallel of government that's for liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong sack was. If the basin themselves, if the basin says, listen, we don't deal with the wrong sack, but what? We don't know what the sack was, and that cannot trigger a parallel of government that's for liability. I share function. Cause of the Shabbat, the deal shnei part. Tribes. Went ahead and see. So we'll say they bring two part in Shlosha, Shlosha. So we'll say three tribes made a mistake. So it was it. And they bring three part in. Oh, in the Omer Ella, maybe even it's not tribes, but maybe ultimately they're going to be two individuals. An individual makes a mistake. He also brings the bar and that's something that's important. Therefore, again, the Pasuk says, Hakal Chayiv. The whole Kal, so Kal, the Kal Chayiv. Let's say, but the Pasuk says, it is only the Kal who brings a parallel and double match. Never been ayah. But what does it mean, the whole Kal, the Kal Chayiv? Ketzad. Chatu Shnei Shvatim B'Din Shnei Parim. Chatu Zayin B'Din Zayin. Ushar, so we'll say, therefore, again, what do we learn from this? If two tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a parallel and double match. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a parallel and double match. And furthermore, Shar Shvatim Shalom Chakim B'Din Al Yidei and Par. So say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Ilu Shalofatim Mavin Al Yidei Achotim. Lekach Ne'emar Kal Lechayiv Al Kol Kahal Mikal Divrei Radiuva. So we'll say this is the sheet of Radiuva. The sheet of will say is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous sack of the basin, that shevet brings a power to Elam Davar Yatzira. I will say, Radiuva's shevet is that a shevet is shevet ikri kach. He holds, remember again, the operative word by Par Elam Davar Yatzira is kach. Torah says there's only liability follows an erroneous psak of Bezdin. This is going to be what? How do you define Kal? That Yehuda defines Kal as a Shevet. So if an individual Shevet follows an erroneous psak of Bezdin, and she does Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par halam dagan in that season. That's part one. And that's only that. Even the tribes who did not sin bring a par halam dagan in that season for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda Shita. They don't consider it. Forget the Gemara says the Chayiv are called Kal v'Kal v'Rebbe. So Yehuda ultimately holds that Halach L'Maisa again. And the tribes who sinned, go ahead and what? Bring a par halam dagan in that season. And the tribes who did not sin, bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shade is always 12. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. Listen to this. The being Zayin part of the Bezer being Al Yidei and Kal. Shenei Takal, the Nemar the Malakal. Makala Amr the Malak Bezdin Makal. Akala Amr the Malak. Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that when an individual Shevet sins, so that Shevet brings a par halam dagan in that season. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one. He adds in that when a Shevet brings a par, who else is it? I will say the Bezdin. What he disagrees with is where we have Yehuda's model. The non-sinning Shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. But yet, the nice again, Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model. The Shvatim who committed Yaveru inadvertently relied on their own psak of Bezdin. So they will bring a par. Plus, the Bezdin who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. Being Al Yidei and Par, Bein Turin. And what's the last thing is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds in Halach L'Maisa it is only the Bezdin who brings the par halam dagan in that season. Never the Shvatim don't bring the par. Only see Rabbi Meir says Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. What's in Rabbi Meir's model? The only time you bring a par halam dagan in that season is when there's a jar of So again, how we can charge these two possibilities, 7 tribes, or the numerical of the count. Either way your here says is that when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only based on the brings the par halam dagan in that season, not the Shvatim. Not the Shvatim. Nemar Kal, not the Nemar Kal Amala. Not Kal Amar Amala Bezdin below Tzibor. Af Kal Amar Amala Bezdin below Tzibor. Rabbi Shimon says, Yishmo. So what does he say? Rabbi Shimon Chatu Shisha Shvatim. They Rubo Shalchal. If 6 of the tribes sin, they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael. Both Zayin or 7 tribes sin. Even though what? They are not the majority of the cow. Nevertheless, being par. So when Shimon Elazar says, he's coming to define what is majority. The majority is take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So it's like first blind line. Amar Nai, they know that we'll say furthermore, again, what do we see in the bright above? That the only thing to bring a higher look up to that verse way, when the Bezdin is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. Otherwise, the Bezdin is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Bezdin knows, we know we did something wrong. Just what? We don't know what. We don't know what. We don't bring a par halam dagan in that season. No share the whole. Mankana, but say, who is the who says this? Who is the who says this? So the Gemara says, the low Rabbi Eliezer. So before we get to who we know it's like, it's not like Rabbi Eliezer. It's not. Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Marafshah. In Elam Achol, Chayiv. Those are Achol Chayiv. So Rabbi Eliezer is coming actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of in the second species where a person is not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate Caleb or I'm not sure if I ate Yosef. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a cup of swine Because it was like the carbon for eating Caleb or for eating no son is the same. It's chatos. So the Lezer says, who cares? Once you know you ate Caleb, you ate chatos, as long as you know what. You ate something, right? You ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatos because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. You want to say, Rashi points out over here that Halacha L'maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. And Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Yeshua will say, the Rashi doesn't look like you, Rabbi Eliezer. Because they point Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous meaning was, they will say, as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted someone whose intentional consumption would what, would be high price. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was Caleb, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Rashi does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, if you look at Rabbi Eliezer, no, you can even Rabbi Eliezer, why? Could be part of Helen Dublin, that's a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says, "Asher chata aleh." The pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv, or you should say that part of Helen Dublin, that part of Dublin is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher chatu aleh. So it's like, so there's a specificity. There's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher chatu aleh, with a specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasam Nani Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasam Nani Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. Sorry. Hasam Nani Haksiv Asher Chatu. I will say there that pasuk is going to teach us something else in this part. That one cannot be chayiv if you give chatos if they are misasi. We will say misasi means that I was involved in a completely different activity that can result in the commission of an action. In that case, everyone at misasi, everyone will agree that Allah again, I am not chayiv a chatos in that case. My time is at the so we'll say, so now we're going down. So now what we have over here is the various shittos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parallel of government at Tzibor Rosh. Remember again, Shittas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 Shvatim, each of the Shvatim brings their own path. Now that's what Rabbi Yehuda say, that even the Shvatim didn't sin, bring on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. What does Rabbi Yehuda Shita? My time is the Pasavar, Arba Kahodik Sif. I think it says the word Kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the Parsha of Hanel and Davinas. Right? It says Kahal, Hakahal, Kahal, Hakahal. So what are these 4 Kals for? Chav v'chayva, Kol Kal v'Kal. What does it teach you? That's what? And each and every Shevet is Chayim. Each and every Shevet is called a Kal. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one Kal. The Chad, the Horot Levabeis, the Maisa colored the Kal. What's it signal? That Parallel Tzibur is only in a broad way. When it administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibur who acts on the ruling. Bechad Grira. We'll say what is teaching about Grira? What's Grira? We'll say the Halacha L'maaseh, even the Shvatim who didn't sin, bring Grira the drag them all. Bring a carbon on behalf of the Shvatim who did sin. Bechad Shevet Sha'asa B'Horah. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if one, if we'll say, the kind of shape of Shasabah is based in, it's not the same as the Masisi and Hodu Beis Sha'achon Hashvatim. It was an Yehuda, even if one of the Shvatim acted based on the Sak Halacha of his own based in, the Chat brings us a setback anything. So Yehuda learns out all of the Shivas from the 4 times the fact of the word Kali. Rabbi Shimon's model. To us, a colleague sees, it says the word Kal 3 times. Hakahal, Kal, Hakahal. Be'yakahal, or Gedikra. Let's say that he doesn't actually enforce Kal. Why? Because that fourth Kal appears in the phrase Me'ime HaKahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the Kal, because again, Nathan made a mistake. He said that one we can't argue why, because that's just an expression. Kedari Ishi, Me'ime Dikranya. As well as people often say, in from the eyes of the sun. So the attitude basket. So the God was called cow. So one cow comes from each. Then Shevet has its own liability for following the side of the basin. Utre Achmini, Ne'emar Lamata cow, Ne'emar Lamala cow. It says cow over here, it says cow over here. Malahalan basin in a cow, just like Moshe says over here, that basin has to do with the cow. I've tried basin in my cow. So over here, we're only trying it one. It gets the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the Zakala. Then there, cow, it was a mayor doesn't dash in the settle. He doesn't dash the cows. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the two cows that are really wide. Never the Mata cow, and never the Mala cow. Mala Halon based in below seaboard. After based in below seaboard. I'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what. That just like earlier, again, I will say the cows are referring to based in not the seaboard. So Tobir is referring to based in not the seaboard. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Shita? Shita ultimately is that who brings the power hell and government at seaboard? The basin. Basin brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the exertion. Shimon Allah the right time off. Listen, Shimon Allah's logic. Sid Vaya Imeha Ito Alma Mikuta Sid Meine. We'll say, can you remember on one hand, Shimon Allah says as follows. The Pasuk says, Meha Imeha Ito. He understands that Imeha limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and see that it says, Kilachala Abishkaga, remember the Ruba in Mikudalo. So we'll say, one hand it says, Me'ine Ha'ita, if the matter becomes obscure in some eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if the small minority sins. Yet it also says, Kilachala Abishkaga, Kala Anal means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? Remember the Ruba in Mikudalo. Sounds like it's only below, but not the there was Hutchins on Hutzikov, made one shall count. So I say Rabbi Shmuel is teaching me the following. In 6 of the tribes, committed the Avera, acted based on the erroneous exactly the Sanhedrin. They represent the majority of Klal Yisrael. Or a center of the tribe followed the erroneous sacrifice. You know what? They are not the numerical majority. Nevertheless, Chayav, again, they are what's the elevation? That Shimon that repairs the Olam to the basis, who might see the covenant, was the Rabbi Rothschild. In order for a high heaven to obligation to be triggered, the exact halacha has to be taken by the basis, and the action has to be taken by the cow, which the Gemara says. What do we know? From the novel, the Amar the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, from the eyes of the congregation, they established the matter was committed to the first. The Rabbi says, in the Kala Abishkaga, Rabbi says the Pasuk from the Kala Abishkaga, that the entire nation acted inadvertently, which you can read most of the slides, because the Nachman the body of the National Kaga. Would have just said the first Pasuk, Sahaba Amina, I would have thought that even if the guard was the Pasuk, is the high level of therefore, the Pasuk says that the entire nation is in the because of the Kala Abishkaga, and therefore, when it says the Kala Abishkaga, Haba Amina, and the Asri, based in Bahadi Ruba, and I thought, I love the rice of the bacon, has to act together with his brother. See behind the tribe, I will do so. What's it? In the context of Zara, so Shabbat Jesus, but this halacha applies very briefly to living in the road between the Zara, or that actually else for which they are but like only things will show up. Those very again what the shows. It's the basing of one of the tribes. The basing of one of the tribes. Delivered in a erroneous view. We'll say again, that does not has to be the Sanhedrin. You know, by the rule. Shemesh Echad Yehuda, Balgar is not Godol. Me, I see Shash Lashmodon, was listening to Splash. He had to find the situation. Shemesh Echad Yehuda, but so was it. What happens is one tribe act on the sound of the Sanhedrin. So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the sack of the plants that each and every tribe brings its own power of government. So what happens in the following situation? One act based on the erroneous of the tribe to bring on behalf of the tribe that did. So the tribe committed their based on the socks of the other tribe bring for that one Shiva doesn't charge what they buy guys. They show you say the only time that the other tribes are covered in Jose's way is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed and did sin based on the sacrifice, that's when we say that. But the tribes who didn't sin, that's the thing on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, I'm not saying that the leg of evil, but again, one tribe, now remember I was saying this model, even if one tribe sins, remember I was saying the whole model is one tribe is also called a cow. So if you do this model, you can have up to one tribe follows the Pesach of the Sanhedrin, they are going to bring a power of government at the that will happen. The Shaila is the other tribes have to also bring half of that one that the Saint said before that do this model, they always had 12. So not necessarily, remember, here's what we do though. We know when there's a charge of the tribes, then what? Then all tribes break. Now the first asking is what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know if one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called the cow, that tribe brings a power of government. That no, that's what this, what that actually is our food though. All the other tribes bring on behalf of the one, the only tribe that the rest of the tribes bring is that there's a robe of destruction. Then you were the ones who didn't bring about half of the regular robe, but if there's only one tribe, obviously not a natural robe, and the other tribes do not bring. Essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. One of the structures bring a power of government by definition that unites tribal liability for all who got the right. So say that's the Shiloh.
I mean, it's probably an LA reference, but you know, on the way to Highland Park, Mocha, those shoes look like they're like the official shoes of the surfers that work there. Mocha, great restaurant in Seattle, California.
So what do they do?
This one was by Toxo Plasma.
What do we try? So paragraph they bring one power. Shimon says, Mishnah says, not going to be paragraph one power. Shimon Shnei part. Shimon says 2 parts. What's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, that the Shimon come to a body, or say next week, Shimon remember what's the purpose of Shimon? Shimon says, not only do the Shvatim bring their own trials, based on also, so we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes are sin. So Rabbi Shimon's knowledge should be 8 parts. 7 of the tribes, 1 are based in, I was the fucking favorite that one. Rather, it must be one. We must be talking about a case over here where one shade that sin. So what's the case? The night, we Bahara, they, can't appreciate it, they're mistaken, and they rely on its own faith. And Shimon less like, right? So we'll say that because remember again, if they're relying on this, the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in moving by their own invasion, then what? And that's shit. We'll say that these enough power have those elements. That case, hello, love, rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous moving of the science of our the Tanakama mind. Funny. Everyone said, who's the king of the Tanakama? He didn't really argue the body. The second one is that they require the charge of the shot is the pound of the next one. So that you have to say that don't check out the shave at that one. And what's the shave at sin? So what's it? So what do you see that? It sounds like that when one shave at sin, who brings the higher level of that support, and the other shavatim are not active in the situation. Are we off about it? What's the people here? Shavatim, they do much shall count. What's the what so here is there's 6 of the tribes, six of the tribes of sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and we'll say everybody here is Shimon Elazar,
Never can let someone have a picture of you.
That was the first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Shimon Elazar Mishmo, made Ruben Shokal. It's 6 of the tribes of sin, and they are the numerical majority. Hope Shriva Afaku Shemir Ruben Shokal, and 7 sins. Like they're the tribal majority, so they're not the numerical majority. The Vietnam, what they got up is they bring a pattern. The Gemara says, Kashma, that you don't learn, it says as follows. Shevet Sha'asa Ba'uraz B'Yitzina. What's it? If a Shevet acted based on the instructions of his own tribal base. So what's that? Also Shevet Naif. We'll say what? That Shevet is Chayiv, but all the other Shvatim are Patur. U'Ba'uraz B'Yitzina Godol after the Shar Shvatim Chayiv. We'll say, but if the one Shevet acted based on the base Nagodol, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be Chayiv Shvatim. We'll say, Salot Lorenz is Halach Meshveh. What's we just said here, by the way. So first of all, Chapter 2 did it here. That they didn't need here or a hard hat of government even when it's based on something of the high court of that. If the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that Shevet will bring a following of the what? Not another Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the base Gnagodol, then, according to Yehuda, that Shevet brings a power at what? All of the other Shvatim are activated. Okay, so it turns out when you have any Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the sanctuary, it's higher than incredible. That's the navigate, but that's the part of our world. The also Shevet as him. Right? The Pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also, Shevet Chayiv, Ushar Shalach telling them that only that one Shevet is Chayiv, but the other Shvatim are Patur. If that's the case, I believe that the Ushar doesn't do it. Say, whether Shvatim are Patur, Hatana Osa Shevet Chayiv. But since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I would have understood that one. So able to Hatana Osa Shevet Chayiv, but maybe you don't know, Shar Shvatim do it. Once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I guess Mishnah does Shevet are Patur. Elohim Mashmalan, the Behoraz case, the Shar Shvatim do it. Behoraz. That it's only in the case, ultimately again, where Shevet is following the instruction of its own base, that Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Patur. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin, then once that Shevet has to bring a power hell of government and spread the what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. Incredible thing of Rabbi Rothschild. Let's say so again. Whether or not the Pasuk that I look for the way so remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that she just Rabbi Rothschild said that first of all, a number of novels. Number one, that according to Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of base of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a power hell of government and speaking. Why? Because according to Yehuda, Shevet is called a cow. Not only that, but one Shevet, every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then it has. Then that Shevet has to bring a carbon. The other Shvatim. Very strong. About like this with the Arbus. Shevet Echad Shasamoras Beis Nagadol. Just listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Shasamoras Beis Nagadol. Once they follow the Psak Halacha of the Sanhedrin, so that's been handed down in the erroneous ruling. You have one Shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, me, my zero. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. So remember again, what was she does Rabbi Shimon? She does Rabbi Shimon was. Rabbi Shimon holds. He pulls on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own Harlem government support. And furthermore, again, when one bring, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. You also add that the base also brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as the maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as the maximum. So the Shara will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Sabbath is not according to Rabbi Shimon knew nice old so ultimately again, what happens in that case? Nice old what's the level of liability in that specific case? The Gemara says as follows: Tashma, what's the case? Written one card. Shimon already Shimon says two part. Am I asking? What's the case? The righteous case. Easily, if you want to say that it's a case where 7 of the Shvatim sin, Shnei Parim, or even 2 Parim, Shmona Parim. So what Shvatim sin, according to Rishon, then what? You would have 8, 7 for the Shvatim who sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the Chata Sheva Daka. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? One of the Shvatim sin, Ulamai. They'll say, what's the case? Healing about if you want to say the Sheva sin based on the Psalm, but it's all based on Rabbi Shimon less like. We'll say that Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where you try for Sheva to follow its own based. What Rabbi Shimon says is right, but it follows the Dogma. Ella Bauras based on Dogma. Rather, it's the Ras based on Dogma. Sanhedrin. This is Bura. Tanakama, what? What's the Tanakama? When there's a numerical row, even one Shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Was it rather again, it must affect the view of Shimon Allah? Tashma, they'll come to come and say, the Olam Inochayim Ella Al Horaj is the only time you bring a power of government as super as well, is an local amount again and found the sack of the Sanhedrin God. My Chacham was in whether even Rabbi Meir, if you want to say Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Meir holds that you need a tribal or American majority, and Rabbi Shimon, rather you have to say that on the website, then he is Rabbi Shimon, which Gemara says, ultimately against Rabbi Meir. See that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Kavanah. Let's listen to this. Rabbi says the common denominator between Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that the difference is that Yehuda. So you saw the difference here. Or they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a cow. Even one Shevet is called essentially a cow. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing.
This one's posted by Big Boy with 3 C's.
Shevet Echad Kavanah. Amri B'Ksiv Vayamo Yoshama Tikal Yehuda Yerushalayim Nocha Chatzah Hashem Ve'inotzer Chatzah Beis Hashem Chadasha. What's it that the pasuk said that Yoshaphat stood V'Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda V'Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem Chadasha. Literally again, the new house of God. What is that? The ninth Chadasha. I'm going to be open on Shoot Devar. What's it mean? This was the place where the Chadush. They made it Kiddush. Was there always a Kiddush? V'amru Tavul Yom Al Kanis B'Nachal Aliyah. Was it have to see that under your Shabbat, they went ahead and they made a brand new building, which was God. And a Tavul Yom was a Tavul Yom for someone who went to the Mikvah that day, but still requires Harav Shemesh. Still requires the sunset in order to become the Lord. They passed me that a Tavul Yom gets here to Nachal Aliyah. So what's the point of it? The point of it is you see that Yoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe. Or just Yehuda. And what does the point of Yehuda? What is the point of Yehuda? A cow. So you must guess, you see from the Shul that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, "Matzike Rabbi Dilma Shem Yerushalayim." Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. Because it was remember again. All the other areas of Eretz Yisrael,
he wants to see them outside of their comfort zone. What do you think?
They were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was the most exception. Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. Right? that inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Yehuda. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the lashon kal is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Akinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes. That one tribe constitutes a kal. Which the Gemara says, go right, to bring another raya. It says by Yomer Eli, he says, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I will make you to kahal on it. Both sides. Now this was said Yaakov Avinu right before when God is young and Leah. There was a who was born in that moment. Together. So the Torah who says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. So see from here that's what. And even the birth of one tribe is called Kal, Shlamino, Ogikam Rakon. Is what the Torah is saying. Misyalu B'cha Hashda, Kal Akrino. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another Kal. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even in one shape it is called a Kal. Maybe perhaps this is what Mishra was saying. Maybe God was saying, you're about to give birth to Binyamin, you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called a cow, 11 tribes are not called a cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be seen from here that even one tribe is called a cow. So we'll say Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today. But the Gemara ultimately had so you see over there that's what? That the Mesa, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara both says bringing two different types of sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of the Kahal, or ultimately again from Yehoshaphat. Then Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called Kahal. Like once we stop from here, there's Hashem will pick up tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos both times the documentation.
So just like trying stupid ideas. So you're already famous. This is what people do when they're not famous. They're like, what do we need to do for likes and so I can still doing that. He can't help himself. He's like, I saw somebody do a thing where like they got slapped by someone dressed as a cow. We should do that. Maybe David should dress up like a cow and Sean should hit him.
It just sucks. It's so bad. It's the worst. And you would like die laughing watching this.
Fire to say good morning. Let us begin. All of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual calendar responsible. Dedicated overshoot instructions this year. As it's just from Sonos Levels for Andy Stroh. I'm sponsors for the month of Allah, Bali, and the Bennett Over. Now, the international experience, Abraham and Ben Hashem Pinchas, Figure Eitel, that's Delhi, and the hope that American Hashem Pinchas of our Kilo Health Project Show will be answered during this open part. The Shmuel of the Dinners, Miri Nishmas, Douglas from Spada, Rabbi Ali from Fritz from Ali Ben Achaber, Rabbi Yaakov, Siphon, I'll be covering sponsors with the Miri Nishmas, Lori, then I use it for the Rafa, and I've got young sponsors, Milk, and Lori Gerger, and then we have Milk's father, Gilbert Gerger, Yetzel, Ben Abdos, Siphon Rafa, the American and Tamidora, all of the Shamsa, and we have families in the summer, all those leaders who have been close home in Shabbat, Shmash, and Shemini, Shemini, Homer, hostages, Shalom, and Kala, and allow our home soldiers to be successful. The Chol of Naaseh, those in that. Let us begin. Give you an amount of Gemara to do today. Just. Okay, but we are going to hear Hashem. Get it done. We will always get it done. We're starting. I think we're starting like in a second. We're starting on days on days. Days on the days. And we are picking up in Hashem. That's Hashem.
I just have a picture of breakfast. I'm trying to calibrate my own.
How old is the Piazza?
No, I'm
pretty sure, objectively speaking, this is
Yeah,
a very
my Rabbanon. So it says, remember again, we began, this is about product 29 of the Bible. So my Rabbanon. So it says, again, we have a statement of the name of Rabbi said, usually Rabbi Yehuda said, these are the words of the Hannah, Rabbi Yehuda, about only nothing to us about us, things been kind. But also, so it says, remember again, our entire Mishnah reflects the poverty of the yeah,
warning, this did make me check. Oh, yeah. Great technique from that shark fish. Yeah. Definitely goes to Starbucks every morning and yells at them making their frappuccinos.
Come on. That's embarrassing. Just go with me. Just 10 minutes from the top of the
This one's called Amphetamine Baba. I don't know how we feel about that here. Yeah, a long time ago. Don't count the times Baba touches rates. It's supposed to exit truck.
So since remember again.
I found this very funny. Great editing by the chefs.
Yesterday, what was that? Okay, so I got this. And I get somebody to go to last night after Shabbos shir. Somebody listens online. He said, what happened? The recording cut out from the beginning on the page. Now I get it. Okay. Okay, so here's the song. Fine. So she says as follows. So remember again, the halacha is you have the Beis Din that passed right ahead, and the Beis Din went ahead and said, "How long will I saw?" They said, "Hey, this one." So remember again, then you have someone either on the Beis Din or ultimately again sitting in the gallery of the Beis Din. So halacha understands that the Beis Din is absolutely mistaken. Understands mistaken. They still have to follow that ruling. Halacha. They are not talking about private attackers, right? Remember again, reliance on the Beis Din only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better and puts his full trust in the Beis Din, which makes sense for a regular person. But Lamai says someone who understands, Lamai doesn't have that exemption. Right? So you might use example. Like these individuals, the children as a Rashi points out over here, how you look in the face, but how you look in the whole law. So these individuals themselves were not Dayanim, but they sat in front of the Beis Din and that trucks on heads and days. Like there was always like a lack of a better thing, like a judicial bullpen, right? There were always rows of students who were there. In case the Beis Din needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves we're not judges, but Halacha L'Maisa, again, we're fit for the law. They're fit for the law. Therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, again, if they were to rely on an erroneous statement, but they didn't. David is reliable. I'm not buying it. I got no. Now, someone like that. Like Shimon Ben Azai or Shimon Ben Zola. If they look at the Beis Din rules that they release they know that it's wrong. They know that it's a wrong, that it's an erroneous society. If you throw a line in that society, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's intentional violation. Well, the time in, you are using that logic. One time in, Pakisanya, Baso Sa Achas. What says, ultimately, again, you have to ultimately be actual higher for us. Because if an individual is ultimately decide to back us, if he does so under the instruction of Beis Din, he is positive. Kate said, what's the case? Only the case is just live on Twitter, and don't feel that like man is shit out. They saw ultimately Beis Din asking that they were and one of the members of the Beis Din realized that the Beis Din is mistaken. Ultimately, you should be there, or for example, someone sitting on the other company is mistaken for a judge is sitting there in the Beis Din, and ultimately again relies on the you would have done that such a person. If an individual acts on his own tuition, ultimately again, he is going to be the whole lot. He is being ultimately again, but if he does what the instructions of Beis Din, he's fucking supposed to say, how was like this? These individuals are still acting with the instructions of Beis Din, but at the end of the day, they know better. So how does this shit? Shabbos said, this is fascinating. So what we're asking over here is, so what is the case who relies on the erroneous sack of a Beis Din? Like ultimately again, who again knows that the Beis Din is wrong,
You know what the people that took us and my friend that got us, and he was like,
the other doctor knows that it's usher. He knows that Caleb is usher. Like I tell you what, it's
you know, it was really weird how diverse it was, because there's a set of rules that we had and can't wear. Men can't wear sneakers, men can't wear open-toed flip-flops. You have to wear a collared shirt as a man, and like
sure that is, yeah, it's a difficult obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. So these things are important. Making that difficult obligation of Christ, even in situations where it's clear that the rabbis are wrong. That's the showcase of this case. So again,
I can't make this up. There was a hell
it's not intentional. You know, it's intentionally Taylor.
And I'm like, we just talked about this.
But it's
here, sipping at tea. It was a tea, 1901.
It's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say? Smart. Rashi says, do not hear from the words that they tell you right or left. What does Rashi say? According to the Gemara, after you open our young shoes small, our small shoe nothing. Even if the reason tells you that the right is left and the left is right, you have to listen. So, one could erroneously glean from that even if the reason tells you that David is looking, but you know that David is usher, that you should still listen or you can still listen. Again, commercial law, no, not that far. Not that far. And therefore, again, such an individual would not be for personal liability. Right, you still call the shogun. Not shogun regarding but it's shogun regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Incredible. But it's like exact cloud. I told that's what which is very good. Which is like here's the rule. Here's the rule. Any person who's essentially acts of his own volition is always going to be high the house. Remember, we're talking about cases of shogun. When we see Chayyim, we mean Chayyim Tzchatos, which is Kapanic liability for inadvertent commission of an Avera. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he can high the Chatos. Acting as a result of instruction, what we want to come down to is a little bit of that's the whole phase in the other shape of it. So it's the Chazu Bahed, the says, some of the ways, let me give you an example of that. You can possibly trade with his mother, and then everyone say, what happened? They didn't realize that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and he returned the husband. Well, what's the problem? But we hear about this. We don't know the first part, they didn't sacrifice, right? So we heard that basically asking that Taylor is usher, but he did not hear, sorry, David's mother, but he did not hear if he recanted that sucks. He acted on it. So one says, of course, he's going to be potter. One says, how the heck is that going on? Started on there in the body. Right? One says, you're right. Mishnah went ahead and first the Mishnah sets the case, and then the first discounts the I'm going to be Shmuel. Okay, so here's actually where that's at. I'm going to be Shmuel. Right? Zut is right here. So the Gemara says like this. All of this up until now, right? So we can operate with one concept, which is when things do plastics and makes an erroneous psat, an erroneous ruling, and the individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is potter. So with the personal liability, because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of the base. That's a good actor. I will say, up until this point right now, we have assumed everyone agrees with that statement. Comes under the same Shmuel. This is the other Shmuel, the Rabbi Rothschild. That's Rabbi Rothschild. The Chum say Yaakov Chasamoras, this is Chai. The Chum calling the Chum say natural. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of the instinct, at the end of the day, is right. There's personal liability even when you act under the instruction of the instinct. And therefore, again, just plugging this in, Bezdin says, Caleb is mutter. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice safety piece of Caleb, right? And that's dinner. Chacham are going to say, he's liable. Not us, because again, it's shogeg. It's not a shogeg, but it's still going to be liability. Let's unpack this. Right? So essentially now what we have over here is the Machlokas Yehuda and the Chacham. He says, individual acts based on exactly Bezdin is utter. Chacham say is Chayiv. So Chayiv, who does Yehuda? Diseño, el nefesh achas nefesh hamishkaga ba'asosa. So if you look at this phrase, nefesh achas nefesh, it essentially three words with many places. Therefore, what does this teach us? Obviously, if you have to tell you, Baraz basing project, if you actually go on the condition to get that in the if you try to cut those, so based on the side of the region, your butter, that's ultimately like my rabbi, what's the rabbi? Diseño, Adani, Omer, Miut Kalsha Hatu, Hayobin, Shin Basin again al-Ayudin, which is going to happen over the course of the next step, is that we're going to be kind of doing back and forth between two concepts. This idea of understood that basic asking ultimately again, we're going to individual action on it, is there liability for an individual compass or not? But as you mentioned in yesterday's daf, just go today's daf, there is also another concept which is how which means basic issues and erroneous psak, and the majority of the congregation. Now we're going to discuss what congregation. The majority of the acts on that stuff. Then that requires another single. Who's bringing that single? Is it the basin? Is it 12 single? That's what we're going to see. That's what we're going to see. So that's the most jumping from the just one design. I got you over. You have to come with the older minority of problems solved sin based on the erroneous psak. The basin. Hayobin. You're still the individual members of the club, you're still going to have to bring a chattas. Why? She's basically Medunian Al-Yudei Empire.
Also, since Brian's gone on vacation,
here, that only the minority of clubs still sin based on the psak of the basin. Minority is going to have to bring a chattas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no power of government at Seaboard, and therefore, again, if the club is not covered by that cover, because they're covered by that cover, everyone has individual covers. No culture. Again, let's say, we're going to see this sugya. Right now, it's being mentioned over here, we're going to delve into divine governance. No culture, you do it. The majority of clubs still sin. Ultimately, again, they should be putter. We would have thought that therefore they should be putter from the individual chattas liability. Why should it be seen as being Ayudei Empire? Because the basin is going to bring a hard hell of government at Seaboard. Hamabomar, me'am ha'oretz. Afidu ruba, da'afidu kino. Wow, okay. So it says, now watch this. And I want to say like this. You would have thought that when there is a hard hell of government at Seaboard, ultimately, again, individuals would be putter from the chattas. Hamash Malon, me'am ha'oretz. The am ha'oretz, the nation of the land, the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal kabbalic liability. So therefore, Rabbanan saying, even when a hard hell of government is being brought, the individuals must still bring their individual chattas, which shows you that even where there is liability on the part of the basin, and the individual is acting on behalf as a result of the instruction of the basin, there is still personal kabbalic liability. Serious business. So that's our macro. So it says, when an individual acts under the instruction of basin, no personal kabbalic liability, no chattas. Rabbanan say no, even though you're acting under the instruction of basin, right? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is still personal kabbalic liability from the chattas. Incredible. So the word says, just another level. Yeah, the guy went to do something here. Even of the shitty that's my son. We're talking about a year that individual just acted of their own volition. The doctor just made a mistake. Basically, blah, blah, blah. They didn't deliver the sign. They didn't marry the time. Ultimately, again, they obviously gave them a shalom baras. Basically, it's nice and shalom baras. Basically, they're asking, just talking about a situation where people just made a large individual just made the same mistake. So obviously, again, it's personal liability. I love all wrong. So somebody keeps saying, they didn't issue up an erroneous psak. The whole Iksid me Amaretz is Shividas Maisu Iksid. There's about the Muslims now. Amaretz by the obligation of Hantas, the most election of Shividas means that clubs or whether some individuals, minority, even the majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistake. Everyone is so this is by Shividas myself. I'm a lot of those to say, here we go. You have to have the Shividas myself. When minority of Muslims so sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not a second, they made a mistake. Ultimately, you're going to try to find us individual. Why? Are you doing parents all wrong? Because basically, it's not really a part of the government board for it. All is in the law, in Chayavi, part Chayavi, Yachol of Chibashas, she does my student. You might have thought, therefore, the majority of clubs, it's not there. The shame that's myself of their own volition, that ultimately again they should be puttered, try based in me and Alan.
Steals context, the list,
so ultimately, again, when the majority sins, ultimately, when the majority sins, if it was not a halach case, there was no psak. Ultimately, again, what kind of contest? I'm going to talk about you guys. I was about to say, still not, low basic. Big law brings a covenant of that circumstance. I hear it, I got a little bit of you, but that's the reason why you start to take a sense of liability. Lazarus Brown, the community Balrog, must be because the minority goes ahead and half of the stock of the reason, all work again, there's going to be liability as a result of the ruling. Then a hundred Berisha the higher shade that's my son, for the Masofne had the Aruba, this was called the shade that's my son. So let's go ahead first, look at the case. For the meal, for minority, that will be high shade that's my son, acting on their own volition, and then we'll find these ultimately are going to buy the people in majority. Where I can shade that's my son. Allah, with the law, I yield to the kind of shade that's my son. But I'm going to get from the fact that we're now looking for a case of leaders of minority who are liable for their own actions with a soap, Mahadra, I'll agree with the Shigas myself. Shmamino, yield to the law, when a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the base, they are going to be tried. This is what we see. That's another example of the Tapas. The Shalom Balat Shid Yes myself, ultimately again, and when Allah will say, actually, out of Tzak of days, ultimately again, I will be Hayam Tapas as well. If me, I use stuff that's not a lot like you by my own devil. The bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what we're trying to say. But we need to help us to understand that which we thought was agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to Machlokas. Here's the thing that was the one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this incredibly beautiful, yet somewhat complex journey. There's a fundamental Machlokas tonight. If an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of the base, this is entirely a carbon tapas or not. Nathan said, Caleb is mutter. Reuben said, great. Always wanted to answer. Goes out. Eats Caleb. Finds out Nathan was wrong. Reuben to show him. That's it's entire tapas or not. Normally, the Bible says, it's going to say, having been accidentally consumed a piece of Caleb or the halacha, carbon tapas. Reuben is meaning out active based on exactly the business. And then it says, it's entire tapas. Rabbanon, sorry, no. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts as a result of activation. Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that Machlokas. That's good. We have Machlokas for today. We're going to see it play out in a number of different ways. So the one says as follows. Good. Right, we're both still constantly without attribution. Pretty much, you might be question with respect to how do you refer to the user? It's like, this is the opposite. So not trying to say the Darsh Movie, no, because who is the one who opens the Darshans on the production just like today, alright? Yeah, none of the things that you decide that the river really says what's the top of the Zeus, coming out something or in English, so again, it was a more down to the name. Don't tell us all the three winning phrases or three winning words in the sea. So, ultimately, I know this question is I'm alright. I think this is a possibility. עדיין אני אומר, רומות אצלו פרוסות רבי יהודה. perhaps I can't get fully captured רבי יהודה. רוב הקהל שחטו, so let's see now again. We're jumping back now to our power definition. It's not really this is but again, our power definition is this hard. Something, a piece of information that's been really more obscured from the congregation. represents a situation that is simply an erroneous fact, and the majority of funds fell were lied on. Now watch this. Exactly. The majority of funds were seen are you being empowered? So basically, according to this version, basically the one who brings the power handle of government at sea. The individual doesn't bring any grades. Basically brings this function on behalf of Scotland. So you don't read on, so I was saying, I watch this. If you do this, you have to read on this. Alright. My secret single. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, my hope is number 2 that I want you to remember. When they use the power handle of government at sea, like so basically the erroneous moving, majority so rely on it. Now, I'm going to see who brings that card. Watch this. It's not. You know that. So we'll say, let me say it's outside. Rabbanan say, that ultimately again, it is the who brings it. Rabbi Rothschild is going to say, well, one point right here. It's more like there's one card for party, so there's multiple cards for party, so that was this. But this again, that's not focus number 2. Because this right here, though. So you can scratch it. We go back. That was on the dollar. 6 lines after the dollar. This one is go back. Sugar truck and Chicago with the inside part. So it's the same tribe now. What's a little here? What is sometimes represents the problem song. That is just not necessarily the miracle majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that so many times as it comes. I don't know if that's 2 years. Someone might say, right, 7 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead and come in out there. So let's not have a lot. But now again, what's that? It's all short. It's all short. The Zion poet. Rashi points out from Rashi. Last one on Rashi, Zion Shvatim. So the name should have part. So it's interesting. Obviously, one power per shade. Now somebody can go, the shade and the power. They're being a little bit interesting. So listen, there's a lot actually happening over here. First of all, you see that it's the people who bring the power, not the base. And it's also interesting to see that for the is considered its own power, considered its own leadership, and therefore each shade that's must bring its own power. Not from the Shmuel, so the Rabbi Meir. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, right now we're charged with $2 and without money. Number 1 is in our Mishnah. But I want to say ultimately again, like you said, the individual shielded from personal liability when you're like something. I want to say no, you're liable. I want to say to file and government at sea work. I want to say faith is easy. Like you say, probably so. I'm not for sure. Very big. We're not there. About humble. The police say, you're the chance of our own things there. So it's just being from nothing. It says not the dog. It's not a Right there is what he says ultimately again, the individual. The individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts in his own self-defense. But the Republicans say ultimately he must what are these fucking here we go. Total loss. Basically, that came with his mother. They went out and, or individuals went out and their mother. The name says you butter, and over yeah. So we'll say, what does this mean? If you look at what's on the right side, whole rule is loss. They are skins, and then this is kind of the big deal. So I understand the Paskin is even, but they went out and committed the American. Yeah, that's it. So this is not single, that's not total for us. Again, if it's based in Paskin and based went out and then after they so I looked it up on a different site. Ultimately, so once again, this is how I looked up at that. So ultimately, again, it's the base in that Paskin. Then why is the liability for power that looked up at that? You're hoping but also, if you want to talk like this, the things went ahead and passed it. And the things themselves acted on their own side. You might have thought that also the game was reliability. So I like how long the reliability. How awesome is no. How the living that sea was everywhere, based and I say how, although the action is dependent on quality slow, and the sun is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership of the of sin. So ultimately, again, Bayesian is delivering the erroneous and quality slow. But ultimately, it's not how I done it. That we have to say, all the things are also like, it must be ultimately again, and what happened, and what happened, and how about the nice song, how about the majority of problems throughout after the policy, I have the name, why would I there say, why would I there say, what happened? What happened over here? A minority of Flavian Stone came along and asked for what shocking. Okay, so now I won't say what. So ultimately, things are progress. Mass of a young just about us based in Butter. One is the meaning of your home. Then when an individual, but I won't say, you consider an individual up until one point in time, until it's the majority. Right? In other words, there's no difference between minority and Flavian Stone. And ultimately, again, it's the same thing. So again, a local myself, when an individual sins, when he does so, based on exactly the base thing, he's going to be bothered. In our summer, the color of the home, the often shots about us, based on how you based on the destruction of the base, he's still going to be carrying a personal cut. So we'll say, these are my focus. So again, just to bring it before we said that my focus was that the people are coming now again, we might suggest again, we're not going to suggest again, but it's the same as my focus. Incredible. Whereas other problem, before we outlaw, so a problem of the species says, well, our weapon shots of ours based upon natural. It's like everything is based on an individual act based on exactly the base thing that he's going to recover. It does not have personal liability. No practice liability in that case. Alright, so what's my focus on it? This is fascinating. This is incredible. So let's jump back. Power held up to that seaboard. Power held up over that seaboard. What do you think about it? Power held up over that seaboard. My focus, good. Right? My focus, right? My focus is that the seaboard ultimately again is good. So just keep that in mind, right? And where the ultimately again, where did you bring it? Now, where did they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of Charlie Saul has to sin based on the erroneous side of the base thing. So here's what I'm going to say, watch this. What's my focus over here? And we're really not going to the count towards the calculation of the majority of Charlie Saul. And again, so let's say with the base thing, without it's my audience, right? It does themselves count the calculation of majority. So you know, my one of the things says yes. Well, my son, my son, the thing says no. One of my focus. And it was like, we're going to see, like I said, this is not really subject I love never in that sequence. Because it's going to get there is so much incredible information. It's going to get we went so far. We went some possibilities. All the things in Rossi wrote count. So it was like, I got possibilities. What happened? You have a typical piece. When the Johnson Club went ahead and committed the error. It can't come from the shimmies. I'm like, sequel nice, see, things nice. Wow. So coming to both sides, there is a third opinion, Rabbi Shimon. The opposite of the focus. One opinion says, Rabbi Rothschild brings the power. Opinion says, things that brings the power. Without this third opinion that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, the biggest thing brings the power. Rothschild brings the power. Honestly, everybody's going to shame themselves about those other possibilities. What's my focus? Just trying to figure out. Wow. my focus on doing this. What happens if I say they get that shit that had their own support system as well? What happens if I say the entire tribe acts based on the advice of the collective instruction of their particular base? So when I say my coming, we're the coming, it's just about us, folks are shaped high. So it's very interesting. The shit that went ahead and acted under the instruction of the shit that will be high. That it invites him, but we don't. Shekatu Shisha, or the other part of the was very interesting. Shekatu Shisha, they will Shakal, or Shiva Ava Misha of the Shakal. It was just about it. Still part of the ago. Let's say we have a situation where 6 tribes still, but they are the numerical majority of tribes now, or 7 tribes still. So you have the tribal majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? If I'm speaking, when they should have been a bunch of December, which are on the orange slow, that's what Shiva will shut out. Shiva Amapisha will shut out. So it's a question of information. I see this wrong. That for establishing majority of establishment in one of 2 ways. Numerical majority or majority. Either one of those 2 will create a majority ultimately against 4 higher level governments. You guys love us. Fine. Maradasi. Let's see, that's it. Maradasi. So, okay. Again, takeaways over here. Takeaways. Still say my focus. Whether it's the group in the company or in the company, still say my focus. Individual acts as a result of the state of the ruling through the faith. Individual liability for happiness or not. My focus. That's our overarching my focus. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and sub-lessons as well. There's a club, so is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go along. Discussing things. Once again, this is Barra. It's a wild Barra. Everyone's remember again, from our level, what do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but the power is only brought to the majority of Israel sins as a result of an erroneous ruling of faith. Rashi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by overwhelming faith, by the residents of Eretz Israel. The Jews are Chutzlaret do not count in this calculation. Shneimar, why is that Shneimar? Vayas Shlomo va'Yisrael Yisachar. So after Shlomo, don't forget some discussion.
Makes me laugh because
the Holy Spirit how struggle. And we spoke with Charlotte was a large assembly. In the Revolt Hamas, I'm not from Israel. Revolt Hamas until the border of essentially on the territorial borders of Israel. The Fashion was doing Shiva Shabbat when they celebrate for 14 days. What's understand? How God on the Revolt Hamas had not from Israel. But I understand. They don't say that all tribes are things that are really right? Why did they have to say how God, a large assembly, a large congregation, and then the borders from the Revolt Hamas up until the time? Why do that? Now, you're not supposed to watch this. How do you become about 100 people now? It is only the Jews of Eretz Israel that are called Kal, that are called Assembly of Israel. The Jews outside of Eretz Israel are not